Release that which chapter 234 to chapter 310. The further east we sailed, the thinner the fog became, but the sky was still gloomy, as if the sun could not penetrate the sea. The surrounding reefs were also getting higher and gradually turned into thick stone pillars. For some reason, the water level was obviously dropping, but the ship was still very stable. Even the waves on the sea had reduced, and it was as calm as a windless lake. "Why didn't you wait for the water to completely recede before entering the Shadow Sea?" Tilly asked puzzledly. "If all the reefs were exposed, you wouldn't have to be afraid of hitting the reef." "Because when the water recedes, we won't be able to see the ghost shadow Red River, and it's the only way to guide explorers to the ruins," Thunder explained. "These pillar-like islands are not fixed. Every time the tide rises and falls, the position of the islands will change. In addition, most of the markers will be swallowed by the sea, so it can't be used to determine the direction." "Ghost shadow Red River?" she repeated. "Yes. Look, this is it." Thunder whistled and pointed to the bow. The witches looked in the direction he was pointing and saw a few red figures in the dark green sea. They flashed like phantoms. But soon, 2 or 3 red figures floated by, and this time Ashes saw the target clearly. It was actually an orange-red fish. "This is a fish?" "A red-scaled fish unique to the Shadow Islands." Thunder touched his chin and smiled. "You'll see the true face of the ghost shadow Red River in a moment." Gradually, there were more and more fish, and they no longer appeared in 2s and 3s, but instead gathered into a group and swam towards the stern of the ship. Looking far ahead, Ashes was shocked by the scene she saw. More and more fish converged into this torrent, and a thick dark red line had already appeared in the sea. The sailboat was obviously moving according to this red line. The fish passed through the bottom of the boat, and from time to time, she could hear the sound of collision. She suddenly realized that this was the ghost shadow Red River, a strange river that didn't exist. As the ship continued to move forward, the dense shoals of fish had expanded into a channel that could accommodate several ships side by side. The dark green seawater seemed to have disappeared, and the ship seemed to be sailing on top of the shoals of fish. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them were moving in opposite directions, she would have had the illusion that the ship was being dragged by the fish. "Why is it like this?" Tilly asked in surprise. Ashes also wanted to ask this question. If she was in Grey Castle or any other kingdom, it would be impossible to see such a scene. The fog that shrouded the periphery, the gloomy sky, the grotesquely shaped boulders, and the river formed by red-scaled fish. For the first time, she was awed by the wonder of the sea. "Because of the main island," Thunder said, "it's like a triangular spire, with a huge hole in the middle that runs through the body of the spire. These red-scaled fish like to lay eggs in the hole and reproduce. When the tide fell, the hole would surface, and the fish would always be the first to feel the change in the water level, and they would swarm out. Therefore, as long as we follow the ghost shadow Red River, we will be able to reach the Shadow main island." "Lord Thunder, there's a huge obstacle ahead. It looks like a huge mountain," the lookout shouted. "It looks like we're almost there." He shook out his pipe. "Ladies, welcome to the Shadow Islands." After a while, Ashes also saw the appearance of the main island. Just as Thunder had said, it looked like a few triangular pieces put together. It was wide at the bottom and narrow at the top. The surface looked very flat at first glance, and it didn't look like a natural creation at all. However, to say that the whole tower was cut out by a human would be too shocking. Just the exposed body of the tower was almost half the size of a city, and the hole in the middle was enough to accommodate the Babel Tower of Hermes Church. The sea was still receding, and the water at the top of the giant hole was like a waterfall, while the submerged part below was completely covered by the fish, dyeing the sea within the range of vision red. Ashes couldn't help but think that there were probably millions of red-scaled fish living in the hole. It was not until the sky turned dark that the sea completely receded to the bottom of the hole. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Thunder ordered the sailors to stop the boat and dock, and then used a thick hemp rope to connect to the copper stake at the entrance of the hole. Standing at the edge of the giant hole, they could see the hole on the opposite side. The light coming from both sides could only illuminate a very small area, and the center of the hole was almost completely dark, making people feel inexplicably depressed. "These stakes were left behind when you came last time?" Ashes asked. No, Thunder shook his head. When I came here for the first time, the copper stakes were already here. They should have been built by the owner of the ruins. The ruins, where is it? He smiled and pointed upwards. It's right above us, we're already standing at the entrance of the ruins. The following journey could only be described as inconceivable. The witches followed Thunder and the others, entering through a stone door at the bottom of the giant hole, following the gurgling water on the stone steps, spiraling up step by step. Although everyone was holding torches, the flickering flames seemed weak and insignificant compared to the endless staircase. Moving forward in the abyss of darkness, Tilly tightly grasped Ash's arm, completely losing her usual calm appearance. This is the Her Royal Highness that I know, Ashes thought. In the palace, Princess Tilly always had her own ideas and was confident in facing any difficulties, but her biggest weakness was that she was afraid of the dark. Even when she slept at night, she would always light candles in her room. When they escaped from the palace, if they didn't have the conditions to do so, Roland would always accompany her to sleep. Walking in the damp and dark steeple, Ash's mood became a lot more cheerful. Along the way, they didn't encounter any demonic beasts, nor did they encounter any traps to hinder the intruders. Even if there were, after being immersed in the sea for a long time, it was estimated that they had already lost their effectiveness. The only problem was that the long climb had consumed most of their strength, and everyone's movements were getting slower and slower. When they finally reached the end of the stone steps, the team couldn't help but burst into cheers. The last checkpoint of the ruins was not a stone door, but made of metal, which reflected a bright light under the illumination of the torch. Thunder pushed the door with both hands, and the heavy door made a harsh friction sound as it slowly opened. Ashes held her sword in one hand and took the lead to enter the room. After looking around and confirming that there was no danger, she let Tilly and the other witches step into the room. As the torches were hung on the surrounding walls, a wide hall appeared in front of everyone. Although it was wide, it seemed empty, and they could see everything at a glance. There was nothing worth pondering about. Is this the ruins? She rubbed the stone table that had been soaked in water. Except for some stone tables and stools, there is nothing here. Indeed, there is not much left, Thunder nodded. It has been sleeping at the bottom of the sea for too long. Except for the stones, it is difficult to preserve anything. I also told Her Royal Highness Tilly, but she insisted on coming to see it in person. What about those red stones? Tilly opened her mouth. Where did you find them? On the ground. At that time, they were scattered all over the ground, probably dozens of them. However, now there was nothing left. Ashes looked down at the wet and slippery ground where seaweed had already grown. Thunder was not the only explorer who had arrived here. After taking turns to plunder, it would be strange if they could still find magic stones. But Tilly was still full of enthusiasm. She held the torch and carefully looked at every corner of the hall. In particularly dark places, she would also ask the sailors to add a few more torches. Molly summoned her magic servant and spread it out on the ground to serve as a cushion for everyone to rest on. Ashes followed beside Tilly and watched her touch the wall. Hey, suddenly, the fifth princess stopped. What is this? Ashes followed her gaze and saw a wall covered with green moss, faintly reflecting a little light from the fire. Tilly reached out and tore off the green moss, revealing a gem that was half buried in the stone wall. It was also bright red, sparkling and translucent like the magic stone. It was shaped like a prism and was almost as thick as a person's arm. But there were golden filaments embedded around it, like a card slot to fix it inside. Even after soaking in the sea for such a long time, the golden filaments wrapped around the stone were still as smooth as new. Tilly tried to pull it, but the gem did not move. Let me do it, said Ashes. The fifth princess shook her head, as if thinking about something. Then she put her hand on the prism and closed her eyes. Suddenly, a light flashed in the center of the prism. Ashes thought she was seeing things, but soon there was a rumbling echo behind the wall, as if some mechanism had been triggered, and soon it spread throughout the hall. There was a creaking sound everywhere on the stone wall, and a soft white light suddenly appeared on the wall. Even the ceiling overhead was lit up. The sailors stood up in panic and pulled out their weapons, but they did not know which side to defend. In the end, they could only stick close together back to back, gathering around Molly's magic servant. However, no monsters rushed out. Genius in 1 second, remember net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. How did you do this? Thunder opened his mouth wide in disbelief. There were dozens of small holes in the wall, and in each hole was placed a stone that emitted a pure white light. Not only that, even the edge of the ceiling was placed in a circle of these strange glowing stones. Under the soft light, every detail of the hall could be seen clearly. This was the first time Ashes had seen the explorer reveal such an expression, and she could not help but feel a sense of joy in her heart. Don't you know that when a witch injects her power into a magic stone, it can stimulate an additional ability? What about these, are they also magic stones? Thunder carefully took out a glowing stone and held it in his hand. After leaving the hole, its light did not weaken in the slightest. I don't know, Tilly shook her head, these stones may have been glowing here for hundreds of years, if the ruins really have such a long history. Before, they were hidden behind the stone slabs, so they have not been discovered, and to open this special mechanism, only a witch can do it. You didn't make them light up? No, they can light up by themselves. Tilly grabbed a magic stone and held it in front of her eyes, the pure white light shining on her beautiful face. If this is a device that needs magic to maintain, then it can't be taken down so easily, just like how a candle can't easily leave a candle. So far, the holes in the wall have nothing special other than providing a place to put the glowing stones. If it is really as you said, that it can shine on its own, and can continue to shine for hundreds of years, then its value is simply immeasurable, Thunder said in amazement. You have to know that the snow crystal produced in the kingdom of Everwinter, a fist-sized piece can be sold for hundreds of golden dragon, and its brightness is not even half as bright. When the sailors heard such an astonishing price, the way they looked at the stones suddenly changed. According to our previous agreement, you can take half, Tilly said non-committally, or it could be said that her focus was not here at all. With plenty of light, she was able to explore the hall more closely. Ashes could not bear to see her tear apart the seaweed with her bare hands, so she simply swung her sword and swept away all the plants attached to the wall as if she was mowing grass. Soon, the second magic stone hidden in the wall was also discovered. Tilly used the same method to inject magic into it. Along with the crisp sound of metal clashing, everyone was surprised to see a huge slab of stone slanting down from above Tilly's head. On both sides of the slab were several taut copper ropes, and on the inside was actually a well-cut staircase. Finally, one end of the stone slab slowly fell to the ground, and the other end led to the ceiling. Ashes looked up and saw a horizontal metal door blocking the end of the passage. Tilly, seeing the fifth princess walk up the stone stairs without hesitation, Ashes couldn't help but say, "Let me go first." It doesn't matter. This isn't a treasure trove. She climbed to the top of the stone staircase and held on to a protruding magic stone beside the door. The metal door quickly opened. Seeing that Tilly went through the door and disappeared into the ceiling, Ashes had no choice but to follow her closely while holding the giant sword in her hand. After passing through the roof, Ashes couldn't help but stare at the ceiling, only to see a room that was much smaller than the hall. The walls were also inlaid with glowing stones, but what surprised her even more was that there was almost no trace of water immersion here. The wooden table, chairs, bookshelves, cabinets, all the furnishings were intact, but they were covered with a thick layer of dust, and even broken spider webs could be seen. The bookshelves were neatly arranged with a row of books, all of which were dyed gray by dust. In addition to the open books on the table, there were also cups, kettles, and pen holders. The quill pen was left with a lonely pull, and the ink had long since dried up. Compared to the hall below, which was full of algae and shells, it was like a different world. Thunder was the third to climb up. After looking around, he gasped, "This is an abandoned residence." Tilly picked up the open book on the table, gently patted the dust off, and flipped through the pages. Someone once lived here for a long time. What is written here? I don't understand. She shook her head and showed the book to the other two. These are all words that I have never seen before. The ones on the bookshelf seemed to be the same. Ashes wiped the dust off the spine of the book with her fingers. The words were like strange wavy lines, and she could not read them at all. "We can take it back and study it slowly," Tilly said with a smile. "According to the agreement, the books and the magic stones belong to me." Of course, Thunder touched his beard. "But when you find something, I hope you can share this old story with me." "No problem." The three of them carefully searched the room on the second floor and soon got a general idea of the situation. They did not find new magic stones, but found a strange thing at the other end of the room. At first glance, it looked like a thick metal tube. One end was inserted into the stone wall, and the other end was gradually shrinking. Finally, it was only as thick as a wrist, and there was a glass lens embedded at the end. What is this? Ashes knocked on the body of the tube, and a series of crisp echoes came from inside. Apparently, the middle of the tube was hollow. It's a bit like a nautical telescope. Maybe the people who live here often use it to observe the outside world. Thunder put his eyes close to the lens and looked for a while. It's dark, and I can't see anything. It should be broken. Not necessarily. Tilly pointed to the wall behind the metal tube. Look here. Ashes looked in the direction of her finger and saw a copper plate with a handle embedded in the wall. There was a small hole under the handle, which seemed to be the place for a key to be inserted. Princess Tilly walked over and tried to pull the handle, but the copper plate did not move. It's locked. Let me do it. Ashes grabbed the handle and pulled it hard. The whole copper plate suddenly fell off the wall. Ha, it seems that you guessed right, Thunder applauded. It's another magic stone mechanism. A huge magic stone was stuck in the groove behind the copper plate. Different from the previous two, it looked much bigger and its color was purple. Do you want to activate it? Ashes asked. Yes, Tilly nodded without hesitation. She held the stone with both hands, but this time there was no movement for a long time. What's going on? It's too big. Her forehead was already covered with sweat. I feel that it is constantly absorbing magic power. It seems that the mechanism behind it is very big. Let's forget it, Ashes said with a frown. She knew that once the magic power was exhausted, the witch was likely to directly fall into a coma. It was obviously not a good choice to use all of her magic power in such a dangerous place. No, it's almost healed. I can feel it. Before Tilly's voice died away, a loud sound came from inside the wall. It sounded like continuous thunder, and then the whole room shook. It's an earthquake. Thunder held the metal tube to prevent himself from falling. Ashes immediately grabbed Tilly and held her in her arms. Dust fell down, and the three of them could not help but cough. The shaking lasted for nearly a quarter of an hour before it gradually calmed down. Molly poked her head out of the staircase. What happened just now? A new mechanism, Ashes said, curling her lips. Is everything okay down there? Everyone was scared, and several parts of the roof fell. Fortunately, I covered them with the magic servant. The little girl came to her side. Lady Tilly, what are you looking at? Unexpectedly, Tilly did not answer her. Her eyes were fixed on the end of the metal tube. After a long time, she let out a long sigh. It's incredible. Ashes curiously moved her eyes closer, and then was shocked speechless by the scene in front of her. Roland unfolded the letter and handed Maggie a piece of beef jerky. Coo! Maggie opened her mouth and took the jerky, swallowed it in 2 or 3 bites, then obediently went to the table and buried her head in the feathers. Good to see the letter, my dear brother, or Your Highness Roland Wimbledon. I have received your letter, and I am in complete agreement with you. Although I don't know why you suddenly changed your temperament, changed your previous playboy style, and are actually willing to help witches, but since you have already done so, then the church has become our common enemy. Perhaps you already know that I have become a witch, which is the reason why everyone is willing to believe in me. But you are a prince, a genuine aristocrat, and it is really incredible that you can gain the trust of so many witches. Ever since I found out about you, I've often wondered how you managed to do this. If you were like other aristocrats, using witches as tools, then it would be impossible to gain the approval of Ashes, and she would not have chosen to let Maggie stay in Border Town. In addition, I am also very interested in the steam engine that Maggie mentioned, as well as the theory that knowledge can promote the evolution of abilities. Especially the latter, I hope to have the opportunity to discuss it with you in detail. As for your invitation, I have thought about it over and over again, and found that I have no reason to refuse. The establishment of an alliance requires trust and sacrifice. If we are hesitant and cowardly, in the end, the church will only take advantage of us. Therefore, I have attached a list of most of the abilities of Sleeping Island's assistant witches to the letter. You can choose the ability you need the most and tell me through Maggie. If everything goes well, they will leave for your territory next month. For safety reasons, it is best not to exceed 5 at a time. In addition, please specify a reliable transport plan and send people to protect them. Every loss of a witch is a major loss for Border Town and Sleeping Island, and it will also cast a shadow over our cooperation. I hope you can take good care of them, just like you take care of your subordinates. If possible, please let them participate in the evening basic knowledge classes. I believe that if any witch's ability can become stronger, it will be good news for us. Just as you said, the church has revealed their true intentions, and it is only a matter of time before they take over the 4 kingdoms. Hopefully, when that day comes, you'll be ready for it. If it was too difficult to resist, Sleeping Island would be your haven of refuge. Of course, I will try my best to help you in the fight against the invasion of the church. Finally, I hope that we can put an end to the oppression of the church and build a new order, a new kingdom where not only witches, but everyone will not suffer from unwarranted persecution. Your sister, Tilly Wimbledon. Roland put down the letter, and the joy in his heart was indescribable. He smiled and put away the letter, then took out a piece of beef jerky and extended it to Maggie. She immediately stuck out her head and pecked away the food. Goo, goo goo. He stroked the silky feathers on the back of her neck, and she closed her eyes in satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work, but Lightning went to King City with the fleet, and should be back in a few days, Roland said with a smile. You can go find Nana or Leaf to play, or go to the bathroom to take a bath and sleep. Goo, goo. Maggie flapped her wings, then jumped from the table, flew out the window, and soon disappeared. The sentence she had just said should be, I'm not tired, I want to go find them to play. Roland found that even if the other side spoke in the form of a pigeon, he could still understand the general meaning. Is this the power of habit? Come to think of it, he had never thought that Tilly would actually accept his invitation, and even attached a list of the witch's abilities. This was simply a big treasure trove. Although the letter didn't say how long they could stay, it would take at least half a year for them to finish the entire primary education course. If he added another 100,000 questions, and the course was extended to a year, how much change could these witches bring to Border Town? Moreover, after their evolution, the advantages for him far outweighed the disadvantages. Staying in Border Town could effectively promote the development of the town, and even if they returned to Sleeping Island, they would still be a living propaganda symbol. With the word of mouth from these people, the number of witches willing to go to Border Town would only increase, and Tilly wouldn't be able to stop this trend. Roland believed that, compared to enticement or coercion, waiting with sincerity was the real long-term strategy. All in all, this reply had surprised him far more than he had expected. The openness and positivity of the other party made him feel as if he had met a godly teammate. This way, he would no longer be fighting alone against the church. As for the safe transport route, he had already considered it. Avoiding the port of Clearwater or Seawind region, he would directly land on the uninhabited Bund in the south of Border Town. After arriving at the hilly area, he would then take a hot air balloon over the mountain peak and directly reach the hinterland of Border Town. During the whole journey, he wouldn't have to pay attention to the church, Timothy, or Garcia's forces. The more he thought about it, the more excited Roland felt. He resisted the urge to immediately browse through the appendix to select a witch, and instead focused his attention on what he had to do at the moment. After all, the witches from Sleeping Island would only be sent next month, and the most urgent problem facing Border Town right now was the construction of the houses. Since the First Army had left for King's City, there had been an endless stream of refugees arriving in Border Town. In order to prevent the demonic plague from relapsing, Roland had arranged for them to stay outside the western wall, where a long line of wooden sheds had been set up for the refugees to temporarily live in. Together with the serfs farming on the banks of the Redwater River, the total number of the two groups had already exceeded 8,000 people. If the refugees were transported for a few more days, this number was likely to exceed the 10,000 mark. Providing food for these people wasn't a problem, after all, since the months of demons, Border Town had never stopped importing food, but the problem of accommodation was obviously a big problem. It was now summer, and living in a simple wooden shed was also acceptable. In addition to shielding them from the sun and rain, it was also very ventilated, but there were a lot of mosquito bites. But once winter came, there was no difference between living in a wooden shed and being outdoors. The temperature outside was the same as inside the wooden shed. If they didn't move into a brick house, most of them wouldn't be able to survive the long winter. In other words, in the remaining 6 months, Border Town had to build houses and dormitories for 10,000 people to live in. Roland spread out a piece of paper and began to write. He intended to transfer some of the workers who had been building the Kingdom Avenue to the construction of the houses. After all, the road being late for 10 days to half a month wasn't a big problem, but the people freezing to death in the territory would be a stain on his political achievements. Even when he had just crossed over, he was faced with a difficult situation where he didn't have money or people, but during the first months of demons, no one had frozen to death or starved to death. Now that he had the witch union and the steam engine, as well as a rich income and manpower, he naturally wouldn't allow such a situation to happen. At this moment, Carter suddenly walked into the office. Genius, 1 second, remember if you want to go? Xianxia provides you with wonderful novels to read. When Roland rushed to the laboratory next to the Redwater River, he found that the damage was not as serious as he had imagined. At least the main room used for refining acid was undamaged, but the window glass of the side room was broken into 2 pieces. Love go small, say Netku, my lord, please save our mentor. He's badly injured, and he's about to die. Seeing Roland appear, a group of disciples immediately surrounded him, but they were quickly stopped by the guards. Roland waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to calm down. Where is he? Let me see first. Then he turned to Carter and whispered, where's Nana? I've already sent someone to invite them. They should be here soon. Yes. Roland nodded and entered the laboratory under the protection of his personal guards. Kyle Maxwell was lying on the floor. There were specks of blood on the floor that extended all the way to the side room. He had probably been dragged from the scene of the accident to the main room. His face was a blur, blood and pus mixed together, probably caused by the strong acid splashed on him during the explosion. His hands were missing a few fingers, and his white finger bones could be seen through the flesh. The apprentices had already taken emergency measures. It could be seen that they had encountered similar situations in Redwater City. They had brought the victim out of danger, bandaged the wound to stop the bleeding, and asked for help. These measures were quite effective. However, this kind of injury was usually treated with herbs and self-healing methods, and there was an 80 to 90% chance that it would be incurable. Roland ordered the guards to guard the door and wait for Nana's arrival. He and Carter walked into the side room, wanting to find the chief alchemist's finger. Otherwise, even if the little girl cured his injury, he would not be able to continue his chemical experiments, which would be a great loss for Border Town. It's like being swept by a strong wind, Carter said, pinching his nose. There's also a strange smell. That's the smell of nitric oxide. Roland glanced around the small room. The windows were all open, so the possibility of poisoning was not high. At most, it was just some residue. The glass bottles on the test bench broke into pieces, and the acid flowed down the table, forming water stains on the ground. Remember not to touch them directly with your hands, said the prince. There are gloves in the cupboard. Ever since Soroya's ability had evolved, he had also sent over a dozen pairs of ultra-thin anti-corrosion gloves to the laboratory. However, looking at the current state of the alchemist, it was obvious that he had been experimenting without wearing the gloves. If he had worn gloves, even if the explosion broke his fingers, at least the severed fingers would remain inside. In the storage cabinet above the test bench, something caught Roland's attention. After he removed the strangely shaped bottle, he realized that it was actually the liquor sold in the convenience market. Moreover, a lot of the liquor had been drunk, and there was only half a bottle left. Kyle actually brought liquor into the laboratory? It was hard to imagine an experienced chief alchemist drinking during an experiment. Your Royal Highness, Miss Nana has arrived, the guard reported. Well, continue to guard the door, don't let any apprentices enter. Leaving Carter to continue to search for the severed fingers in a pile of broken glass, Roland returned to the main laboratory. Is that him? For Nana, this level of treatment was already a common occurrence. Compared to the little girl who was so scared that she didn't dare to see blood, or fainted when she saw a terrible wound, she had grown a lot, whether it was in terms of ability or courage. First treat the corrosive wounds on his face, Roland nodded. Carter is looking for his severed fingers, so you can reconnect them later. No need, Nana smiled proudly. I can now directly cure this kind of small injury. Roland was startled, only to see her place her hands on the alchemist's chest and close her eyes. Kyle's injuries immediately changed, and in a moment, his face was completely healed, and the severed fingers began to stretch out, but the speed was much slower. First the bones, then the flesh, and finally the fingernails and hair. After about a quarter of an hour, his fingers were completely restored to their original state. At this time, Carter also came out from the side room. Your Royal Highness, I only found 3 fingers, and the last one may have been blown to pieces, huh? When did you do this? Roland asked in surprise. About a week ago, when I was training with a chicken, I discovered that I don't need to use a severed limb. As long as I pour enough magic into it, it can slowly grow back. She stuck out her tongue. I probably remembered that you said that every part of a person's body is composed of cells, so the severed parts will certainly have cell losses. Since magic can make up for these losses, why can't I make up for the whole body? Then I tried to do so. Can any part of the body grow back? Nana shook her head. This method is too laborious. If it's just a finger, it's fine, but if it's an arm or a leg, I can't do anything. After all, my capacity for magic is far less than Sister Anna's. That's because you're still underage, Roland thought. In addition, is this the performance of the ability evolution, or is it because of the training, resulting in the current magic being able to achieve effects that were previously impossible to achieve? Nightingale wasn't here, so it was impossible to judge whether Nana's magic had changed shape, but if it was only because of the increase in magic, then the little girl's performance after adulthood was absolutely worth looking forward to. Your Royal Highness, he woke up, Carter said. What happened? Kyle frowned, first looked at his intact hands, and then touched his face. Should have died from serious injuries in a chemical accident, but a witch saved your life. Next to me is the person who saved you, Miss Nana Pine. Roland decided to directly tell the chief alchemist about Nana's identity. A person who was able to rush to border town for a chemical reaction formula shouldn't be a stubborn person. Even if she was disgusted with witches, she wouldn't go so far as to abandon the work at hand and run to the church to report. Plus, now that border town had Lucia, it was only a matter of time before the alchemist and the witch cooperated. Oh my god, did you say that this witch can cure the wounds caused by alchemy? No, chemical experiments? He hadn't expected Kyle's reaction to be quite different from what he had imagined. Ha ha ha, that's great, Your Royal Highness, so I don't have to worry about the danger, I can test the reaction to my heart's content. So what happened in the end? Roland was relieved in his heart. How did you bring the liquor into the laboratory? No, Your Royal Highness, it was just a test product, the chief alchemist said excitedly. You asked me to try to make it, and I made it. You mean, mercury fulminate? Yes, Your Royal Highness. The missing reaction material was alcohol. He said in one breath. Before this, I had experimented with dozens of raw materials without any progress. When I was bored, I went to the market to buy some wine to drink, then I suddenly remembered that the elementary chemistry mentioned that alcohol is an organic solvent. It is also a necessary raw material for some reactions. So I distilled and purified the liquor and tested it as a new reagent. The result was a success on the 6th try. At that time, I also recorded the heating time and reaction temperature, and took out some of them to test. Their characteristics were the same as you said. They were gray needle-shaped crystals or powders, extremely sensitive and irritable. Just when I wanted to filter out the precipitate in the remaining few test tubes, the test tube suddenly exploded. So that's how it was. Roland also remembered that mercury fulminate was produced by mixing excessive nitric acid with mercury and ethanol, or by directly reacting with nitric acid * mercury with ethanol. Well done, he patted Kyle's shoulder. This merit is enough for you to receive the highest honor and generous rewards in border town. As a result, the impact primer with fixed bullets finally had some clues. To be continued. Your support is my greatest motivation. After returning to the office, Roland immediately began to draw the new machinery. During the days when the first army and the witches went to King's City, Roland was not idle. On the contrary, Roland felt that he was even busier than usual. Even when Nightingale was not by his side, the time he spent alone with Anna was also very little. In addition to settling the refugees who had been transported by the ships, he also let Anna and Lucia test the composition of the smelting products, as well as build a new smelting furnace. In the past, whether it was smelting iron or steel, he purely relied on his experience and intuition to carry out the smelting process, and in the end, he did not know what the composition was. Now, with Lucia's help, Roland finally had a method to accurately determine the composition of a metal ingot. With the ability to decompose matter, he could repeatedly compare and obtain the required detailed data for smelting, such as the stirring time after melting, the specific amount of charcoal added, and whether or not to add limestone and other additives to remove sulfur and phosphorus, or to add other metal raw materials to obtain the alloy, and so on. Based on these data, Roland was able to summarize the standardized smelting process, in order to obtain the same quality of iron ingots or steel after repeated production, and at the same time, to dispel the fog of material science and technology little by little. And the new smelting furnace was also built for this purpose. It was a square furnace with a length and width of 4 meters and a height of 2 meters, with the bottom sloping towards one end. The thick outer shell was made of cast iron, and the inner layer was covered with clay bricks, as well as Soroya's mud coating, which had excellent heat resistance. The lowest end was equipped with a movable gate, which was pulled by a steam engine. Considering that those advanced heating methods, such as oxygen blowing, electric arc, and so on, did not have the conditions to implement, the furnace was simply not equipped with any combustion device, and completely relied on Anna's black fire to smelt the molten steel. After adding raw materials according to the tested proportion and smelting, the molten steel was directly discharged from the rear gate. The furnace could produce about 50 tons of molten steel at a time, and Anna only needed a short quarter of an hour to complete the smelting process. Adding the feeding and tapping time, it only took about half an hour, and the output was basically enough to meet the current production of firearms and cannons. The current smelting mode in Border Town was that the blast furnaces and shaft furnaces were responsible for producing a large amount of pig iron, which could be used to manufacture daily ironware and steam engines, and could also be used as raw materials for further smelting in iron furnaces to produce wrought iron or steel. The blueprint that Roland was currently drawing was a set of production equipment for bullet stamping. With a stable and reliable source of steel, the stamping machinery's processing and assembly would no longer have hardware difficulties. The success of the trial production of mercury fulminate made the mass production of the new bullets even more urgent. Although Anna's black fire cutting was efficient and accurate, it would still take a long time for one person to complete the entire process. If the stamping assembly line was put into production, more than 30 ordinary people could operate it after training. At least 10,000 bullets could be produced in a day, and the soldiers would no longer need to manually reload the ammunition. After dinner, he spent a long time drawing. It wasn't until the midnight bell rang outside the window that he had a rough idea of what to do with his sketches. Of course, this was only the most preliminary concept design. He didn't know if some of the details were feasible. He still needed to test it before he could make a final decision. Normally, Roland would have yawned, but today he was in high spirits and didn't feel sleepy at all. After putting away more than 10 pieces of draft paper, he took out the parchment attached to Princess Tilly's letter from the drawer and spread it out on the table. Finally, the long-awaited part of selecting the visiting witches had arrived. The list listed the abilities of more than 60 auxiliary witches. According to Maggie, the total number of witches on Sleeping Island should be around 200 to 300. Obviously, Tilly didn't list all the auxiliary witches' abilities on the list. This was also in line with a leader's approach, to take the initiative to extend a hand of friendship, rather than to put everything on the table. For the other party to do this, it was enough to show their sincerity in forming an alliance. Roland replaced a new candle and concentrated on looking at the witches' abilities on the appendix. He had to say that this was a very difficult choice to make. After many comparisons, he decided on a list of 5 visitors. Then Roland spread out a piece of parchment and began to write a reply. Dear sister, I'm very happy to see your letter. I'm very excited and gratified by the decision you made. With your help, I have a greater chance of blocking the church's attack. The reason I can gain the witches' trust and support is also because of this. In the entire continent of Grey Castle, only Border Town has completely erased the influence of the church. The natives not only accept the witches, but even fight side by side with them. From resisting the demonic beasts to fighting against the church, my people and the witches have formed an inseparable whole. Now, everywhere in Border Town, you can see them participating in the construction. The steam engine that made you curious was also realized with the help of the witches. This is a good sign, and what I want to do is to spread this situation throughout the western region, until the whole kingdom. For this, I must destroy the entire church, turn the saying that witches are evil into dust, and save all the people from foolishness and ignorance. This is a long process, and I need more assistance from you. As for what made me make this decision, and what made me not be as indifferent to everything as I was in the past, these trifles can be slowly explained in detail when there is a chance. The content of this letter is limited, so I won't repeat it. As for the witch's visit next month, I am very much looking forward to it. Please do not worry about safety. I have planned a direct route for them to Border Town, completely avoiding the church's eyes and ears, and also without the need to rely on any port. The only risk lies in the navigation, but I think that with Maggie leading the way, the possibility of the ship getting lost is very small. I will attach a map of the specific route, and send it with Maggie to Sleeping Island. After these witches arrive in Border Town, they will naturally be able to participate in the basic knowledge classes. The so-called knowledge promotes the witches' ability to evolve. I am more inclined to say that a deeper understanding of the world has led to their transformation, whether it is nature, magic, or their own understanding. There is no doubt that with every witch whose ability has evolved, our odds of winning against the church will increase by 1 point. My view on this point is exactly the same as yours. Finally, I will list the 5 selected witches here, hoping to see them as soon as possible. Terrain Shaping Lotus. Status Maintaining Candle. Winemaker Evelyn. Beast Tamer Honey. And Eye of Truth Sylvie. A week later, the first army expedition team and the witches finally arrived in Border Town. From the day of departure, this mission had taken almost half a month, which was 5 days later than expected. The main reason was that when the fleet set foot on the way back, the Stronghold agent Perot Hull sent a messenger to report the cause of an unknown disease in Longsong Stronghold. Since Roland had already warned Perot, when the disease was discovered, he tried his best to take quarantine measures, completely closing off the entire urban area, and immediately sent a message to Border Town. After receiving the epidemic report, Roland let Maggie set off at top speed, along the Redwater River all the way to the east, looking for the fleet carrying the soldiers of the First Army, and then let them change their route to Longsong Stronghold at the fork of the Redwater River, and then return to Border Town after eliminating the demonic plague. Roland led the remaining members of the First Army and the families of the expedition team to the dock to welcome their smooth return. Accompanied by the familiar army march, the soldiers excitedly saluted the prince, many imitating the knight salute, kneeling down on one knee and shouting "Long live the king." After walking down the dock, they tightly embraced their loved ones, while Echo timely fired a gun salute. The atmosphere was unusually lively, attracting many serfs and fugitives to watch. After returning to the castle, Iron Axe gave a complete report of the mission. "You mean, there are witches among the enemies who attacked the First Army?" Roland thought for a moment. It is unlikely that they were sent by the rats. Theo also thinks so. He even thinks that the rats were also sent by other forces, otherwise this group of scum would rarely leave their nest. In King City, besides Timothy, only the church can control the rats and have witches. Iron Axe said, even those great nobles can't take out a bargaining chip that could make the largest local Blackstreet organization turn out in full force. But Timothy himself is in the eastern region, and daring to send witches to fight alone, I think the church is a bit more suspicious. Roland thought of the experience of Vendi and Ashes, and felt that it was not strange that the church had a group of secretly trained witches. "Are you sure she's dead?" "She was hit in the chest by Nightingale, and her chest cavity was broken." Iron Axe nodded. "We buried her in the wheat field, where we found the remains of the sentry soldier." On the last day, the team of 300 people had encountered a night attack by a large number of mice. In the end, 1 person died and 4 were injured. The only victim was killed by the enemy witches. The 4 wounded were all wounded by the crossbows of the enemies who managed to get close to them. The continuous fire from the revolving rifles ended the battle before it even reached the melee stage. The wounded were also properly bandaged. After returning to Border Town, they immediately received treatment from Nana. Because of Lily's existence, the wounds were almost never infected. As long as the crossbow didn't hit the vital organs, after the bleeding was stopped, the chances of the wounded surviving were extremely high. In general, Roland was very satisfied with the results of the First Army's first expedition. As for the possibility of someone sneaking into the sentries, he didn't know much about it. He only knew that it was necessary to set up sentries to monitor each other. As for the specifics, he would leave it to Iron Axe to figure out. Thank you for your hard work. Tomorrow, I will hold an award ceremony at the town's central square. Go and inform all the members of the First Army. After Iron Axe left, Roland let out a long sigh. You did a good job. He took out a bag of grilled fish from the drawer and put it on the table. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid they would have been in danger. Nightingale appeared and accepted the dried fish with a smile. Before we set off, I told you that I would take care of everything. How was the opponent's strength? She was agile and very decisive. She should have gone through several years of training. If I hadn't entered the mist at the same time she turned around and tried to resist, I might have been hit by the choking powder she threw. Nightingale shrugged and casually recounted the fight, but he knew that it all happened in a flash. I didn't want to kill her, but when I saw her stare at Vendi, I understood that nothing could stop her except death. Roland was silent for a moment. Do you remember what you said to me when we returned from Stronghold after defeating Timothy's militia? Nightingale thought for a moment. It wasn't your fault? That's right, he nodded. If she was a witch raised by the church since she was a child, she would only regard you as traitors and degenerates. Without several years of getting along with her, it would be difficult to turn her rigid thinking back to the right track. At least, you saved the lives of Vendi and the others. Nightingale laughed. Are you comforting me? Roland coughed twice. I really think so. Rest assured, I won't feel sad for the enemy. Although she is a witch, the path she chose is completely different from the future I want to see. I understood this on the ship when we came back. Nightingale took out a piece of dried fish and stuffed it into her mouth. I defeated the enemy and protected my sisters. I was just doing my duty. It's good that you can think like this, Roland said with relief. It seemed that he had underestimated her. He had thought that she would feel lost and confused about killing a witch with her own hands. He didn't expect that she would be able to adjust in such a short time. It seemed that whether it was her mind or faith, Nightingale was approaching maturity. But there is one thing I want to ask you, she said after swallowing the fish and hesitating for a moment. What? These days, did you and Anna do anything? Although Nightingale's voice was getting lower and lower, her eyes were still staring at the prince. You know what I'm talking about. Roland almost knocked over the cup in his hand. Ahem, why do you ask this? I've been busy these days with the refugees. I didn't even have the chance to be alone with her. Her eyes suddenly lit up. You didn't lie. Of course not, Before Roland could finish the second half of his sentence, Nightingale suddenly disappeared in front of him. Then he felt soft lips on his own. The touch was fleeting, leaving only the salty taste of dried fish. After a long time, he realized what she had done. Wait, but before he could say anything, 2 slender fingers sealed his mouth. Although he couldn't see her, he knew that Nightingale was right beside him. I know what you want to say. Her whisper came into his ear. I don't want to change anything, nor do I intend to be in front of Anna. I just want to stay by your side, that's all. Please forgive me for not daring to show myself, because right now I don't know what kind of expression I should use to face you. Your Highness, you don't hate me, do you? Roland opened his mouth. It was impossible for him to say that he hated Nightingale. The obstacles in his heart came from the past 20 years of cognition, and not from a simple preference. On this point, he couldn't deceive himself. After dinner, Anna walked into the kitchen with a big bag of birdbeak mushrooms. These white mushrooms were collected by Maggie from the misty forest. Different from ordinary mushrooms, birdbeak mushrooms usually grew on the top of huge trees and lived by absorbing the nutrients of the trees. They were also the favorite food of some birds. Although their taste was extremely delicious, and the thick umbrella handle was as delicate as tender meat, because they grew in high places, it was difficult to detect them from below. There were not many people who were willing to climb up the trees to pick them. On her birthday, her mother would more or less pick some and make 2 mushroom dishes to celebrate her birthday. Compared to the moldy coarse bread and tasteless oatmeal, the unique taste was unforgettable. Although she no longer had to worry about not having enough to eat, and the food she ate every day was much more abundant, she still wanted to personally make these 2 delicious dishes that could only be tasted in Border Town and share them with His Highness Roland, who was busy every day until late at night. The stove in the kitchen had already been extinguished, but this was not a problem for Anna. She threw the firewood into the stove and summoned the black fire. Soon, the flames in the stove burned vigorously. At this moment, Nightingale suddenly jumped out from the wall. "Hey, what are you doing?" "I want to make some food for His Highness. He has been sleeping very late recently." "What about you?" "Ahaha." She touched the back of her head. "I just wanted to find some snacks to eat. I'm a little hungry." After a pause, she curiously stuck her head out. "What are you going to make?" "Well, honey roasted mushrooms and mushroom soup." Anna opened the bag and revealed the birdbeak mushrooms. "They are all unique to Border Town. Do you want to try them?" Nightingale nodded and quickly said, "Can you teach me how to make them? I also want to learn how to make them." "Sure," Anna laughed. "It's quite easy." After cutting the mushrooms, she grabbed a large handful and gave it to Nightingale. "First, spread a layer of butter evenly on both sides of the mushrooms, then carefully roast them over the fire until they are golden brown. Be careful not to roast it for too long, or it will be burnt black." Nightingale took the birdbeak mushrooms and imitated Anna by smearing oil on both sides of the mushrooms. "Has your highness been working late recently?" "Yes, in order to settle the refugees and draw some blueprints for new machinery, he almost sleeps after midnight every day. There were a few times when I passed by the office, and I could see light shining through the crack of the door." Anna nodded. "You've been gone for almost half a month. You miss His Highness, don't you?" Nightingale's hand trembled slightly, and the mushroom fell into the butter. It's actually not that bad, it's not just you. Lightning, Lily, Echo, and Vendi all miss His Highness very much. They said that there isn't even a place for them to bathe. They've wanted to come back for a long time." Anna suddenly felt that the other party's expression was a little strange. "Hey, what's wrong?" "No." She shook her head, picked up the mushroom, and smiled a little embarrassedly. "So it's like that." "Indeed. I miss him." "Right." Anna directly pinched the oiled mushroom with her hand and put it into the fire. "If I leave His Highness for half a month, no, maybe only for a few days, I can't wait to see him again." Meeting with Roland Wimbledon in the dungeon was the most incredible moment of her life. Even today, when she thought about it, her heart was filled with warmth and gratitude. If it wasn't for His Highness, even if she could continue to live, she would only live in ignorance and confusion, just like those numb townspeople. It was His Highness who taught her the beauty of this world. Whether it was the sauce-covered pepper steak or the theoretical basis of natural science, his appearance filled a new aspect of her life. It finally made her feel that she was no longer the same as others, but a unique witch. The other sisters must have felt the same. They believed that as long as they got along with His Highness for a long time, it was impossible not to fall into his unique charm. Regarding this, Anna firmly believed. Did I roast this for too long?" Nightingale lifted the iron fork. The side of the mushroom had already turned brown. "A little." She couldn't help but laugh. The birdbeak mushroom is very delicate, so the roasting time must not be too much, not too little. You'll be able to master it after a few more tries. I'll prepare the ingredients for the stew first. Nightingale dipped the slightly burnt mushroom in honey and salt, then threw it into her mouth. "Well, it's quite delicious." Looking at the girl who skillfully mixed the various leaves and ingredients together, she asked curiously, "Did you often do this before?" Yes, pickling food, grinding wheat flour, doing part-time work for the nobles, helping the neighbors' sheep bathe and shave, Anna said. Besides going to teacher car school, I spent most of my time doing these things. She paused. But after my mother passed away, my father never allowed me to go to the school again. He didn't even allow me to leave the house. I'm sorry, it's okay, it's all in the past. Anna's eyes were bright, like a blue lake under the moonlight. Compared to most of the witches, I'm already considered a very lucky one, isn't it? The mushroom slices that had been smeared with oil curled up slightly under the flame, emitting a slight crackling sound. After sprinkling some salt and roasting it twice, they could already smell the fresh fragrance. The milky smell of the heated butter mixed with the unique smell of the birdbeak mushroom, making one's mouth water. Finally, they spun the mushroom in the honey jar, completing the roasted mushroom. Whether it was the birdbeak mushroom itself or the honey, both could be collected from the misty forest. For the locals, if they happened to saw down a tree with both a beehive and a birdbeak mushroom on top, it could be considered an extremely lucky day. When the stew pot emitted white steam, the two of them had also finished roasting and seasoning their respective mushrooms. It's done, at least it looks good. Nightingale stuffed another piece into her mouth. It turns out that I'm also quite talented in cooking. Pfft, this piece seems a little salty. The time is just right. Anna looked out the window at the night sky. Let's deliver it to His Highness. Please help me deliver it to him. She clasped her hands together. Please. Aren't you coming with me? No, she smiled. Because I don't know what kind of expression to show when I see him. Roland was designing the pattern of the medal for tomorrow's award ceremony. Logically speaking, this wasn't particularly important work, and he should have finished it a long time ago. However, he had been feeling uneasy since the afternoon. To be precise, it had been since Nightingale kissed him. Although he had a vague premonition before, she didn't say it out loud, so he couldn't take the initiative to say it. Now that it was confirmed, how should he respond to her feelings? Nightingale's question also made him understand that he didn't hate Nightingale. In fact, he even felt a little smug. Who would hate a beautiful, calm, and beautiful woman who he had been with day and night? Roland couldn't respond to her directly because of his 20 years of experience, the practical problems he would face in the future, and Anna's thoughts. Especially the last point, he couldn't ignore Anna and only act according to his own preferences. Perhaps he could only leave the answers to these questions to time. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Come in, it's not locked, Roland shouted. At the same time, he was a little surprised. Who would come to his office at this time? It was Anna who pushed the door open. She was holding 2 plates in one hand and a crock in the other. Before she could speak, Roland already smelled the tempting aroma. Food? Yes. Anna smiled and put the plates on the table. She then took the bowl that covered the crock and poured out the milky soup. This is called honey-roasted mushrooms. I made 1 plate, and Nightingale made the other. The one in the crock is mushroom soup, seasoned with common herbs. It looks delicious. Roland licked his lips. Sit down and eat with us. Anna nodded and sat across the table. Where's Nightingale? Why isn't she here? She said. That she didn't know how to look when she saw you, she answered. I don't quite understand why she should care. So that's how it is. Roland sighed softly in his heart. Although he said it confidently and without any regret, he even boasted shamelessly that it wasn't his fault. He only did what he wanted to do, but in reality, he was no better than a squirrel who plucked up his courage to peek out of the hole. Really, was he bold or cowardly? Since that's the case, let's eat first. He picked up a piece of mushroom and put it in his mouth. The sweetness of the honey instantly melted in his mouth, followed by the juice contained in the mushroom. In an era without MSG, this rich and delicious taste was enough to make people speechless. The salt further enhanced its freshness, and finally, the mushroom's own chewy texture, delicate and tough, the taste was simply impeccable. These are not ordinary mushrooms? After Roland swallowed it, he immediately discovered that it was different from the others. Generally, it was good enough that mushrooms could keep their texture smooth and refreshing after being barbecued. How could they have their own juice? It's not like they were made from soup. Yes, it's a specialty of the concealing forest. The people in the town call it the birdbeak mushroom. Anna smiled and explained the mushroom's origin. Because of this, I want you to try it. Roland tasted another mushroom used to make soup. It was equally delicious, and the juice it contained was much richer. It felt like he was eating a soup dumpling, and when he chewed, it had a crispy texture. This long-lost taste made him think of an extremely common, all-purpose seasoning MSG that was suitable for any dish in the future. Before the discovery of sodium glutamate, chefs could only use indirect methods to enhance the freshness of dishes, such as using whole chicken, bones, mushrooms, and soybeans to make soup stock. Although the chefs of the future preferred to use the original flavor to show off their exquisite cooking skills, it must be said that even a lousy novice could increase the taste of the food by more than one level after adding MSG. If the birdbeak mushroom was naturally plump and juicy, it was simply the ideal material for MSG extraction. Growing on trees, it was difficult to pick, so it was not popularized? This was not a problem for Roland. Are there a lot of these mushrooms? I don't know, but it should be a lot. Anna took a small bite. Maggie said that she only flew around the edge of the forest once and helped me pick a big bag. That's really good news. Roland neatly finished the mushroom slices that Anna roasted, and reached for another plate with his chopsticks. I was worried that the steak would either be sprinkled with pepper or honey. I'm almost sick of eating it. Pfft. What's wrong? No, nothing. His heart was full of tears. Oh my God, this piece is really salty. Did Nightingale accidentally drop it into the salt jar? Although he thought so, he still swallowed the mushroom. After that, Roland found that the rest of the mushroom slices were either burnt or not fully cooked, and one side was burnt yellow and the other half was half raw. Fortunately, the birdbeak mushroom itself was very delicious. To a large extent, it covered up her poor cooking skills. I'm full. He put down his chopsticks. After finishing the second plate with great difficulty, and drinking the soup, his stomach was already bloated. Thank you. Well, there's also Nightingale. Anna's smile was so cute that Roland could not help but reach out and pinch her nose. The latter let out a whimper, leaned forward and kissed the prince's cheek. Then I'll go wash the dishes. Remember to sleep early. After the witch left, Roland let out a light breath. Although he did not want to ignore Anna's thoughts, some things were not so easy to say. He helplessly thought that this was probably related to his identity as a mechanical dog. After all, during his entire academic period, he rarely interacted with the opposite sex. Even after graduating, he successfully entered a large-scale design institute, and had a considerable salary. This still did not change. Fortunately, there was still a long way to go before he could completely defeat the church, so he could slowly think about what to do next. As for now, it was better to concentrate on the work in front of him. The next morning, when Roland stepped onto the temporary wooden platform in the square, he was surrounded by a sea of people. The current border town, compared to its previous desolate and poor appearance, had undergone earth-shaking changes. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was completely new. The sparse old houses in the town had all been demolished, replaced by construction sites and brick houses. Moreover, the latter were all built according to the overall planning of the residential area, looking neat and tidy at first glance. Although it only occupied 1/3 of the town's land, it was enough to accommodate the original 2,000 residents. When the 3-story and 4-story residential buildings were put into construction, as well as the subsequent residential areas, the same piece of land, the population would only increase. At present, the name border town was obviously not in line with the real situation. There was no town that could have a population of nearly 20,000 and a professional army of 600 people. He intended to wait until the next spring to officially promote this place into a real city. Under the effect of Echo's ability, Roland's voice quickly made the crowd quiet down. Today, it is Border Town's first award ceremony, used to commend and encourage those who have made great contributions to this place. From the time I arrived here, almost half a year has passed. We have defeated the demonic beasts, defeated the Duke, and built the town into what it is today. Many people have paid a lot for this, and among them, there are a few outstanding people. They are not nobles, nor are they rich merchants. Before working for me they were just ordinary people, just like you. He looked around and said loudly, but now, they will get a generous reward. Including a medal made by me, 100 golden dragon, and 5 acres of land. This news set off a wave in the crowd, not to mention the metal and land. Just the 100 golden dragon was a huge amount of money that made people envious. This kind of ceremony will not only be held once, in the future, every year there will be an award ceremony, regardless of birth, regardless of wealth, as long as you have outstanding achievements, you can get this highest honor. Obviously, there were only 2,000 people gathered in the square, but the momentum was no less than that of the large-scale gatherings of tens of thousands of people in the future. Roland secretly sighed. Echo's ability was really useful. The main purpose of choosing these people was to set an example for the people. Among the three of them, none of them were nobles. Iron Axe was from the Sand Nation of the southern region. Although Kyle was the chief alchemist, he didn't come from a prominent family, and had also climbed up step by step from an apprentice, and Nada was a witch. There were foreigners, civilians, and witches. In the words of the future, it was simply impeccable political correctness. Roland hoped that through such a ceremony, he could instill his ideas in all the people. Border Town only cared about merit, not origin. The first person to come forward to receive the award was Iron Axe, and Roland personally handed him a gold medal with the Grey Castle Tower emblem, a gear, and a ring of wheat. The soldiers of the First Army under the stage raised their hands and applauded, and many people whistled. You should all know his name, Iron Axe, the commander of the First Army. Roland turned to face everyone. Before the arrival of the months of the demons, he was just an ordinary hunter in the town. Iron Axe has never missed a battle in Border Town, and just a month ago, he led the soldiers of the First Army to King City to rescue the refugees besieged by the demonic plague in the eastern region. Now, more than 6,000 people are temporarily living outside the city walls, and it was him who brought them back. Most of the people in the square were natives and soldiers of the First Army. There were only a few hundred serfs and refugees, but under Echo's leadership, the atmosphere was not cold at all. After Roland's words, the crowd immediately echoed with the approval and cheers of the refugees, and the intensity of the applause was no less than that of the First Army. Iron Axe also seemed very excited, probably because he had never thought that, with his identity as a member of the Majin clan, he could also win the prince's favor. He first performed the military salute formulated by Roland, and then knelt on one knee, giving the kingdom's knight's salute. If not for Roland supporting him, he was afraid that he would have performed the Sand Nation's salute. Get up. As a soldier, you only need to salute, Roland said with a smile. Thank you, Your Highness. His voice trembled slightly, as if he was trying to suppress his emotions. The prince comfortingly patted Iron Axe's shoulder and handed him 100 golden dragon coins. Then he asked Xianxia to come to the front of the stage. This might be the first time you've seen him. He's the chief alchemist of the Redwater City Alchemy Workshop in the center of the kingdom, Mr. Xianxia. As soon as these words came out, the subjects all sucked in a breath of cold air. Chief alchemist? Isn't that a sage who is respected and courteous even in front of the king? Just like the royal astrologers? No, the status of alchemists is even higher than that of astrologers. After all, no one can say for sure whether the latter's prophecy will come true or not, but at least the things that alchemists make are real. And he's from the Alchemy Workshop of Redwater City. I heard that only the Alchemy Workshop of King City can compare to him. In the Four Kingdoms, alchemists and astrologers had a transcendent status. For the common people, the alchemists, who were known as sages, were more worthy of preaching than the great nobles and lords. Roland was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He stretched out his hand and gestured for them to calm them down. Then he said, although Mr. Xianxia didn't personally participate in the previous battles, the several improvements of the flintlock, from single shot to continuous shot, are inseparable from his chemistry laboratory. This is also an important guarantee for the First Army to win. Without these alchemy, chemical products, Border Town wouldn't be able to truly win peace and tranquility. The prince paused for a moment. By the way, the chemistry laboratory is currently recruiting apprentice alchemists. After receiving the town's universal primary education and passing the examination, all subjects can be recruited. Those who pass will not only get a generous reward, but also have the opportunity to become an outstanding master alchemist like Mr. Xianxia. The crowd once again burst into an uproar. Kyle himself had an impatient look on his face. He took the medal and angrily said, "You called me here just for this?" It's really a waste of time, I might as well do a few more experiments. This is a great opportunity for publicity. Don't you often complain about the lack of manpower? Roland shrugged his shoulders. Wait until the scale of the laboratory is doubled. I intend to write the intermediate chemistry and give it to you to teach. Intermediate chemistry? Kyle immediately bowed. Thank you, Your Highness. Although concentration was very important, training successors was equally urgent. The greater the foundation of the masses, the easier it would be for the project to produce results. It was the same for scientific research. Roland didn't intend to put all his eggs in one basket. Of course, he wouldn't let go of such a perfect advertising opportunity. The last person was Nana. Looking at the nervous little girl who had come to his side, Roland couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Compared to hiding during the months of demons, now he finally intended to push the witches in front of the public. After nearly half a year of preparation, Border Town had now ushered in the best situation. Choosing Nana as the representative was also a choice he had made after careful consideration. In the First Army, she was called an angel by the soldiers, and her reputation was even higher than Iron Axe's, second only to himself. Many of Border Town's residents had also received her treatment. Whether it was the mine accident or the mechanical injury, everyone had developed the habit of looking for the little angel for treatment. The serfs, after repeatedly watching the performance of the play The Witch Story, were no longer as resistant to witches as before. In the play, the image of a brave woman with a tortuous fate won many people's favor and sympathy. The fugitives also survived because of Lily's ability. Even if some of them hated witches, they wouldn't speak ill of them after being rescued. Not to mention that they weren't weak individuals who were chased by the church. At least in Border Town, these women with extraordinary abilities were protected by the Lord. And the most crucial point was, even if there were believers of the church who wanted to expose them, it would be very difficult to set off any storm in the western region. Border Town was now completely under their rule. The church in Longsong stronghold had been razed to the ground by Timothy, and the church had lost its stronghold to monitor the western region. Unless they went to the faraway Fallen Dragon Ridge or Redwater City, they wouldn't be able to find even a single priest who had been reported. This is, before Roland could even open his mouth to introduce her, the square burst into thunderous cheers. Miss Nana! Miss Nana! Miss Nana has come! Miss Angel, thank you for curing my husband. Little girl, if you have time, you must come to my house to eat. I specially raised 2 chickens, whether it's steamed egg custard or stewed chicken soup, it's all good. Nana, she's looking at me. No, she's looking at me. Nana couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes becoming moist. Roland believed that at this moment, the other witches had the same feelings as her, they had finally gotten rid of the evil identity that the church had imposed on them. From now on, they could be like ordinary people, walking under the sun. Roland smiled and patted her head. Don't be afraid, simply respond to everyone's enthusiasm. Don't forget, you are now the representative of the Witch Union. The first award ceremony lasted until noon. Roland, who was also the laureate, commentator, and host, was exhausted. Fortunately, the ceremony finally ended with the ringing of the noon bell and the sound of the cannon salute. He returned to the castle, sweating profusely. Just as he stepped on the 3rd floor, he saw Anna leaning against the door of the office with a smile. What's wrong? You'll know when you go in. She blinked her beautiful lake blue eyes. It can't be some kind of prank show, right? Roland opened the door with a confused look, and then immediately froze in place. He saw 12 witches standing neatly in 2 rows, with Scroll and Vendi at the front. Seeing the prince appear, all of them simultaneously lifted their skirts, bent their knees, and bowed to him. Ahem, your Scroll was the first to speak. Your Royal Highness, your actions have proven everything you said, and the sisters are deeply grateful for it. No words can describe our gratitude, and in the future, please let us continue to serve you. So that's how it is. Roland breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you were going to say goodbye together. Pfft, Vendi couldn't help but laugh out loud. How could it be, Your Royal Highness, this is the holy mountain that witches dream of. As long as you don't drive us away, we hope to live here forever. And this is also what I want to see. In fact, you don't have to do this. I'm not only helping you, but also helping myself. You. Don't have to be too serious, I prefer your relaxed appearance. Humph, I said we don't have to be so formal, Lily snorted. See, he thinks we're too serious. Didn't he say that? Didn't you just agree to it? Mystery Moon muttered in a low voice, traitor. Well, let's go to the dining room first, your Royal Highness still needs to change clothes. Scroll helplessly held her forehead. By the way, I heard from Miss Anna that you've been sleeping very late recently. Please take care of your body, before that goal is achieved, you can't fall down. Don't worry, Roland smiled, my body is very good. After the witches filed out, only he and Anna were left in the office. What? Are you going to thank me too? Roland teased her. I want to say the same thing as them. Anna smiled. No words can describe my gratitude. And then, you want to live in Border Town? Not necessarily. Roland was startled. His heart skipped a beat. Why? Because you won't stay here forever, Anna tilted her head and said. And no matter where you go, I'll always follow you. A warm feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. From the day he met her, her thoughts had never changed. Whether it was the invitation from the Witch Cooperation Association, or the critical moment of fighting against the demonic beasts, she always chose to stand with him. At this moment, Anna suddenly took 2 steps forward and hugged him gently. Wait, there's sweat, Roland reminded. The girl didn't answer. Instead, she put her head on his chest, as if she wanted to remember the smell, and took a deep breath. He finally gave up the idea of pushing her away. His hands wrapped around her white neck and didn't let go for a long time. After lunch, Roland took a cold shower and quickly threw himself into work. He called Carvan Bait, spread out a detailed map of Border Town, and pointed to the Redwater River. I want to build a bridge here. Not a pontoon? Carr thought for a moment and said, Please forgive me, Your Highness, but the Redwater River is nearly 100 meters wide. It is almost impossible to build a stone bridge. Even an arch bridge can only cross 1/3 of the distance. Moreover, the Redwater River's water flow is so great that there is no way to put a foot on the pier. Even a stone pillar as thick as a person will be washed away. In addition to rafts and pontoons, there is no bridge on the entire river. It's not a stone bridge, but a steel bridge, Roland explained. There are 3 bridges in total. The middle pier will be solved by the witches. You only need to set up the bridge approach in advance. But I require a slope at the bridgehead, raising the entire bridge so that the river sailboat can pass, and the mast won't touch the bottom of the bridge. Isn't that like building the bridge into the sky? Carr asked in surprise. It's only about 6 or 7 meters above the ground. He drew a sketch of the 3-span iron bridge on the sketch. In order to better develop the south bank in the future, as well as the construction of the dock, there must be a bridge over the river that won't affect the passage of the boats. Although the pontoon bridge is simple, it is equivalent to blocking the river, which is disadvantageous to the subsequent development. The First Army's expedition to King City gave Roland a lot of inspiration. He found that the rivers within the territory of Grey Castle were accessible in all directions, and the major cities were basically built next to several main rivers. If he were to launch a war in the future, he would have several shallow water heavy gunboats, which would definitely provide firepower support and a sharp weapon to attack the city. After all, the power of a naval gun, which was famous for its caliber, was far greater than that of a field gun. And if he wanted to build a boat, he first needed a dock, so the steel bridge plan came into being. But I don't have any similar bridge construction experience. Carr seemed a little hesitant. I don't either, Roland shrugged his shoulders. Just think of it as your first time slowly exploring it. You can first build a bridge on the shore to test it, and then move it to the Redwater River when there are no problems. He took the opportunity to instill the other side with the construction concept of a prefabricated, one-off hoisting construction. Just like the installation of a water tower, with Hummingbird to reduce its weight, and your student Anna to help with the assembly and welding, it shouldn't be too difficult. As you wish, Your Highness. He nodded. In addition, I have a very important project for you. The prince moved his finger to the castle area. I intend to expand the backyard and enclose all the open space on the highland. At the same time, I will build a 3-story building here. If everything went well, next month Tilly's 5 witches would arrive in Border Town, and there would be no extra rooms in the castle. Although it could be temporarily changed to 3 people in a room, in the future there would always be more and more witches, and it would be impossible to always make do. The superior living environment and all kinds of novel and comfortable experiences were also one of his strategies to keep the witches. Whether it was the ancient people's difficulty in changing from extravagance to frugality, or the modern people's sugar-coated bullets, a beautiful and comfortable life would always make people indulge in it. A 3-story brick house? It's not completely a brick house, Roland smiled. Its name should be called a brick and concrete structure. The pillars and roof beams are made of reinforced concrete, just like human bones. This kind of structure can make the house even higher, and in the future, it won't be a problem to build a 4-story or 5-story house. Reinforced concrete? Carr repeated with a confused face. It is a mixture of cement, sand, and stones, with steel bars embedded in the middle to strengthen its bending performance, he said. Of course, the specific amount of each ingredient needs to be strictly tested. If the configuration is successful, it will even be stronger than natural bluestone. In theory, this kind of thing had a very large amount of flexibility in its quality. Both were concrete, but the cement bought in the countryside and the cement mixed in the mixing station were 2 completely different things. The steel bars were the same. Some people, when building their own houses on the homestead, didn't even put pebbles, or used iron wire or bamboo instead of steel bars. When Roland stayed in the countryside, he had witnessed the process of several country villas rising from the ground. And he also intended to imitate them. After all, it was only a 3-story house. No matter how much they skimped on the materials, it would still be difficult to collapse. In addition, he hoped that through the witch's residential building project, Carr would be able to master this kind of perfect building material that could change its shape at will, just like artificial stone. As one of the development directions of the construction industry, concrete occupied almost half of it. He wasn't proficient in construction, and what he knew was only superficial knowledge from the countryside. Therefore, broadening the field of vision of stonemasonry and leading it to the right path was the right approach. Do you want me to slowly explore this?" he asked. After the moon had risen to the top of his head, the hot air gradually cooled down. Sitting in the garden, Theo could see the distant pubs, brothels, and casinos with a little light coming from the windows. Under the curtain of the night, it was like the stars in the sky, showing the prosperity of the city. Only in the inner city of King City could one see such a scene. Even after the demonic plague ended, nearly a third of the civilians in the outer city had died. It still wouldn't affect the mood of the nobles in the inner city to drink and have fun. If you listened carefully, you could even hear the faint sound of crying carried by the evening wind. This house with a garden and a pond was bought by him for 150 golden dragon coins. It was located on the hillside near the outer edge of the inner city, so even during the day there weren't many people wandering around. In addition to meeting with informants and exchanging information, he usually didn't live here. Instead he would choose to spend the night in an inn, or go to the underground trumpeter for a few days. "My lord, they are all here." A man holding an oil lamp came out of the room. It was Hill Fox who was lurking in the skeleton's fingers. "Light the candles," Theo nodded and walked into the house. Under the dim candlelight, Hill and 5 other people were sitting around a round wooden table. When they saw the guard appear, they all got up and bowed their heads. Theo looked at them blankly, hoping to find out whether they were reliable or not from their expressions and small movements. Unfortunately, Miss Nightingale had already returned to Border Town with the fleet. If she was here, she would immediately be able to make the most accurate judgment. They were Hill's companions, the members of the Pigeon and Top Hat acrobatic troupe, full of resentment towards the new king. A week ago, during the siege of the pier, it just so happened that one of the people lurking in the Dreamland water had informed Theo about the Rat's night attack plan in advance. Now that the demonic plague incident had gradually subsided, he decided to meet this group of people in King City. If what Hill said was true, then they would be good seedlings for intelligence. "In addition to Mr. Fox, the rest of you should first introduce yourselves," Theo said. "My name is Rocky Mountain, my lord." The most robust man took the lead and spoke in a low, muffled voice. He was nearly 6 feet tall, and the bulging muscles on his arms showed that he was full of strength. Acting as a strongman in the acrobatic group. Currently, he has joined the Blood Sale. "I'm a clown." The short man sitting next to Rocky pointed at his nose. He looked to be the youngest among them, about 18 or 19 years old. Of course I'm a clown in the group, but I don't mix with the rats. Instead, I perform some tricks in the taverns. Jom and Neil. The next two people were a pair of brothers. Be it in appearance or attire, they were no different from the typical commoners in the outer city. They had dedicated all their property to Priest Fairy, and were now devout believers in the church. Theo couldn't help but think, could it be that both of them had a favorable impression of Hill's wife? He suppressed his doubts and looked at the last person. They all call me the magician, my lord. The other party bowed again. I originally pretended to be a frustrated person and threw myself into the dreamland water. Unfortunately, most of them died or escaped. Even fierce-toothed Tanis was killed by the judgment army of the church. Everyone is busy looking for a new target. Died at the hands of the judgment army? Theo raised his eyebrows. Aren't they secretly supported by the church? I also heard it from others. He spread out his hands. After the siege of the dock, Tanis was ambushed by the skeleton fingers when he returned to the eastern district. In the end, he only had a few dozen people left. That night, he angrily took his men who had stayed in the nest to find the church, but the next day, only 2 or 3 of them came back. According to them, he quarreled with Priest Fairy, and then was stabbed in the chest by the gods' punishment army. In short, the dreamland water is finished. So that's how it is, Theo thought. It's probably because of the loss of the strength that they had accumulated with great difficulty. The leader of Fierce Tooth was in a precarious position. He wanted to seek help from the church, but was refused, which led to the dispute. However, these were all unimportant details. He only needed to know that the dreamland water was now only in name. There was no doubt that this was good news. He might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to win over a group of rats who had nowhere to go, and expand his own sources of information. Presumably, you have already learned my name from Hill. Theo knocked on the table and said in a deep voice, I am His Highness Roland Wimbledon's personal guard, responsible for collecting information from all over the kingdom. Since you are willing to come here, in a sense, you have already expressed your intentions. However, for the sake of seriousness, I still want to ask you one more time, are you willing to serve His Highness? We are willing. The 5 of them said one after another. As long as I can get justice from Timothy Wimbledon, I am willing to do anything. Hill added one word at a time. Very well, from now on, at the same time every week, we will meet here. If there is any urgent information, you can also report it to me in advance, as long as you place a pot of purple flowers at the entrance of the residence. Theo continued, after I take note of it, I will wait for you in my room that night. When you knock on the door, remember to use 3 long and 2 short signals, do you understand? Seeing them agree in unison, Theo nodded with satisfaction. A qualified intelligence agent will not easily expose himself. The first thing you have to do is to hide your identity. Whether it is to inquire about information on your own, or to send people to collect suspicious information, you must always keep this in mind. If you need money, you can apply to me. Remember, don't act rashly. Timothy will not sit on the throne forever, and His Highness Roland has personally promised this. He paused for a moment and then asked, so, do you have anything else to say? My lord, Timothy has returned from the eastern region today, Hill said, you should have also received the news. In the afternoon, the new King's Knight team had entered the city through the eastern gate with the flag raised high. Many residents had witnessed this scene. Theo didn't answer, he knew that the other side must have something else to say. But in the evening, I heard from Black Hammer that Timothy seems to be planning to recruit a group of rats to join the army, in exchange for the opportunity to become free people. Several leaders of the Skeleton Fingers have already gone to the palace. It doesn't sound like a fabrication. Recruit rats? Theo remained calm on the surface, but his heart fiercely sank. Obviously, these rats could not fight as official soldiers, so it was very likely that they had used pills to strengthen them and used them as a surprise attack tactic, just like the attack on Longsong's stronghold last time. But this time, where was the other side's target? This is interesting news, he said in a low voice. Remember to keep an eye on the rats, and if there is any news, immediately report to me. Outside the city wall of the western region, under the guidance of the soldiers of the First Army, the refugees underwent an unprecedented identity check. Berev naturally knew that the population was His Royal Highness Roland's most valued wealth. In order to bring these people back to Border Town, His Royal Highness had spent a lot of golden dragon, and even didn't hesitate to send the first army on an expedition to King City. When the bill from Marjorie's Chamber of Commerce was placed in front of Berev, his jaw almost dropped. In the past half a month, the caravan had spent more than 2,000 golden dragons on renting ships, transporting goods, and food supplies, which was equivalent to the price of 4 steam engines. If it weren't for the deposit for the 2 sailboats last month, the financial statement this time would probably be in the red. After the refugees were brought back, the tedious and huge statistical work fell on his shoulders. Almost all the officials and apprentices of the city hall were mobilized. They set up wooden sheds and passageways at the foot of the city wall to classify and record these people. Looking at the dozen or so lines of refugees slowly passing through the checkpoint, Berev felt like he was looking at a group of moving coins. Compared to the long queue of ordinary civilians, the professional talent channel that he was personally in charge of was much more deserted. So far, only 50 to 60 people had passed through. "I'm a carpenter." At this time, a middle-aged man walked over cautiously. "I heard that any craftsman can get a residence?" "Yes," said Sirius Daly. "What is your name? Can you read?" The former knight of the Wolf family was doing a good job in the Ministry of Agriculture, at least until now he had not made any mistakes. Berev was very satisfied with his judgment of people. Although this was a census, there were only so many literate people in the city hall, so they had no choice but to pull people from other departments over. My lord, my name is Mazer." The other party paused. "I don't know how to read." "Can't read or write?" "Yes." The middle-aged man lowered his head. "Well, if it's a carpenter." Sirius rummaged through a stack of inquiry forms, looking for a form marked with the word carpenter. "Ah, found it. Let me ask you a few questions." This preliminary examination method was thought up by His Royal Highness. He gathered the craftsmen of various industries together and asked them some professional knowledge and corresponding solutions. Then, he recorded their answers and formed a set of inquiry forms. In this way, as long as they asked a few questions during the audit, they could immediately know if the other party was lying or not. The first time Berev saw this kind of lie detection method, he couldn't help but want to applaud the devil's careful thinking. If one didn't work in this industry, most civilians wouldn't understand these things. If a person wanted to impersonate someone, 2 or 3 questions would be enough to make them choke and speechless. "What is the tool used to flatten the surface of wood?" "It's a flatbed plane, my lord." "What are the commonly used saws?" "Frame saws and pole saws." Occasionally, hand saws are used when cutting small parts. After a few questions, Mazer was able to answer most of them. Furthermore, his tone of speaking gradually became smoother. "Well, it seems that you are indeed a carpenter." Sirius was about to write down the man's name on the identity register when Berev stopped him. "My lord? Don't be so quick to judge, first look at his hands." He looked at Mazer. "Stretch out your hands." Hearing these words, Mazer was startled, and with a puzzled face, he spread out his hands. The skin on his palms was extremely rough, and there were many soil grains mixed in the cracks. Below each finger was a thick callus, looking weather-beaten. If he is a carpenter, his palms shouldn't be so rough, especially the 2 meat pads at the bottom of his palms, which often rub against the wood, will become smooth and hard. In addition, carpenters often need to use black paint to draw outlines, so the palms will be stained with a large amount of black ink that is difficult to wash off and become black, not yellow. Berev calmly said, "Also, when he answers, he will always first look away." Many people will inadvertently show a similar expression when recalling memories from the past that they don't often use. If he is a carpenter, his answers should be very natural. Is that so?" Sirius's eyes widened. Berev looked at the surprised Mazer and said in a deep voice, "You should have heard the warning from the First Army when they summoned you. Any act of impersonation, deception, and refusal to register will be severely punished. Either you will be assigned to the mines, or you will be expelled from the western region. Now, do you still think that you are a carpenter?" "No, my lord, I was wrong." Mazer couldn't help but kneel on the ground. "The carpenter is my neighbor, I just often watch him work." Go over there and line up. Seeing the other side flee, Sirius was speechless. My lord, how do you know these things? During the months of demons, I once did a census for His Highness, and I have dealt with every carpenter in the town, so I conveniently wrote them down, Barav replied, pretending to be careless. Seeing the knight's shocked and admiring expression, his heart suddenly floated with a sense of pride. Although the devil's methods were ingenious, they would still be deceived by some people. Only a person like me can make up for His Highness's shortcomings. Moreover, under His Highness's influence, the way I deal with problems has recently changed. Barav couldn't help but secretly sigh. A civilian like this, in the past, would definitely be punished using Thunder's methods, in order to deter those who were ready to cause trouble. But now, he directly let him go, probably to save His Highness the Golden Dragon. After all, every fugitive was worth a lot. If they didn't work for Border Town for more than 10 years, they simply couldn't make up for the cost of transporting them from thousands of miles away. When the next fugitive passed the professional questioning, Sirius didn't immediately register, but looked at Barav. He looked at the interrogator a few times, nodded and said, "You record it, I will take him to His Highness." After passing through the hole in the city wall, on the other side was the shed set up by Roland Wimbledon, which was also the last inspection checkpoint. Here, they would be personally questioned by His Highness, and if they were confirmed to have no problems, they would receive a resident identity card and become an official resident of Border Town. At present, there was a shortage of housing in Border Town, so they could only give priority to the craftsmen. As for the fugitives who didn't have any skills, they would have to wait outside the city wall for another 2 or 3 months. Barav also had an ID card. It was a piece of colored cardboard, almost the size of a palm, with his head drawn in the upper left corner. It looked just like a real person, and in the middle was his name, address, and number. On the back of the paper was printed the emblem of Greycastle's 2 guns, as well as His Highness's signature and seal. Whether it was the paper itself or the film wrapped around it, the material was very strange. Whether it was soaked in water or baked on a fire, it couldn't damage the ID card in the slightest. There was no doubt that this thing was definitely made by the witch named Soroya. His Highness Roland seemed to want to promote the ID card to the whole town, so that in the future, no matter if it was to buy food or pay, they would all have to have a certificate. Since the award ceremony, when the Pine family's miss had been awarded a medal, His Highness obviously didn't intend to hide the existence of witches anymore, and Barav didn't want to care about who was right and who was wrong. Even, he began to hope that His Highness Roland would be able to defeat the church and completely unify Greycastle. There was no doubt that the higher His Highness's position was, the more generous the rewards he could get. Of course, there was still a long way to go to reach this step, so he could think about it later. Now that the population of Border Town had already surpassed that of Longsong Stronghold, His Highness also revealed to him the city construction plan for next year. Once it was connected to Longsong Stronghold, more than half of the Western Territory would become a whole. The scale would undoubtedly surpass King's City and become the most magnificent city in Greycastle. And as the City Hall manager, what kind of promotion would he get at that time? Genius 1 second. Remember Love Yo Yo Go? Say net, to provide you with wonderful novels to read. Roland was sitting in his office chair, carefully looking at the statistical report made by Barav. It took a full 3 days for the City Hall to sort out more than 6,000 refugees. Among them, the proportion of craftsmen was low, and in the end only 186 people had passed the review. Of course, this was also related to the intensity of the review, because it involved the allocation of housing and the issuance of identity cards. In Roland's consideration, in the future, only residents with identity cards could be considered as his official subjects, so he had to firmly guard them. In the early days, when the population was small and relatively easy to control, he would cultivate the town's core supporters. After the population grew, he would then use the power of the people to assimilate the other newcomers. After all, people were social animals. As long as the environment was like this, there would be more and more people who would agree with his ideas, and he would really be able to bring a better life to the people. Then I'll leave the accommodation of these craftsmen to you. Whether they are single or have a family, they will at least be allocated a separate suite, Roland said. Yes, Barav replied, Your Highness, may I ask, will these houses be given as a gift? According to the rental rate, he shook his head. The reason why the natives are given a new house for free is because most of them already have an old house. It can be considered as exchanging their old house for a new house. But if these people are given a house as a gift, it will not be conducive for them to go out of their homes and actively devote themselves to work. Of course, the rent can be calculated according to a lower grade, and tell them that as long as they work hard and save enough golden dragon, they can directly buy a house. I understand. After a moment of silence, Roland suddenly asked, after the award and honor ceremony, how many refugees appeared? So far, there is not a single native, and there are 7 serfs. Berev paused. The eastern region refugees chose to leave, a total of 115 people. Is that so? He softly exhaled. The moment he decided to push the witch to the front of the stage, he already knew that such a situation would occur. In order to assess the reaction of the people and to avoid any accidents, Roland had specially arranged for a team of firearms to be stationed a few miles away from border town. They were to intercept the escapees and at the same time count the number of people to see the degree of acceptance of the witches. Although this answer wasn't perfect, at least it was very good. The Aborigines had completely accepted the witches, which was close to what he had expected. The number of serfs who had fled was much less than what he had expected. It seemed that the effect of the drama of living close to the bottom of the society was the best. But the refugees from the eastern region, who had obviously received the witches' treatment, and whose homes had been destroyed and they were in a desperate situation, still chose to leave. This made Roland feel a little surprised. Your Highness, I suggest that they should all be put to death, Berev said calmly. Those who have decided to leave under such circumstances must be people who have been deeply influenced by the church. In the foreseeable future, they will not stand on the side of the king, and in all likelihood will turn into believers of the church, so there is no need to show them any mercy. Not necessarily. The people who are truly devout to the church should be the more than 300 refugees who are unwilling to leave King's City in the face of the demonic plague. The prince closed his eyes. These people may just be unable to change their ideas, and stubbornly believe that the witches are evil, so they want to escape from this place. Even so, they are still your potential enemies, Berev insisted. If he had met this group of people on the battlefield, Roland would not have hesitated to defeat them, but because of their backward thinking and inconsistent beliefs, he would wantonly wield a butcher's knife to kill a group of civilians. This was a huge psychological obstacle for him. After hesitating for a moment, he finally refused this proposal. I will let Nightingale go and interrogate these escapees. If there are any spies or scouts hiding among them, they will be caught and hanged. The others will be expelled from the western region. Berev's eyes flashed. He lowered his head, and it was only after a long time that he replied, as you bid, Your Highness. Is there anything else to report? For the time being, no, Your Highness. He coughed twice. I will go and deal with the distribution of the houses. Don't worry, these annoying things can be taken care of slowly. Roland opened his eyes, stood up and said, First, come with me to take a few photos, and relax your mood. Take photos? Berev was startled. You will soon know, the prince said with a smile. In the castle's front courtyard, he called Carter, Iron Axe, and Soroya together. In the corner of the courtyard, he saw a few 4 or 5 meters wide wooden boards. The ground was also covered with a canvas. Border town is currently not big, but after the land in the south is developed, and then connected to Longsong stronghold, the size will be dozens of times larger than it is now. If you walk from east to west, it will take you 1 or 2 days, so you must have something to quickly travel back and forth between places. The cost of raising a horse is very high, and it is impossible to let every person spend a lot of time learning how to ride a horse. Roland said while opening the canvas, I intend to promote this means of transportation in the town. It is easy to use, and the price is much lower than a horse. What is it? Carter was immediately attracted by the novelty in front of him. 2 wheels, an iron frame. Is it a cart? With 2 wheels side by side, even if it is a cart it would be difficult to maintain balance. Berev shook his head. I don't see how it can replace a horse. Only Iron Axe remained silent, quietly waiting for the prince's explanation. Roland smiled. This thing is called a bicycle. I will demonstrate it to you. He put his feet on the pedals, put on a standard starting position, and with one foot, he began to ride the bicycle on the stone road in the courtyard. With Anna's precision machining and Soroya's coating technology, it wasn't difficult to make a bicycle by hand. Its principle and structure didn't have any difficulties. The parts that needed to use rubber could be replaced with a coating, such as the inner tire, which was directly drawn on a roll of paper tube. For this purpose, Roland had also specially made a simple pump. The outer tire and the brakes were coated with a harder cowhide, the frame was made of hollow iron, and the brake wire was made of anti-rust copper wire. The only problem was the chain, which could only be cut into shape by Anna and then connected into a long string. As for the classical bicycles that had pedals directly installed on the wheels, he simply didn't like them. After riding a lap, Roland pressed the brakes and easily jumped down. Looking at the row of stunned subordinates, he couldn't help but feel very proud. This was the excellent mount that a traveler should have. Compared to horses that needed to be tamed and fed, a bicycle was much more refreshing. I plan to open a new bicycle factory in the industrial area to produce this kind of transportation tool. Not only do I need to recruit workers, but I also need to do a good job of advertising, striving to promote it to the whole territory as soon as possible. Roland explained simply, "This is the reason why I called you here. You must first learn how to ride a bicycle, and then let Miss Soroya paint your appearance on a wooden board. I want all the people to see that as long as they spend 1 or 2 golden dragon, they can have the same mount as the Lord, the commander of the First Army, the chief knight, and the city hall manager." To be continued. Your support is my greatest motivation. Genius. 1 second. Remember if you want to go? To provide you with wonderful novels to read. What was the symbol of the industrial age? The first thing that came to Roland's mind was the rolling steam train running on the rails. The cast iron cylinders covered in oil stains, the thick crankshaft and huge iron wheels, the rhythmic noises and vibrations, and the steam whistle that cut through the air. For him, his first understanding of the beauty of machinery began from the steam train. Compared to the later mechanical systems that hid the structure under the outer shell, used high-precision processing to reduce vibration, and emphasized sound insulation and absorption measures, it undoubtedly more intuitively showed the power and beauty of industry. He also wanted to cover his territory with rails, so that the train could drag people and goods to and fro all over the Western Territory. But although the ideal was good, the reality was not satisfactory. Not to mention building a steam train, just laying the rails required a lot of steel, which far exceeded the iron ingot production capacity of the North Slope Furnace Group. Therefore, he settled for the next best thing. Using a human-powered bicycle became Roland's best choice. The more flat roads were built in the territory, the greater the profit of the bicycle. Moreover, compared to the complex structure of the steam train, it almost didn't need to be maintained, occasionally oiling the chain was enough. If he planned to mass-produce the bicycle, he naturally couldn't let Anna make it by hand, so he first had to build a factory and train a group of professional workers for the production and vehicle assembly. Considering that the earliest the Kingdom Avenue could be completed was next spring, the initial scale of the factory didn't need to be too big. After Anna manufactured the necessary machine tools for the assembly line, the workers would slowly familiarize themselves with the process, so that they could produce 10 bicycles a month. Among them, the most technical content was the chain, which needed to be stamped by a machine, and then manually inserted into the pins to form the shape. However, rubber parts such as tires and brakes still needed to be made by Soroya's ability. This part of the workload wasn't big, as long as the base mold was prepared, the magic pen could quickly draw a lot of them. The same was true for bearings. Since he couldn't make a reliable rolling bearing, he could take a small piece of steel casing and use it as a sliding bearing. After the inner ring was covered with a smooth mirror coating, the effect was not much worse than the former. When the bicycle was first introduced, only the aristocracy could afford this expensive means of transportation. In order to popularize it among the masses, in addition to wantonly advertising, Roland also intended to implement an installment payment system to reduce the purchase pressure as much as possible. Of course, only those who had obtained an ID card could apply for this form of payment from the city hall. The three of them spent the whole afternoon in the garden. Catranis, worthy of the title of chief knight, was the first to master the riding technique. Iron Axe followed closely behind and was the second to successfully ride a lap around the garden. Berev was the only one who didn't succeed after more than 10 attempts. He was either on the verge of falling or unable to move forward in a straight line. In the end, Roland had to ask Soroya to draw a still scene of him standing next to the bicycle with his hands on the handlebars. "That's it?" the witch asked after completing the 4 huge posters. "I'll need to add a few lines of advertising," Roland thought for a moment. "It should be, a new era mount. It will be like this if I have it, and it will be like this if you have it. Below it was written, the bicycle factory is looking for workers. The salary is good, the benefits are good, and there is a chance to get a new bicycle for free. Those who have passed the elementary education level can register at the city hall. After dealing with the bicycle posters, the prince returned to his office. Taking advantage of the fact that there was still some time before dinner, he had one of his guards call for Kyle. Now that he had finally made a breakthrough in the development of mercury fulminate, the development of a new generation of weapons could also be put on the agenda. There was no doubt that in the era of firearms, the caliber represented justice, and the rate of fire represented freedom. The greater the power, the more glory, and the more turrets, the more equality. However, there was an awkward problem. If this continued, the two acids produced in the laboratory would soon not be able to keep up with the consumption. For example, if he wanted to increase the rate of fire, he would have to abandon the black gunpowder, which had a lot of residue, and change it to a smokeless propellant powder, which was collodion, or a mixture of collodion and nitroglycerin. The same was true for high-power explosives. It didn't matter if he couldn't produce trinitrotoluene, TNT, he could use nitrostarch instead. Apart from its poor stability, its power was also a bit higher. No matter which of the above, they all required a large amount of high concentration of fuming nitric acid, and purifying nitric acid required a large amount of concentrated sulfuric acid, which wasn't something that the laboratory's output could meet. In other words, there was no way to use the industrial method to produce the two acids. Even if they developed a more efficient weapon, they would still fall into the predicament of having no bullets to use. When the chief alchemist entered the office, Roland said, "I have a new task for you." "Please say it," Kyle shrugged, "as long as you don't have to attend a ceremony." "I need more acid, and at present, relying solely on the chemical laboratory's output is unable to meet my needs. Therefore, your new task is to design a chemical system that can efficiently and conveniently produce the two acids." "Chemical system?" He looked somewhat confused. "Yes, it is composed of one and several complete reaction devices. As long as the raw materials are put in, it can continuously produce the finished product." Roland briefly explained the nature of industrial production. "I don't know much about this, so you can only rely on yourself to slowly figure it out." Having said that, the prince also knew that this was a very difficult task. It was likely that it would take several years of research, and even then, it might not necessarily produce any results. After all, the other could only rely on some basic reaction principles and chemical equations from the elementary chemistry. "I understand," Kyle nodded, "the things you mentioned really make me feel refreshed. Whether you can complete it or not, the two acids are something I urgently need." Roland paused. "Therefore, next month I plan to expand 3 more laboratories by the Redwater River, and recruit qualified candidates from the subjects to act as experimenters. If you don't have time to teach them, you can choose a few disciples to take care of. After all, the industrial acid method is a very long research project." Probably because of the temptation of the intermediate chemistry, he readily agreed, "Yes, Your Highness." After Kyle left, Roland sighed softly. If the industrial acid method was hopeless, then he could only let Lucia follow him to purify the acid. After all, when the war came, he needed a more powerful weapon to win the victory for Border Town. When Roland opened the drawer, intending to eat some dried fish to relieve his boredom, he found that the snack drawer was empty. Stunned, he raised his head, only to see that a dried fish had been brought to his mouth. "Are you looking for this?" The blonde woman opposite him smiled. Roland bit the dried fish and couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. "I thought you would stay like this in the fog for the rest of your life." "That's also good, at least others can't see me, but I can still see you." Nightingale curled her lips. His originally somewhat depressed mood unconsciously dissipated a lot. Seeing the other's familiar appearance, he couldn't help but feel relieved. "You said before that you didn't know what kind of expression to show." "Huh? In fact, it's good to be like this. Your support is my greatest motivation." "Look, that's Lady Scroll." Piper quietly nudged Jilly with his elbow. "I heard she's the Minister of Education." "Minister of Education?" The latter asked in confusion. "What's that?" "She's the one who manages the teachers." "Don't you like teacher Philin the most and hate the loudmouthed Haben the most?" Piper explained, whether it's Philin or Haben, they're all managed by Lady Scroll. Where did you hear this? Jilly blinked her eyes. Is it the big man you mentioned? Humph, of course, he smiled proudly, and I know more than that. Today's graduation ceremony will not only be attended by the officials of City Hall, but also by the Lord himself, His Royal Highness. Really? The little girl's eyes lit up. Will His Royal Highness talk to us? I don't know. Piper touched the back of his head, probably. After all, he had heard it from his elder brother Van who could be regarded as a great man. Originally, he was just an ordinary gravel worker in the old street, but after joining the militia, he immediately became a squad leader. Now, he was an officer in the artillery team of the First Army, with a monthly salary of up to 25 silver royals, and he had even shaken hands with His Royal Highness and talked to him. Although he lived in the barracks most of the time, when he occasionally came back, he always brought back a lot of novel and interesting stories and information. Every time this happened, Piper would come to his door and pester him with questions. As a former neighbor and admirer of his elder brother Van Piper could often learn a lot of news from him in advance. For example, Van had personally told him that the Lord would attend the graduation ceremony. As early as a week ago, the First Army had received an order to protect and be on guard, and had also held a drill near the school building. Sure enough, not long after, a team of spirited, well-dressed soldiers walked over with their heads held high. The two people in the middle of the team were His Royal Highness and his chief knight. The crowd could not help but stir up a commotion. After the soldiers surrounded the entrance of the academy building, Roland walked into the hall and waved at the students lined up in rows. Greetings, my subjects. I am the Lord of Border Town, Roland Wimbledon, in charge of the Western region. Congratulations on completing the entire content of universal primary education and becoming the first batch of graduates of Border Town. The crowd was silent. It wasn't that they were indifferent, but most of them were so excited that they didn't know what to say. Jilly grabbed PYP's arm and pinched her. His Highness is talking to us. PYP was also very excited. In this way, he, like big brother Van had been in close contact with His Highness. You were able to pass the test and graduate so quickly because most of you were once teacher Carr Van Bates students. You were ahead of everyone else from the beginning. So don't be arrogant and complacent. There is still a lot of knowledge in this world waiting for you to explore and discover. Roland continued, of course, this day is still worth celebrating. From today onwards, you have embarked on a path that is completely different from the others. No matter what kind of work he devoted himself to, he would be rewarded handsomely. Here, I would like to congratulate you. Long live His Highness. It was unknown who shouted first, but then everyone excitedly shouted, Long live His Highness. I am willing to serve His Highness. After waiting for the cheers to subside, Roland smiled and said, Next, I will issue you a diploma as proof of honor for the completion of your studies. He opened a booklet. PYP. PYP felt his whole body tremble. He looked at the prince and opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. Teacher Philenschild waved at him, Don't be afraid, come to His Highness. His hands and feet were stiff as he walked out of the line. He could even hear the sound of his heart pounding. Suddenly, he remembered the military salute that Van often mentioned. It was much simpler than the noble knight's salute, and could also express his loyalty. It was an etiquette invented by His Highness himself. Although he didn't know the specific posture, he still plucked up his courage, and according to his memory, he put his hand flat in front of his forehead. This action made the prince laugh. He nodded and handed the booklet to PYP. If you move your hand back a little bit, and put it on top of your ear, it will be more standard. Congratulations on your graduation. Thank you. PYP took the booklet, and almost like a log, he walked back to the line. When His Highness began to issue graduation certificates to the others, he came back to his senses. Let me see, what is written on it? Jilly asked curiously. You also have one, why are you so anxious? He muttered in a low voice, his hands trembling as he opened the cover of the certificate, only to see a beautiful piece of parchment sewn inside. In the upper left corner was his own head, in the middle was the royal emblem of Greycastle's spear, and there were also a few lines of text. If it was 6 months ago, he could only go to Teacher Carr to tell him the meaning of these characters, but now, PYP could already do the most basic reading and writing. He silently read it in his heart. First graduate of Border Town Academy, PYP. Dean, scroll. Issued by Lord of Border Town, Roland Wimbledon. After all the graduation certificates had been issued, Roland clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. From now on, you can take on some jobs that ordinary people find difficult to do. These jobs have good pay, the lowest is calculated from 10 silver royals per month. Now, I would like to ask Lady Scroll to introduce the job content provided by Border Town City Hall. He raised his hand, stopping everyone's discussion. You don't have to make a choice immediately, you can go back and discuss it with your family first, and then bring your ID card and graduation certificate to the City Hall to apply. Taking advantage of Lady Scroll's introduction, Jilly leaned over and asked, "Do you have an idea?" "I want to work in a bicycle factory, the salary is higher than my father's, and I also have the opportunity to get a new car for free." "It's really great," PYP casually replied. Recently, huge wooden signs had been erected in the town square, on which the portraits of His Highness and several ministers were painted. Several of the ministers were mounted on strangely shaped iron mounts, which had aroused a heated discussion among the townspeople. Moreover, the monthly salary of the bicycle factory was 15 silver royals. If it wasn't for the fact that only those who had completed primary education could apply, I'm afraid it would have already been crowded. But he also had a place he wanted to go. Ever since he had seen the award ceremony, PYP couldn't help but have such a thought. He also wanted to be like his former classmate Nana. One day he would be able to climb up to the square's platform, in front of thousands of people, and receive the honor personally awarded by His Highness. According to His Royal Highness, only those who had made outstanding contributions to the town would be eligible for the award. If he went to work in the bicycle factory, he was afraid that he would never have such an opportunity in his lifetime. Like Iron Axe, he couldn't lead an army in battle. He also didn't have the incredible ability of a witch. The only thing he could emulate was the chief alchemist Xianxia. Before, he had heard more than once that if he could explore a practical alchemy product, he would be able to bring great wealth and prestige to the territory, and even achieve the title of a sage. He didn't need to be brave, nor did he need to look at his bloodline, he just needed a little bit of luck. There was no other path more suitable for him than this. Thinking of this, PYP made up his mind. Even in the summer, the ice and snow on the Hermes Plateau did not melt much. Maine stood at the top of the Tower of Heaven and looked into the distance. Outside the city walls, there were only two colors of green grass and white snow intertwined with each other, like the scars left by the battle of the months of demons. There was no way to grow any crops in such a climate, so all the food needed by the new holy city had to be transported from the foot of the plateau, which was the old holy city. After staying in Hermes for more than 10 years, he had become accustomed to the ubiquitous cold. "This time, it's only the two of us?" Taifun pushed open the door and entered. "Is it okay to hold the meeting in the secret room? Do you like to be cooped up in that narrow room?" "No. Of course not," the old bishop stroked his white beard. "If it weren't for Heather always talking about the rules and regulations, I would be happy to exchange information here every time. Even when she talks nonsense, I can at least enjoy the scenery of the holy city. Moreover," he revealed a smile, "I didn't expect that a punctual person like her would be late this time. Maybe she encountered something difficult." Maine sat back at the table. "Maybe she's already on her way." "Maybe." Taifun curled his lips. "You really shouldn't help her find an excuse. Everyone should do what they say, this is what she always says. Even if she encountered trouble, she should report it to us first. She didn't go to the kingdom of eternal winter alone, sending a messenger is just a snap of the fingers. Don't worry about her." Maine pushed the 3 letters in front of Taifun. "We have trouble." "Trouble?" The latter was startled, sat across the round table, and spread out the letters. "All bad news?" "Yes." He took a deep breath. "It can't get any worse." Taifun stopped smiling and began to carefully read the first letter. "The spread of the demonic plague has been stopped, and the whereabouts of the faceless one are unknown?" "Wait, what is the demonic plague?" "It's the latest research results of the pivotal secret area. You don't need to know too much about it, just think of it as a rapidly spreading disease," Maine simply explained. In fact, according to Master Crow-Eye, it was a kind of miniature demonic beast. After special cultivation, it produced a mutation that specifically targeted the human body. The holy elixir that restrained it was also a demonic beast, but its body was even smaller. The source of the disease cannot be directly observed by the eyes, and conventional means cannot cure it. There is only one kind that can stop the spread of the demonic plague. Witches? Taifun quickly thought of the answer. And more than one, he said in a deep voice. After reading the letter, the old bishop slammed his fist on the table. What is this idiot doing? Not only did he send the rats to encircle the mercenaries, he even sent the faceless one? Does he know how important this pure witch is? His idea isn't wrong, Maine frowned. If the letter didn't lie about the number of people, then 1,000 rats would be enough to eat more than 100 mercenaries. However, the enemy seemed to have a powerful long-range crossbow that could be fired continuously. Regarding this point, I remembered that priest Tyro, who was stationed at Longsong Stronghold, had also mentioned that the reason why the Duke Ryan was defeated by a group of miners was because of their extremely powerful crossbows. Although wearing heavy armor and holding a strong shield can greatly reduce the damage of crossbow bolts, rats do not have such equipment. Even if he wants to use those dregs, he shouldn't easily send faceless one. Taifun angrily said, I'm afraid that when Heather comes back, she's going to make a lot of thunder. A witch that can grow into a pure witch, without exception, has an extremely rare ability, and it takes a lot of energy to cultivate them. In a sense, they are more precious than the God's Punishment Army. But the ultimate goal of both the witches and the God's Punishment Army is to destroy the enemy and win. Maine said slowly, it's inevitable that there will be losses in the process of using them. Don't tell me you want to save Priest Fairy? Don't forget the law of the church, Maine said in a heavy tone, only the result is something that nobles love to do. Although Fairy failed miserably, his starting point and plan didn't have too many problems, only the enemy was more powerful. Of course, he will be punished, but the specific punishment measures will need to be further considered. But Heather may not think so. Taifun shook his head and opened the second letter. Don't forget, she is responsible for the church's arbitration. I will explain it to her. Not long after, the old bishop turned over the letter in his hand, and said in disbelief, Timothy's militia troops attacked the Longsong Stronghold Church, and then killed the emissary group? Is he crazy? The content of the second letter actually came from two sources. One was the report of the acting Perot of Longsong Stronghold, and the other was the local believers' information. Overall, there was indeed a militia from outside the Western Territory that attacked Longsong Stronghold and looted the church. Not only did they take the berserk pill, but their goal was also the medicine stored in the church. So the first point of judgment couldn't be wrong. This team was either from the new King Timothy, or from the Queen of Clearwater Garcia. Comparing the two, it was obvious that the former was more likely. As for the latter point, Maine always felt that there was something strange. If according to the description in Perot's report, after burning the church, the other side immediately withdrew from Longsong Stronghold and disappeared, then how did they intercept and kill the members of the emissary group? At this time, the emissary group should have already arrived in Border Town, so the two sides shouldn't have met. Seeing that Maine didn't say a word, Taifun quickly realized this point. He picked up the first letter and read it again. The wrinkles on his forehead piled up into a ravine. Could it be, after Roland Wimbledon got rid of the emissary group, he pushed all the blame to his brother Timothy Wimbledon? We might as well speculate, the Archbishop said after a moment of silence. Roland intended to obtain this batch of cheap people, so he assigned witches to treat the demonic plague, and then transported all the refugees back to the Western Territory. And before that, in order to avoid being found out by the emissary group that he was raising witches, he sent a knight to raid the emissary group's camp, so that they didn't even have time to send out a carrier pigeon, and then he pushed the responsibility to the stronghold attackers. After all, the agent Perot was supported by Roland, so it was natural that he helped him fake it. Of course, all of this is speculation, but the disappearance of the emissary group is really too suspicious, and we don't have the energy to send another emissary group. In that case, we should immediately send troops to punish his arrogant behavior, Taifun said in a cold voice. Even if the emissary group has nothing to do with him, these witches who went to the Western Territory are still worth cleaning up. Maine didn't respond, but pointed to the third letter. You'd better read the last letter first. Taifun looked at him with a puzzled expression, then spread out the letter. Soon, his hands began to tremble, and finally he almost couldn't hold the thin paper. A large number of witches appeared in the fjords, and all the churches were destroyed? Then this letter is from the Sea Dragon Bay, which was also the last church to be broken into. Maine closed his eyes and leaned on the chair, his voice suddenly full of exhaustion. It's impossible for a large number of witches to appear in the fjords without warning, so there's only one possibility: they migrated from the mainland. Moreover, the letter also mentioned the extraordinary, and the church's law clearly stipulated that once traces of extraordinary witches' activities were found, the priority must be to send out the gods' punishment army to capture them. But the Fjords Islands were really too far away, and now that the battlefield in the kingdom of Wolfheart was in a state of anxiety, he simply had no time to care about the affairs on the other side of the strait. "Do you want to ask His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff?" Taifun asked. Maine slightly shook his head, completely suppressing the surging feeling of powerlessness in his heart. Perhaps this was God's test for the church. Only by cutting through thorns and thorns could they see the truth of God. He opened his eyes, once again regaining his calmness. "Hermes, I'll leave the holy city to you and Heather." "Don't tell me you want to go to the fjords?" The old bishop stared. "I will lead the 100 gods' punishment army soldiers and the pure witches to thoroughly clean up the western territory of Grey Castle, and then look for an opportunity to deal with the witches of the fjords." "But the law says," Maine interrupted, "that is the case when extraordinary people appear in the Four Kingdoms. Now that they are far away from the sea, they won't have any impact on our plan. Don't forget, our ultimate goal is to obtain more land and population, and continue to expand the scale of the gods' punishment army. Obviously, the fourth prince of Grey Castle will hinder us even more." But just as Taifun was about to refute, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the ring-shaped hall. The two were slightly startled, and simultaneously looked towards the door. They saw the door being pushed open with a bang, and a priest rushed in a panic. "Not good, Your Excellency, not good." "Calm down," Maine shouted. "What's the matter? Say it slowly." "Lady Heather's entourage has sent urgent information. A huge fleet has landed on the coast of the Kingdom of Eternal Winter, and a large group of enemies are besieging King's City. The situation is precarious. The enemy's ships are all uniformly hanging black sails, and the flag on the mast is a green flag with a sailboat crown." The priest looked very anxious. When the news was sent, the 2 city gates had already been lost, and Lady Heather is leading the believers to resist, but the enemy is numerous, and they have also used berserk pills. "What?" For a moment, Maine couldn't believe his ears. Black sails, sailboat crown pattern. The granite steps of the Eternal Winter King City Temple were stained red with blood, and the sweet smell of blood in the air was somewhat pungent. There were many corpses lying on the ground. Some of them were from the gods' punishment army, some of the believers, some of their own people, and some of the Majin clan's Sand Nation. They died in different ways. Most of them had burn marks on their bodies, with broken limbs and internal organs scattered everywhere. Ryan knew that they had died from the impact and burning of the strong snow powder. Every time he stepped on a step, he would feel a kind of sticky feeling under his feet. The fighting will of the church's army of judges and believers could simply be described as crazy. Even in the face of the many strengthened slaves, they still didn't retreat, using their bodies as shields to entangle the enemy, just to give their companions the opportunity to stab a fatal blow. Although the pill could make people full of strength and make them fearless of pain, but the heart, neck, and head were still vital points. Her Majesty the Queen didn't have extra armor to arm these cheap slaves. If it weren't for the snow powder, the outcome of the battle might really be hard to say. But we won. Ryan's heart was burning hot. We won in the end. The flag of the Queen of Clearwater was fluttering at the top of the city wall. Even the church's most fortified stronghold couldn't withstand this wave of attack. In this way, the Black Sail fleet got rid of the deadlock of being besieged in a corner of Grey Castle, and didn't need to exhaust their vitality in the endless war of attrition with Timothy. The hall of the temple was also in a mess. The ground was full of broken glass fragments and flowing blood, but he didn't care about it. He went straight to the center of the hall, in front of the woman in high spirits, and knelt down on one knee. "Your Majesty, the 4 city gates have all fallen into the hands of the Black Sail fleet. The Kingdom of Eternal Winter is now yours. You've worked hard, get up." Garcia extended her hand in front of him. Ryan gently held the Queen's hand, symbolically kissed the back of her fingers, then got up and stood at her side. "Strange etiquette," Kabbalah suddenly said from the side. "You haven't even touched her hand. why do you have to put on such an appearance? This question was so abrupt that he couldn't help but frown, but the other party was the patriarch of the Sandstone clan, so he couldn't reprimand her in public for her rudeness, so he coldly said, "This is a common etiquette between nobles, it represents politeness and respect, it would be rude to touch it. As a Sand nation, it is normal for you to not understand." "Really?" She raised her eyebrows and pointed to her neck. "We're clearly allies who fought together, but we just ended the battle and you want to put this on me? The courtesy and respect of the mainlanders is really puzzling." Around Kabbalah's neck was a ring of iron bars, with a bulge in the middle. At first glance, it looked like a decoration, but Ryan knew that there was a god stone of retaliation wrapped inside. Apart from a special key, it was difficult to unlock the iron bars with any other means, and the key was in Garcia's hands. The other party was a witch, so he naturally had to treat her with caution. However, she did contribute a lot in the battle. If it wasn't for her command, those slaves with strong snow powder wouldn't have dared to rush into the tight defensive line formed by the believers. He opened his mouth but did not know how to refute. "Come on, don't argue over such a trivial matter," Garcia interrupted. "Don't forget why we're here. Compared to the vast land of survival, can't you even bear a stone?" "I'm just saying." Kabbalah shrugged. "I hope you'll keep your promise." "Of course, this is the basis of our cooperation." The Queen smiled. "What should we do next with Black Sail?" Ryan asked. "We'll talk about the next step of the plan later, but for now, let's watch a good show." Garcia clapped her hands and ordered the guards, "Bring her in." Soon, 2 armored guards walked into the temple with a woman whose hands were tied behind her back. She looked to be about 30 years old, with an ordinary appearance. Her brown hair was scattered messily on both sides of her cheeks, and she was wearing a golden church robe. This kind of exquisite workmanship and exquisite material was usually only worn by the Bishop of Hermes. At this moment, the gorgeous robe was torn in several places, and the edges were stained with blood. "This person is a bishop?" "Yes," the Queen of Clearwater curled up the corner of her mouth. "I've already asked the local nobles to confirm, she is one of the 3 archbishops of the church, Lady Heather." She looked at the other side. "What do you think, am I right?" Heather didn't answer, but Ryan could see from her eyes a strong sense of ridicule and disdain. Apparently, Garcia also felt this. She chuckled twice. "I also thought that you wouldn't surrender, so with a merciful idea, I brought you to the temple, and here I will send you back to the kingdom of God. You can slowly beg for God's salvation, or you can beg me for forgiveness. I will slowly cut off your fingers, limbs, and facial features, so that you can fully experience the pain and helplessness of the people of the port of Clearwater." "And then?" the female bishop unexpectedly asked. "Will I be crushed into powder by the church's army? Or do you plan to drift on the sea for the rest of your life, never to reach the shore?" "You don't have to worry about this," Garcia signaled the guards to start. "In contrast, the church's army is now attacking the Wolfshart city, and Hermes is like an undefended city, which is much more important than my fate. I may not be able to set foot on the land of the new holy city, but I can still raise the old holy city under the plateau to ruins. You should have heard that the Styx River in the extreme south of Grey Castle is extremely easy to ignite, and is very difficult to extinguish. This time I brought a whole boat with me." The guard pulled out a dagger, approached the bishop who was pressed to the ground, and neatly cut off 2 of her fingers. Heather clenched her teeth, not letting out a cry of pain. The Queen of Clearwater stepped onto the main stairs of the hall, sat on the spacious throne, supported her chin with her right hand, and revealed an expression of great interest. Another 3 fingers were cut off. This time the other party's left hand had become a bare palm. Heather's forehead was covered with beads of sweat. "Do you have to do this?" Kabbalah shook her head. "If it wasn't to deter the enemy or to torture for information, this kind of pure torture is unnecessary." "Unnecessary?" Garcia laughed. "You should say this to her. Do you know how the witches who fall into the hands of the church are treated? I guess you won't be interested to know." "Ha ha ha." At this moment, Heather, who had lost all 10 fingers, suddenly laughed. "You simply don't understand the greatness of the church, and you also don't understand how important everything the holy city has done. You are always accompanied by ignorance, but you are completely ignorant of the impending destruction. Hermes will let you see what is called real power, those who go against the church, except for destruction, there is no second ending. Is that so? Garcia crossed her legs, smiled, and said, then I'll wait and see. Until the archbishop died, she still didn't cry out a single word for mercy. But to Ryan's surprise, she also didn't call out the name of God, hoping for his salvation. Finally, due to excessive blood loss, when Heather was about to lose consciousness, her expression was terrifyingly cold. It didn't look like she was being tortured, but rather like she was watching a farce that had nothing to do with her. Through those eyes, Ryan seemed to see his own destined future. This kind of feeling made him feel inexplicably depressed, almost making him unable to breathe. Cut off her head and hang it at the entrance of the church. After confirming the bishop's death, Garcia ordered. Then she looked at Ryan. Now we can talk about the next step of the plan. Yes, Your Majesty, he forced down the discomfort in his heart. Are you going to attack Hermes? That's right, but not the whole army. She spread out a leather map that she always carried with her. The Black Sail Fleet will only leave a small number of sailors and some of the eastern slaves. They will operate the fleet along the river westward, heading towards the Old Holy City. But we will directly go south, crossing the border of the Kingdom of Endless Winter. Our destination is the Wolfshart City. Wolfshart? Ryan was startled. I have reached an agreement with the Wolf King Wolf, Garcia said bluntly. If I can help him thwart the church's attack, he will assist me in occupying the whole territory of the Kingdom of Endless Winter. In this way, if the church does not withdraw their troops, the strong snow powder and water from the Styx River on the ships will be enough to turn the Old Holy City into a sea of fire. But the new Holy City is different. It is a city without walls. If we don't gather enough manpower, we will simply be unable to stop the attacks of the slaves from all directions. If they retreat, the Wolfshart City will be able to get some breathing space. Moreover, the two countries are bordering each other, so in the future we can join hands to fight against the church. Seeing that the midsummer day was coming to an end, Border Town was about to usher in the last month of summer, which was also the hottest month. Roland increasingly didn't want to leave the castle. The saltpeter he had bought from Marjorie, in addition to making gunpowder, was used to lower the room temperature. Now, in almost every room, there was a bucket filled with saltpeter, and inside the bucket there was a kettle soaking. In this way, not only could he absorb the heat and cool down, but he could also drink ice water to quench his thirst. Only in this way, he wouldn't have to sit in the office every day, sweating profusely. In addition to Anna, the rest of the witches were also suspended from their work. In addition to the daily practice and study, they basically gathered in the hall on the first floor. They were either chatting or playing Gwent with each other. It was a happy and harmonious atmosphere. As for Anna, it wasn't that Roland didn't want her to rest, but she simply wasn't afraid of the heat. She could even directly hold the red-hot iron ingot in her hands. The high temperature of the scorching summer was nothing to her. Even if she were to stand by the steelmaking furnace for the whole afternoon, she wouldn't shed a drop of sweat. In order to reward the diligent and serious Anna, Roland had recently specially made some frozen desserts to reward her. For example, the classic delicious ice cream of later generations was made by mixing egg yolk, cream, milk and sugar water and stirring them evenly, then cooling them with saltpeter. Anna was very fond of this cold, soft and fragrant snack. Every time she took a small bite of the ice cream, the way her lake blue eyes curved into a line, made him feel very pleasing to the eye. In addition, looking through the monthly summary tables sent by the city hall was also a great pleasure for his mood. So far, the population of Border Town had doubled once again, and it was already close to 18,000 people. In addition, Longsong Stronghold would turn in a batch of serfs every month, so it wouldn't be a problem to break through the 20,000 mark next year. Not counting the number of villages and towns within the territory, this scale was almost comparable to that of Redwater City, Valencia, and King's City. What was slightly regrettable was that the population had increased quite a bit, but the quality of the population had not improved much. Currently, it was still the town's 1,000 or so natives who were receiving education, and it was very likely that it would take about a year for them to successfully graduate. Although the private academy that Carr previously opened had produced a batch of talents who graduated ahead of time, the number of less than 100 was still insignificant compared to the total population. Maybe I should start educating the refugees in the eastern region first, instead of waiting for enough dormitories to be built. Roland thought to himself. After all, there were only advantages to early education. The development of the town's factories was also very good. After more than half a year of construction, the industrial park now had 3 factories in operation, 2 steam engine production plants and 1 bullet processing plant. The number of workers in the number 1 factory had expanded from a dozen blacksmiths when it was first established to more than 100 now. Those who joined later were basically natives, which was exactly what he wanted to see. A batch of apprentices would gradually grow into craftsmen, and then lead the next batch of apprentices. The workers in the number 2 factory belonged to the Crescent Moon Bay Caravan. In just 1 month, they had roughly mastered the use of each machine tool. Although the yield was relatively bad, compared to the blacksmiths in the number 1 factory, the performance of these craftsmen in the first month was obviously better. But before the expiration of the contract, the steam engines they produced were all owned by Roland. Now the 2 factories could produce about 8 to 10 steam engines every month, which was also the main income of Border Town. As for the bullet factory, after it was completed, it was directly handed over to the First Army. Not only was there a sentry post at the entrance, but there were also patrols arranged around it. Even the production work was handled by the soldiers. After a week of trial operation, the new generation of fixed bullets had begun to be mass-produced. The assembly line designed by Roland couldn't achieve full mechanical production. Whether it was the primer, gunpowder, or warheads, they all needed to be filled and compacted by manpower. The main processing tools were 2 mechanical stamping machines. One was used to press the copper cut by Anna into the shape of a cartridge case, and the other was used to press the primer cup. The soldiers only needed to evenly place the mercury fulminate powder between 2 thin pieces of paper, stick the paper tightly, clamp it into the primer cup, and finally insert the primer cup into the annular groove at the end of the cartridge case. As for the process of loading the black powder and compacting the warhead, it was exactly the same as the previous reloading exercise. There weren't many people in the factory, only 40, but almost every day they could produce more than 500 rounds of bullets. Roland intended to turn these 40 people into full-time processing staff in order to maintain the normal operation of the bullet factory. Next, Roland planned to make up for the soap factory and the perfume factory. The former was an extremely important part of the military industry, and the latter might be able to open up a new trade channel for the town. As for the bicycle factory, it could be delayed, as long as it could be put into production before the Kingdom Main Street was repaired. "Your Royal Highness," Nightingale pushed open the door, "Maggie and Lightning have arrived." The 2 walked past Nightingale, ran to the table and poked their heads out. "Is there something you need from us?" "Tomorrow is the summer season." Roland took out the long-written reply from the drawer and handed it to Maggie. "When you return to the fjords, remember to pass this to Tilly for me." She was stunned for a moment, blinked a few times, then took the envelope and carefully stuffed it into her close-fitting bag. "No problem, Coo." Seeing the look of realization on the other party's face, Roland knew that he probably didn't remember that he had to go back every month to report the news. It seemed that the town was really charming. "I forgot that tomorrow is a new month," Lightning pressed her forehead. "Doesn't that mean we won't be able to see each other for a long time? Last time I was delayed because of Lady Tilly's cleaning plan, this time I will come back as soon as possible." Maggie shook her long white hair that was almost dragging on the ground. "That eagle's nest has to wait for me to come back before I can explore it, Coo." "I know," the little girl curled her lips, "it's a deal." "You also have a task." Roland spread out a map of the southern area of the town. "This is the map you drew yourself. Do you still remember the location of the shoal near the mountain ridge?" "I remember." Lightning gestured on the map. "It's probably in this place." "Very well, later you will take Maggie to fly once, and then at the intersection of the shoal and the mountain ridge plant 2 flags, and mark it on the map." After he finished explaining, he looked at Maggie. "If Tilly agrees to send witches, you can lead the sailboat to this shoal. I will meet you at the top of the mountain." "Send witches?" Lightning asked curiously. "Is there a new sister coming to Border Town?" The day after Maggie's departure, Roland took the witches to the courtyard and began to assemble the new generation of hot air balloons. Since the back garden and the witch dormitory were being expanded, Leaf had already moved the plants to the front yard. All kinds of vines covered the walls, wooden shelves, and corridors, giving the impression of a prehistoric forest. The effect of shading the sun was also very obvious. The sun could only pass through the gaps between the dense green leaves, leaving scattered spots of light on the ground. Roland gave the witches a stack of white paper, letting them spread it out into a huge sheet of paper, and then let Soroya paint the lightest blue sky coating. Compared to the combination of bovine mesentery and canvas used in the first generation of hot air balloons, the pure coating was much lighter and had excellent toughness. There were no sutures at the joints, so there was no fear of the balloon disintegrating in the air. I heard from Lightning that there might be witches coming from the fjords. Vendi asked curiously. If everything goes well, Roland repeated the contents of the fifth princess's reply. The specific situation will have to wait for Tilly Wimbledon's reply. It seems that Ashes succeeded, she said thoughtfully. There are unexpectedly so many witches gathered on Sleeping Island. Yes, I'm afraid that Tilly has been planning this migration for more than 1 or 2 years, Roland said. Not only in Grey Castle, but also in the other 3 kingdoms she has sent witches to secretly contact. The Witch Cooperation Association should have also received her invitation. I guess this is why the guards have been spreading rumors for such a long time, but no witches have come to the door. After all, they are 1 step slower than Tilly. But Kara has never mentioned this to us. Vendi rubbed her shoulders. If she had told you about Tilly's invitation, maybe you wouldn't have insisted on looking for the Holy Mountain, right? There is indeed such a possibility, but in that case, we wouldn't have met in Border Town. She smiled and shook her head. So, this is also not bad. I also think it's pretty good. Lightning raised her hand. TSK, maybe it would be better to go to the fjords. Lily curled her lips. After all, there are only witches there, so you don't need to pay extra attention to your surroundings like in Border Town. It's much better than before, Anna said seriously. I didn't even dare to go out then. That's right, some people are just like that. Obviously, when Ashes invited me last time, she also flatly refused, but still put on an act. Mystery Moon muttered, and she still says she's not a traitor. You. Lily's eyes widened. Idiot. Traitor. The other witches couldn't help but laugh. I also think so. Roland suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment welling up in his heart. Even if he wasn't as smart and quick-witted as the fifth princess, and wasn't as strong and decisive as Timothy and Garcia, but at least, he could give these witches a free and comfortable living environment, and also bring a better life for the people under his rule. This hot air balloon. I'm afraid it's several times bigger than the last one. Nightingale looked at the part that Soroya had already drawn. Are you going to use it to transport the witches? He nodded. Only in this way can we avoid the seaport city and directly enter the border from the southern end of Border Town. Moreover, in addition to sending and receiving new visitors, it can also be regarded as a new attempt. After the paper was coated on both sides, it became a sandwich cloth. Each piece was nearly 6 meters long and wide. If it was a conventional canvas or linen, it would have been very difficult to drag it with one hand, but for the light coating, it was almost the same weight as a stack of paper. By piecing together more than a dozen pieces of cloth, and then gluing the seams with the coating, a giant airbag of astonishing size was made. What Roland wanted to test was the adhesion ability of Soroya's coating. At the very least, when he first saw her new ability, the thick bark half drawn on the table was still fresh in his mind. The two were firmly glued together, and by pulling the bark upwards, he could even lift the whole square table. In the end, how tightly the coating and the base could adhere, whether it could support a huge airbag, and after inflating, maintain its firmness and airtightness, these were all things he wanted to know. At present, the hot air balloon still needed to rely on Anna to inflate, but the hydrogen balloon could be operated by anyone. Now that he had a DC motor, he could produce hydrogen by electrolyzing water, and it seemed that the famous Zeppelin airship wasn't far away from him. As long as he found a suitable lightweight skeleton material, this huge monster that could fly at a height of 2 to 3 kilometers would have almost no natural enemies, and the technical difficulty would be much lower than that of an airplane. Although the hit rate of dropping a bomb at an altitude of a kilometer was very touching, it wouldn't be able to stop the enemy from only being able to take a beating without being able to fight back. Every day, he would be able to wander around the enemy's territory, and perhaps any opponent would collapse. Just imagining it, in the future, when he went on an expedition to the church's holy city, there would be 4 or 5 airships floating side by side in the air, bombs falling like raindrops, and there would be shallow water gunships bombarding the enemy's city gates and strongholds in the river. In addition, there would be infantrymen armed with flintlocks waiting in the rear, and the three armies of the sea, land, and air would cooperate in battle. Just imagining it made him a little excited. "Your Royal Highness, what are you giggling about?" Anna sighed, reaching out to cover the corner of his mouth that he couldn't help but grin. "He's probably fantasizing about the new witches." Lily rolled her eyes. "Well, men, when the bottom of the airbag was connected to a huge vine basket with hemp ropes, the new generation of hot air balloon was successfully completed. Its volume was nearly 4 times larger than the first generation, and the number of people it could accommodate was also expanded to 10. Above the basket, there was also a sunshade, which could avoid direct sunlight. Of course, there was a need to leave a hole in the sunshade, so that Anna could add heat to the balloon. Roland named the balloon Cloud Gazer, and after the completion of the heavy load test in the open space of the courtyard, the next day they officially started their first voyage. In addition to Anna, Vendi, and the other 3 witches, there was also the prince himself who participated in this test flight. The whole process of the voyage went very smoothly, and the witches were chattering non-stop in the air, sighing at the spectacular scenery they saw from the sky. Compared to the last time when they had to observe from a fixed point, this sightseeing tour that was constantly moving obviously aroused everyone's interest. Cloud Gazer, under the influence of Vendi's steady wind, advanced towards the south, and at noon they arrived at the mountainous area, crossed over the top of the mountain where the flag was raised, and finally hovered above the coastline. After flying in a circle near the shoal, the party returned to the castle with Cloud Gazer. Roland noticed that Vendi, who was responsible for controlling the direction, was beating her shoulder from time to time, looking very tired. As the lord of the western region, Roland naturally didn't have to do it himself, he only needed to draw a rough shape on paper and then clearly explain it to the tailor. Although he hadn't personally touched a bra, but he had seen it in all kinds of commercials, TV programs, and movies, so there were only a few styles. He chose the most common shoulder strap buckle style, with 3 sets of copper hooks, which allowed him to choose the looseness within a certain range. This kind of thing needed to be worn close to the body in order to meet the requirements of a corset, so Roland also called the castle's maid to let the tailor measure the size. The maid had been cutting clothes for many years, so she was very experienced. After listening to His Royal Highness' explanation, she immediately understood the role of a bra, and according to the actual measurement results, divided the bra size into several grades, and then subdivided the adjustment range. In fact, in this era, the prototype of the bra had already appeared, which was the corset. But it wasn't to make women more comfortable, but to tighten the waist as much as possible, and prop up the chest, so that the figure appeared to be hourglass-shaped. Those gorgeous aristocratic dresses were also designed according to the slender waist. Without the assistance of the corset, it would be very difficult for the average woman to wear this kind of extremely thin waistline dress. Too much pressure on the waist would bring an extremely uncomfortable experience, and in severe cases, it would even affect blood circulation and lead to fainting. In addition to supporting the chest, the bra could also play a fixed role and reduce the role of tremors, so wearing it on a daily basis would only make women more relaxed. In only 2 days, the old tailor had cut out 20 bras, using the silk and cotton materials provided by Roland, which were both beautiful and breathable, and the workmanship was exceptionally fine. But before Roland could deliver this gift to the witches, the caravan from King City arrived in Border Town. Compared to the previous month, this time the caravan was not only late, but also far smaller than the last time. When the sailboats docked at the expanded pier of Border Town, there was even a sense of sparseness. "Your Royal Highness, we meet again," Marjorie said with a smile. "Welcome, you've worked hard to transport the fugitives." Roland looked at the caravan by the river. "This time there seems to be a lot less sailboats?" "Because of some unexpected reasons." She wiped the sweat from her forehead. "If you don't mind, let's go to the drawing room to talk." "It's too hot here." "I think so too," muttered Hogg. "I'm a Greycastle man through and through, and this weather is killing me. If it wasn't for the first steam engine, I wouldn't even want to leave home." Roland nodded and led the group back to the castle. Walking into the hall, Hogg immediately felt a chill on his face. He let out a long sigh. "Thank the gods for letting us discover such a beautiful thing." If I hadn't seen the production process of ice ray with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed that it was produced from feces. Oh, and ice water. Your Highness, may I? Of course, Roland gestured for her to begin and return to his seat. He then asked the female merchant, so, what accident caused the sharp decrease in this month's shipments of saltpeter? According to the contract, she was supposed to provide at least 3 ships of saltpeter to Border Town every month, but this time, there was only 1 ship carrying saltpeter. Because of King City's Alchemist Association, they have recently been purchasing saltpeter. The price isn't high, but they have the support of the former Prime Minister, Marquis Wyke, so this isn't a pure transaction. The merchants have no choice but to sell. Marjorie spread her hands and said, I guess this might be Timothy's idea. After all, he and the Prime Minister are practically breathing out of the same nostrils. Timothy? Roland asked, puzzled. Didn't he go to the Southern Territory? Indeed, she nodded. It seems that Theo has already told you the news. I heard that before he left King City, he also took a lot of people and supplies with him. In all likelihood, he went to find trouble with Garcia. Not long after he left, the Alchemist Association began to purchase saltpeter. Roland knew more about this matter. Arranging Theo to work in King City was indeed effective. At first, he only received the news that Timothy was summoning the underground rats. In order to prevent the other side from suddenly attacking, he also specifically asked Perrault to strengthen the defense of Longsong Stronghold. However, the next secret letter from his personal guard made Roland feel a little relieved. Timothy had gone straight to the Southern Territory. Obviously, this recruitment wasn't aimed at him. Regarding the use of this group of rats, Roland and his personal guard had the same opinion. That was, they weren't suitable for frontal combat, and their discipline was even worse than that of civilians and serfs. Therefore, Timothy's method of using this group of people was inevitably the same as last time. First, he would use drugs to make them addicted, and then force them to go forward and kill the enemy. This tactic of repeatedly using cannon fodder to deplete the opponent's strength was actually a safe strategy for the new king, who owned 2/3 of Greycastle's territory. But why did the Alchemist Association suddenly want to purchase a large amount of saltpeter? Snow powder was originally one of their key products, but the wrong ratio had led to it being only used in the ceremonial barrel. Now, had they discovered the correct formula for gunpowder and were planning to mass produce it, or were they trying to determine the best ratio through a large number of experiments? Roland shook his head and put aside the doubts that emerged in his mind. It was meaningless to speculate about these things. As soon as possible, he had to complete the industrial production of 3 acids and 2 alkalis, and then switch to more advanced chemical gunpowder. So, next month's supply of saltpeter can't be guaranteed for 3 ships? I don't know. Although Marjorie looked a little embarrassed, she still bluntly said, I spent a lot of effort to transport this ship to the Western Territory, buying it from Silver City. Now is the hottest time of summer, and the demand for saltpeter is very high, so I'm not sure how much I can buy. If it was any other season, I could guarantee a supply for 3 ships. I understand. Roland drank a mouthful of ice water. Then next month, try your best. If you can't, don't force yourself. I have new goods that I need to purchase from you. Oh? Margaret heaved a sigh of relief. What is it? Is it still ore? The washing stone used to wash clothes, he replied. It looks like a white cloudy crystal or a stone pillar. When soaked in water, it will give off a greasy feeling. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the King City hotels. Sure enough, it's ore again, the female merchant smiled helplessly. Obviously, your territory has a large mine, but the goods you purchase are all minerals. It's really hard to understand. Well, this thing is indeed quite a lot, and the price is not expensive. What do you plan to do with it? Naturally, it's to make it more convenient to wash clothes, Roland smiled. The washing stone was something he found from the 4th prince's memory. Its essence was a kind of natural alkali, mainly composed of sodium bicarbonate. It had a strong decontamination effect. Together with plant ash and pancreas, it was known as one of the 3 ancient cleaning tools. In the absence of an ion exchange membrane, the efficiency of collecting sodium hydroxide by electrolysis of salt water was extremely low, and salt was also not cheap. So he planned to directly purchase natural alkali to make caustic soda. With enough caustic soda, it would be possible to mass-produce soap, and soap's byproduct, glycerin. Your Royal Highness, I wanted to ask you when I came through the door. Hogg showed an expression as if he had finally caught his breath. The kettle of ice water in the wooden barrel had already been emptied by him, the painting in the hall. I'm afraid it's not something an ordinary person can draw, right? Whether it's the degree of realism or the perspective of looking down from the sky. He paused, then lowered his voice and asked, Is this the work of a witch? Roland looked at Marjorie, the latter nodded. Your Royal Highness, please rest assured, Hogg is an old friend I have known for many years. He also has no malicious intent towards witches. You guessed right, it was indeed drawn by a witch. 2 days ago, Roland had ridden a hot air balloon to sightsee near the beach, so he wanted to preserve this magnificent scene of beauty. Moreover, the castle's living room was simply decorated, there wasn't even a single painting, so he simply let Soroya turn the stone wall behind the main seat into a huge mural. With the artistic background wall, the style of the hall instantly rose by several levels. I knew it, Hogg sighed, although they are advertised as the devil's minions, but those strange abilities are really enviable. Ordinary people can't fly in the air like them, and then draw such a beautiful and peerless mural. You only got the first half of the sentence right. Roland shook his head. Even if ordinary people don't rely on magic, they can still fly. They can even fly higher than eagles, and fly faster than swallows. You're really humorous, Hogg laughed, only if we have an extra pair of wings, and become lighter than birds. Marjorie was startled. Really? Of course, the prince said with a smile, I can prove it to you. Letting the merchants see their various inventions was also an effective way to improve relations and expand trade routes, from the mugs to the liquor. As for whether they could sell it or not, that was another matter. In any case, the caravan would stay in border town for a few days, so the regular business negotiation process should be about eating, drinking, and having fun, and finally signing. Moreover, Anna was also very interested in traveling by hot air balloon. It just so happened that she could take a break from her busy work and rest for a while. It could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Cloud Gazer quickly finished inflating, and for this voyage, Roland simply called the witches who hadn't been able to ride the hot air balloon last time. Lucia also timidly asked if she could take her younger sister to take a look, and he readily agreed. When the balloon slowly rose with everyone, Marjorie covered her mouth in surprise, while Hogg tightly grasped the edge of the basket, not knowing whether he was excited or afraid. Belle was too short to see the scenery outside the basket, so Lucia had to pick her up and put her on her shoulder. She carefully approached the basket and told her not to move. As the navigator and rescuer, Lightning kept circling around the hot air balloon, making faces at Belle from time to time. Just like that, the hot air balloon once again circled the southern coastline, completing its aerial sightseeing tour. After returning to the castle, Hogg's legs were still trembling, and he stammered, I never thought that looking down from the sky would actually be so frightening. I felt as if I could fall at any time. You'll get better after flying a few more times, Roland said with a smile. The people whose feet leave the ground for the first time will have this kind of illusion, just like people who have never gone to sea, will also vomit on a bumpy ship. You're right, Marjorie exclaimed in admiration. The scenery we saw today was really incredible. Looking at the edge of the sea from the sky, it unexpectedly looked like a blue arc. However, Your Highness, it seems that what I said wasn't wrong. Hogg drank a mouthful of iced white wine. Ordinary people can indeed fly to the sky, but this is still the credit of the witches. If it weren't for them, this big guy wouldn't have been able to fly. No, my old friend, Roland hadn't even opened his mouth, when Marjorie rushed to speak first. Don't tell me you haven't noticed? Miss Anna is only releasing flames, that's all. I also specifically asked Lightning. She told me that as long as the airbag is filled with hot air, the Cloud Gazer can rise to the sky by itself. Flames aren't the privilege of witches, Your Highness, am I right? She was indeed worthy of being a fjord sea merchant who had established a foothold in King's City. Whether it was her observation or her ability to think, she was exceptionally outstanding. Roland smiled and nodded. The hot air rises and the cold air sinks. This is also the reason why it's called a hot air balloon. You really only need to light a brazier to do it? Hogg asked doubtfully. That won't do, because if you want it to float in the air, you must continue to heat it up, and the wood itself is very heavy. We can't carry too much, so we must use a special method to solve this problem. Can you do it? Marjorie couldn't wait to ask. Well, it should be possible, Roland thought for a moment, it's just a bit troublesome. That's great, she immediately said, I hope to buy 4 or 5 hot air balloons from you, they don't need to be too big, just enough to carry one person. Do you want to use them on the ship? Hogg asked. Well, the mast can't be extended indefinitely, but the hot air balloon can, as long as we tie a rope under the basket, so that it doesn't float away with the wind. With the hot air balloon, the lookout can find nearby pirate ships earlier. For sea merchants, in addition to unpredictable storms and tsunamis, the biggest threat is a group of pirates. But I'm afraid the cost of it won't be too low, Roland estimated in his heart, I estimate that it will cost more than 1,000 golden dragon. If he didn't use the witch's heating, the hot air balloon would have to use gas as fuel, and the easiest to obtain would undoubtedly be gas. Unfortunately, Greycastle's coal mine was located in the Coldwind Ridge area, which was too far from border town, and according to the current traffic conditions, it was almost impossible to transport it. Replacing it with a hydrogen balloon would be easier to achieve, but at the same time, he would need to solve the problem of the gas storage tank. If he couldn't freely charge and release it, then it wouldn't have any practical value. How about 1,000 golden dragons for each balloon? Marjorie haggled, if you really make such a thing, I can guarantee that all the caravans that travel to and from the fjords will want to buy 1 or 2. This time, the Crescent Moon Bay caravan didn't come, otherwise they would definitely place a large order. Hogg drank the white wine in his hand in one gulp. I don't need it, although the hot air balloon looks very magical, it has no use for the mines of Silver City. I only hope to get my steam engine as soon as possible. The price the other party offered made Roland overjoyed. 1,000 golden dragons was the price he had estimated after increasing the price by 5 times. He didn't expect that the other party would actually be willing to accept a price that was twice the price of the steam engine. However, when he thought about it carefully, the goods carried by a ship were likely to be worth more than this price, not to mention the entire merchant fleet and the sailors on board. As long as they could avoid the plundering of the pirates, this deal was still a good deal for the sea merchants. In addition, 1,000 golden dragons wasn't a one-time deal, whether it was hydrogen or gas, they were all consumables, and when they were used up they had to be brought back to border town to inflate, which was another extra income. Of course, if they bought a large number of gas tanks at once, they could consider giving them a discount or giving them a number of times to inflate. In this regard, the 4S shop and the 2 barrels of oil were examples he could learn and imitate. The weather in the fjords was very strange. Yesterday it had been a cloudless blue sky, but today it was gloomy, with strong winds and thunder. It seemed that a rainstorm was coming. Ashes pressed down her hair, which had been blown loose, and walked into Tilly's residence. The first thing she saw was the giant pigeon sitting on her shoulder. Maggie? Coo. The pigeon raised its head and its eyes lit up. It spread its wings and flew straight to the door. Ashes reached out and easily stopped it. Turn into a human and talk. Woo. Coo. Maggie fluttered to the ground, shed her feathers, and revealed her original appearance. She curled her lips and said, Do you hate pigeons? I always think it's strange that a big bird can speak. Ashes smiled and pulled up the girl who was sitting on the ground. When did you come back? Not long ago. I was afraid that I would encounter a storm, and my wings were about to break. She patted her chest. Fortunately, I flew to Sleeping Island before the rain fell. You flew back like this? Ashes put her hand on her forehead. Why didn't you turn into a petrel? Wouldn't it be much faster? Ah. Maggie suddenly realized and blinked. I forgot, Coo. Tilly could not help but laugh out loud. She put down the letter in her hand and said, Thank you for your hard work. I've already heard the news from the other side. Go and play with Lotus and Molly. I'll let you know when I've thought of a reply. Okay, Coo. Maggie bowed and bounced out. What did Roland Wimbledon say? When there were only 2 people in the room, Ashes walked to Tilly and sat down on the ground. There was a map spread in front of her. After looking at it carefully, it seemed to be a topographic map of the vicinity of Border Town. This is his letter. Tilly handed her a piece of paper. I have to say, the witches he chose are really Special. Ashes quickly read the letter and could not help but frown. He actually chose Sylvie? Does he not care about being exposed at all? I don't know, Tilly said. Noncommittally. Maybe my ability notes were too vague, so he didn't look into it at all? Or does he not mind revealing his identity in front of us to show his sincerity in cooperating with us? Of course, there's another possibility. He really is your brother, Ashes continued, so he doesn't care about Sylvie's ability at all. But the possibility is very small. She laughed at herself. Who knows better than me what kind of person my brother is? If it was really Roland Wimbledon, he would never choose to become the enemy of the church just to protect the witches. Ever since he was young, what he was best at was escaping, whether it was in the face of challenges or difficulties. Even when he was transferred to the borderlands by the order to fight for the throne, I have never seen him protest to his father, even symbolically. Ashes raised her eyebrows. In short, it's a good thing for us that he took the initiative to choose Sylvie, so we don't have to find an excuse to send another witch out. But the other witches? Are you really going to agree with him? Why not? Lotus is one of the most important witches on Sleeping Island. If she's not here, who will repair those mud houses? If we want to build something or transform the island's terrain, it will be very inconvenient without the ability to reshape the terrain. After all, we have only used less than 30% of the entire Sleeping Island, and there are still many places that can be transformed. She counted with her fingers. Honey, too, can drive the osprey to catch fish for everyone. The delicious fish soup that everyone enjoys every day is all thanks to her. As for Candle and Evelyn, there are not many problems. Can't you refuse his request and send 2 witches who are not very useful? What is useful and what is not? I sent them to Border Town in the hope of forming an alliance with the other side, not abandoning them. Tilly looked a little serious. No matter what their abilities are, the sisters who choose to come to this island are all witches. If we want to build Sleeping Island into a home for witches, how can we select them according to how useful their abilities are? Ashes had seen her show such an expression in the palace. This was the expression of the 5th princess when she was really angry. She couldn't help but change the way she addressed her. I'm sorry. Your Highness, Tilly sighed and slowly said, besides, it's difficult to measure everyone's abilities by a certain standard. Roland chose these 5 witches from more than 100, including Candle and Evelyn, who you said were not very useful. Are they really useless? Perhaps through this contact, we can figure out whether his purpose in choosing these 2 witches was accidental, or he saw something we didn't realize. She paused. In any case, we are a very small part of the population. Any witch is worth fighting for. They are not tools for building a home, but partners with a common goal. In the future, don't say such things. Yes, Your Highness. Ashes bowed her head. At this moment, a lightning pierced through the clouds and fell straight on the sea. As if it was a command from God, a deafening thunder followed, exploding above Sleeping Island. Rain fell from the sky. At first, it was a sparse dripping sound, but soon it became a continuous noise. The dense rain curtain made the scenery outside the window covered with a layer of white mist. The rain was so heavy that it even covered the sound of the conversation between the 2. Ashes got up and closed the window to prevent the rain from drifting into the room. Looking back, she saw Tilly swaying twice, looking a little haggard. Did you stay up late again last night? Well, Tilly yawned. The books I brought back from the ruins are all written in the same language, and I've already found a common point among them. As long as I have enough time, I'll definitely be able to translate them all. Yes, in time, we have already gotten rid of the church's entanglement, so we have plenty of time. You don't need to study it all night long. Ashes frowned. It will have a great impact on your body. Don't worry, I am an extraordinary witch, my body won't collapse so easily. Princess Tilly took a deep breath. Moreover, I have a faint premonition. The scene I saw in the ruins made me feel uneasy. It is better to decipher the contents of these books as soon as possible. By the way, when the witches go to Border Town, let them also bring an ancient book. If even you can't understand it, then the witches of the Witch Cooperation Association will be even more impossible. I'm just trying my luck, Tilly said. I heard that there are also ancient ruins in the eastern forest, and the origin of the Witch Cooperation Association is in Xianxia, which is almost next to the forest. Maybe one of them has seen this kind of writing. If we can prove that the two languages are the same, it means that these ruins are all written by the same people. Yes, I know, Ashes replied. In addition, I am not blaming you before, what you said is also reasonable, but it is not about the role of the ability. She stretched out her hand to stop Ashes from speaking. I have reached an agreement with the Chamber of Commerce of Crescent Moon Bay. They will separate a part of the ordinary people to migrate to Sleeping Island next spring. If Lotus leaves for too long, it will indeed affect the follow-up construction of the island, so before the arrival of winter, I will let them return to the fjords. Ashes breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. But in order to avoid misunderstandings, I will also lead a few combat witches to replace them in going to Border Town to help the Witch Cooperation Association resist the months of demons. Tilly revealed a sly smile. When the time comes, are you willing to go with me? The storm came and went quickly. The group set off on the second day after the rain stopped, and the ship responsible for sending them to Grey Castle was the Charming Beauty. Sylvie leaned against the railing of the ship, took out a piece of beef jerky from the cloth bag, raised it above her head and shook it. Oh, a huge seagull fell from the sky accompanied by a cry. The airflow caused by its wings made her squint, and the jerky in her hand was taken away. When she raised her head, the seagull had returned to the front of the sailboat, continuing to lead the way in the vast sea. This was what Maggie had asked her to do, because when she turned into a bird, she couldn't take out her own jerky to eat. Although at this time her appearance was no different from an ordinary seagull, except for the body shape, but Sylvie could see the magic surging within the other's body and its true form. If she looked closely, she could also see the magic gathering from all directions, turning into spots of light and disappearing. I heard that she can not only transform into different birds, but also obtain the corresponding ability? Someone behind her said in amazement, as far as I know, a seagull will never get lost in the sea, and can even sense the arrival of a storm in advance. Indeed, Mr. Captain, even without looking back, Sylvie could clearly know who it was, otherwise, we wouldn't dare to rashly choose a new route, bypassing the endless cape and landing southwest of Grey Castle. Her ability not only allowed her to observe the flow and changes of magic, but also gave her a wide field of vision without any blind spots. She could observe the movements around her at any time, and obstacles couldn't obstruct the extension of her line of sight. She could even see the lazy sailors sleeping under the deck, and the shoals of fish swimming under the ship. Is there also a port there? Captain Jack spat out a mouthful of smoke. I remember there were explorers who went to the west of the Endless Cape, but except for the cliffs and shoals, there was nothing there. It's better if there's nothing there, Sylvie said indifferently, so we can go back the way we came. Isn't that equivalent to a wasted trip? The captain shook his pipe. I'm looking forward to seeing something different on this new route. This trip was entrusted by Lady Tilly to go to another gathering place of witches to contact and help each other. In addition to the 5 selected witches, Ashes and Molly were also on board, but they didn't go ashore, just to ensure that the voyage was safe. Molly's magic servant could help the ship resist storms, while Ashes could make it so that any pirates who set their eyes on the ship would never be able to return. She also had another responsibility, which was to identify Roland Wimbledon's true identity for Lady Tilly. Before departing, Tilly had explained the cause of the matter in detail to her, as well as the possible results and methods to deal with it. Simply put, it was to reach an agreement with the leader of the Witch Cooperation Association, in exchange for Roland's real body. But to be honest, Sylvie always felt that this task would not be so easy to complete. If the Witch Cooperation Association did not agree, then it would be fine. But what if they didn't want the news to leak out and imprisoned her and the other 4 people? Looking through the cabin wall, seeing Lotus, Evelyn and the others happily playing with the magic servant, she couldn't help but sigh. I hope that the witches of the Witch Cooperation Association are really as warm and friendly as Maggie said. After sailing on the sea for nearly a week, Sylvie finally saw the grey coastline. We're almost there, Honey shouted while leaning on the side of the ship. Beside her, a row of petrels, ospreys and seagulls also joined in the noise. We're finally here. Candle was leaning on the side of the ship with a haggard face. I don't think I can hold on any longer. This is only a temporary phenomenon, child. As long as you go ashore, you will soon recover, Jack One Eye laughed while holding the telescope. I've been sailing for so many years, but I've never seen anyone die on board because of the turbulence. What about Maggie? Honey asked. She has already flown to Border Town ahead of time to contact the witches of the Witch Cooperation Association. Ashes answered her. I believe that they will soon send someone to pick you up. Sister Ashes, won't you come with us? Tilly needs my help, Ashes smiled. Don't worry, the witches of the Witch Cooperation Association will treat you as sisters. If you have any difficulties, you can find Vendi, she will definitely help you solve it. Vendi, Sylvie silently remembered this name in her heart. Yes, there is one more thing, Ashes patted her forehead, you must remember to stay away from Lord Roland Wimbledon, you must not easily be alone with him. Why, isn't he Lady Tilly's brother? Evelyn was puzzled. He is, Ashes said seriously, but this doesn't prevent him from touching the witch's buttocks. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The sailboat finally docked about half a mile away from the shoal. After all, there were no detailed sea charts here, so no one knew how deep the water at the shoal was. The way to go ashore was very simple, they didn't even need to release the landing boats. Molly directly let the servants wrap the 5 people, and together with herself, they floated on the sea surface. This shoal was obviously a part of the mountain, and under the constant erosion of the sea, it had become a soft sandy beach. Not far away was the towering mountains, completely separating the inland of Greycastle from the coast. The mountain range was endless, and the further west they went, the higher they became. At the end of their vision, it almost evolved into a huge mountain similar to the impassable mountain range. After waiting for almost an hour, Sylvie noticed a strange shadow approaching. Its size was very large, almost the same as the charming beauty, and its round outline obviously didn't seem to be a natural creation. It stood to reason that such a huge object should be extremely heavy, but its trajectory was quite smooth, as if it was floating in the air. Separated by the mountains and woods, she couldn't see it clearly, but this thing was indeed constantly climbing, and soon it would cross the mountains. After a while, it revealed its true appearance from behind the cover. Oh my God, what is that? Lotus looked at the sky in surprise and asked incredulously. Sister Ashes, have you ever seen this thing? Evelyn pulled her arm. No. Ashes also looked a little surprised, it's also the first time I've seen this thing. It seems that this is the way the Witch Cooperation Association welcomes us, Sylvie said with emotion. They saw an amazing spherical object floating in the air, with a basket made of vines hanging below it. Maggie and another witch, one on the left and one on the right, accompanied the basket as it flew. The most striking thing was that at the bottom of the basket was a long yellow canvas, on which several huge words were written. After the basket landed, a witch who looked to be in her 30s, with red hair hanging down to her waist, stepped out of the basket and greeted them. Hello, welcome to Border Town, I'm Vendi. Then she looked at Ashes, revealing a happy smile. You've also come. Is she the witch that Ashes had mentioned before? Sylvie thoughtfully looked at the two, it seemed that they had known each other for a long time. Welcome, I'm Anna. The appearance of the other witch made Sylvie's eyes light up, her pair of blue eyes were as pure as a lake, really eye-catching. But what made her even more concerned was that the other party's magic was huge, vigorous, and almost flawless. A black, white, and gray cube slowly rotated, even the magic gathered from all around was distorted by it. How amazing is this power? It was the first time that Sylvie had seen such oppressive magic. Hi, my name is Lightning. The one who had originally flown next to the basket was this little girl. Maggie also followed closely behind and landed on her shoulder. Cuckoo. After Ashes had briefly introduced the witches of Sleeping Island, Vendi smiled and invited everyone to board the basket. This huge air sac above our heads is called a hot air balloon. As long as we can provide it with hot air, it can take us over the mountains and directly to our destination. She paused for a moment, then asked Ashes, do you really not want to go to Border Town to take a look? I think His Highness will also want to see you again. He will not welcome someone who intends to poach his witches, Ashes smiled. I'll have to trouble you to take care of these children. Is that so? Vendi looked a little regretful, pursing her lips. Rest assured, I will treat them well. Then everyone should hurry up, Anna reminded. Cloud Gazer is about to take off. Sylvie only felt a slight tremor under her feet. The basket had already left the ground. She poked her head out and saw Ashes and Molly waving at them. As the hot air balloon continued to rise, the scenery on the ground became smaller and smaller. Soon, the two of them turned into fingernail-sized specks. No matter what, a new life was about to begin. Vendy's ability seemed to be to control the wind. Under her control, the hot air balloon moved inland towards Grey Castle. It was Sylvie's first time looking down at the earth from the sky. Although the earth and rocks couldn't stop her from investigating, it was still a novel experience to have such a large field of vision in one go. She tried to summon the Eye of Magic, but she did not expect the chaotic scene to flood into her mind like a tide. The steep rock wall hidden in the depths of the sea, the underground river connected to the sea, the animal skeletons buried in the soil, and the changes in the underground rock stratum. These scenes suddenly gave Sylvie a splitting headache, and the magic power in her body rapidly decreased. She quickly interrupted the magic eyes and leaned against the side of the basket, gasping for breath. "Are you okay?" someone asked. She opened her eyes and found that the other person was Vendy. "Well, I'm just a little dizzy. Taking a few deep breaths will make you feel better," Vendy said with a smile. Many people feel uncomfortable when they leave the earth for the first time. "Thank you, I'm feeling better," Sylvie nodded. The atmosphere along the way was much more harmonious than she had initially expected. Just like Ashes had said, Vendy was full of concern for everyone, and would not treat them differently just because they were newcomers. Although Anna didn't speak much, as long as someone asked her a question, she would still answer seriously. Lightning seemed to be very close to Maggie, and her personality was also very lively. From time to time, she would fly into the basket with the fat pigeon and chat with everyone, completely not treating herself as a stranger. With Maggie acting as the link between the two sides, the other four people gradually relaxed, and one after another, they asked Lightning about the situation in Border Town. Later, the little girl simply hovered next to the basket, and told everyone the story of the town's resistance against the demonic beasts and invaders, as well as His Royal Highness' incredible inventions, which made everyone stunned. It didn't take long before the hot air balloon arrived above the castle. Just by looking at its size, the town really deserved to be called a border town. It was both narrow and remote, and its size was less than a third of Sleeping Island's. However, there were a lot of townspeople, whether it was in the central square, the periphery of the city walls, or the riverbank, you could see groups of people everywhere. They ran back and forth, converging into a surging stream. The hot air balloon landed directly in the castle courtyard, and just as they stepped out of the basket, a burst of roars suddenly sounded. Caught off guard, Sylvie was startled, and for a moment she froze in place. The other four people weren't any better. Honey even went back into the basket, and with half of her head sticking out, she asked, "What happened?" Vendy couldn't help but laugh. "Don't worry, this is His Royal Highness playing a cannon salute to welcome your arrival." Passing through the shady corridors, they entered the castle hall, where Sylvie finally saw Tilly's brother. He was sitting on the main seat in the hall, and his appearance was somewhat similar to Her Royal Highness the Fifth Princess, with the same grey hair, no extra pendants on his body, and a relaxed and natural expression on his face. Although his face was far less pleasing to the eye than Lady Tilly's, but he had a calm temperament, and just by sitting there he was able to attract everyone's attention. "Welcome to Border Town. I am the Lord of the Western Territory, Roland Wimbledon. Presumably you already know my name." He got up and said with a smile, "Tilly Wimbledon is my sister, so you don't need to feel restrained, just think of this town as Sleeping Island." Sylvie couldn't help but open her magic eyes, and then she couldn't help but be startled. The expected darkness didn't appear, the opposite party unexpectedly didn't wear a godstone of retaliation, and there was also no trace of magic activity on his body. His original appearance, under the true sight, was still the same. It was neither a disguise, nor was he being controlled, which could only mean that the man in front of her was Roland himself. And in the countermeasures that Lady Tilly had given her, there was only one sentence for this kind of situation: send the news back to Sleeping Island. What Roland said next, she didn't listen at all, her mind was a mess. In order to complete the task entrusted to her by Lady Tilly, she even thought of the words and expressions to use when negotiating, and even prepared to be imprisoned, but the result was that it didn't come in handy. Now, she just had to wait until the end of the month, and let Maggie bring the information back, and then the task would be completed. But how is this possible? A real noble, actually determined to shelter a witch. And also become the leader of the Witch Cooperation Association. The psychological gap made Sylvie a little absent-minded. Until His Royal Highness arranged a room for her to sleep in for the night, she came back to her senses. The situation is roughly like this: the witch house has not yet been completed, so you can only temporarily live in the castle, sharing a room with other witches. Of course, this will also make it easier for you to quickly integrate into the life of Border Town. Roland said, "Tonight there will be a sumptuous dinner waiting for you, as an official welcome to Border Town. Enjoy it." The result of the room allocation made Sylvie feel relieved. She was finally arranged to live together with Vendi. From this short contact, Vendi was indeed a good senior, so it should be easier to get along with her. But in addition to her, there seemed to be a witch called Nightingale living in the room. Since the arrival of the 5 Sleeping Island witches in Border Town, Roland had been in a state of excitement. After the banquet, he found himself lying in bed unable to fall asleep, so he got up and drank half a glass of white wine to force his body to fall asleep. The next day, when the summer cicadas in the courtyard began to make a yaw sound, he had already regained consciousness. He climbed out of bed in high spirits, and after a simple wash, he walked into the office. At this time, the sky had just turned white, and the first ray of dawn was evenly sprinkled through the floor-to-ceiling windows into the room. Roland looked around, but did not see the familiar figure of the past. Usually, when he opened the door, he would always see Nightingale lying on a chair with a lazy look. He could not help but smile, sat at the table, took out a notebook from the drawer, and began to plan the next witch's training plan. Helping the newcomers to familiarize themselves with the environment and integrate into the group would naturally be handled by Vendi, Scroll, and the others. What he needed to do was to launch a sugar-coated attack, so that the visiting witches could enjoy the unique comfort of this place. It was not necessary to make the other party stay in Border Town to be successful. Even if they went back, it would also be an excellent advertisement for his territory. When the sun completely rose, Nightingale finally appeared in the office. "Oh? You got up very early today. Is it really as Lily said, that you can't restrain yourself from the new witches? What nonsense are you talking about?" Roland smiled and put a bag of dried fish on the table. "How did you get along with the new sisters last night?" "Sisters?" She curled her lips. "Don't trust them too much." "What's wrong?" Nightingale reached out and hooked the bag, then turned around and sat back on the recliner. The witch named Sylvie, half of her 10 sentences were lies. Although it was not serious to the point of harboring evil intentions, she definitely had a lot of hidden intentions. "Well, it's understandable," Roland said carelessly. "She probably wanted to see if I was really Roland Wimbledon." "What?" Nightingale was slightly startled. "If your relative's personality had changed drastically, you would definitely wonder if he had been replaced or controlled, right?" He laughed and said, "I guess that's how Tilly sees me. In King City, I'm famous for idling around, being ignorant and incompetent, bullying the good and fearing the evil. How could I possibly stand up and protect a witch?" In fact, it was not an exaggeration to say that Prince Roland was a terrible person. In his childhood memory, Prince Roland accidentally broke a few crystal glass jars while playing in the palace. In order to avoid punishment, he not only pushed all the blame to Tilly Wimbledon, but also faked the scene and threw his 6- or 7-year-old sister into the glass shards. With such a dark history, it would be strange if others did not have a deep impression of him. It was normal for them to suspect that their elder brother, who had undergone a huge change in temperament, was no longer the same person. Anyone would want to investigate. "I want to know, too," Nightingale asked curiously. "Are you really Roland Wimbledon?" "I am, and I'm not." Roland spread his hands. She suddenly froze. "Why does my ability tell me that this sentence is true?" "Because it's the truth." Nightingale's ability could only distinguish deliberate lies, but he didn't think that he was lying. She frowned and thought for a long time. Finally, she held her forehead and decided to give up thinking. "Forget it, I'll just ask Anna later. No matter what, as long as you're the Roland I'm familiar with, it's fine. Of course, from the moment I met you, I've always been me." Roland smiled. After breakfast, the 5 witches of Sleeping Island were brought to the office by Vendi. "Good morning, Your Highness." The 5 witches bowed their heads and saluted. Relax, I'm not a person who pays much attention to etiquette. You can call me the same way you call Tilly. Roland waved his hand. For the first week, I won't arrange any work for you. The main thing is to familiarize yourself with the town's environment and life. You can visit Border Town at will. No one will speak ill of you because you're witches, nor will they try to catch you in exchange for rewards. I've already eradicated the church's influence from the western region, so this place is the same as Sleeping Island, a land of freedom. I think you should all know the reason for the magic bite, so you can't neglect the necessary practice. There are no restrictions during the day, as long as you don't forget to come back for lunch. After dinner, there will be primary education classes, including literacy, reading and writing, as well as simple mathematics and natural knowledge. Tilly may have mentioned to you that witches can be further strengthened on the day of adulthood, so it's very necessary to master this knowledge. If you're interested, you can come and listen to the classes with the witches of Border Town. In addition, you'll get a golden dragon as a monthly reward, as well as weekends and paid leave. If you don't understand, you can ask Vendi. In short, your daily life is the same as that of the Witch Union. Sleeping Island is the home of witches, and Border Town is the same. Roland paused. Then let's test our abilities first. Tilly's description in the letter isn't very clear, so I want to see it with my own eyes. It's not convenient to do it here, so let's change to a more spacious place. Please wait a moment, Your Highness, I still have something to give you, Sylvie said. What is it? She opened the package in her hands and put a few yellowed parchments and a letter on the table. Lady Tilly found these documents in the ruins of the fjords. She wants to ask you everything in this letter. Roland opened the envelope in doubt. The letter wasn't long, so he quickly read to the end, but the content of the letter set off a monstrous wave in his heart. An artificial stone island sleeping at the bottom of the sea, the unpredictable ebb and flow of the tide, a telescope that could still be used after hundreds of years, and a stone gate built on top of a cliff. It's simply incredible. How could there be such incredible ruins in the fjords? Moreover, Tilly's question at the end of the letter also made him feel numb. After glancing at the parchment, he found that the words were indeed somewhat familiar. Quickly call Scroll, Roland ordered Nightingale. Scroll quickly rushed back from the city hall to the castle. When she summoned the Book of Magic, the prince couldn't help but frown. He saw that the holy book that Kara had brought out from the eastern forest ruins was actually written in the same language as the documents found in the fjord's ruins. Tilly's conjecture in the letter was confirmed. These ancient ruins were all created by the same group of people. If it was the church who built all of this, why did they abandon it all? And not only these magnificent buildings, but even the records of 450 years ago were completely erased. In the end, what were they trying to hide? Even the scorching summer sun couldn't make Roland feel a trace of warmth. He only felt a faint chill rising from the soles of his feet, gloomy and cold. The letter also mentioned that Tilly was trying to translate these words, and wanted to see if the Witch Cooperation Association had any clues. Roland decided to reply to the other side with the news of the devil and the holy city of Tequila, and also sent Soroya's restored photos of the scene. Maybe it would be helpful for her translation. This kind of information was not suitable to be hidden. The earlier they could understand the changes of more than 400 years ago, the earlier they could make preparations, and maybe they could also find the church's weakness. If they had no scruples, there was no need to bury all the past history in the ground. Obviously, there were some things they wanted to avoid being known. In addition, it was best to send someone to check the stone tower in the concealing forest. The ruins of the eastern sea wind region were blocked by the church, and the fjord stone island was immersed in the sea all year round. Except for a pile of books in the secret room, there was almost nothing left. The depths of the concealing forest were inaccessible, even the church couldn't easily reach there. Maybe they could find some useful clues. However, the Devil in Lightning's report also made him very afraid. This kind of action could not be done without witches, but if there was a loss of witches, any one of them would be hard for Roland to accept. After thinking it over, he decided to wait until the army was equipped with a new generation of firearms, and then directly go to the forest with the witches to deal with the possible appearance of the devil. Roland suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, revealing a reluctant smile. I understand Tilly's matter. I will write back and explain to her. The next step is to complete the ability test. After all, taking advantage of peaceful times to develop and strengthen their strength as soon as possible was the right thing to do. When the inevitable war came, at least he would have the power to fight. The test site was chosen outside the town's walls. In order to not let the fugitives stray into the test site, Roland also mobilized the First Army to isolate the surrounding area. The first to be tested was Lotus. Her age was similar to Nightingale. She had short black curly hair, and her facial features belonged to the type of a pretty daughter from a humble family, appearing very delicate. Her height was not high, only about 1.5 meters, and her body was thin. Compared to the tall Nightingale, she simply looked like a little girl who had not yet fully developed, giving people a feeling of weakness. However, her ability wasn't weak at all. Within a range of 5 meters, she could easily change the terrain beneath her feet. The description in the letter was far less shocking than when he saw it with his own eyes. During the test, Lotus made the ground beside her rise vertically, as if it was an earth pillar that reached the sky. Only when it was about 7 or 8 meters high did this towering earth pillar collapse due to structural instability. According to her, the looser the ground, the less magic power it would take to transform it. But similarly, if the geology was too poor, the strength of the houses and walls built would also be very low. If the main composition of the ground was gravel, it would be very difficult to create anything decent. Obviously, she could only change the terrain, but not the material of the ground. Of course, this problem could be solved by expanding the growth range and thickness. Roland also asked her to demonstrate how to build a house. However, the soil in the western region was obviously not as dense as that in Sleeping Island. The mud house that rose from the ground collapsed several times when there were windows and doors left. In the end, they had to increase the thickness of the walls to about 0.5 meter. After the completion of the house, it was as simple and crude as a cave. It could only serve the most basic living functions. Compared to the orderly layout and compact structure of the brick house, it was much worse. But then again, even the worst cave house was better than a wooden shed that was leaking everywhere. At least in winter, a brazier and a brick bed could keep the house warm. If it was too late to build enough brick houses before the arrival of the months of the demons, they could make do with this kind of house. The last step was a comprehensive test. Lotus' ability was a typical summoning ability, without any branch ability. She could shape the terrain within a range of 5 meters from herself. When she used it, it was very easy to be affected by the god's stone of retaliation, but the formed ground would not shrink back. How is her magic power level? Roland asked. A brown cyclone with a very dense center. Among the witches, it's a very good level, Nightingale thought for a moment. It's close to Leaf's. What about the consumption rate? Upgrading the soil floor is still okay. She looked at the raised stone wall at the foot of the north-sloped mountain. When transforming the rock, the consumption of magic power is very fast. I'm afraid it can only last for 1 or 2 hours. Roland nodded. Leaf's magic power was ranked 3rd in the Witch Union, second only to Anna and Soroya. But having enough magic power was the prerequisite for continuous use of her ability. Of course, there were also low-consumption abilities like Nightingale and Lightning, which could be maintained for a whole day without any difficulty. After recording this information in his notebook, he began the second witch's test. Who wants to come? Me. Honey raised her hand. Roland raised the corner of his mouth. Then show me your ability first. The girl called Honey was also not tall, she was even a bit shorter than Lotus. Last winter, she had just become an adult, and her temperament looked very lively. Her short, fluffy brown hair was curled up like a fried dough twist. Her skin color was slightly darker, and around her neck, wrists, and ankles she wore a chain made of animal teeth. Her main ability was animal language, which could take effect on animals within the range of her ability. All kinds of animals that had been tamed by magic would carry out her instructions, but the range of the instructions could not exceed the animal's ability. After the task was completed, the taming would be cancelled, or she would take the initiative to cancel it. In addition, Honey also had a very interesting branch ability, Animal Messenger. She could pass the taming command to the target animal through the messenger animal. For example, she could summon a bird and let it find a more powerful animal to serve. Perhaps it was an old cat, or perhaps it was a fierce goshawk. This process was completely out of control, and the final result was also full of uncertainty. However, whether it was the main ability or the branch ability, they would all be affected by the God Stone of Retaliation, especially the Animal Messenger, which could be directly erased by the God Stone of Retaliation, allowing the animal to regain its freedom. In addition, the larger the tamed animal, the more magic power it would consume. In her own words, she could summon dozens of birds at the same time, but if the target was a cow, she could only control 2 or 3. The third witch to be tested was Evelyn. She was about 25 or 26 years old, with a standard King City accent, which sounded especially amiable. On the list sent by Tilly, it was written that she could transform poor quality ale into other drinks with completely different styles and tastes, as long as she had tasted it before. As for this witch, Roland's purpose from the beginning was very obvious, that was to purify alcohol. Since she could turn watered ale into delicious wine or fruit wine, surely white wine shouldn't be a problem, right? For this reason, Roland had carefully prepared several bottles of packaged wine, the concentration of which ranged from 50% to 95%. It was a bit spicy, but it wouldn't be a problem if she only drank 1 or 2 mouthfuls. The key was to make her agree that this transparent liquid that burned her throat was indeed a kind of wine. However, the scorching sun in the wilderness wasn't a good place to taste wine. Without delicious side dishes, ice cubes, and crystal wine glasses, if he directly took out the pungent smell of white wine, others might even misunderstand it as poison. He intended to slowly influence her during dinner, so after simply asking Evelyn a few questions, he directly jumped to the next witch. The fourth was Sylvie. In front of this witch, Roland always felt a little uncomfortable. It wasn't because Nightingale said that she lied too much. In modern society, except for relatives and good friends, few people would speak frankly. He had long been accustomed to all kinds of special effects of flattery and rumors. He just felt that in front of her, he had a feeling that he had nowhere to hide. What was worse, he knew that this was not an illusion, but the other party's ability. Her vision could ignore obstacles. As long as she wanted to, the clothes on her body were as good as nothing. Roland secretly lamented why he didn't have such an ability. He couldn't help but change his sitting position, crossing his legs. In terms of appearance, she could be regarded as the most unique of the 5 witches. She had long green hair that fell straight to her shoulders, and slender eyebrows that were faintly discernible under her bangs. Her amber eyes were so transparent that there was almost no depth to them. It was as if they were mirrors that reflected all the light outside. After looking at them for a long time, Roland always felt that a red mark would suddenly appear inside them. Sylvie's ability was very easy to understand. She could see everything around her, even behind her, and her vision could penetrate obstacles. The specific depth of vision depended on her thoughts. In addition, she also had a branch ability similar to Nightingale's. She could see the gathering and dissipation of magic. This made Roland feel a little surprised. If the branch ability could be so close, then what about the main ability? He asked Sylvie this question, but the latter hesitated and said that among the hundreds of witches on Sleeping Island, there was no one with the same ability. Nightingale gently pinched his left side to verify that this sentence was true. Perhaps it's because there are too few samples, Roland thought. The last witch to appear was Candle. She, like Anna, had ushered in her day of adulthood during the months of demons last year. When she was a minor, her ability could only be used on illuminating objects such as candles, lamp oil, and torches. After adulthood, her magic was stabilized, and the effect was greatly enhanced. She could maintain the original characteristics of the objects she touched for a period of time. For example, after casting the ability on an ice cube, it would not melt under the sun, and would still emit bursts of cold air. At first glance, this ability seemed incredible, and could achieve many things that could not be done by conventional means. However, after several rounds of testing, Roland found that it was not as perfect as he had imagined. First of all, it was a kind of enchantment ability, which required direct contact with the target. This limitation made it difficult for Candle to solidify some high-temperature objects. As a result, his plan to obtain a drop of molten steel that was always in a state of incandescence and could provide a continuous source of heat for the blast furnace failed. Apart from Anna, no one dared to touch something that was thousands of degrees Celsius with their hands. But if it became a thin wire, Candle could hold the other end and enchant it, but this led to another problem. That was, the farther the solidified state of the object was from its normal state, the greater the consumption of magic, and the shorter the duration of the effect. Roland used ice cubes to verify this point. After solidifying 2 ice cubes of the same size, one was placed on the hot ground, and the other was thrown into a basin of water. The former only persisted for half an hour before it quickly melted, while the latter still maintained its original shape even after the water temperature dropped to ice cold. This meant that if it was replaced with red-hot wire or steel, the effect would only be worse. Finally, the size was also a factor that restricted Candle's ability. Just like Hummingbird and Mystery Moon, the larger the object, the more magic it consumed. And according to Nightingale's observation, her own magic was in the lower middle level, like a golden mist, and had not yet formed a strong cyclone. But even so, this seemingly introverted girl was still Roland's biggest gain. In the field of industrial production, the solidified state of the object could be called a priceless treasure. The key lies in the word normal state. Under the influence of heating, cooling, friction, force, and other factors, the metal would fatigue, and the structure would deform. He didn't need a drill that would become hot because of friction, nor did he need gears that were increasingly worn out. If the key parts of a machine could always be maintained in normal state, it meant that it could always maintain the highest efficiency and the highest precision. In other words, the burning flame could effectively improve the mechanical strength of inferior metals. Returning to the castle office, Roland once again browsed through the recorded abilities, and then began to plan the content of their future work. "How is it?" Nightingale poked her head out of the fog. "Among these 5 witches, is there anyone you particularly like?" "All of them are not bad," Roland casually replied. "What? You like all of them?" He glared at the other, who stuck out her tongue and walked away with a piece of dried fish in her mouth. Obviously, at present, the most useful ones were Lotus and Candle. With the ability to transform the terrain, he could easily build a new earthen wall outside the city wall. In order to save materials and speed up the construction period, he chose to build the original rubble cement wall at the foot of the northern slope mountain, which was the closest pass to the Redwater River. Although this could be completed before the arrival of the months of demons, at the same time it also limited the scope of the town's westward expansion. With the continuous increase in population, the development of this wilderness and the concealing forest was only a matter of time. The new earthen wall would extend to the outer edge of the concealing forest, and at the same time include a part of the forest, so that the town would nearly double the area. As for the lengthening of the line of defense, it could be solved by expanding the source of soldiers and artificially guiding the direction of the demonic beast's attack. In any case, compared with last year's wooden spears and preloaded flintlocks, the current firepower of the First Army had undergone earth-shaking changes, and the defensive measures such as the battery and the redoubt could also be completed with the help of the new city wall. In addition, he also intended to let Lotus open a passage in the southern mountains, so that Border Town could directly reach the ford. In this way, the town would be able to obtain a natural harbor, and trade with the fjords would also be more convenient. Taking into account the huge magic consumption of transforming the rock formation, this project might take several months. Candle's job was to cooperate with Anna and Lucia to create a new generation of machine tools for the production of firearms and other mechanical equipment. If everything went well, Anna could also be freed from the tedious processing and production. Sylvie's task was very clear, mainly to explore the northern slope mine and the concealing forest. According to the miners, the northern slope mine had more than 100 natural caves, and no one knew where they ultimately led. So far, they had mined and cleared only 20 tunnels, but they had already found several kinds of ores. Roland was very curious about the credibility of the so-called ancient monster's lair. Now that he had a witch with the ability to see through things, he wanted to completely explore the northern slope mine, draw a detailed map, and let Lotus cooperate to adjust the terrain to improve the efficiency of mining. As the sun set in the west, the rolling heat began to subside, and the cicadas that had been chirping all day also gradually quieted down. However, compared to Sleeping Island, which was surrounded by the sea, the castle was still a bit stuffy. Evelyn, covered in sweat, walked to the second floor. When she opened the bedroom door, a chill suddenly enveloped her. "Today's test was very hard," a mature and capable woman with black hair said with a smile. "How was it? Did it go well?" Her name was Scroll, and she was the oldest witch in the Witch Cooperation Association. She was also a very kind senior. She had only known her for a short day, but she had already felt the care and concern of the other. I don't know, Evelyn replied with some frustration. Everyone else used their own abilities, but when it was my turn, His Highness only asked me a few questions and then let me go. Is it because he thinks I'm useless? Scroll brought over a glass of ice water. There is no useless ability, only undeveloped ability. This is what His Highness Roland often said to us, so you don't have to worry about this. But she took the glass, wanting to say something but hesitating. Worried that you won't be useful and will be left out in the cold? Scroll couldn't help but laugh. If it was the previous Witch Cooperation Association, it would be possible, but in Border Town, His Highness has never treated any witch differently, this hummingbird can testify. The girl who was buried in the closet looking for clothes looked up. That's roughly the case. Like me, Mystery Moon, Lily, and Miss Nana recently have nothing to do. His Highness even encouraged us to play Gwent cards to relieve our boredom. Relieve boredom? Evelyn stared. Well, incredible, right? Work hard when you have something to do, play happily when you have nothing to do. That's what he said. Hummingbird paused, but I think His Highness is still a little biased. He obviously treats Anna better. She was the first witch he knew, so his feelings for her were naturally much deeper. Scroll knocked on her head. Quickly clean your clothes, there won't be much water left later. Then she looked at Evelyn. You should also come with us. Where? The latter was stunned. To take a shower, Scroll smiled. In this season of summer, there is nothing more pleasant than standing under the shower. When Evelyn followed the two into the bathroom, she couldn't help but cry out in surprise. It was as if she had walked into a vast grassland. In front of her was a sea of clouds and mountains. The afterglow of the setting sun shone through the window and reflected on the wall, dyeing the clouds with a touch of gold. This is Soroya's masterpiece, Scroll laughed. This isn't a traditional decorative painting, you'll know when you take off your shoes. Evelyn carefully placed the wooden sandals in the shoe cabinet by the door. When she stepped on the grassland barefoot, she immediately understood what Linley meant. The soles of his feet felt like lush green grass, and the tips of the grass were full of water droplets, as if it had just rained heavily. Scroll took off her clothes and let go of her ponytail, letting her long black hair cascade down. She walked to the wall and twisted the wrench. The shower head above her head suddenly sprayed out dozens of water lines, enveloping her. How is it? Very convenient, right? Hummingbird placed a round object in her hands. This is a bath product invented by His Highness. It feels great when used with a shower. Come, I'll teach you how to use it. When Evelyn returned to the room again, her whole body felt lighter. She had never experienced such a comfortable bath before. When she rubbed the soap on her body and washed it away with water, the sticky feeling on her body was immediately swept away, replaced by a refreshing and smooth feeling. After changing into clean clothes, the stuffy air seemed to cool down. When she lifted her arms, she could still smell the lingering scent of roses on her skin. Is this the daily life of a Witch Cooperation Association witch? Evelyn still couldn't believe it. She was born in the outer city of King City, and her family ran a tavern. Although most of the guests were farmers, their topics of conversation were always about the nobles in the inner city and their extravagant lifestyle. She had heard a lot of wine when she served the guests. For example, the golden bathtub filled with wine, and the milk bathtub sprinkled with rose petals. But even in their marvelous rumors, none of them could compare to her personal experience today. At least, Evelyn didn't think that bathing with wine and milk would be very comfortable. Thinking that the owner of the castle was a real prince, it was normal for him to pay attention to comfort and enjoyment. But the witches actually lived the same life as the royal family, which was simply unimaginable for her. One must know that before going to Sleeping Island, even maintaining an ordinary and peaceful life was an extravagant hope. Are you hungry? Scroll dried her hair and rebraided it. It's almost time to eat, let's go to the hall. In the living room on the first floor, a long square wooden table was already filled with all kinds of dishes. Evelyn roughly counted, there were 6 plates of meat, as well as egg custard, vegetable soup, and roasted mushrooms. It was no worse than last night's welcome banquet. After waiting for the other witches to arrive, everyone started to eat. She noticed that in addition to knives and forks, some people also used a pair of wooden sticks to pick up the food. His Royal Highness himself was the same, he rarely even picked up a knife and fork, the wooden stick in his hand flew up and down, looking very flexible. There were also no large pieces of steaks or whole chickens or ducks in the food bowls. Unlike the common food in the tavern, the steak was cut into small pieces, and the wild boar leg was removed from the bones, and was directly put into the mouth. When the dinner came to an end, His Royal Highness suddenly clapped his hands. "I've recently researched 2 new things, and I intend to promote them as products, but I'm not sure how effective they will be. I want you to try them first, and if you have any opinions, you can put them forward." "What are they?" "Food." "Okay, I want to try them." "And me, too." The witches of the Witch Cooperation Association suddenly cheered. Evelyn blankly looked at Scroll, and the latter explained with a smile, "His Royal Highness often invents some novel things, such as the soap you used before, as well as perfume, chopsticks, ice cream. Before he officially puts them into production, he will let us try them first." Ahem, the prince cleared his throat. "The first thing is white wine. Compared to common ale and fruit wine, it has a mellow taste, and is more likely to get people drunk, so underage witches are not allowed to participate." "Your Royal Highness, this is prejudice." Lightning shouted, "I can drink more than those adult sailors." "That's still not okay." "Well." The little girl pouted, but Roland remained unmoved, and ordered the attendants to serve the white wine and distribute it to the adult witches. In front of Evelyn, there were also 3 glasses, and they were all filled with different kinds of wine. One glass was transparent and colorless, just like clear water, one glass was milky white, and the last glass was a sparkling orange-yellow. Under the flickering candlelight, they could also see some small floating objects, which looked like unfiltered fruit wine. "They are white wine mixed with apple juice, white wine mixed with milk, and pure white wine," Roland introduced. "You can add ice according to your own taste, the more you add, the lighter the taste of the wine." Then he smiled at Evelyn, "You have been in King City's tavern, and your ability is to brew different kinds of wine, so I hope to hear your evaluation of this new wine." Evelyn's heart couldn't help but thump twice. She picked up the glass filled with orange wine and took a sip. Sure enough, as His Royal Highness had said, the taste of white wine was far stronger than that of ale. It was even a little sharp to the throat, and the tip of her tongue felt a trace of bitterness, but the fragrance of the apple diluted its influence, and finally the wine itself was mellow. Several flavors lingered in her mouth. It was the first time she had tasted such an excellent wine. The white wine mixed with milk was more gentle, and the bitterness had almost disappeared. She could taste, in addition to milk, there should also be some honey or sugar, the sweetness and the aroma of the wine mixed together, forming a new kind of taste. When it came to the last glass, Evelyn was already full of expectation. She took a small sip, and the burning feeling suddenly rolled over the base of her tongue and throat, just as she had expected, without the interference of other tastes, only the pure taste of wine was left. First it was hot, and then under the bitterness there was a sweetness. "The taste of these 3 glasses of wine is unforgettable." She put down the glass and took a breath. "Your Royal Highness, some people may not be able to accept its strong and stimulating taste, but I think people who really love to drink should not be able to resist having such a mellow wine fragrance." "Is that so?" Roland laughed. "That's good, but this glass is not the strongest white wine. I can still further enhance its mellow flavor. When the time comes you can taste it again." Did he choose me to come here to test his new wine?" Although Evelyn was a little confused, she still answered, "Yes, Your Royal Highness." After the wine glasses and plates were removed, His Royal Highness ordered the attendants to bring a pile of boxes, and then placed them on the long table. "This is the second new thing. It is also a small gift I intend to give you." He paused, "a special piece of clothing." After dinner, Nightingale took the box back to her bedroom, but before she could open it, Lightning, Maggie, Lily and Mystery Moon also jumped in, their eyes shining as they stared at the box in her hands. "What's wrong?" Vendi couldn't help but laugh. "Do you want to see what it is?" Except for Lily, the other 3 nodded. "His Royal Highness is biased." Lightning muttered, "It's fine if he doesn't let us drink the wine, but why didn't he even give us a gift?" "He said he would only give it to adult witches." Lily sighed. "You can ask him when you're an adult." "And I don't care what's inside. Why did he drag me here?" "Hey," Mystery Moon was surprised, "I only called you once, I didn't pull you." Stop, that's not the point." Lightning shouted, "Mystery Moon is an adult, Maggie is also an adult, but they don't. That's right, Coo. Maggie pushed aside the white hair covering her face and raised her chin in protest. I also don't have Coo. This. His Royal Highness has his own considerations. Nightingale also felt a little strange. Before Roland had never treated everyone differently. Why did he choose to give the gift this time? Let's see what's inside first. Opening the box, they saw a strange piece of clothing in front of them. It looked like a few cloth bands and a cloth bag, very soft to the touch. The material was obviously high-quality satin, but no matter how they looked at it, it didn't look like a piece of clothing, because it was really too small. There is a piece of paper at the bottom, Lightning shouted. Nightingale spread out the paper and found that it was written with the introduction of the gift and how to use it, and next to the method of use there was a picture. Vendi also opened her own box. This thing is called a bra? It can relieve the weight of the chest, promote blood circulation, stabilize the posture, and at the same time reduce the discomfort of friction. Nightingale's voice became lower and lower, and she felt her cheeks suddenly become hot. This thing was actually used to support her chest? She couldn't help but look at Vendi, only to discover that all the other witches were also looking at her, revealing expressions of sudden realization. Pfft, Lily couldn't help but laugh. Now you know why you don't have any gifts, right? TSK, let me correct my previous statement. Lightning probably won't get this gift after she becomes an adult. You speak as if there will be, Mystery Moon said, glaring at her. I don't care. The latter rolled his eyes. Is this like a corset? Only Lightning was completely unmoved. Her eyes were filled with curiosity and envy. Can you wear it for me to see? Of course not. Vendi showed a rare look of embarrassment. After driving all four of them out, she was slightly relieved. Why would His Highness suddenly give us this? Nightingale also felt a little embarrassed. It was okay if it was just a gift of underwear. Everyone usually wore and used clothes from the castle, so no one felt embarrassed. But this obviously had to be suitable for different people to wear. In other words, before Roland had carefully observed everyone's size. This thought made her blush, and she couldn't help but want to hide in the mist. By the way, if it was Anna, what would she do? I'll leave and come back soon, Nightingale said as she spread out the mist, passed through the wall, and walked to the door of Anna's bedroom. After hesitating for a moment, she finally chose to knock on the door and enter. The door was quickly opened. Anna was wearing a nightgown, and her expression was the same as usual. What's the matter? I want to ask. Nightingale entered the room and turned around to close the door. What do you think about the gift from His Highness? I've already put it on. It's very convenient. Anna's answer caught her off guard. You've already put it on? Yes, Anna nodded. Do you want to see it? No, no need. She hurriedly waved her hand and hesitated. I just want to ask, don't you think it's strange to give this? Why? Anna was puzzled. His Highness also said that he wants to promote this and sell it to more people as a product, so he needs us to help him try it on. And this is very good. She patted her chest. It's soft and light. Except that the hook on the back is not easy to take off. It's much better than wearing an extra layer of underwear. So that's how it is. Nightingale couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She didn't care about these trivial things at all, but focused on His Highness's goal. Perhaps this was what made her different, pure, and direct. As a gift from Roland, Nightingale knew that she would try it anyway, so why was she still so shy? It was the same before. There was no need to hide at all. She could just tell him her thoughts openly. If it was Anna, she would definitely do the same, right? Thinking of this, Nightingale went back to her room, picked up the bra and studied it for a while. She hid in the fog, fastened it, put on her coat, and reappeared in front of Vendi. It's a little big. She tried to jump. But it's really a lot more comfortable to wear. At least I don't have to worry about the rough clothes and the pain in my chest. Also, it doesn't affect my movements at all, and I can save the chest belt. It's very convenient. You should try it. No, I don't need it. Vendi shook her head. How can that be? Nightingale chuckled and pulled her into the fog. I always feel that His Highness designed this dress because of you. Sylvie felt that she had seen more strange things today than she had seen in the past few years. Water flowed from a pipe with a flick of the switch, soap with a light fragrance, and white wine that burned her throat. But Evelyn still accompanied His Highness to drink all 3 cups. Of course, the most inconceivable thing was the gift of clothes after dinner. She knew that the nobles did have the practice of giving corsets, but other people would at least put on a corset dress. How could they directly give this? And even if it was given as a gift, it was usually given to someone very close, such as a lover. But listening to His Highness, it seemed that he not only wanted to give intimate clothes to witches, but also wanted to promote it and popularize it in the Western Territory? Sylvie couldn't help but shiver. Which noble would choose to personally do this business? Or, he had an extraordinary interest in breasts and buttocks. After Nightingale pulled Vendy into the fog, she could only vaguely see 2 vague shadows floating around the bed. Obviously, under the instigation and encouragement of the former, Vendy had accepted the gift. What about the other witches? Didn't they understand the meaning of giving intimate clothes? Thinking of Ash's warning, Sylvie couldn't help but swallow her saliva. A week later, Roland officially launched the steel bridge construction project. You mean, you want me to raise 2 pieces of land in the middle of the river to act as footholds for the bridge piers? Lotus looked at the rolling river and asked in surprise, are you going to build a real bridge, instead of using a pontoon to connect the 2 ends of the river? Yes, Roland spread out the roll of paper in his hand, taking into account the impact of the river. The 2 pieces of land need to have a certain volume, and in order to reduce the impact, they need to be processed into this shape. This is the shape of a ship. Lotus looked back at the drawing. Yes, to be exact, it should be spindle-shaped, he nodded. As long as it is parallel to the direction of the current, it will receive the smallest impact. The problem is, the Redwater River is nearly 10 meters deep. Can you make the bottom of the river rise? It's not difficult to do, Your Highness, Lotus simply replied, leave it to me. For the sake of insurance, the ship responsible for carrying the witches was Little Town. The wide concrete hull of the ship moved in the river as if it was walking on flat ground. The helmsman was still lightning, and the sail power was provided by Vendy. However, in the last week, when the latter saw the prince, she would slightly avert her eyes, seeming somewhat uncomfortable. Until today, Roland finally saw her raise her head, looking straight at him as usual, and when they passed each other on the ship, he also heard her whisper thank you. You have to give me credit for this, Nightingale whispered in his ear from the fog. Little Town quickly left the pier, heading towards the middle of the wide river. Carter had already pulled up the hemp rope on both sides of the river. The 2 red cloth strips tied to it were the expected positions of the bridge piers. After the cement ship moved to the first point, Lotus stood on the edge of the ship and began to display her ability. She saw that the river suddenly seemed to boil, surging upwards, forming a hill. Soon, gravel, grass, and mud emerged from the surging river, and the water gradually became turbid. So that's how it is, Roland thought. Her ability can not only transform the solid ground, but also the water, and raising the water surface is much easier than the loose gravel. Although the rising river water immediately rolled down in all directions, the riverbed had already been lifted up bit by bit. Not long after, a ball of greenish-gray soil floated to the surface of the water. It looked very soft and emitted an unpleasant stench. Everyone could not help but cover their noses. However, in Roland's eyes, all of this was top-notch fertilizer. Over the centuries, the bones of fish and other aquatic creatures, the water plants, and the excrement of the residents were deposited in the soil bit by bit. If it wasn't for the inconvenience of transportation, he would have liked to use the soil to fertilize the fields. Unfortunately, they could only be shoveled away manually and thrown directly into the river. Just like that, he cleared a layer and leveled it up. Finally, he saw the yellowish-brown solid soil. What followed next was to repeat this process until the 2 pieces of land were completely shaped. Roland estimated that this process would last for at least a week. However, just lifting the land out of the water did not mean that it could be used immediately. The flowing river would constantly carry away the sediment. Without any protection, even the spindle-shaped land would not last for more than a decade. He called Carvan Bait to his side and took out a charcoal pen. While drawing, he explained the next step to solidify the ground. You mean, we should dig grooves at the edge of the land and then pour cement in? The current Minister of Construction asked while gesturing at the drawings. No wonder he's an outstanding member of the King City Mason Guild, Roland thought with satisfaction. With just a few simple reminders, he immediately understood my intention. Yes, the length of each section should not exceed 5 meters and the depth should be controlled at about 1 meter. After filling it with cement, let the witches lower this section of the groove by 1 meter. Repeating this process, you can form a cement wall that goes straight to the bottom of the riverbed. This plan was thought up by Roland after seeing Lotus' ability. Since she could control the ground to fall directly, then presumably she could also bring the structures built on the ground into the ground. Your idea is really ingenious, Car's eyes lit up. In this way, even if the river washes away the soil on the outside, it will still be blocked by the tightly wrapped walls. Roland nodded. The key point is to control the overall height of the sinking. If it is too little, it will lead to the bottom not being able to be wrapped tightly, and if it is too much, it will waste the cement and delay the construction period. You will be responsible for controlling this. Yes, Your Highness, he replied, counting the silt and soft soil dug out. I estimate that the entire height should be about 12 meters. In addition, after surrounding the cement wall, the land in the middle should not be covered with cement. In the future, I will plant flowers and grass on it. The prince urged. Plant flowers? Car was stunned. After all, these walls could not be watertight, and if they were to be built in sections, the walls would inevitably have even gaps. If he wanted to further stabilize the soil, the simplest way was to plant grass. Vegetation could balance the soil water content and reduce soil erosion, especially after Leaf had magically modified the super long root weeds, which could ensure that the soil was firmly consolidated together. After briefly explaining the role of plants in preserving the soil, Roland turned to look at the busy workers on the riverbank. How is the construction of the bridge now? We are laying the cement gravel road, Carr reported without hesitation. It should be completed this week. According to the plan, the bridge on both sides of the river would be made of rubble and cement, just like the Western Territory's city wall. As long as the positioning and measurement work were done, the construction itself would not be difficult. The bridge ramp was raised by a full 7 meters compared to the ground, and was connected to the city streets through a long gentle slope with an arc. With the height difference between the river embankment and the water surface, when the iron bridge was completed, it should be able to form a clear height of 10 to 12 meters from the Redwater River, which was basically enough for the sails of the river. At present, only one span of the main bridge had been completed, and it was currently being tested on the shore. Because the span was not large, the load was extremely low. Even if Roland knew nothing about bridge engineering, he was not worried about its reliability. In the era before the overloaded rear 8 wheels, the 30-centimeter high I-beam was a guarantee of stability. Even if it was crowded with people, it would still be impossible to break the steel beam. What's more, from the processing to the assembly and welding, Anna would take care of everything, so the probability of a shoddy construction was extremely low. Similarly, its installation was also very simple. After the 3 spans of the main bridge were prefabricated, Hummingbird would directly lighten it, and then hand it over to Lightning to hoist in place. When this steel bridge, which could allow 2 4-wheeled carriages to pass side by side, was erected on the Redwater River, the north and south banks would truly be connected as a whole. Even the greatest stonemason would find it difficult to imagine such a magnificent bridge. Looking at the sparkling wide lake, Carr sighed. Your Highness, does this steel bridge have a name? Under the scorching sun, Sirius Daly, wearing a straw hat, walked along the riverbank, checking the growth of the wheat ears. After nearly 4 months of planting, the wheat was now basically mature. As far as the eye could see, the boundless wheat field was like a golden ocean. The ears of wheat were thick and plump, and not only did the number of caryopsis double, even the size of the wheat was bigger than any spring wheat he had seen before. Without waiting for the harvest to be weighed, Sirius knew that this year would be a bumper harvest. There was no doubt that this must be the work of the witches. He had accompanied his father in farming for 10 years, so he naturally knew what an ordinary wheat should look like. A wheat plant was divided into 1 to 3 ears, and each ear could produce 20 to 30 fruits. Whether the soil was fertile or not would indeed affect the size of the wheat, but directly doubling the number of caryopsis? Other than witches, he couldn't think of any other explanation. There were many other changes like this, such as the towering water tower in the town. He had observed those gigantic structures up close, and it was impossible to move a large iron bucket to an iron frame that was taller than a residential building with human strength alone, not to mention that they were built almost overnight. Nowadays, the townspeople living in the community rarely needed to carry a bucket to fetch water. As long as they turned on the faucet, the cool well water would pour out from the pipe. The same was true for the island in the middle of the Redwater River. Since His Highness held the award ceremony, when Miss Nana was placed on the ceremonial platform, the use of witches became increasingly undisguised. Making a piece of land appear out of thin air on the empty river, this was obviously something only witches could do. He had asked the City Hall director Barev about this matter, but the answer he got was that he didn't need to care, as His Highness Roland had his own ideas. Well, in any case, the royal family always liked to go against the church. Even if the latter sent an army to crusade against His Highness, they had to first defeat the first army before they were qualified to speak. Otherwise, the western region could only belong to Roland Wimbledon. Wasn't Duke Ryan the best example? "Sir, you came." Two serfs who were weeding in the field saw Sirius daily, and immediately came to greet him. "You see, this wheat field is ready to be harvested, so, we want to ask if what Sir Lord said before is still valid?" Yes. The serf rubbed his hands nervously. "Can we really be promoted to free people?" As the person in charge of the Ministry of Agriculture, in addition to recording the best planting methods and calculating the harvest, Sirius also had another important responsibility: to communicate with the serfs, and to promptly preach the policies of His Highness and City Hall to them. Although he didn't like these country bumpkins who had to deal with mud all day, the knight's self-discipline allowed him to carry out his mission. "Do you see those slogans?" Sirius pointed at the banner beside the farmland. "Sir, I don't understand." The serf smiled awkwardly. "Labor creates wealth, and labor changes fate," he said. "That is to say, as long as you work hard, you will have the opportunity to be promoted to a freeman. This is the promise made by His Royal Highness, and it will be fulfilled." Is that so? That's great. In addition, after becoming a free citizen, you can move into the town's central area, have your own brick house, and obtain the right to receive primary education. In the future, you don't need to ask me what these slogans mean. Sirius repeated the corresponding propaganda content. "Yes, my lord." The serf nodded excitedly. "The weather is hot. Do you want to go sit in my shed and drink a cup of cold water?" "No, you can go back to your work." He waved his hand, looked at the two people bowing their heads to thank him for a long time, and then returned to the field to continue with his previous work. This was the question Sirius had heard the most in the past month. No matter how much he preached, they would always take the trouble to ask again, as if they were afraid that the Sir Lord would cancel the policy in the blink of an eye. Not far away, someone surrounded him. "Hello, Sir Sirius, after the wheat is harvested and dried, do we really only need to hand over 70%? Sirius sighed in his heart. The number of times this question appeared was second only to the promotion of a freeman. The first year is indeed like this, but in the future it will only become less and less. If you become a freeman, you only need to hand over 20%, this is what we have repeatedly emphasized. It would be great if we could really be promoted." One of the tall men touched the back of his head and said, "Then the remaining 30% of the wheat, can we? It can only be sold to His Royal Highness, eaten by ourselves, or kept as seeds." Sirius clapped his hands, simply having them call over the surrounding serfs. "Listen carefully, Border Town prohibits the private sale of food, whether it is sold to the local townspeople or to foreign merchants. It is a violation of Border Town's laws. If you do so, not only will your gains be confiscated, but you may also be imprisoned." "What if the Lord only offers a very low price?" the tall man muttered. "Of course there won't be such a situation. His Royal Highness will purchase food at a stable market price, whether it is a bad harvest or a good harvest, there won't be any significant changes. So you don't have to worry about not being able to afford to eat after selling the wheat, nor do you have to worry about harvesting too much, resulting in not being able to sell it or selling it at a low price." Sirius emphasized, "In the whole of Border Town, there is only one place where you can sell food, that is the convenience market, and the manager of the market is our City Hall. In the end, the price is. Rest assured, His Royal Highness will personally announce the purchase to you." Looking at the serfs dispersing in twos and threes, Sirius licked his dry lips and continued to inspect the crops. He didn't know how many of these people would keep his words in mind, but Sir Barif had clearly conveyed His Royal Highness' unyielding will. When the time comes, those who smuggle food will be severely punished. At this moment, a young serf broke away from the crowd, turned around and came back. "My lord," he said while gasping for breath, "I still want to ask you a question." "Hmm? Do you know where Miss May and Lady Irene went?" He hesitated. "Recently there have been no theatrical performances in the square. I want to ask you about their current situation. Are they sick?" This was a fresh and interesting question. Sirius couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. If he hadn't happened to see them in the city hall, he really wouldn't have been able to answer. They went to Longsong Stronghold. Ah, the other side showed a disappointed look. "Don't tell me they don't intend to stay in Border Town?" "They only went to the Stronghold Theater to perform." He shrugged his shoulders. "And now the weather is so hot, you can't bear to see them standing under the sun, sweating profusely, right? When autumn comes, they will continue to return to the square to perform new plays." So that's how it is." "Thank you, my lord." Looking at the young man's contented back, Sirius couldn't help but think of his own experiences in the past few months, from being a knight to a captive, and then from a captive to a city hall official. He didn't want to return to the Wolf family's territory, where there was nothing but a dilapidated house and a stretch of wheat fields. Becoming a knight was just a way to get rid of his father's life of farming. The first batch of wheat planted in Border Town finally ushered in the harvest day. Under the scorching sun, the serfs used sickles to cut the wheat stalks, bundled them up and transported them to the other side of the river. Roland knew that the process from ear to kernel was a very tedious one. Before mechanical farming tools and combine harvesters became popular, the wheat needed to be separated, cleaned, screened, and dried manually. Now, he once again witnessed this process. After the wheat stalks were transported back to the camp, the serfs spread them flat on the ground to dry, and then used a variety of tools, wooden sticks, stones, and rakes, to repeatedly beat the wheat stalks and ears, so that the carry-ons could be peeled off. This process often lasted for 3 or 4 days. In Roland's memory, in the countryside, oxen or donkeys were used to pull the stone mill to press the wheat stalks back and forth, which not only saved a lot of effort, but also made the peeling process more uniform. It had to be said that the level of agriculture in Border Town was really too backward. After beating, it was time to turn the situation around. If there was no fork, they would use a wooden stick instead, or they would directly grab the wheat stalks with both hands and throw them into the sky, just like stir-frying vegetables. After the early beating, most of the carry-ons had been broken, and this process separated the fruit from the wheat stalks. The threshed wheat stalks actually had many uses. After being crushed, they could be returned to the field, used as livestock bedding, or made into fodder and paper. But Roland had no time to develop the green industry at the moment, so he could only watch the serfs pile the wheat stalks by the river and burn them all. In the next few days, gray smoke fluttered over the town all day long, comparable to the previous cement powder pollution. At the same time, the 2 spindle-shaped islands of the Redwater Bridge had also been cleaned up, and the construction of the water-retaining wall was carried out as planned. The foundation piers were prefabricated in the same way as the main bridge. First, concrete columns containing shaped steel and steel bars were poured in the open space, and then weight reduction hoisting was carried out. Finally, Lotus was responsible for sinking it into the soil, leaving only half of the steel plate exposed, waiting to be connected to the bridge. Therefore, during this week, Roland basically wandered between the Redwater Bridge and the threshing ground, and his skin was tanned a lot. After the wheat stalks were forked out, there was only a layer of wheat grains and husks left in the threshing ground. The serfs swept them together and piled them up into hills, then stood on the hills, scooped up the mixture with shovels, and threw it into the open space in front of them. Because the husks were much lighter than the fruits, they fell farther to the ground when the wind blew. Therefore, the grains were scattered under their feet, while the husks and debris were scattered far away. Using this method, they collected the grains step by step. Of course, it was impossible to completely clean the chaff, and in the process, the grains would be mixed with mud and gravel. Therefore, Roland made up his mind to prepare a batch of farm machinery for next year's harvest. He probably couldn't make a combine harvester, but a sheller was quite easy to make. He just needed to replace the stone mill with a millstone, install a screen under it, and use a blower to separate the broken chaff. When the plump wheat grains were evenly spread on the threshing floor, it seemed as if the entire northern bank of the Redwater River was dyed with a layer of gold. Looking at these golden fruits, Roland's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Regardless of whether the harvested grain was enough to fill the stomachs of more than 10,000 people, at least for Border Town, this was a memorable day. From today onwards, the grain in his territory would gradually change from being completely dependent on imports to being self-sufficient. After drying for 3 days, the wheat entered the stage of bagging and weighing. "Your Highness, this time we had a great harvest." That afternoon, Berev excitedly ran into the office. According to the preliminary statistics of the City Hall, the yield per mu of each responsible field is at least 4 times higher than in the past, and the highest is currently 6 times higher. In this way, this year's harvest is enough to fill the stomachs of the subjects. Really? Roland couldn't help but laugh. It seems that the newly built granary in the castle district won't always be empty. Do you know what this means? The expression of the City Hall director seemed to be even more excited than Roland. Border Town only needs to add another 2,000 farmers to meet the food consumption of 50,000 to 60,000 people. This is incredible. Border Town can completely expand into the largest city in Grey Castle. No. He paused for a moment. The most magnificent city on the continent. In this era, the main reason why the urban population could not increase was the low production capacity of grain. A large city like King's City, which had a population of more than 20,000, already required dozens of villages to provide food for it. Each village had a population of about 1,000 to 2,000. If half of them were engaged in farming, the total number of people would be 20,000. In other words, the grain produced by a farmer could not only feed himself and his family, but also one city resident at most. This was the so-called invisible constraint on productivity. It was hard for Berev to imagine that after mechanized farming was popularized, the output of just one person would be enough to feed tens of thousands of people. The main reason why Border Town could achieve such a great harvest without the promotion and development of agricultural technology was the golden ones modified by Leaf. Using as few farmers as possible to feed as many people as possible, liberating human resources from the farmland and putting them into industrial production, this was the strategy that Roland had decided on from the very beginning. Now that the Ministry of Agriculture had obtained the best planting process, and in the coming years, iron farming tools and machinery would be used in farming, the per capita output would definitely increase. In the evening, Roland held a bonfire speech by the Redwater River. Time seemed to have returned to that dusk 4 months ago. It was still the same bonfire, the dense crowd, and the last trace of the afterglow on everyone's faces. The only difference was the expression on everyone's face. Compared to the fear and uneasiness they had felt when they first arrived, their faces were now brimming with joy and unconcealable expectation for the harvest. Roland waved his hand downward, and the scene immediately quieted down. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the prince to fulfill his promise. "I know what you want to hear." Roland did not follow his usual practice of first putting his name and title. Instead, he said straightforwardly, "I can also tell you without a doubt that the promotion rules announced before are still valid and will continue." His words ignited the atmosphere. The crowd could not help but shout. Many people knelt down and praised the prince's benevolence. "Long live the Lord! Long live His Royal Highness!" After the grain has been handed in, the promotion list will also be announced. Roland waited until the cheers subsided a little, then continued, "City Hall will be responsible for the arrangements after you become free people. You can choose to continue farming or find another job in the town. In addition, from next year, as long as the harvest meets the promotion standards, even if the output is not among the top, you can still become free people. In other words, as long as you work hard, you can definitely get rid of the status of a serf. As I said, labor creates wealth, and labor changes fate." He paused for a moment and looked around. "I hope that one day in the future, there will be no more serfs in Border Town, and everyone can become my real subjects." Timothy Wimbledon walked into the arched round room at the top of the Lord's Tower in the port of Clearwater. Unlike the common castles, this tower building was taller and narrower. In addition to dealing with government affairs and sightseeing, it was impossible to even summon ministers to hold court. The furnishings in the room had not been moved at all, as if the owner had just left and would soon return. Directly facing the entrance was a reddish-brown square table. The books on the table were arranged neatly, and there were a few unfinished manuscripts in the center. The quill was inserted into the ink bottle, and one could pick it up to continue writing. He walked step by step to the table and sat in the wide chair. The chair was covered with a cushion made of bamboo, very suitable for relieving the heat of the summer. There was also a large bucket of water next to the chair, obviously used to place the ice on, to cool down and dispel the heat. However, today's weather was a bit gloomy, and the dark clouds over the sea were very low, so the room did not feel stuffy. Timothy leaned over, put his face on the table, and gently sniffed. A faint fragrance entered his nostrils. This was the fragrance of Garcia's favorite blue sunflower, which was produced in Coldwind Ridge. Compared to rose and rosemary, it contained a unique coolness, as if the ice and snow of the northern region had been melted into it. Only by using an object for a long time could it be infected with one's own smell. There was no doubt that his sister was always like him, sitting in the chair with her hands on the table, listening to reports from her subordinates, or writing government decrees. Thinking of this, he could not help but laugh. Ha, 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 ha 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 ha. In the end, Timothy simply leaned on the back of the chair, looked up and laughed loudly. He finally won. Garcia gave up the port of Clearwater, gave up the Southern Territory, which was equivalent to giving up the throne of Grey Castle. Since he found out that the Black Sail fleet was moving north along the coastline, he immediately summoned his subordinates, drove more than 5,000 slaves, rats, and criminals straight to the Southern Territory, and launched an attack on Garcia's nest, the port of Clearwater. The only resistance came from the Sand Nation in the extreme south. He did not know what kind of promise this group of people had received, but one by one they rushed forward as if they did not care about their lives. But the trouble was, they also had berserk pills. This battle lasted for nearly half a month, during which Timothy took advantage of his numerical advantage to disintegrate the opponent's counterattack time and time again, and constantly nibbled away at the Sand Nation's line of defense. Nearly 3,000 people died in the war of attrition. If not for the influence of the pills, this motley crew would not have dared to step onto the battlefield, let alone fight the savage and ferocious Sand Nation head-on. The result of the battle was that he had crossed over layers of corpses and climbed up to the Lord's Tower of the port of Clearwater. The Queen of Clearwater had become history, and the southern border of Grey Castle had finally returned to his control. "Your Majesty?" The knight, who was guarding outside the door, probably heard Roland's carefree laughter. "It doesn't matter." Timothy got up, tilted his head, and motioned for him to follow him. Then he went up to the balcony from the side door of the roundhouse. The slightly salty sea breeze blew against his face, and his robe fluttered in the wind. The dark clouds in the distance were getting thicker and thicker, as if a heavy rain was approaching. What a pity, he thought. He had originally planned to see his sister's port, dock, and Lord's Tower turn into ashes in the raging flames, but it seemed that he would not be able to do so. For the past 6 months, he had been leading troops on expeditions, and had almost never stayed in King City for a full month. All of the government affairs were entrusted to the Prime Minister. Although Marquis Wyke seemed to be very loyal, but loyalty did not mean that he would always be able to resist temptation. Gerald Wimbledon was the best example. He had to return to King City as soon as possible, and stabilize the political situation. But the rain in the south would last for several days, and he could not wait until then. "I will leave for King City early tomorrow morning," Timothy said. "In addition to my personal guards and King City Knight Regiment, the rest of the knight and mercenaries will be under your command. Sir Ed Hawes, guard the southern border for me, and don't let the Sand Nation take a single step into Grey Castle." "You want me to stay here?" The young knight from the Hawes family in the north was startled. "But I still want to continue fighting for you, Your Majesty." Guarding the border is also fighting for me, sir," Timothy interrupted. "Listen, there are still many things to do here, so I have to leave behind a loyal and capable person to deal with the aftermath." "But..." Ed seemed a little hesitant. "I know what you are worried about." The new king smiled and patted him on the shoulder. "Rest assured, you won't always stay here. When the matter of the port of Clearwater is over, I will immediately transfer you back to King City. Grey Castle is still not unified, and before recovering the Western Territory, I need more night to fight for me. How could I forget you here?" He raised his head, his eyes shining, and then he knelt down on one knee and shouted, "Yes, Your Majesty." "Get up." Timothy nodded with satisfaction. "There are 3 main things you have to do next. The first is to escort all the residents of the port of Clearwater to King City." "Don't you want to hang these traitors?" the knight asked in surprise. "No, they are not the real traitors. If they were really on Garcia's side, they would have already left with the Black Sail fleet. If I kill these people, I will only be playing into her hands." However, the influence of his sister was really beyond his expectations, with more than 10,000 people in the port, plus the slaves captured from Eagle City. In the end there were only more than 400 people who were unwilling to leave. If it weren't for the Sand Nation's desperate resistance, this port would be no different from an empty city. "Your Majesty is merciful." "The second thing is to burn the dock, shipyard, and the Lord's Tower. I want everyone in the Southern Territory to see that Garcia's lair no longer exists. Even if she comes back, she will only get ruins." "Yes," the knight replied. "The last thing is to collect refugees for me." Timothy looked at the sky and the sea, and calmly said, "Any homeless people, rats, bandits, or even Sand Nation will do." Since the Battle of Eagle City until today, the disputes in the Southern Territory have never subsided, so there should be a large number of refugees in the surrounding villages and towns. It doesn't matter how you collect them, but before the start of the war to suppress the Western Territory, you must at least provide me with a team of 5,000 people. Garcia's escape proved the correctness of his strategy, which was to use more than half of the population of Grey Castle to consume the strength of the rebels. Under normal circumstances, a team of about 100 knight would lead thousands of civilians to launch an attack. The knight would not participate in the battle, but was only responsible for distributing the pills and commanding the battle. In the face of an absolute advantage in numbers, as long as they continued to consume the population, the one who would not be able to hold on would be the enemy. Garcia's retreat was a decisive performance. If she had stubbornly defended the port of Clearwater, she would inevitably be swallowed up by the crazy civilians who had swallowed the pills. "Your Majesty, why hasn't there been any news from my brother?" Ed's words made Timothy slightly surprised. Indeed, it had already been 2 months since Lehman Hawes had been sent to loot the Western Territory. Taking into account the journey back and forth, he should have already reported the situation or returned to King City. Although one of the tasks given to Lehman was to seize control of the Western Territory as soon as possible, Timothy was clear that after taking the pills, the 1,500 people were almost useless. Relying on them to occupy the Western Territory was unlikely, so the main goal was still to seize the pills in the Stronghold Church, find out the details of the Duke's battle, and finally attack Border Town to consume a round of Roland's forces. This was a tried and true method to deal with Garcia. Even if they didn't capture the port of Clearwater, and the militia was completely annihilated, most of the knight's troops would be able to return safely. As long as they gathered a group of useless people, they would be able to continue the attack. But why has there been no news from Lehman Hawes and the knight's troops? Maybe he delayed his return because of the attack on Border Town, or maybe he's on his way back, Timothy slowly said. These reasons were obviously not very convincing, but he didn't want to say the most likely answer in front of Lehman's brother. "Maybe when I return to King City, I'll receive news from him." "Your Majesty, when the time comes, can you please tell you his news?" Timothy nodded. "Of course, I'll send a messenger to deliver it." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The new king leaned against the railing, looking at the occasional bright light in the dark clouds. The sound of thunder seemed to come from far away. It wasn't loud, but it was dull and vigorous, as if it directly pounded on his heart. Ed's question made the joy in his heart fade a lot. If Garcia Wimbledon's resistance was a matter of course, and Tilly Wimbledon's departure made him disappointed, then Roland Wimbledon's actions were completely unimaginable. He had thought that he did not need to spend any effort to pay attention to his incompetent younger brother. After a while, he would get tired of living in a poor town and come to the capital. However, the actual situation was completely beyond his imagination. He stayed behind in Border Town, survived the months of the demons, defeated the Duke of Ryan, seized Longsong's stronghold, and even completely lost contact with Lehman's 1,500 militia. How did he do it? Timothy didn't have a deep understanding of his younger brother. When he was a child, neither Garcia nor Gerald liked to play with him. When he was an adult, they would only see each other once at the palace banquets. However, rumors of his naughty and mischievous deeds still lingered, and even his father didn't like him very much. Could it be that he had been hiding his true nature from the very beginning? Timothy quickly rejected this idea. Even if she was as smart as fifth sister, she was only good at learning and quick thinking. Her childhood personality was no different from that of an ordinary girl. How could a person be born with the ability to hide and deceive? Something must have happened to him after he went to border town, which caused this change. Timothy shook his head and put these distracting thoughts to the back of his mind. What's wrong, Your Majesty? No, it's nothing, the new king took a deep breath. The storm is coming. No matter what he encountered, border town's population and location made it impossible for him to retreat. There was no port, no fleet, and behind him was a barbarian land that he couldn't set foot in. He could only defend that corner until he was exhausted by his own offensive. Do you insist on leaving tomorrow? The knight asked worriedly. If I stop in the face of a little rain, how can I face the real storm? Timothy turned and said. Sooner or later, Roland Wimbledon would kneel at his feet and beg for forgiveness. The crown of the King of Grey Castle would inevitably be firmly placed on his head. However, this was just the beginning. The church's movements and intentions were becoming more and more obvious. One day, Grey Castle would fight against the church, and that would be the real challenge. Go and do your work. The sooner you complete the task I gave you, the sooner you can return to King City. Yes, Your Majesty. Ed took 2 steps, then turned back and asked, I almost forgot, Your Majesty, what should we do with those who swallowed the pills and didn't die on the battlefield? This is the 3rd time they've taken the pills. Let them be incinerated along with the port of Clearwater, he replied with a blank expression. The knight took the order and left. Timothy suddenly felt a chill on the tip of his nose. He raised his head and saw rain falling from the clouds. At first, it was sparse, but then it became denser, and soon it set off a series of ripples on the sea. Asterisk at the top of the Tower of Babel in the new holy city of Hermes. Damn it. Damn it. Tayfun slammed the table and said, that son of a bitch. Blasphemer. How dare she target the church? This was the first time that Maine had seen the old bishop lose his composure. The blue veins on his forehead bulged, his beard trembled with anger, and his face was so ferocious that it seemed as if he wanted to swallow the other person alive. It was hard to imagine that the old bishop, who usually complained about Heather, would quarrel with her for an entire afternoon, but when he saw the jewelry box sent by the Queen of Clearwater, the old bishop broke out in an astonishing rage. There were no pearls in the jewelry box, only an iron ring, which was the bishop's emblem personally awarded by the Pope, and the ring was worn on a blood-stained broken finger. Maine sighed and reached out to close the jewelry box. Of course she dares, because we haven't obtained the blessings of God. God only favors the winner. This sentence immediately calmed Tayfun down. He sat back in his chair without saying a word, gasping for breath, and finally forced out a sentence, what are you going to do next? This was indeed a situation that the church had never encountered in the last 100 years. No one would have thought that Garcia would travel thousands of miles from Grey Castle to the Kingdom of Endless Winter, and after capturing King City, she would also send the Black Sail Fleet to approach Hermes. Although Wolfshart City was on the verge of being captured, Maine didn't hesitate to transfer all of the God's Punishment Army back to the old holy city. This city without walls was the barrier of Hermes, and under no circumstances could it be lost. After the offensive stopped, the Black Sail Fleet also didn't continue to advance, but instead returned to King City along the river. Obviously, the other party's intention was very obvious. As long as the church sent a large army to attack Wolfshart, Garcia would attack the holy city from the river. The sudden intervention of this royal power made the nobles of the Kingdom of Endless Winter restless. Maine believed that as long as he could let these greedy people continue to keep their territory and property, they would not hesitate to support Garcia as the new Queen of Endless Winter. Today's predicament was not something he could easily solve. But the church wouldn't be subdued by this kind of difficulty. Long before he became the bishop, he had already understood that he would have to walk on a thorny road. First of all, the holy city needs a new bishop. You first make a list of candidates, and the final candidate will be decided by the Pope, Maine slowly said. What about the enemy? Tayfun snorted through his nostrils. Passing through the dark corridor, Maine rode the cage into the huge hold deep underground and came to the front of the pivotal secret temple again. His Majesty O'Brien was already waiting at the door. He looked older than the last time. His eyes were sunken in, and the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes spread across his cheeks like a spider web. However, his smile was still gentle and full of concern. Maine couldn't help but feel tears welling up in his eyes. He knelt in front of him. Your Holiness, get up, child. The Pope's voice was calm and steady. I heard you're in trouble. Let's talk in the hall. Today was not the day of conversion, so there were no candles lit along the walls in the hall. There were only candlesticks placed in a few corners. The Pope returned to the main seat and took a deep breath. Tell me, what happened outside? Maine was well aware of the importance of His Holiness O'Brien's responsibilities. It was not that he did not know what was happening outside the Holy City, but that he did not have the time to deal with these trivial matters. That was why he had set up 3 archbishops to jointly manage the church affairs. He should try his best to avoid disturbing Her Holiness with these things, but he was powerless to solve the current troublesome situation. Maine quickly recounted what had happened from beginning to end. Heather is dead. O'Brien was silent for a long time after listening to the story. Then he sighed. She was an observant, clever, and devout little girl. I watched her slowly grow up. My condolences, Your Holiness. The murderer will definitely be punished. The Pope nodded. So, the current situation is that Garcia and the Kingdom of Wolfshart are helping each other? The new poison didn't work? It played a miraculous role in the capture of Broken Tooth Castle. The defenders managed to hold out for a month before all of them died. The army of judges quickly broke into the city, and there were almost no living people in the residential area. However, when we attacked Wolfshart City, the poison didn't seem to have the same effect. Now, the enemy's resistance is still tenacious. Maine reported. You made 2 mistakes, O'Brien said slowly. The illness caused by the poison will cause death within 7 to 10 days. You should have taken advantage of the first peak of the illness to launch an attack, and then quickly treated the residents in the city. This would have greatly reduced their hostility. Don't forget that we need as many people as possible, not empty cities. The second point is to wait a month before taking action. Although it can minimize the casualties, it will also give the enemy enough time to react and find a way to cure the disease. The essence of the new poison is demonized demonic beasts. According to the Holy Book of Magic, there are more than 70 kinds of abilities that can restrain its infection, and more than 30 kinds of abilities that can directly kill it. It's not surprising that such a witch would appear in a city with tens of thousands of people. You mean, they colluded with witches? At the moment of life and death, who cares if they are the devil's minions or not, the Pope said calmly, regardless of whether this witch took the initiative to stand out, or was exposed and forced to treat the disease, it is not good news for the Church. If they can really stop our attack, the reputation of the witches in the Kingdom of Wolfheart will change dramatically. They might even be regarded as heroes. It's all my fault, Maine said, bowing his head in pain. It is indeed a mistake, but it is not serious. You formulated such a strategy in order to reduce the losses of the army of judges and the God's punishment army. O'Brien tapped Roland's shoulder with his scepter. Moreover, the 3 princesses of Grey Castle and the King of Wolfheart are gathered together. This is also an opportunity for us. Opportunity, meeting? The bishop was startled. Yes, an opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. O'Brien stood up. Come with me. Under the guidance of the guards, Maine followed the Pope out of the pivotal secret area and slowly walked into the depths of the cave. The huge god stone of retaliation emitted a dim light, illuminating the path under their feet. Gradually, the light became dimmer and dimmer. Maine could not help but look back, only to see that the pivotal secret temple and the god stone had already been left far behind. At this time, the guards also lit torches to avoid tripping on the gravel on the ground. Where are we going? We have arrived, child. His Holiness O'Brien stopped, breathing a little quickly. Phew. I'm getting old. It's so tiring to walk such a short distance. A guard came forward to support him. Your Holiness, let me carry you. It's okay. I just need to rest. He stood still for a while and then ordered, light the brazier. At this time, the bishop noticed that there were several towering iron shelves erected on the side of the stone path. If it weren't for the guards holding torches approaching them, it would have been difficult for most people to discover these metal objects hidden in the darkness. The guard climbed up the ladder and lit the turpentine basin at the top. Several dazzling flames suddenly spurted out. Maine first squinted his eyes, and after adapting to the change in light, he looked forward. In the flickering light of the fire, a dusty canvas appeared in front of everyone. It bulged high, and it was obvious that a huge object was covered under it. I originally planned to use it in the last 2 years to resist the increasingly ferocious demonic beasts, but now it seems that it will have to be activated in advance. O'Brien waved his hand. Take off the cloth. This is... As the canvas fell, Maine could not believe his eyes for a moment. It was a huge, ferocious-looking 4-wheeled iron carriage. Just one of its wheels was taller than him. It did not have a carriage, only a terrifying metal ram and a beast bone frame. In the middle of the frame was a bone shield that was full of barbs. It was as big as 3 or 4 doors. 2 perfectly straight iron poles, one on the left and one on the right, stretched out from the openings on the shield. They pointed straight forward, like sharp arrows that were ready to be shot. On both sides of the iron carriage, there were dozens of such iron poles. Each pole was as thick as his thigh, reflecting a dull metallic luster under the brazier. In the Holy Bible, it is named the siege beast. The Pope walked to the side of the iron carriage and patted the solid iron pole. It can only be activated by magic, and it requires 3 or 4 witches to operate properly. The attack range of the siege beast is far greater than that of a catapult or a ballista. It would be very difficult for an ordinary city wall to withstand the destruction of iron arrows. A sailboat made of giant wood would be like thin paper in front of it. Whether it is destroying the strong walls of Wolfshart City or blocking the advance of the Black Sail Fleet, it would be a piece of cake for it. This is also a weapon developed by the Pivotal Secret Temple? No. O'Brien shook his head. You should be able to guess that it comes from our enemies, the devils of the abyss of hell. This is also the reason why the church hid the siege beast in the depths of the cave. Remember, when you use it, you must do your best to hide your whereabouts and not let the civilians see what it looks like. I understand. Maine bowed his head. Why can the devil's weapons be controlled by witches? Could it be that they also have the same magic as humans? He suppressed the doubts in his heart and did not continue to ask. It was obvious that he would only be qualified to understand these things after he became the new pope. In addition, in order to prevent Garcia and the Wolf King from escaping again, I will send 2 pure witches to assist you in battle. The pope said in a solemn voice, no one can escape from their hands. Go, use the blood of these blasphemers to send Heather off. His Holiness the Pope's pure witches. His heart trembled. The witches raised by the church and survived were all called pure witches, but the witches under the Pope's command were the strongest ones selected from thousands of people. Their abilities were not even recorded in the Holy Bible of Magic. Compared to Heather, Tayfun and the few witches under his command, there was a world of difference. Now that His Holiness had personally said that they couldn't escape, the fate of the 2 had already been decided. Roland held Border Town's first high-level plenary meeting in the castle's reception hall. Compared to the beginning when Berev and his dozen or so apprentices were the only ones to hold the fort, the city hall had now grown to a huge group of nearly 100 people. Among them were fallen nobles, the captured knight and his squires, as well as the natives who had completed their primary education and obtained their diplomas. Thanks to the growth of the population, the various departments had also taken shape one after another, so that the city hall finally had a little bit of the prince's expectation. He no longer had to do everything himself like before, now he only had to explain some simple policies and programs, and the embryonic city hall could break down the tasks to the various departments to complete, which made Roland feel very gratified. The participants of the first high-level meeting were all the highest heads of the departments, namely the Minister of Agriculture Sirius Daly, the Minister of Education Scroll, the head of the Ministry of Chemical Industry Kyle Sichi, temporary, the head of the Ministry of Construction Carr Van Bate, the head of the Army Iron Axe, and the head of the City Hall Bear of Mons. The Ministry of Industry was still personally managed by Roland. After all, except for him, no one knew what industrialization looked like in the end. Beside each person was placed a bucket of ice water, emitting bursts of cool air. The ice placed in the bucket was enchanted by candle, so that it could be soaked in water for at least a whole morning. Even if it was scorching hot outside, the castle hall still maintained a cool temperature. Then each department separately report the recent situation. Roland took out the kettle from the bucket and poured himself a glass of ice water. Let's start with the Ministry of Agriculture. Yes, Your Highness. Sirius got up and saluted, then spread out the prepared paper roll. This time the grain handed in is about 17,000 kilograms. This amount is enough to meet all the townspeople's food needs in the coming summer. In addition, according to your request, the Ministry of Agriculture will purchase the remaining grain at the market price, but this amount is far less than the proportion handed in, currently only 4,500 kilograms. The so-called dendrobium was a commonly used measuring container for wheat. It was a basket made of bamboo, so he only heard the number. He had no idea how to convert it into kilograms or liters. Fortunately, that was not important. The key was that he knew that the food he collected was enough to feed the townspeople. The key point was the second point. If he calculated it according to the method of collecting 70% of the grain and keeping 30% for himself, the amount of grain purchased should be about 7,000 kilograms. The portion that was reserved for grain and seeds for the next year would not be needed at all. In other words, some serfs did not sell the remaining 30% of the grain to the city hall, but chose to privately hoard it in wooden sheds. Although he had foreseen such a situation, he still sighed softly when it actually happened. The purpose of hoarding grain was obvious. They planned to speculate and resell it. If there was a food shortage in the town, or if there was a natural disaster, their grain could be sold at a much higher price than the market price. It was not impossible for the grain to be sold at more than 10 times the market price. This was also the reason why Roland had set the grain trade as the exclusive business of the city hall, and the purchasers had to show their ID cards. The grain problem was related to the most basic stability of border town. In the early days, when there was still not a surplus of grain, if they were allowed to sell it, it would be easy for people to buy it and then hoard it, which would eventually lead to a rise in the price of grain. By using the real name system to purchase grain, and at the same time prohibiting other sales channels, the grain price could be maintained at a stable level. Your Highness, why don't you force the purchase of the wheat in the hands of the serfs? Sirius asked doubtfully. In any case, the law doesn't allow them to sell it to others. Because it is their private property, how to deal with it is their freedom, Roland replied. I didn't stipulate that the serfs are not allowed to keep their own grain. You can also understand it as long as there is no explicit prohibition, it is allowed. Sirius looked a little confused, as if he didn't know how to understand this sentence. It wasn't only him, most of the people frowned, only Barav showed a thoughtful expression. Is there anything else you want to report? Roland drank a mouthful of ice water. This concept of emphasizing rules and procedures could only wait for them to slowly comprehend it in the future. In other words, once they understood it, they could be regarded as a qualified official of the new era. Of course, this method could easily lead to the other extreme and lead to the creation of bureaucracy. However, bureaucracy was still better than chaos and disorder or unbridled behavior. Yes, Sirius Daly shook his head. Now that the fields have been harvested, I don't know how to arrange the next year's fallow plan. No, these lands will not be fallowed, next year they will continue to plant wheat, Roland waved his hand. The piles of manure at the edge of the fields are prepared to fertilize the land. Next, you will instruct the serfs to shovel it into the fields, mix it with the soil, and then continue to pile new manure in the empty space. In the hot and humid summer, it would only take 2 months for the manure to rot, while in the winter it would take about 4 months. By the next spring, not only would the quality of the soil have been improved by the first batch of compost, he would also have a new batch of compost that could be used as base fertilizer, so there would be no need to fallow the fields. Not to mention the advanced fertilizer, just the use of human and animal manure in agricultural production would already be a great improvement. Well, if this is your request. He touched his head, in addition. Your Highness, I'm afraid that 1 or 2 stone mills won't be enough to grind so much wheat. I want to apply for the construction of a mill next to the Redwater River, preferably powered by a steam engine. Yes, Roland nodded. This was a new breakthrough. In addition to himself, there was finally someone else who was trying to use this new power. You first put forward your plan to Barif, and after obtaining the funds, you can work out a detailed plan with the Ministry of Construction. Yes, Your Highness, Sirius responded. The last matter is the promotion of the freedmen. This time a total of 516 people were qualified for promotion, because it was strictly based on the amount of wheat submitted on the spot, so no one raised any objections. I have already submitted the list to Sir Barif. Then he once again stood up and saluted. My report is finished. Well done. Roland clapped his hands twice to show his encouragement. This former young knight of the Wolf family now seemed to have adapted to life in Border Town. Moreover, he was also doing a good job in the city hall. With a little packaging he would become an excellent publicity example, and in the future when it came to recruiting the fallen nobles of Longsong Stronghold and the Knight, he would be able to play a big role. The second to give the report was Scroll. Her long hair was coiled behind her head, she was wearing a clean and tidy white shirt, matched with a pure black skirt. Without any decoration or lace, she looked mature and capable. It was hard to imagine that half a year ago, she was still an exiled witch who had to hide from the church. At present, there are 2 batches of people who have completed their primary education, a total of 85 people, most of whom have studied at the academy opened by Mr. Carr. Her ability was a photographic memory, so when she reported the data she didn't need to do any preparation. This made Roland very envious. Among them, 46 people have chosen to work in the city hall, 21 people have decided to work in the bicycle factory, 13 people have applied to join the First Army, here she paused, and 5 people have applied to work in the chemical laboratory. 5 people? Roland couldn't help but look at Xianxia. The latter's complexion obviously didn't look good. It seemed that the publicity effect of the award ceremony was far from what he had expected. In this way, the 3 new laboratories might have to be idle for some time. When it was the Ministry of Chemical Industry's turn, Kyle snorted, Your Royal Highness, I hope you can find the person in charge as soon as possible. I don't want to attend this kind of meeting again. Roland secretly rolled his eyes. After becoming a leader, he found that he had to selectively ignore some words. How could it be so easy to find a talent who dabbled in alchemy and chemistry? Do you have any clue about the large-scale production of the 2 acids? No, Kyle shrugged. That's why I need to spend more energy and more manpower on this project, instead of sitting here and wasting time. After staying in Border Town for a long time, his words also contained some Roland's vocabulary. If I have to report, I can only say that the laboratory is short of people, the more the better. In addition, although the 5 people who joined recently are young, they are quite clever. It seems that the primary education you created is still useful. Well, the chief alchemist was probably the most disrespectful to him, but considering his age and his enthusiasm for chemical experiments, Roland didn't have any resentment. After all, after the explosion accident and being completely cured by Nana, his first reaction was unexpectedly to be able to unscrupulously carry out experiments, and even to taste the taste of different acids. This kind of enthusiasm was really unparalleled. Well, you continue your research, I'll ask Barif to find a way to fill the personnel gap. By the way, Your Royal Highness, Cal opened his mouth again, have you finished writing your intermediate chemistry? If you can give it to me for reference, maybe I can come up with a large-scale acid production method earlier. I said at the award ceremony that as long as you can train enough apprentices and assistants to fill the new laboratory, I will give you the book. Roland spread out his hands. In fact, he hadn't written a single word of the book yet, just the elementary chemistry alone had already exhausted his limited knowledge of chemistry. Even if he racked his brains for the intermediate chemistry, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to write more than a few pages of content. The 4th was the Minister of Construction, Carr Van Bate. First of all, I want to thank Lady Scroll. He first nodded to Scroll and said, I'm really happy to know that those children can graduate smoothly. Compared to the chief alchemist, Mr. Stonemason's social skills were worlds apart. Scroll nodded in return and said, It's my duty. Then, Carr opened the notebook he carried with him and said in an orderly manner, Nowadays, the town's various projects are progressing steadily. The main projects are the Kingdom Avenue, the Redwater Bridge, the new residential area and the new city wall. Among them, the number of people working on the construction of the Kingdom Avenue had reached 4,500, half of which came from Longsong Stronghold, and it was expected to be completed next spring. The Shishui Bridge is still under the construction of the underground mud wall, and the residential area has been expanded to the vicinity of the old city wall. The number of construction workers is about 1,000. As long as we can guarantee the supply of bricks and cement, we should be able to complete the task of moving all the eastern region refugees into the town before the arrival of the months of the demons. Since Carr often reported to Roland about the progress of the project, he did not mention anything about the expansion of the castle district or the construction of the witch house. In addition, after the location of the new city wall was set and the wire was pulled, the construction was completely done by Lotus, and the daily progress was maintained at around 100 meters. You've worked hard, Roland nodded. The Ministry of Engineering was the largest department in terms of personnel and funding, so the results were also the most. While speeding up the construction, don't forget to publicize Border Town's preferential treatment policy. After a year of practice, these handymen from Longsong Stronghold can also be regarded as qualified craftsmen, so you have to keep them in Border Town as much as possible. Yes, Your Highness, Carr replied. Then the next one. Iron Axe. This was the first time Iron Axe had participated in such a meeting, so he was obviously not used to it. He cleared his throat and said, Your Highness, there are two main things about the army. First of all, the Second Army has completed its basic training and can be sent to Longsong Stronghold at any time. Second, with the addition of new blood, the First Army now has 825 people. Apart from the 350 people in the artillery team, the rest of the soldiers have all been equipped with revolving rifles. That's all I have to say. After reporting, he gave a military salute. Good, let the Second Army set off tomorrow. Remember to place reliable people in the team, while in Longsong Stronghold, daily training and ideological training must not be interrupted, and every week report to Border Town, Roland instructed. The last one to speak was Berev. He first looked around at the crowd, then calmly saluted Roland and said, Your Highness, since the last time we paid the Marjorie Chamber of Commerce's transportation fee and the cost of Theo's mission, the City Hall's treasury stock has been severely reduced. Coupled with the harvest this time, the Ministry of Agriculture is still purchasing food at the normal market price, resulting in the stock of Golden Dragon only a little more than 2,000. This can be considered a relatively dangerous limit. 2,000 Golden Dragon, compared to last winter, it was undoubtedly a huge amount of money, but Roland also knew that the current situation of Border Town was not the same as it was in the past. Just the monthly payment of more than 5,000 workers in the Ministry of Works was already a huge expense. There was also the current high salary of the First Army, the factory, the chemical laboratory, and the City Hall, all of which required a large amount of Golden Dragon. In other words, Border Town was now making money fast, but also spending money fast, and this was based on the fact that most of the materials and machinery were self-sufficient. I know. But at the beginning of next month, when the Marjorie caravan arrives in Border Town, we will be able to earn another income by selling the steam engine, Roland responded. Moreover, the purchase of food and the transportation of fugitives are not part of the daily expenses, so in the next 6 months, the treasury stock should be able to steadily increase. You don't need to worry too much. He paused. In addition, I intend to raise everyone's salary. Raise the salary? Berev was startled. Yes, today the City Hall is no longer an institution that only relies on a dozen people to run. Your workload has greatly increased, so naturally your salary will also increase. The prince laughed. Starting from this month, your salary will be raised to 5 Golden Dragons per month, the department head will receive 2 Golden Dragons per month, and then according to this ratio, the apprentices and assistants will also be uniformly raised. Rest assured, this amount of money is not much, only about 20 or 30 Golden Dragons. Although 5 Golden Dragons for the position of the City Hall director was not a generous amount, but Roland knew that what Berev loved more was power. At present, Border Town's financial income and expenditure were all calculated and distributed by him, and without any supervision department, he could casually obtain 100 times the income. And so far, he had not shown any signs of embezzlement. Of course, in addition to relying on the other party's self-awareness, Roland could also use Nightingale's ability to maintain the integrity of the department. Under her questioning, no one could conceal their misdeeds. In addition, there is one thing that you may already know, he continued, I intend to officially build a city here after the end of the months of the demons. In other words, Border Town will be upgraded to a real city. This big city will reach the barbarian land in the west, Longsong stronghold in the east, and the hills and seas in the south. Its city walls will be natural mountains and natural strongholds, and its area will be far larger than King's City, or even any city in the Four Kingdoms. At the end of the meeting, Roland left Berev alone. As you can see, the chemical laboratory and Grey Castle Industries need people. Next, I plan to produce soap and perfume on a large scale, which also requires a lot of manpower. The prince said bluntly, when most of the townspeople pass the primary education examination, it will be at least next year, and there will only be 600 or 700 people, which is not enough. I need more people. If you conscript people from the stronghold. No, Roland interrupted, after the city is built next year, the stronghold and the town will be connected as a whole, which is equivalent to taking money out of the left pocket and putting it into the right pocket. I need more people outside the western region. This. Berev was a little embarrassed. I'm afraid it's not so easy to solve. If you go to other cities to fish people out, the local lord will not sit idly by. Don't go to the city. Roland dipped his finger into the cup, dipped it in ice water, and gestured on the table. I don't know if you have noticed, but since the end of the months of demons, Grey Castle has been in a state of war. Including Timothy's several attacks on the southern territory, which led to the burning of Eagle City, and serious damage to the surrounding villages and towns. Then there was the expedition to the northern territory, depriving Duke Ace of his title and territory for treason. Lastly, there was the attack on the sea in the east. He knocked the table twice, leaving a pool of water stain. It affected Xianxia, Valencia, and Cold Raven Castle quite a bit. Not to mention those small towns in the surrounding area. Just from the number of people who fled to the capital, you can see how heavy the losses were. You mean? Berev showed a thoughtful expression. Spread the news of the western region. The prince smoothed out the water. In the past 6 months, only the western region has been peaceful. There has been no forced conscription, nor has it been attacked by the flames of war. Especially the first point, since Timothy has wantonly used civilians to fight, he will definitely recruit and even abduct civilians from all over the country. No one can guarantee that this kind of thing won't happen to them next time, so a safe place isolated from the flames of war is the main point of our propaganda. I think I understand, he pondered. You intend to attract civilians from other towns and villages by promising not to be conscripted, not to be forced into labor, and at the same time, to provide shelter, food, and a stable job? Almost. Roland nodded with a smile. Being flexible and receptive had always been an assistant minister's strong points. Also, we should focus on promoting the generous treatment that literate people can enjoy. I think there must be some desperate knight and nobles in these places who are willing to come to the western region to try their luck. Whether it was a village or a town, it was almost always the territory of a small noble. If it was a time of peace, no matter how barren the land was, no matter how poorly managed it was, a few acres of farmland would always be enough to fill their stomachs. However, if there was a serious loss of population during times of turmoil, it would be hard for them to continue living. At this time, if there was a safe place to go, most people would be tempted. In any case, even if the territory was left unguarded, it would not be occupied by others. After this period of time, they would bring money and mercenaries back to take over the territory. As for how to promote it, he believed that the other side had their own ways. But Your Highness, in this way, it will be another expense to arrange for these people, and the purchase of food cannot be interrupted, Berev said hesitantly. In case something happens to the caravan, the city hall treasury will soon run dry. Well. What you said makes sense, Roland touched his chin. The most important task of the new political power was to establish prestige and confidence in the hearts of the people. If they suddenly fell into a predicament where they could not pay their salaries, the good situation would take a sharp turn for the worse. Well, you go back and make a plan first. Wait until the caravan and border town have completed the next month's transaction, and after the treasury is full, then you can implement it. Yes, Your Highness, Berev said while putting his hand on his chest. After finishing his task, Roland returned to his office and began to think about how to complete Marjorie's balloon order. The unit price of 1,000 golden dragon balloons was even higher than that of a steam engine, but its cost was much lower. The airbag was mainly drawn by Soroya, while the hemp rope and bamboo basket were cheap goods. In fact, Roland had already trial-produced a simple sample in the arsenal's courtyard, a hydrogen balloon that could carry both Lightning and Maggie into the sky at the same time. After repeated consideration, he finally abandoned the hot air balloon plan. Gas needed to be obtained by dry distillation of coal, the equipment would take up a large area, and the manufacturing process would be very troublesome. In addition, coal had to be imported from other towns, so small-scale production was not cost-effective. It was far less convenient and easy to obtain than hydrogen. The trial product was made with a single-sided water coating, and after the painting was finished, the paper on the back was also burned, so the entire balloon was almost weightless, and its flexibility was also very outstanding. In the experiment, the inflated balloon was not afraid of rain, impact, or fire. Even when Maggie transformed into a variety of birds and fiercely pecked at it, there was not a single trace left behind. Only an iron needle could barely pierce through this 1 mm thick coating. Due to its extremely light weight, a hydrogen balloon with a diameter of about 2 meters could carry an adult person into the sky. The only difficulty was how to solve the problem of inflating the high-pressure hydrogen cylinder. The DC motor used for electrolysis of water to produce hydrogen could not be sold. A motor connected to a steam engine could inflate all the hydrogen balloons, which was obviously not cost-effective. If he wanted to continuously earn Golden Dragon from rich people, he must have a high-pressure cylinder that could be repeatedly inflated. The cylinder itself was not difficult. If the material was not good enough, the wall thickness could be supplemented, pig iron or wrought iron could be used. In any case, with Anna, precision processing was not a problem. The key was the inflation. In the previous generation, the pressure of the gas storage cylinder was more than 20 MPa. Wanting to rely on a pump to inflate it was undoubtedly a fantasy. Even 10 Qilin arms would be useless, at least a high-pressure air pump was needed. And if the pressure inside the cylinder was not enough, it was simply impossible to fill the hydrogen balloon. The high-pressure air pump was divided into piston air and turbine air pump. The former belonged to the technology tree of internal combustion engines, while the latter belonged to the category of turbines. No matter which one was developed, it was a large and time-consuming project. Until the evening, Roland finally came up with the simplest solution, self-inflating the cylinder. What gave him this inspiration was a piece of news that he had seen before he traveled to this world. A street vendor selling hydrogen balloons used a modified liquefied gas tank to store hydrogen, which resulted in an explosion, causing a tragedy. The reason was that the vendor directly reacted with dilute sulfuric acid and aluminum to produce hydrogen without calculating the amount of reaction. As a result, the pressure inside the tank was too high, and the tank directly burst. The method of self-inflating was to pour dilute sulfuric acid and active metal into the bottle to replace the hydrogen. Zinc was commonly used in the laboratory, and aluminum was the most common element that could produce hydrogen by weight. However, neither of these two elements were available in this era, so Roland still planned to use iron to react. Lucia could separate iron with extremely high purity, and the slow reaction speed at room temperature could be improved by heating and increasing the contact area, such as iron sheets and iron powder. An inner coating would be able to resist the corrosion of acid on the bottle. Thinking of this, he immediately drew a simple sketch on the paper. In order to reduce air leakage, the high-pressure cylinder should be as one piece as possible, so the body of the cylinder should be integrated, leaving only a raised threaded hole at the top, which could be screwed into the valve nozzle. After injecting the reactant from the hole and tightening the valve, the continuously produced gas had nowhere to go, and the pressure inside the bottle could reach a very impressive value. When in use, as long as the valve was opened, the hydrogen would rush out and rush into the air sac. Reflushing was also very convenient. After removing the valve, drying the water, and cleaning out the ferrous sulfate crystals, the reactant could be poured in again. Considering that dilute sulfuric acid was also an alchemy product, the inflating price obviously could not be set too low. When Xianxia returned home after finishing today's experiment, his wife had already made pancakes and mushroom soup. She also poured him a glass of white wine. The latter two items were sold in the convenience market, especially the white and huge mushrooms. As the introduction on the sign said, "You can't find anything more delicious than this." After tasting it, he found that it was true. After eating one piece, it was hard to forget the full and unique taste. Of course, it was also very expensive. A palm-sized flower cost 1 silver royal. If it were not for the high salary, Kyle would not have bought such expensive food. There were many things like this, such as soap and mirrors. As long as one had money, life in the town was much more comfortable than that of the common nobles. Roland was simply unfathomable. This was also what he felt the most. After dinner, his wife handed him a letter. "This is? The guard sent it this afternoon." "You hadn't come back yet," his wife said while cleaning up the tableware. "According to him, it seems to be from Redwater City." "Really?" Kyle walked into the study, cut open the envelope with a knife, and took out the letter and opened it. The first sentence was, "Hello, dear mentor." This was a letter from Chavez. He could not help but smile. He sat at the desk and carefully read it. It turned out that after he left the Redwater City alchemy workshop, another alchemist, Capora, became the new chief alchemist. However, this man was narrow-minded. After obtaining the crystal glass formula left by Kyle, he not only claimed to the Lord that it was the work of him and Kyle, but also intentionally or unintentionally excluded Chavez in the alchemy experiment. In the letter, he complained that perhaps it was because he borrowed Capora's apprentice when exploring the double stone acid-making method, but in the end, he did not inform Capora of the results in advance. Now, several other alchemists seemed to have begun to avoid him, intentionally or unintentionally, which made Chavez very annoyed. Kyle could roughly understand their thoughts. As the youngest alchemist in the refining room, many people thought that Chavez stood out among the many apprentices only by luck and his appreciation. However, the chief alchemist sneered at this view. Saltpeter and green vitriol were both common materials. The reason why it was Chavez who discovered the double stone acid-making method and not others was enough to explain the problem. Observation, memory, bold conjectures, and careful experiments were all indispensable. This young man's talent was even above his own. In the end, Chavez also attached 2 alchemy formulas to the letter, saying that he had recently discovered 2 acids and wanted to share it with his mentor. Kyle could tell at a glance that the essence of these 2 formulas was nothing more than the neutralization reaction of acid and base to produce salt. He could write more than a dozen such formulas in one breath. Kyle sighed and put down the letter. His eyes moved to the elementary chemistry book that had been flipped through several times on the table. The thing that changed everything was the ancient book that Her Highness had given him. If it wasn't for it, perhaps he would still be like Chavez, still searching for the surface soil in the chaos and confusion, and treating it as a treasure. He took the book and flipped to the last page. It was a table that was neatly divided into more than 100 squares. Every time he saw this form, he couldn't help but get goosebumps. He felt an indescribable reverence and fear. The upper left corner of the grid was marked with a small serial number. Until the end, there was a total of 118. In addition to the first 2 rows, most of the grid was blank, but there were some in the middle that were filled with symbols. For example, number 26, iron, number 29, copper. The table's name was Periodic Table of Elements. The chief alchemist had shakily held the book and asked Roland about the contents of the blank spaces. The answer he got was that it was originally filled, but he couldn't remember. If the other side wasn't His Royal Highness, what he wanted to do the most was to slap the whole book on his face. According to the book, this table included all the elements in the world. If alchemy existed in the Holy Bible, there was no doubt that it would be the most dazzling chapter in the Holy Bible. But what made him afraid was, in the end, what kind of person would be able to draw such a chart? If they had already reached this point, then what about alchemy? It was nothing more than a crooked castle built by a group of children in the mud. Kyle suddenly remembered His Royal Highness' promise, if he could also call Chavez over, and also pull a group of apprentices that he didn't have enough time to take with him last time, maybe there would be hope to fill up the 3 new laboratories. In this way, the yearning intermediate chemistry would also be in his hands. Thinking of this, he immediately took out a piece of white paper and began to write a reply. In fact, during the meeting, His Royal Highness had asked him whether he had a clue about large-scale acid production, but he didn't tell him the truth, because the content was complicated and lengthy, and it would be a waste of time to talk about it. Most importantly, he didn't know whether this plan would work or not. After all, the method he had conceived was completely based on the elements and reaction principles in the book. Compared with the previous alchemy experiments, this hypothesis was even a bit like a child's ravings in his dreams. Using materials that had never been seen before and reactions that had never been heard of, to produce something that seemed to have nothing to do with the raw materials, just because they had the same element. However, Xianxia had a faint premonition that this method might work. After all, the previous hundreds of replacement experiments all proved the correctness of the content in the book. With a preliminary plan, the next step was to complete a full set of theoretical experiments in the laboratory, because His Royal Highness had said that the process of large-scale production of products could also be reproduced in the laboratory. He quickly finished writing the letter. He didn't try to persuade Charles too much, but directly told this former disciple about the knowability, measurability, and attainability of alchemy. Cal believed that any wise man who was interested in alchemy would not let go of such an opportunity to see the truth. He folded the letter, put it into an envelope, and sealed it with wax. Then he just had to wait until tomorrow to give it to a merchant who was willing to deliver the letter. After finishing all this, his line of sight once again moved to the periodic table of elements. If the blank space on the table could never be filled up, Cal would only feel that life would be boring in the future. Fortunately, the last words of His Royal Highness Roland made him excited, and those words still lingered in his ears. Don't show that expression. Each element on the periodic table is arranged according to a rule. You can completely rely on yourself to fill it up. Rule, arrangement? Do you mean that unknown elements can also be derived, just like the derivation of alchemy formulas? Yes, even if you have never seen them, you can still describe their appearance and characteristics. Then, what is this rule? The deeper they went into the mine, the more humid the environment inside the cave became. Sylvie carefully avoided the water dripping from the top of her head, holding the torch and slowly moving forward in the cave. Even if there was no light, the eye of truth wouldn't be blocked by the darkness. She only did this to save her magic. We've reached the fork. Nightingale, who was walking in the front, stopped. Which cave is this? Number 23 is the first fork in the second door. Lightning took out the record book and glanced at it. I hope this is the end, Sylvie muttered and opened her eyes, which were completely shaped by magic. The left side is out of the mining area, no ore. The right side is the same. Lightning wrote down the result, so, this cave has one last door left to check. Let's go. Nightingale went from the front of the team to the back, and led everyone back the way they came. Her ability didn't seem to be as simple as invisibility. Sylvie could only faintly see Nightingale's magic changes, but was unable to capture her figure and movements. According to Lightning's introduction, she was the strongest combat witch in the Witch Cooperation Association. This might be the reason why Roland asked her to follow him. There were rumors that this mine was once the lair of an ancient monster, and there had been several cases of miners disappearing before. Before they set off, His Royal Highness had repeatedly told them to be careful, and if they encountered an uncertain situation, they should first retreat from the mine, and then report to him. Sylvie didn't think much of it. There were no monsters that could escape the detection of the magic eye. She could even see the animal carcasses and the wriggling soft-bodied worms in the stone walls clearly. The expedition had a total of 4 people. In addition to herself, Nightingale, and Lightning, there was also a little girl named Lucia. Every time she found an ore, she would turn it into a variety of fragments, and then carefully classify them and put them in her pocket, saying that she would give them to His Royal Highness to identify. Lightning was responsible for drawing the topographic map of the mine. Of course, according to her own words, no adventure could be without her. Her proud tone reminded Sylvie of the captain who was temporarily stationed on Sleeping Island. Cave 23 was a huge and deep cave near the bottom of the mining area. After a few hundred steps, it divided into 3 forks. If they continued to go deeper along these forks, they would find more branches. However, by then, they would have almost extended out of the mining area, and the possibility of finding a mineral vein was very low. Therefore, they would only go this far. Returning to the first fork, which was the door Lightning had recorded, Sylvie used her ability to observe the situation of the 3 doors of Cave 23. The wider the scope of the Eye of Truth, the greater the magic consumption, and a heavy burden on the body, so she chose to observe at each fork, one at a time. Another 3 doors. There's no or, and there's. She paused for a moment. There are 5 forks, and one of them seems to lead downwards. Down? Lightning repeated. That's right, Sylvie looked again, the slender passage not long after turning a corner, heading straight to the mining area. When she wanted to continue to observe along this fork, a strong dizziness rushed into her mind, cutting off her connection with the magic eye. I think it may lead to a deposit. But this explanation was very far-fetched. The intricate caves in the North Slope mine were obviously not artificially excavated, so they would not specifically look for ore. The unknown vein they had found before was sandwiched between 2 forks, and if not for the Eye of Truth, which could see through obstacles, it would be impossible to find the pile of metal and stone hidden under the stone walls and soil. No matter what it is, we'll know once we go and see, Nightingale shrugged. The group of people entered the 3rd door of the cave, and after about a quarter of an hour, they reached the end of the passage. They saw that the passage here was divided into 5, the narrowest of which could not allow people to walk, so they could only crawl in. And the strange passage that Sylvie had seen before was located in the middle of the 5 forks. The terrain suddenly turned downwards, almost forming a steep slope with the ground they were now standing on. It looks quite deep, Nightingale shone a torch. I always feel that the caves here are somewhat similar to those I saw in the impassable cliff. After the inspection, we should hurry back. Lucia could not help but grab Nightingale's arm. I don't like it here. I always feel that there is something staring at us from inside the cave. There is nothing in the cave, except mud and stones, Sylvie said, although she also did not like this quiet and damp place, but her ability told her that there was no danger here. The 4 forks on the left and right are all without ore, out of the mining area. She quickly scanned the straight forks. Moved her eyes to the one in the middle, and then slightly startled. Huh? What's wrong? Lightning asked. I can't see the situation below. You can't see? The little girl was surprised. Is it because you are too tired that your ability failed? Let's take a rest. No, it's not a problem with your ability. Sylvie closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, all she could see was darkness, as if she had been deprived of her vision. She endured the headache and further expanded her field of vision, but the result was still the same. The surrounding soil was clearly visible, only the middle was completely shrouded in endless darkness, as thick as ink. Something is blocking my view. All of you stay here and don't move. Nightingale pulled out 2 silver weapons. I will go down to explore the situation. I will be back soon. Don't go. Sylvie pressed her hand on her swollen forehead to stop her. There is only one thing that can produce such an effect. Even if you go, you will be in danger. What is it? God's Stone of Retaliation, she said, gritting her teeth. There is a God's Stone of Retaliation underground, and it is the kind that can cover the entire area. When Roland learned of this news, he immediately mobilized the soldiers of the First Army to enter the North Slope mine. And the final result of the investigation was just as Sylvie had guessed. The deep cave at the bottom of the mine contained a huge amount of God's Stone of Retaliation. After confirming that there was no danger, Roland also entered the 23rd cave under the protection of his guards. He also wanted to see with his own eyes what a God's Stone of Retaliation that could cover the entire bottom of the mountain looked like. Your Highness, please be careful, Carter warned, the exit is in front of us. You can't use magic here, it is safer for you to stay above. Roland looked back at Anna, Nightingale and Lightning who were following behind him. Isn't it good to learn from Sylvie? Even without magic, I am still more powerful than you. If you can come, then of course I can come. Nightingale curled her lips. Wherever there is an adventure, there will be me, Lightning said with her chest out. Anna didn't say anything, she just stared straight at Roland, seeing those clear eyes that reflected the light of the torches. Roland knew that whatever he said would be useless. Well, he sighed, you must follow me, don't stray too far away. Walking along the slope of the cave to the end, Roland suddenly understood what the chief knight meant by the exit. His line of sight suddenly became clear, an incomparably deep cave appeared in front of him. Roland quickly estimated the volume of the underground cave. The bottom was almost the size of a football field, surrounded by steep mountain walls. The path leading to this place was right in the middle of the mountain wall, and next to the entrance of the cave was a narrow stone staircase, extending all the way down. I guess the staircase wasn't created by you. He crouched down and put the torch close to the ground. Under the illumination of the fire, the traces of axe and knife carvings on the stone steps were very obvious, and there were also a lot of stone chips and dust accumulated in the carvings. Of course not, Your Highness. When we found this place, the stone steps were already here. Carter shrugged. I guess this thing has been here for decades. Or hundreds of years, Anna suddenly said. I also think so, Lightning nodded. Border Town has been established for less than 70 years. The stone staircase is unlikely to be related to the locals or the kingdom. Were there people in the western region hundreds of years ago? Carter questioned. Grey Castle hadn't even been established yet. Roland patted the knight's shoulder. 450 years ago, there was a group of people forgotten by history. Then he raised the torch. Let's go down and take a look. The soldiers of the First Army had already surrounded the bottom of the cave in 2s and 3s. He took the knight and the witch straight to the side of the god's stone of retaliation. Only when standing at the foot of the stone pillar could they deeply feel the huge size of the god's stone. When they opened their arms, they couldn't even reach a tenth of its size, and they had to look up to see its top. The highest purple god's stone of retaliation was nearly 30 meters tall, almost equivalent to an 8 or 9-story high house. In theory, a stone that could emit light by itself was either a radioactive material or a fluorescent component, but the light of the god's stone of retaliation obviously had nothing to do with either. The former's light came from the ionization phenomenon of the air caused by the decay of the element itself. The shorter the half-life, the greater the brightness. According to this brightness, the soldiers who entered first would only be able to hold on for a few minutes before dying from the ionizing radiation. The latter, on the other hand, needed to be exposed to light before it could emit light. There was no light source in the depths of the ground, so it was obviously unable to support its continuous emitting of cold light. Roland also noticed that although the god's stone had the usual prismatic shape of a crystal, there were no crystal patterns on its surface. Instead, it was as smooth as flat glass. A thumb-sized god's stone of retaliation in the church can be sold for several golden dragon coins. A god's stone of retaliation as big as this can practically empty the coffers of the 4 kingdoms. Carter couldn't help but sigh. Sold to the nobles to kill witches? Nightingale glared at him. I didn't say that. The chief knight subconsciously looked away. This is the first time I've seen a god's stone of retaliation in this color. Shouldn't it be white and transparent? Lightning curiously looked at the stone pillar. If I bring one back, will I not need to light candles at night? I'd rather light a dozen candles in a stuffy room than use it for illumination, Nightingale said, crossing her arms over her chest. For a witch, it's a cage, a shackle, an accomplice of the church. It would be great if this damn stone didn't exist in this world. Well, Sister Nightingale, you won't be at night anyway. The little girl licked her lips, picked up a stone, and looked at Roland. Can I take one back as a trophy for my adventure? Roland nodded. If you don't dislike this kind of thing. She swung the stone in her hand, and with all her strength hit the corner of the prism, only to hear a ding sound. The stone was broken, but not even a scratch was left on the prism. The knight couldn't help but exclaim, "What's going on? Aren't God's stones of retaliation fragile?" Perhaps this one's light is different. Lightning brushed off the stone chips in her hand, and took out a dagger from her waist bag. She tried to scratch the prism for a while, but even after scraping, cutting, and picking, it was still in vain. Roland felt something was wrong. He signaled to Nightingale, "You try it." The latter nodded, pulled out a revolver, and directly pulled the trigger on another prism. A huge roar suddenly echoed in the bottom of the cave, and the place where the god's stone of retaliation was hit emitted a few sparks. After the smoke dispersed, the group walked over, only to see that the bullet had only left a shallow mark on the surface of the god's stone of retaliation. This meant that, in terms of strength, it had already surpassed a homogeneous steel plate. Even the flintlock is useless? Carter frowned. Then how did the church cut it down, polish it, and sell it? No one could answer this question, and this was also not in line with everyone's usual impression. At least, Roland had once used a brick to break the god's lock of retaliation, such as the one tied around Anna's neck, and only needed 2 or 3 hits to turn the crystal-clear stone into a pile of white powder. Anna, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened her mouth, Your Royal Highness, do you remember the treasure map drawn by Philaneltech, the Light of Dawn? Treasure map? Roland stared blankly. He vaguely remembered that on the map, there was a triangle that occupied more than half of the map, and the other 3 points were pointing at the holy city of Tequila, the stone tower of the concealing forest, and the end of the North Slope Mountain. Wait, the foot of the North Slope Mountain? Suddenly, a lightning flashed through his mind. Could it be? I think that point is not pointing at the North Slope mine, but here, Anna slowly said, this underground cave contains a large number of God's stone of retaliation. After a careful search, in addition to a large pile of indestructible God's stone, they did not find anything else of value. Not to mention ancient books or remains, even the tools to carve the stone stairs were not left behind, which was very incredible. According to the current level of technology, if they wanted to carve a staircase on a steep stone wall, it would definitely be a huge and arduous project. Such as accidental falls, loss of tools, and so on should not be uncommon. But in addition to the stone, there was only stone, as if they had thoroughly cleaned the cave before they had evacuated. When Roland returned to his office, he called for scroll, and reproduced the drawing of the Dawn Knight on the Book of Illusion. It was similar to the pattern in his memory. The southernmost point was indeed at the foot of the North Slope Mountain. If Anna's guess was correct, is it possible that this is the map left behind by the church when they were looking for a new vein of God's stone of retaliation? But why did they spend a lot of effort to carve a stone staircase that led directly to the bottom of the cave, and then abandon everything? If the church had established a border church 450 years ago, I'm afraid that today's border town would be completely different. According to the price of the God's stone of retaliation and its use, this mine didn't seem like a resource that could be casually abandoned. After dinner, Candle walked into the castle hall early. Every time night fell, Teacher Scroll would give a lecture in the hall. Unlike the aristocratic academies in the big cities, the students who came to listen were all witches of the Witch Cooperation Association. But she wasn't the first one to arrive at the classroom. Evelyn was already sitting at the long table and waving at her. Did His Highness Roland recently give you any tasks? Candle had just sat down when Evelyn couldn't wait to ask. She remembered that when she had just arrived, she had dryly called him Lord. Candle secretly laughed in her heart. Yes, he asked me to use my ability on some grotesquely shaped metal lumps, solidifying them at room temperature, but I don't know what use they have. Is that so? Her eyes dimmed. His Highness still hasn't asked me to do anything. Is there no regulation on the content of the practice? Candle asked strangely. No, I just casually practice by myself. Evelyn shook her head. He only occasionally asks me to taste the newly formulated liquor. Maybe this is what His Highness likes. You have been in a tavern, so you are very familiar with the taste of all kinds of wine. There aren't many witches like this. But you don't need a witch to taste wine, she protested. A golden dragon's salary is enough to hire a professional winemaker. Candle patted the other's shoulder. I think His Highness definitely has his own plans. Scroll also comforted me like this, but even I don't know what I can do with this ability. I can't just turn water into wine out of thin air. Is it to make the best wine to sell? But the commoners can only afford to drink poor ale, and the nobles have different tastes. Evelyn put her chin on the table, and said in frustration, moreover, the wine His Highness makes is getting more and more unpleasant. I have suggested adding water or fruit juice to blend, but he only seems to want to make the strongest wine. Candle didn't know what to say for a while. In this regard, she and Evelyn could be said to be in the same boat. After going to Sleeping Island, they could only do chores most of the time. As the fish oil became more abundant, solidified candles became dispensable. Lady Tilly even forbade drinking. In the early days, when life was tight, the resources were often distributed according to one's ability. Sometimes, Candle could only get a grilled fish that was not covered with salt. She didn't think there was anything wrong with this practice, and she was also willing to give more food to the witches who consumed a lot of magic power. But the fact that witches were divided into different groups and had a vague sense of rejection made her feel a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, Lady Tilly took good care of them and apologized for this method of distribution. She also promised to adjust it when the resources were abundant in the future, so the witches did not reject them too obviously. But in Border Town, this kind of situation had almost never happened. The witches all sat at the same table and enjoyed the meal together with His Royal Highness, wearing the same clothes and using the same things. The most important thing was that, regardless of whether they were powerful or not, they all regarded each other as a whole, which could be seen from their daily interactions. Although she had only been in Border Town for a short period of 2 weeks, she had already deeply felt this point. They really regarded each other as their own sisters. This made Candle feel very envious. When all the witches sat down one after another, Teacher Scroll came in holding a stack of white paper. Today I won't teach you new content, I will conduct a comprehensive test on what you have learned. What is that? Lightning was the first to raise her hand. Cuckoo? Maggie followed closely behind. You have been studying for 3 months now, so His Royal Highness thinks it is necessary to test your learning results. Scroll laughed. All the questions have been listed on these papers, divided into 3 parts: kingdom language, mathematics, and nature. There are a total of 60 questions. If you answer correctly, you will get points, and if you answer incorrectly, you will lose points. Of course, if you don't understand the questions, you can't raise your hand to ask. I believe that you have already mastered the basics of reading and writing, otherwise even if you know the answer, you will not be able to answer. She paused. By the way, His Royal Highness said that only those who answer more than half of the questions correctly will be able to enjoy the weekend afternoon ice cream dessert. If your score is lower than this limit, you will be disqualified from afternoon tea. Candle heard a clatter behind her, turned around, and saw Nightingale with a dumbfounded look. The charcoal pen that had fallen to the ground had broken into 2 pieces. In addition, His Royal Highness also specifically said that the 5 witches from Sleeping Island are not included, so you can stay with everyone to answer the questions, or you can take a day off. Scroll looked at Candle, Evelyn, and the others. No matter what the final score is, you will be able to enjoy the delicious afternoon tea. Phew, Evelyn patted her chest, turned her head and whispered, I can't even recognize the words. I thought the ice cream would definitely be gone. Honey and Lotus very happily got up and saluted Scroll, then left the hall. In addition to Sylvie, who was not feeling well, didn't come, so only she and Evelyn were left among the Sleeping Island witches. Do you want to stay? Candle asked in a low voice. I want to try, the other nodded. Didn't His Royal Highness Roland say that knowledge can make my ability evolve? If I don't put more effort in this aspect, I'm afraid I will never be able to match them. She revealed a sly smile. These days after class I have been practicing calligraphy in my room. Lily and Mystery Moon have also taught me how to read and write some commonly used words. Mentioning this, the frustration in her tone suddenly dispersed a lot, and her eyes became sparkling, which made Candle couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth. Is that so? Then I will also try. Your Royal Highness, the results of this test have come out. Scroll handed the summary sheet to Roland. You've worked hard. The recent new discoveries in the North Slope mine made him puzzled, and it was even difficult to concentrate on his daily work, so he simply shifted his attention to something more relaxing. Hey, Nightingale's results actually passed? Yes, and her score is even among the top. Among them, she got a full score for the kingdom's language, Scroll said with a smile. After all, most of the questions you gave are very simple, and she already knows how to read and write, so compared to the witches who have to learn from the beginning, she is naturally much better. Tisk, Roland smacked his lips. I thought that this test would make her eat less sweets. Before his voice fell, he felt his shoulder being pinched hard. In short, the results look good. All the members of the Witch Union scored more than 60 points. It seems that your education is very effective. This is also inseparable from their efforts. Roland looked down. Only 2 witches from Sleeping Island participated in the test? Yes, among them, Evelyn scored 5 points, Candle 36 points. The latter should have a certain foundation. The majority of her points came from the kingdom's language, she replied. Only 2 weeks of lessons, they were already able to get points from the part of the test that wasn't written. The individual quality of the witches was really amazing, worthy of the continuous improvement of magic both internally and externally. His own witches were also equally outstanding, like Lily, Hummingbird, Mystery Moon and the others. They had only used 3 months to go from being illiterate to basically mastering reading and writing. This alone had surpassed most ordinary people. Lucia carefully placed the 3 iron ingots on the bedroom floor, closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and reviewed all the experiences she had learned in the past in her mind. Then she stretched out her hands and released her ability to surround the target. This was the practice method that Anna had come up with for her. The 3 iron ingots were also specially made by Anna. Each of them contained different components, such as silver, copper, and lead, as well as some impurities. What she needed to do now was to reduce them to their elemental form while retaining the impurities, and find the iron ingot with the highest silver content. This meant that she had to control the output of her magic power and only operate on the target once. Otherwise, the impurities would be further disintegrated. This was also the reason why she felt that her ability was difficult to control when she was at home in Valencia. It was the same paper, but the products produced were completely different. This was because she did not understand the relationship between the amount of magic power and the effect of her ability, which led to the paper being continuously divided several times, and finally, most of the raw materials turned into water and gas. After coming to Border Town, the first lesson that the witches taught her was to control her magic power during practice. Lucia did not believe that something that could not be seen or touched could be accurately controlled until Anna demonstrated the length of the black fire on the spot. Only then did she realize how wrong she was. Anna could even change the size and thickness of the black fire by adjusting the output of magic power, and every time, she could do it accurately. "Sister, are you practicing again?" Belle curiously poked her head out of the bed. "We just finished lunch." Lucia's hand shook, and the iron ingot suddenly turned into several puddles of powder. "I told you not to disturb me when I'm using my ability." She turned around and knocked on her sister's head. "Focus on your book." "I don't understand." Belle pouted. "I don't understand half of the words. I can't read and write like you." "That's why you have to read more. Many words have similar structures. Even if you haven't seen them before, you should be able to guess their meaning. Literacy itself is a process of familiarizing yourself." "Okay." Belle retracted her head. Lucia refocused on the second iron ingot and slowly controlled the outflow of magic power. In her mind, she imagined it as a thin layer of gauze, gently covering the target and wrapping it evenly. "Hey, I'm here." The door was suddenly pushed open with a squeak, and a blonde woman flashed into the room. "Hey, are you practicing your ability?" "Sister Nightingale." Belle let out a carefree cry. The second iron ingot turned into powder again. Lucia sighed and put all the metal scraps on the ground into her leather bag. She felt that she might not be able to practice at noon today. "Here, this is for you." A stick of ice cream with a rich milky smell was placed in front of her. "Thank you." Lucia took the ice cream. "But isn't this only given out during afternoon tea?" Nightingale patted her chest proudly and said, "This is the reward I asked for from His Highness. By the way, you have a share too." Nightingale handed the other one to Belle, causing the little girl to burst into laughter. "Sister Nightingale treats me the best." Lucia thought helplessly. "This girl, once she has something delicious, she has forgotten about me." However, in the instant that the ice cream entered her mouth, she felt like if she were in her younger sister's shoes, her reaction would most likely be the same as Xiaoling's. The rich flavor of honey and milk melted in her mouth, and the cool and refreshing texture of the ice cream combined the two to further enhance the sweetness of the flavor. Even if she swallowed it, she could still feel a trace of coolness between her lips and teeth. No one could resist its delicious taste, especially in the hot summer. No wonder His Highness only gave out ice cream during afternoon tea on weekends. Such a unique style of food must be very expensive. At least, she had never heard of such a dessert in Valencia. Thinking of this, Lucia could not help but ask, "How did you ask for it from His Highness?" "Hee hee." Nightingale curled up the corner of her mouth. "I ranked third in the test, just behind Vendi and Leaf, but His Highness Roland thought that I couldn't pass. There was such a big deviation from the actual situation, so I naturally had to ask him for a reward." "I see." She hesitated for a moment. "Then, what about me? 68 points. I don't know where I ranked." So low," Lucia said dejectedly. Out of a total of 120 points, she had only answered a little more than half of them correctly, and this was based on the fact that she was already literate. "It's not bad." Nightingale patted her head. "After all, you haven't been in class for a long time, so your math and natural science parts must be a little worse." If you have any questions, you can ask me. What about me? Can I ask? Belle raised her hand. Of course, Nightingale replied with a smile. You're welcome anytime. When I pass the primary test, will I be able to choose my own job? It's still too early for you. His Highness said that the minimum age to work is 14. You're only 10 years old. What's the hurry? Lucia stared at her. The little girl did not want to be outdone. I also want to help you share your burden as soon as possible. Things like getting married and having children will cost a lot of money. If you don't have enough money, your life will be very hard. Who did you hear this from? Lucia asked with her hand on her forehead. Dad, he often nags that he won't be able to support us. Pfft, Nightingale could not help but laugh. If you can work, where will you choose to go? The chemistry laboratory. Belle raised her hand. I want to become an alchemist and get the title of sage. I want to receive everyone's admiration and praise. It's better not to. She shook her head. The laboratory is actually very dangerous. Dangerous? The two sisters were surprised at the same time. Yes. Nightingale spread out her hands. Not only does it often deal with acid, but sometimes it also explodes. Even the chief alchemist can't avoid accidents. Last time, 4 of his fingers were blown off. If it weren't for Nana, I'm afraid that Mr. Xianxia would never be able to pick up those bottles and cans again. She paused. Moreover, His Highness recently seems to be planning to develop a new kind of gunpowder. Even he thinks that this thing is extremely dangerous, so he needs to vacate a separate laboratory to prepare it. Well, in that case, do you have any good suggestions? Lucia hugged Belle and made up her mind. She would never let her sister work in such a terrible place. Of course, it's to enter the city hall and become a civil servant. Civil servant, she repeated. Ahem, this is what His Highness says when he talks to himself. In layman's terms, it's a city hall official. Nightingale coughed twice. It's stable and safe. The salary is above average, but the prospects are good. When I become a department head, the salary won't be lower than a witch's. I see, Lucia said thoughtfully. Sister Nightingale, do you like His Highness? Belle shouted. There are a lot of words in your words that His Highness said. Mom said that only people who they like very much will often talk about it. Her sister's question made Lucia's face stiffen. Damn it, how can this kind of thing be asked directly? It's too rude. Even ordinary friends can't be asked directly, not to mention that the other party is a senior that I respect. She hurriedly covered Belle's mouth. When she was about to apologize, she heard Nightingale frankly answer. Genius 1 second, remember if you want to go? Say net, to provide you with wonderful novels to read. On the way to see His Royal Highness with the oar, Lucia's ears were still echoing with Nightingale's words. She had to say, she was shocked by the other party's calm attitude. Although she didn't understand the matter of feelings, but a witch and a prince, it was simply impossible for them to be together, right? In this way, shouldn't she carefully hide her own thoughts at the bottom of her heart, not letting the other party know? Moreover, why did she, as the audience, feel so embarrassed and flushed? Standing at the door of the office, Lucia took a deep breath, then pushed the door open and entered. Your Royal Highness, I brought the oar. Let me see, Roland said with a yawn. The ruler of Border Town looked the same as usual, with sleepy eyes. He should have just woken up from a nap. He leaned against the back of the chair, with a natural expression and an easygoing tone, completely unlike the other nobles who were fierce. Lucia's inexplicable nervousness also relaxed a lot. She took out the ore particles found in the North Slope mine from her leather bag and placed them on the desk one by one. After going through her ability to decompose, these particles looked almost the same. The color was either silver or gray, probably only the knowledgeable His Royal Highness would be able to distinguish what kind of ore they were. She saw the prince frowning for a long time, weighing each of them in his palm, then carefully looking at the sunlight behind him. Finally, he waved his hand and said, Ahem, I will give these ores to Mr. Sichi to identify. You continue to go to the North Slope backyard to practice your ability. If you don't understand, you can ask Anna. Even His Royal Highness doesn't know? Lucia quickly bowed her head and said, yes. Just as she was about to leave the office, Roland stopped her again. "Oh, right, your test results are good, you scored 68 points and ranked ninth. It's really not easy to have such a performance after learning with everyone for only a month, you have to keep it up. Also," he paused, "in the next test, I hope Belle can also participate with everyone." "Yes," Lucia replied excitedly. After watching the little girl happily bow on leave, Roland looked at the metal particles on the table and sighed. He was still too naive. He thought that by decomposing the rocks into elemental substances, he would be able to figure out what kind of mineral veins were hidden in the North Slope mine. However, the facts made him understand the huge gap between mechanical engineering and geology. These rocks would eventually be separated into 3 or 4 types of metals, and the ones with the most amount could be considered as ores of this type of metal. But their color and shape were almost the same. For example, iron, aluminum, magnesium, and potassium were all silver-white metals in their high-purity state. It was too difficult to distinguish them with the naked eye. Lovego Small say Netchu it was better to leave this problem to the chief alchemist. After all, using chemical reactions to verify the characteristics of the materials was much more reliable than making wild guesses. After dealing with this matter, Roland took out a piece of paper and began to plan how to deal with this year's months of the demons. Seeing that the summer was coming to an end, the 3 months of autumn were his last preparation time. In addition to resisting the invasion of the demonic beasts from the west, he also had to pay attention to Timothy and the church from the east. Compared to the previous year, when he was struggling to make ends meet, the population and income under his rule had increased significantly. The iron production was also gradually increasing, and there were more than a dozen witches. He was completely confident that he could turn the western region into an impassable iron wall. According to last year's combat experience, the biggest threat to the city wall was undoubtedly the hybrid demonic beasts. Especially when the enemy had a thick carapace that was difficult for bullets to penetrate, he could either use explosives or send witches out of the city to fight. Either way, the danger would be greatly increased. In addition, most of the enemies he faced were cavalry and infantry, so he had never seen the siege weapons of this era. If the other side could set up a torsion catapult, or a more advanced counterweight catapult, he was afraid that he would encounter a lot of trouble. After all, it was very inconvenient to load the cannon from the front and shoot downward. Every time he reloaded, he would need to raise the muzzle again, and the shells could easily roll out of the barrel. It was imperative to develop a more powerful artillery. Roland thought about it and listed the requirements he needed on the paper. First of all, it should have enough range and power to penetrate the carapace of the hybrid demonic beasts from a kilometer away. Second, it must be rear-loaded, able to freely adjust the angle of elevation, and also have the ability to fire quickly. Finally, in order to reduce the time of repeated research and development, the design should consider that one cannon could be used for multiple purposes. It could be used as a fixed battery to suppress the enemy, or it could be directly pulled to the ship and used as the main weapon of the future shallow-water heavy gunboat. Therefore, it should be a heavy cannon with a large caliber and a long barrel. The first thing that came to Roland's mind was the 15 or 16-inch behemoth on the battleship, with a range of up to 10 kilometers, and a single shot could dig a few meters deep hole in the ground, but he quickly rejected this unrealistic idea. Although there was no problem with the processing, with the current level of materials in Border Town, at least 9 out of 10 cannons would explode. Even if the wall of the tube was thickened to more than 1 meter, it would still lose its practical value because it couldn't be moved. At present, he could only produce high-purity wrought iron and ordinary steel, so it was better to be conservative. In the end, Roland set the caliber at the sacred number of 152 millimeters. The cannon used a vertical wedge breech, similar to a sliding door. When it was lowered, the barrel was exposed, and the shell was loaded. When it was repositioned, it was locked, and the gunpowder gas erupted forward. Compared with the screw breech and the horizontal wedge breech, it had the fastest firing speed, and the principle was very simple. He had already memorized its mechanical structure. However, in order to achieve a fast firing speed, the cannon had to be equipped with a recoil mechanism. Simply put, it was like 2 pumps, one filled with oil, and the other with a recoil spring or gas. When the muzzle was recoiled, the 2 connecting rods were pulled, and at the same time, the oil and the recoil spring were compressed. The oil was used to cushion the recoil, and the recoil spring was used to store power. After the firing, the barrel would be pushed back to its original position. Finally, it was the cannonball. Now that he had used the sacred cannon, he naturally couldn't be satisfied with the clumsy solid iron ball and paper-wrapped canister shooting. So, for the sake of security, Roland decided to develop two kinds of fixed shells at the same time. One was an enlarged version of the bullet, with a solid metal warhead, and the other was an explosive warhead with a trigger fuse, which was later known as the howitzer. After all, the latter had a certain technical difficulty. It was necessary to repeatedly test the reliability of the fuse, and it was impossible to guarantee that it would be ready for the army before the months of the demons. Therefore, it was necessary to first produce the former to solve the problem. Even if it was a solid warhead, it would be easy to deal with the slow-moving thick-armored demonic beasts and the stationary siege equipment. Of course, no matter what kind of shell it would consume a lot of smokeless gunpowder. Before the two acids could be mass-produced, the new cannon could only be used as a special weapon. It was impossible to achieve a hardy artillery coverage. At this moment, a guard pushed open the door and came in. "Your Highness, there is a secret letter from King's City." Roland put down the quill and opened the envelope. From beginning to end, the letter had no signature, and the handwriting was very unfamiliar, but the content of the first sentence showed that this letter was undoubtedly sent by Theo. "Today, a team of about 1,000 people will leave King's City, heading in the direction of the Western Territory. To be continued, your support is my greatest motivation. Longsong Stronghold, Theater Performance Hall." With the continuous whistles and cheers of the audience, the curtain slowly fell. May wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked at Irene, who was looking at her with excitement and expectation, and nodded slightly. This affirmation made Irene cheer out loud. When the curtain fell, she couldn't help but rush forward and hug May. "Ha ha ha, I really did a good job." So annoying, May rolled her eyes and pushed her away. "You've made some progress, you can go on stage alone." "Miss May, then, what about me?" Rosia, another witch, asked cautiously. "You're still far from it," she said without hesitation. "Your expression is stiff, your movements are slow, your lines are not emotional, you made 2 mistakes in the second act, and 1 mistake in the fourth act. This is a typical case of not memorizing the script." "Haha, Miss May is really strict," Gate touched the back of his head and said, "but the audience's response seems to be very good." Listen, the applause hasn't subsided yet. Most of these people are civilians who have never been to the theater. The play is a new thing for them, May said bluntly. If it was a normal performance, those few mistakes would be enough to make the nobles boo. She paused. If you want to go on the road of being an actor, don't be satisfied with temporary success. Only by constantly improving yourself can you stand firm on the stage. Yes, thank you for your guidance. Everyone bowed their heads in unison. May sighed, here they go again, I obviously can't be regarded as a drama mentor for this group of people. But she was too lazy to care about such trivial things. Well, continue to work hard. The Witch Diary is scheduled until September, we still have several rounds to perform. This is a rare opportunity, don't miss it. Yes. A month ago, May received a notice from the Ministry of Education that all the members of the cast should go to Longsong Stronghold to perform. The so-called members were the miscellaneous actors who had followed her to the border, plus Irene Eltek. Perhaps His Royal Highness and his agent, Perot, had reached an agreement. The theater had specifically cleared out a series of vacancies for the crew to perform the Diary of a Witch trilogy. Therefore, this group of amateur actors who were not even considered as rookies openly stepped onto the big stage of the Fortress Theater. Usually, it was unlikely that they would be chosen even if they appeared in a supporting role. But now, they appeared on stage as important characters, and they even performed hand-in-hand with the star of the Western region. One could not help but sigh at the fickleness of fate. Back at the backstage, May could not help but frown. They saw a group of people making a racket in the lounge, as if they were arguing about something. When they saw May and her group appear, more than 10 people surrounded them under the lead of a woman. These people were all actors of the theater, and May also knew the woman who was leading them. Her name was Belladine, and she was a famous actress who belonged to a different crew than herself. Some nobles had once thought that she was the biggest competitor for the star of the Western region, but in fact, whether it was acting or reputation, she had always firmly surpassed her. Guess what I saw? Bella bypassed May and walked step by step to the front of Irene. A group of lousy actors who sneaked back from a small place in the countryside. What did you say? Irene asked with a puzzled face. Gate, Rosia and the others' faces stiffened, and they could not help but take 2 steps back. Pfft, Bella covered her mouth and said, "Look, she still doesn't know her own identity." These words aroused a burst of laughter from the crowd. Then I'll be frank with you, Longsong Stronghold is a big city that simply isn't a place you should come to, and the Stronghold Theater also doesn't welcome this kind of inferior and vulgar third-rate performance. What Diary of a Witch, it's nothing more than the struggles and howls of a few stray dogs. Who would be interested in watching this kind of disgusting play? It would be better for you to roll back to Border Town as soon as possible. You, Irene suddenly blushed, what do you mean by third-rate performance? Didn't you hear the applause of the audience? Huh, the audience? Bella sneered disdainfully, you call those people who deal with mud, hose, and furnaces every day an audience? Don't laugh my teeth off. Even if you caught a few monkeys for a stroll, they would still cheer loudly, okay? If it weren't for the free tickets, would they have the spare money to watch your performance? Irene opened her mouth, but did not know how to refute. In order to arrange for your 3 performances every week, the theater's income has continuously dropped, and even we have been affected. As long as your play is arranged together, the nobles will not come to see it. Bella raised her voice, who would be willing to sit in a chair full of mud and oil? If it were me, I would also not want to step into a messy theater after a group of country bumpkins have a carnival. The other side is obviously looking for trouble, May thought. The sudden insertion of the small town's cast has indeed squeezed out many opportunities, but Bella Dean has not been affected too much. According to the news from some acquaintances, after she left Longsong Stronghold, the theater intended to make her the new star of the Western region, so it was naturally impossible to cancel the play she starred in. So, the purpose of Bella's action was very obvious. She seemed to be scolding Irene and the others, but in fact, she was targeting herself. If these people backed down, she would not be able to play the Diary of a Witch alone, and could only return to Border Town dejectedly. In this way, she would be equal to defeating herself in a head-on confrontation, and at the same time restore the opportunities of other actors, so her prestige would inevitably rise, and thus establish the position of the new generation of star of the Western region. But she would never let herself become a stepping stone for others. The theater's income has dropped, are you serious? May turned around and casually said, because of the exemption of tickets, the theater can't make ends meet. How could you come up with such a naive conclusion? The theater operator has undoubtedly reached an agreement with His Highness the Prince and His Excellency Perot, so the shortfall will naturally be covered by Border Town City Hall. This is a business contract, not a game. You really should use your brain instead of shouting here based on your imagination. What nonsense are you talking about? In addition, it's only you, a group of inferior actors with low acting skills, that's all. She smiled slightly, I have performed in King City's Ablon Theater, which is an open-air theater. On the day of the performance, it happened to be raining, but the nobles still filled all the seats. So, you say that because of the commoners, they are unwilling to come to watch the performance? No, they just don't like to specially come to watch a group of monkeys perform. The scene fell into a strange silence. Not only did no one stand up to accuse her, no one even tried to defend themselves. Finally, you said that the Witch Diary is inferior and vulgar, and that it is the struggle and wail of a stray dog? May raised the corner of her mouth, but her voice was extremely cold. I may have forgotten to tell you, but the script of this story was written by His Highness the Prince. Do you want to say that His Highness's idea is inferior and vulgar? Insulting the royal family and nobles is punishable by cutting off the tongue. Now, do you still intend to stick to your point of view? She looked at the crowd behind Bella, or perhaps some of you want to try? Under her gaze, more than 10 actors stepped back one after another. Enough. Bella gritted her teeth, since you went to Border Town, you shouldn't have come back. Do you think I don't know, May? The reason why you went to that broken place was not to see that idiot Irene, but for daybreak. Slap. Her voice stopped abruptly, and a bright red palm print appeared on her left cheek. Bella touched her face in disbelief. You dare to hit, phew, I was too impulsive. May took a deep breath. In this way, I may encounter some trouble. Sure enough, the two actors behind Bella walked out. Miss May, what you did is a bit too much. Don't you know the importance of an actor's appearance? I think you should at least apologize to her. Apologize? Doesn't that prove that I did something wrong? May sneered at the bottom of her heart. Although she was impulsive, she didn't think that she needed to apologize at all. She looked at the two men with a gloomy face, and couldn't help but think of what Carter Lannis had said. Men may be strong, but they also have many weaknesses. If their eyes and throat are attacked, they will instantly lose their resistance, and of course, there is also the area between their legs. As long as you are agile and decisive, it is not impossible to knock down a man who is much stronger than you. Although she didn't know how she talked to him about this, she was ready to kick them. She just needed to wait for the two men to come a little closer. At this moment, the lounge door was violently pushed open, and an armored knight walked in, followed by several warriors with long spears. When they entered the room, they had already pointed their spears at the crowd. I heard that someone here is slandering His Highness Roland and plotting against His Highness crew. The conflict ended very quickly. Seeing the fierce knight, no one dared to say another word. Most of the actors were fence-sitters, otherwise there would not have been a dispute at the beginning. In the face of the famous May, not everyone had the courage to stand up against her. Now the situation had become even more one-sided. Bella was directly taken out of the lounge by two men. After a while, only Carter and the border town crew members were left in the large room. Thank you so much for your help, Gate, and the others bowed. You're really amazing. You forced her to speechless in 2 or 3 hits. Irene held May's hand and exclaimed, and that slap, it completely stunned her. Then she turned to the chief knight and saluted. Sir Carter, how come you are in Longsong Stronghold? I'm also very curious about that. May shrugged, but her heart was relieved. Because of His Highness's order. Carter spread out his hands. Can I buy you a drink? This is where you live. The chief knight looked around cautiously. Well, it's very ordinary, right? May took out a bottle of white wine from the cupboard and poured him a small cup. The pub only opens at night. This is my treat. Irene and the others slipped away quickly. On the way, they suddenly remembered something. Finally, when they returned to the residence, only she and Carter were left. Well, indeed. Quite ordinary. Carter coughed twice. I don't know your family. My mother died a long time ago. I found a job for my father in the theater. It's all easy chores, May said calmly. But I think he will come back at night. This small bungalow was located in a deep alley in the inner city. It was bought with all her savings after she became the star of the western region. Although the house was small and old, moving away from the outer city would at least prevent her from being harassed and spied on. Sorry. Nothing. May also poured herself a small cup. Did His Highness send you here to rectify the order of the theater and solve the dispute among the actors? No, of course not. Carter repeatedly waved his hands and said, Timothy has sent people to cause trouble in the Western Territory again. His Highness Roland is on the way here with the main army. I just took the little town and arrived first. I arranged for the Second Army to strengthen the night watch, and while I was at it, let the Honeysuckle family be more vigilant, in order to prevent any sneak attacks on the city gate and so on. You shouldn't have told me these things. May was startled and then shook her head. You asked, and it's not a secret operation. Carter gulped down the wine. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. All right, she said, pursing her lips. So how did you get into the theater? After I handed over the task, I suddenly saw the advertisement for the play you acted in, so I wanted to see what you would look like on the real stage. The result was just as I imagined. Although I only saw the end, your performance was really wonderful. The knight exclaimed, so I went backstage to invite you for a drink, but I didn't know whether I should go in or not, so I lingered at the door for a while until I heard the argument inside. You've been outside for a long time? May frowned. I didn't mean to eavesdrop. Carter raised his hands. It was just an accident, I promise. Pfft, she couldn't help but chuckle. I didn't blame you, you don't have to look like that. Is that so? The knight breathed a sigh of relief and reached for the wine, but she slapped his hand down. You still have a task tonight, right? May shook her finger. So you can only drink a small cup, no more. But. She smiled. When this mission is over, you can treat me properly. After Carter left, May filled her glass again, leaned back in the chair, and sipped. Since the last time she tasted the white wine, she found that she gradually liked this hot and mellow taste. As for Carter's previous invitation, she already had a vague answer in her heart. Some things could only be known after trying, just like the white wine in her hand. Although it was hard to swallow at first, the mellow taste was not something that sweet and sour fruit wine or bland ale could compare to. Why don't I bring my father back to town and settle down after this play is over? 2 days later, Roland arrived at Longsong Stronghold. Perot Hall and the members of the 5 families went out of the city to welcome His Royal Highness troops. After the First Army was stationed in Longsong Stronghold, Roland went straight to the castle and held a brief meeting. I've received reliable news that Timothy has sent an army to Longsong Stronghold. He sat in the main seat of the hall, looking down at the nobles below. I don't know their number and route, but there's no doubt that they're coming for me. According to Timothy's usual style, they're bound to expand their troops by kidnapping civilians, and then use drugs to force these people to attack. Excuse me, Your Highness, Viscount Eric of the Wolf family was puzzled. The drug you're talking about is. It's an evil red pill that can make civilians more powerful than a knight, but after the effect is over, the people who take it can only struggle helplessly to death. Except for Perot, the other 4 families didn't know about the church's secret drug, so Roland simply explained its characteristics and origin. Timothy intends to use this method to continuously weaken the resistance of the western region. Any population he doesn't need will be the target of kidnapping, and your territories are also included in this list. As the guardian of the western region, I ask you to move all your family members and territory civilians into the city, so as not to expand Timothy's troops. But, the food and stored goods in our warehouse, move as much as you can, Roland resolutely interrupted. I'll only give you 3 days, the surrounding civilians must gather in Longsong Stronghold. After I've repelled Timothy's troops, I'll naturally let you go. After the meeting, the prince summoned Iron Axe into the castle. In fact, he didn't reveal the true situation to the nobles. Under the carpet investigation of Lightning and Maggie, the team from King's City had already been exposed. Unlike the previous group of invaders, they were riding a single-masted sailboat and were heading west along the main Redwater River, passing through Willow Town to enter the hinterland of the western region. This was a very tricky route. When the enemy crossed the fork, they could either turn back along the tributary to attack the south and east gates of Longsong Stronghold, or continue westward to Border Town. In order to avoid splitting his troops to defend, he had to take the initiative to concentrate his superior forces and defeat the enemy at one point. After entering the hall, Iron Axe performed a standard military salute. Timothy's troops are expected to arrive at the fork of the Redwater River in 4 days, so the First Army will set off this afternoon, Roland straightforwardly ordered. The troops stationed in Border Town will meet with you at the location where the attack will take place. I will also rush over as soon as possible. Doesn't Border Town need to be defended? All the enemy's movements are under the surveillance of Lightning and Maggie, so there is no need to divide the troops to defend. We just need to go to one place and defeat them. The prince paused. And Longsong Stronghold needs to leave 100 people to guard the nobles. Stay. Here? Iron Axe was slightly startled. Roland briefly explained the previous orders issued to the 5 families. The reason why I gathered them is to make it convenient for them to guard. After knowing that Timothy is attacking the western region, I can't guarantee that someone will have any ideas. The Second Army's weapons are old and they lack combat experience, so they may not be able to react in time. But with the addition of 10 teams of First Army soldiers, we can ensure that they won't be able to stir up any trouble. I don't want any trouble to happen while we are fighting at the fork of the Redwater River. Yes, Your Highness, he replied. Are you going too? After Iron Axe left, Nightingale appeared from behind the main seat. Of course, Roland said, if I don't go, who else can use Lotus's ability? I may not be good at commanding, but blocking the road with a bunker and slapping the face with a tank, those are my unique skills. I know about the bunker, but what is a tank? Nightingale looked confused. Well, it's a carriage that drags the artillery. The prince coughed twice. But we don't have enough horses, so the artillery needs to be transported by Little Town, so it can't be called a tank. Is that why you chose Honey? She blinked. As far as I know, she can tame tigers and leopards to be as docile as horses. But can a cannon pulled by a beast also be called a tank? Of course, Roland couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. It can also be called a tiger or a leopard. Just then, Carter came in with a white-tailed kite in his arms. Your Highness, there is news from Border Town. Roland clapped his hands, and the white-tailed kite spread its wings as if it had a mind of its own, broke free from the knight's arms, and soared into the sky. After gliding for a distance, it landed steadily on his shoulder. He took out a piece of jerky from his pocket and asked the bird to swallow it. The bird even raised one of its claws so that he could untie the cloth. This eagle was not Maggie, but one of the air messengers trained by Honey. They could remember 5 to 6 different people and hundreds of flight routes. As long as they were brought to an unfamiliar place, they would be able to establish a connection with the homing nest. This time, Roland brought a total of 4 messengers to the fortress. They could travel back and forth within 2 hours and fly for an entire day without stopping. In a situation where there was no radio, this was the fastest way to communicate. Roland spread out the letter wrapped in a cloth and quickly skimmed through it. The sender was Vendi. According to his request, she had taken Lotus, Sylvie, Leaf, Hummingbird, and Nana to the fork of the Redwater River. Along with the ship were some members of the artillery team and 8 cannons. This was also the maximum number of cannons that could be accommodated on the deck of Little Town. The prince estimated that when Vendi pushed the sail forward at full speed, it would take a day for the cement ship to reach its destination. Although Sylvie acted as a navigator and the ship could travel at night, Vendi's magic power was far less abundant than Anna's, so it was impossible for her to continuously use her ability. So if they rested at night and transported during the day, they could only make 2 round trips in 4 days. At most, they could transport 16 field cannons to the fork of the river. Although the number of cannons was less than in the last battle, considering the surprise attack and the fact that the other side could not quickly launch a counterattack, the artillery was barely enough. Roland took the pen and paper handed over by Nightingale and wrote down new instructions. He ordered the garrison troops to carry weapons and ammunition and immediately set off, converging with Iron Axe's main force at the fork of the river. It would only take half an hour for the white-tailed kite to deliver the letter to Scroll, who would then pass it on to Captain Brian. When Roland arrived at the scheduled location, it was already the next morning. The sparkling river was exactly here, divided into 2, one flowing towards Longsong Stronghold, and the other connecting to Redwater City. Because the latter river was wider, people used to regard it as the main channel of the Redwater River, while the one leading to Longsong Stronghold was called Little Redwater. After disembarking, the witches who had been waiting for a long time by the river came to greet them. Where is Vendi? Roland looked around and asked. She returned by Little Town at dawn, Leaf said. She said that there is still a batch of artillery to be delivered. I heard that you want to deal with Timothy Wimbledon, the false king who hunts witches in the city every day? Lotus asked impatiently, what do you want us to do? Although Iron Axe and the main force of the First Army had not yet arrived, but the preparation work could be carried out in advance, as long as there were witches. I need to establish a line of defense on both sides of the main river. He squatted down and drew a simple diagram with a stone. If this line represents the enemy's route of advance, then my troops will be distributed on both sides, and will suddenly launch a pincer attack. In order to achieve the effect of surprise, they must first hide. Therefore, you have to raise 2 mud houses on the shore, forming a V-shaped angle. The houses should be long, the walls must be thick, and the inside should be divided into 8 compartments, leaving only a small window on the side facing the Redwater River. Your Highness, I don't quite understand. Lotus was puzzled. You can hide the soldiers in the mud houses to hide their whereabouts, but they also can't attack the ships on the river. What if the false king's fleet doesn't stop, nor does it reach the shore, and continues to sail all the way? No, they can't pass, Roland smiled. You will know when the time comes. Then he looked at Leaf. You are responsible for covering these fortifications. Weeds and vines will do, make them look more natural. Yes, Leaf replied. In this way, when the artillery was pushed into the camouflaged fortifications, the two mud houses, which seemed useless in Lotus eyes, would instantly transform into unsinkable, sailing battleships. At that time, as long as the baffles on the windows were opened, each compartment would be able to spit out a deadly flame, and the 16 field artillery would not lose their aim because of the turbulence. In fact, at such a close range, they could almost hit the sailing ships sailing in the middle of the river with their eyes closed, and even if they couldn't sink them, it would be enough to turn their decks into a sure battlefield. The enemy fleet approached the fork of the Redwater River half a day later than expected, and it wasn't until the afternoon of the fourth day that the 10 sailboats slowly appeared at the edge of their field of vision. Vanner, who had received the news, passed through the 6 compartments in turn, gave the gunner group in charge of him the order to prepare, and then returned to his own gun position. "Where are the enemies?" Rodney opened a slit in the window baffle and looked outside. "They are at least a few hundred meters away from us," Cat's Claw, who was responsible for observing the signal flags, muttered while leaning against the skylight. "I can't even see their shadows from here, there are too many weeds on the roof." In addition to the shooting window in each compartment, there was also a hole at the top of the wall. After climbing up 2 steps of the stairs, they could easily see the situation on the Redwater River. "Speaking of weeds, the ability of the green-haired witch is simply incredible," Jop said while wiping some rusty shells. "Wherever she goes, the thin grass will grow wildly like hair, covering the bunkers so tightly that they look no different from ordinary mounds of earth." "What green-haired witch?" Vanner scolded. "That's Miss Leaf. The first time we fought against the Duke's Knight Regiment, she helped us bury vines in the woods on both sides, making it impossible for the knight to take a detour. Otherwise, that group of tin cans would have to go through the woods to get behind us, and that would be enough to make us suffer. If you want to compare magical abilities, which is more ordinary?" Rodney shrugged. "In one night she can build a bunker, cover the ground with vines and weeds, fly freely in the sky, and even transform into a giant pigeon. All of these things are not achievable by mortals." "The most magical one is Miss Nana," Cat's Claw said in a tone full of longing and expectation. "I don't know if I will be honorably wounded this time. If I am wounded, I will be able to see her up close, maybe I will even be able to hear her comfort." "Pay attention to the enemy's situation." Vanner frowned and shouted, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will punish you to go back and clean the toilet." Cat's Claw stuck out his tongue and stretched his body out again. The artillery captain sighed in his heart. These guys had lost their nervousness and were no longer trembling like they were a few months ago when they first arrived on the battlefield. He couldn't tell whether this change was good or bad. He always felt that he had underestimated his opponents too much, but he also couldn't severely reprimand his men, because he was also not much better. Since becoming a soldier of His Highness, Vanner's understanding of fighting had undergone earth-shaking changes. Bloody and cruel fighting seemed to have nothing to do with strength, skill, or courage. They only needed to repeat the steps that they had memorized during training, prepare according to the rules, meet the enemy according to the rules, and open fire according to the rules to win. This was especially true when the town fought against the new king's militia. Even though the opponent was a humanoid beast with astonishing strength and was not afraid of death, the battle only lasted for an hour. Only when he was cleaning up the battlefield did he realize that he did not feel the slightest bit tired. It was as if he had just done a warm-up before training, and the enemy had already been defeated. If this continued, would there be a day when they couldn't even see the enemy's face? Would they be able to annihilate the enemy thousands of miles away just by operating these metal machines? Just as Vanner's imagination was running wild, the cat's paw's warning sound pulled him back to reality. "I can see the enemy. Load the ammunition." Vanner shook his head, threw the distracting thoughts to the back of his mind, and ordered in a deep voice. The people in the compartment suddenly became busy. They had practiced this step so many times that now they could put the ammunition and shells into the gun chamber even with their eyes closed. In the case that they didn't need to think about resetting and adjusting the angle of fire, the gun group could fire once every 20 breaths. Vanner had already memorized the battle plan arranged by His Highness Roland and Sir Iron Axe. It was similar to the defensive battle in Border Town. Only when the observer saw Miss Lightning's red flag, could he push down the camouflage baffle in front of the gun window and open fire. The first and second gun groups, which were closest to the river bank, swept the deck with shotguns, while the rest of the gun groups bombarded the cabins with solid shells. he quietly waited for the arrival of the red signal flag. Now, even without the telescope, Lotus could see that the fleet of the fake king was approaching the ambush point little by little. Compared with the three-masted or four-masted sailboats sailing on the sea, these boats were obviously much slimmer. They didn't have high sides and fences, and their low hulls at first glance looked like they were sticking to the river. In addition to the bulging sails, there was also a row of sailors sitting on both sides of the deck, slowly pushing the oars in their hands. Until now, His Highness still hadn't issued any orders. She couldn't help but feel a little anxious. The observation point was set up at the top of a relatively high hillside. Although it could overlook the whole battlefield, it was also far away from the river. Now that Lightning and Maggie weren't with His Highness, considering the time it would take for the messenger to transmit the order to the various squads, she was afraid that it would be too late to stop the fleet from passing through the fork of the Redwater River. Seeing that the first sailboat was about to pass through the mud house, Lotus couldn't help but want to ask, but suddenly there was a loud rumble that rolled across the river. As if it was an attack signal, more than a dozen thick smoke mixed with fire spewed out from the mud house, and the dull sound of thunder continued without end. What the hell happened? Lotus turned her eyes back to the river, and then almost couldn't believe her eyes. She didn't see any knight or mercenaries fighting, but on the deck of the first sailboat it seemed as if it had suddenly exploded. Splinters of wood and broken limbs splashed everywhere, and more than half of the sailors who were rowing the oars were instantly killed or injured. Clouds of blood rose up, dyeing the deck scarlet. After losing half of its power, the forward speed of the ship quickly slowed down, but the roar didn't stop in the slightest. Not long after, the tall mast in the middle of the hull was cut in half by a group of black shadows, and after swaying twice, it loudly fell to the ground, smashing two knights who had just climbed out of the cabin onto the deck. The sailboat, pushed by the current, began to slowly retreat, and the other boats had to disperse to avoid it. Many people heard the movement and came out of the cabin, looking blankly at the leading sailboat that had already turned into hell, looking somewhat at a loss. Then a terrible blow fell on the second sailboat. The crowded deck made the blood fog even more turbulent, and Lotus could see that after the rolling thunder, there were several bright red open spaces among the enemies that were originally close to each other, and the unlucky people standing in those open spaces were broken into several pieces. Some people still hadn't died, and were dragging their intestines out as they wailed in pain. Others who were lucky enough to survive jumped into the river one after another to escape, no longer willing to stay on this terrible deck for another moment. Compared to Lotus, who was watching from afar, Sylvie could see more clearly. Through the walls of the mud hut, she could see the soldiers working in an orderly manner. Each person was doing a single repetitive action, but when 7 or 8 people were linked together, it became a complex whole. The paper bags and iron balls piled up in the back of the compartment were continuously sent into the thick iron pipe, and then erupted with the power of thunder. Upon closer inspection, Sylvie noticed that the soldiers first ignited a rope at the end of the iron pipe. The jumping sparks penetrated the inside of the iron pipe, igniting the first paper bag. The next moment of light made her unable to help but squint her eyes. The sparks quickly expanded into an orange-red fireball, filling every pore in the pipe. The expanding flame had nowhere to go, so it wrapped around the iron ball and rushed outwards, as if a giant hand was forcefully throwing it out. In the blink of an eye, the iron ball turned into a black shadow and went straight towards the sailboat in the river. Its strength was so great that it directly drilled a fist-sized hole in the wooden planks of the ship. Although its speed slowed down a lot after penetrating the planks, its power was still not to be underestimated. An enemy who was trying to climb out of the cabin was hit in the waist and immediately split in two. This was the first time that Sylvie had seen such a scene. There was no need for a sharp blade or sword, just a small round ball could split a person in two. Because her line of sight was too close, she even felt that the blood and internal organs of the dead had splashed onto her body. Then, several people were hit by the iron ball, either having their limbs cut off or their heads smashed. For a time, the cabin was filled with flowing blood and red and white internal organs. The witch suddenly felt her stomach churn, and a stream of acid rushed straight to her throat. Ugh! The scene in the cabin suddenly disappeared, and her chaotic thoughts were no longer able to maintain the use of her ability. Sylvie was forced to cut off the connection with the Eye of Truth, bowed her head and vomited. "What's wrong?" Lotus, who was startled, immediately came forward to support her. Are you okay? His Royal Highness also noticed her discomfort and handed her a handkerchief. If you think it's bloody, then don't look at it, at least don't use your ability to look at it from a close distance. Take a rest first. Thank you. Sylvie took the handkerchief and wiped her mouth. I'm fine. This was probably the incredible invention that Maggie and Lightning had talked about. But at that time, no one really paid much attention to it. After all, it was difficult to imagine such a shocking weapon in one's mind without seeing it with one's own eyes. She looked back at the battlefield and saw that Timothy's fleet had begun to approach the shore. Apparently, they had also noticed that this storm-like attack came from behind the low houses on the shore that were disguised as earth slopes. However, they didn't know that Prince Roland had set up far more fortifications than just this one. Rather far away from the V-shaped defensive line was a bunker covered in weeds and vines. The distance between the two was exactly the same as the length of the fleet. Unless they didn't hesitate to turn the ship around and retreat, they would only fall into a pincer attack if they landed at any point. The soldiers in the bunker also held a long, round iron pole. What they shot out was no longer a round iron ball, but a sharp, tailless arrow. They didn't look as unstoppable as the iron ball, but their target had changed to the naked flesh and blood. Sylvie guessed that the enemy probably wanted to wait until they got ashore to regroup before launching a counterattack. But the soldiers in the bunker didn't give them this opportunity. Just like before, they didn't even need to show their heads. They just needed to aim their weapons at the target and pull the trigger easily. Then, the arrows would rain down on the enemy. In the face of this kind of rapid firing and needless weapon, the enemy didn't last long before they all collapsed. Those who got off the ship wanted to get back on board, while those who stood on the side of the ship waiting to get off the ship fled in all directions. The hull swayed dramatically, and the gangplank overturned into the water. Many people who fell into the water were killed while climbing the ship's side. The scene was chaotic. It's time. Until then, the prince put down the telescope and ordered Iron Axe, take the reserve team to clean up the battlefield. If their leader knight is lucky enough to survive, try to catch him alive. I want to ask them some questions. Yes, the latter saluted. Then he looked at Sylvie, you go with Iron Axe, don't let anyone slip away. Sylvie nodded and followed the commander of the First Army out of the observation post. She suddenly understood why His Highness Roland dared to openly shelter the witches in this corner of the continent. With such a powerful force, even if the church dispatched the gods' punishment army, they might not be able to defeat him easily. If Lady Tilly could also have such a weapon, the witches might really be able to return home one day. Looking at the paralyzed sailboat on the riverbank, Roland was slightly relieved. When they planned to land and counterattack, they were basically doomed to lose. It was a very slow process to turn the bow of the ship with the poles and oarsmen. This was probably the reason why the enemy didn't choose to turn around and retreat under the artillery attack. Rather than being beaten in vain, it was better to quickly dock and organize a team to counterattack. It was very difficult to sink a wooden sailboat with the solid iron ball of a 12-pound field artillery. Even if the hull was riddled with holes, it wouldn't affect it to continue to float on the water. Therefore, turning the bow of the ship might cause serious losses, but there would always be one or two sailboats that could escape. But if they chose to land, they would only end up being annihilated. Compared to the last surprise attack on the stronghold and the defense of the town, this time the enemy didn't even have an effective attack. It was probably because the pills were usually controlled by the commander and were only distributed to the militia before the battle. Once they encountered an ambush, they simply couldn't respond quickly. It wasn't until the evening that the cleanup of the battlefield came to an end. Iron Axe and the guards walked into the camp with the two captives. Before Roland had time to open his mouth to ask, one of them had already shouted, I am Sir Snacker, your highness, please allow me to write a letter to my family, they will certainly send a generous ransom. I am the second son of the Northern Shield family, Irvin Shepherd, your highness, the other person said, I am also willing to pay the ransom. So, this attack was led by you? Roland raised his eyebrows. No, the leader was Sir Vincent, but he has already been killed. Sir Snacker twisted his body, your highness, can you let your people untie my hands? During the redemption period, I hope to receive normal treatment. I don't need a ransom, the prince shook his head, your purpose in coming to the Western Territory, your plan, and Timothy's plan. Tell me everything you know, and I may give you the treatment you deserve. Please forgive me for not being able to tell you, Xianxia said after a moment of hesitation. I have already pledged allegiance to His Majesty Timothy. The young knight of the Shield family also refused. Doing so would violate my oath. Is that so? Roland said disapprovingly. Take them away first. After the guards left, he glanced at Iron Axe. I heard that you served as the guard of the Patriarch in Iron Sand City, and are very good at interrogating information? Yes, Your Highness, Iron Axe replied. There are very few people who can hide information from me. Very well, I will leave these two to you to interrogate. Roland turned around. There are no restrictions on the methods, as long as you can get enough information. He was startled. What about the ransom? I said from the beginning, I don't need a ransom, Roland said coldly. After the interrogation, treat it as if they were killed. On the second day after returning to Border Town Castle, Iron Axe brought back all the information he had obtained from the interrogation. These people are just Timothy's advance troops? Roland asked with a frown. Indeed, Your Highness, Iron Axe nodded. As you have guessed before, sending one militia after another to attack the Western Territory is Timothy Wimbledon's strategy. In addition to the Western Territory, he also used the same method to deal with Garcia Wimbledon in the port of Clearwater. Are they all civilians? Not all of them. There are criminals, rats, and most of them are refugees from all over the world. He replied, according to the enemy knight, after Timothy forcibly recruited these people, he first used some verbal promises to stabilize them, and then they took the first batch of pills. In this way, they had no choice but to be controlled by Timothy, wanting more pills to relieve their pain and desire. But they didn't know that once they swallowed the pills, there was no possibility of treatment. Roland sighed deeply. Taking more pills would only delay their death. Yes, Your Highness. Timothy didn't tell the militia about the side effects of the pills. They thought that after fighting for the new king, they would be able to get the status and rewards he promised. What is the purpose of this team? Roland asked. Border Town, Iron Axe quickly replied, because Sir Vincent, who had already died, thought that the town had no walls, it would be easier to achieve the goal of a war of attrition. He estimated that 1,000 militia who took the pills could be exchanged for about 3,000 casualties, which would be a heavy blow to Border Town. But what? Xianxia also confessed that Timothy gave them another task, which was to divide the militia into several batches to attack the town, ensuring their own safety while observing your response and combat effectiveness. I think he should have noticed the problem of the knight who didn't return during the last attack. This time, no one returned. The prince shrugged. Since they are the advance troops for attrition, do these two know Timothy's follow-up attack plan? They don't know much, but the scale will be much larger than the previous two attacks. Roland's heart was suddenly filled with hatred. These were all living laborers, yet they were being used as cannon fodder in waves? Even if he defeated the enemy unscathed, it would still be a Pyrrhic victory. Compared to resisting Timothy's invasion, it was more important for him to stop this meaningless war. Otherwise, after he unified Grey Castle, how long would it take for the population to flourish again? After the arrival of the months of the demons, the entire land route of the Western Territory will be covered with snow, and it will be difficult for large troops to move even an inch. If we rely on ships, the queue will be very long, not to mention the huge cost, but also easy to be intercepted halfway. He said, so if he wants to launch this attack this year, he has to do it before the winter snow comes. We have to recruit the people even earlier, at least before winter. Do you intend to? Roland closed his eyes and thought for a moment before saying, I want to delay this war. Send an emissary or send a diplomatic letter to him? I'm afraid Timothy Wimbledon won't do as you wish, Iron Axe said in a deep voice. No, that won't be very useful, he said slowly. If we want him to give up the idea of attacking, we have to first reduce the number of people he can recruit, and second, make him realize that a war of attrition is meaningless, and make him afraid of the Western Territory. I originally planned to let Berev arrange for his men to spread the news of the Western Territory's development, attracting the poor people outside the city to go there, but now it seems that the effect is too slow, and the measures are too conservative. If we want to take the people away before Timothy, we have to take the initiative to contact and recruit them, just like the last time we went to King City. The most important thing is the Southern Territory, which has been repeatedly hit by war, followed by the northern kingdom, which will probably require the first army to carry out. If it's just recruitment, a squad of 50 people will be enough, Iron Axe said without hesitation. After all, we won't be operating near the city, so we don't have to worry about confronting the enemy. I'll discuss the specific plan with you in detail after I've thought about it, Roland nodded. There must be a main force guarding Border Town, and the squad sent out must also return to Border Town before the months of the demons. In addition, there was the Golden Dragon and the food problem. A more active recruitment policy would naturally bring back more people, but the cost would also increase exponentially. The previous plan had a higher cost-performance ratio, but now it had a strong purpose, so how to implement it, they had to carefully consider. But the second point you mentioned, what should we do? First of all, release the news that the captured civilians will be sent back to King's City, so that Timothy can roughly know the process of the battle, and he won't try such a futile thing again and again. But our artillery fighting method will also be exposed, Iron Axe said worriedly. It won't be exposed much, Roland gently tapped the table. Except for long-range attacks and amazing power, he won't know the principle, let alone know how to make it. As long as the level of production remained in this era, even if he knew, he wouldn't be able to fight back. This was the overwhelming advantage of hot weapons over cold weapons, and it wouldn't be reversed by willpower, tactics, or numbers. And these people will also send him a warning letter. A warning letter? That's right, I will give an advance notice of the day of attack in the letter. And then on that day, we will raid King's City, the prince said word by word. Iron Axe couldn't help but open his mouth wide, and after a while, he came back to his senses and solemnly saluted. As long as it is your order, I will definitely complete it with my life. Relax, I don't want you to die, Roland smiled. This plan doesn't need the first army to participate, it will be carried out by the witches. How can I make Timothy fear the western region? He estimated that there was nothing more shocking than a direct attack on the palace. As long as Timothy realized that he was not safe, he was afraid that any plans to send troops would be somewhat restrained. Roland's plan came from the airdrop leaflets of later generations, and in addition to dropping leaflets, he also planned to send Timothy 2 aerial bombs. The so-called raid was a strike from the sky, and the possibility of directly killing the new king was very small, but as long as it could play a deterrent role, it would be considered a success. In this way, it would be difficult to determine whether the other side would insist on launching a large-scale attack. Roland clearly realized that the pattern of this battle for the throne had changed. He was no longer as weak as he was when he first arrived, and he didn't need to disguise himself anymore. Now it was time to reveal the cards in his hand, step by step standing on the political stage of Grey Castle, and let the people of the kingdom notice his existence. This had nothing to do with a desire to show off, but rather a kind of propaganda for his own territory and power. It was useless to obtain a kingdom full of corpses and ruins. He hoped that through this declaration, more people would go to the western region and stand by his side. When the sun fell behind the mountains, Roland opened the office window. The evening wind blowing on his face was no longer hot, but with a trace of coolness. On the third day of autumn, the Marjorie Chamber of Commerce arrived at the pier of Border Town as scheduled. This time, the caravan returned to its former size. 10 sailboats lined up in a straight line and steadily docked at the side of the pier. Your Royal Highness, we meet again. Gammon, the merchant from Crescent Moon Bay, bowed and said, I heard from Lady Marjorie that the first steamship has been modified? Indeed, Roland laughed, but in order to ensure the quality of the goods, it still needs to undergo a trial voyage for 3 or 4 days in order to test the reliability of the power system. It's really something to look forward to. Marlin clapped his hands. The fleet also needs a few days to unload the cargo, so we can wait here. May I ask your Royal Highness, during the trial voyage, can I board the steamship for a tour? Of course, after all, it is a brand new ship, completely different from the previous sailboats. I still have to show you how to operate it. But according to the plan, this is all tomorrow's content. Roland made a gesture to follow me. The most important thing now is to relax your tired body. You haven't eaten lunch yet, right? I have already prepared a sumptuous banquet in the castle's living room. Every time I come here, I always enjoy a good meal. Marjorie covered her mouth and laughed. I'm really hungry now. Those wheat cakes and jerky are as hard as stones, it's hard to swallow. In this era, there was no reliable preservation technology, so most of the dry food was really dry and hard, which made Roland think of canned food. After the development of light industry, the production of a variety of delicious and convenient canned food would definitely be the best choice for long-distance travel and sailing merchants. When the banquet was over, Hogg patted his belly with a satisfied face. This bowl of mushroom soup almost made me swallow my tongue. It was as if I tasted seafood, stewed chicken, and pork bones at the same time. Your court chef is really superb. I prefer the dessert after the meal. It's called ice cream, right? Marjorie said, I guess it should be made from milk and honey, and then frozen into ice crystals with saltpeter. We also need to add some butter and egg white, otherwise, it wouldn't be so soft, Roland added. I wonder how much saltpeter we have this time? There is still only one ship. The female merchant shook her head. The Alchemist Association is still wantonly purchasing saltpeter, and the former prime minister even sent out patrols to assist them in plundering the goods from the saltpeter field. A group of people with the title of sage are no different from robbers. This ship of saltpeter was shipped from Redwater City. So this month's goods are mostly washing stones? That's right. Hogg drained the glass of white wine in one gulp and refilled it for himself. Although the quantity might be a little too much, you personally told me last time to get as much as possible, and I've kept that in mind. In addition to the washing stones, there were also good quality iron ingots and lead ingots. There are few towns that want them these days, except yours, he sighed. The mining business is getting worse. This is the effect of the Civil War, Roland thought. The purchasing power of all places is gradually declining, if it continues. For another 2 or 3 years, food prices will basically rise, and people will starve to death everywhere. By the way, what happened in the Western Territory recently? Marjorie suddenly asked. What happened? On the way to the town, the fleet encountered a lot of, well, she paused for a moment, as if she was considering her words, a lot of floating corpses. They were dressed in rags and were floating on both sides of the river. In addition to the corpses, there were some broken planks and ropes on the water, as if a ship had hit a reef and sunk. But there are no reefs in the river, so I thought. Humph, that was Timothy's fleet that invaded the Western Territory. Roland pretended to be indignant, and briefly described the battle a week ago. They have already received the punishment they deserve. In order to avoid blocking the channel and spreading the disease, after cleaning up the battlefield, he transferred Anna and Lily from the town. One was responsible for burning the damaged ships, the other was responsible for purifying the river. And the floating corpses that Marjorie saw should have been the dead that had already drifted along the river before the end of the battle. So that's how it is, the businesswoman said with a smile. It seems that Timothy has hit a wall on both sides. Both sides? There is also Garcia from the port of Clearwater. The latest news I got is that the unknown looters that attacked the Eastern Territory city before were Garcia's subordinates. After the Black Sail fleet looted Xianxia and Valencia, they didn't return to the port, but instead went all the way north along the coastline. No one knows where they finally went. North? Roland was surprised. Did she leave Grey Castle? At present, it seems like so. Timothy's troops came to the port of Clearwater. It is now an empty city. Marjorie stated, because there were a lot of rats among the people he brought. This matter is not a secret in the Blackstreet. In any case, now the only thorn in his side is you, and in the future, the invasion of the Western Territory may become more frequent. If you also want to leave Grey Castle, Crescent Moon Bay will always welcome you. Marlin opened her mouth. That's right, Gammon patted his chest. The island there is enough to fit 10 border towns. We are willing to provide it to you and your people free of charge. But you have to hand over the technology of the steam engine and paddle steamer, right? Roland rolled his eyes in his heart. Even if he couldn't stay in Grey Castle, the first person he would choose to go to should be Tilly Wimbledon. But on the surface, he just smiled. Is that so? If such a day really comes, I will consider it. By the way, he then looked at Marjorie. I have successfully made 2 of the reconnaissance balloons you ordered last time. So fast? The latter was pleasantly surprised. Can you take me to see them? Of course, come with me, Roland got up and said. In the expanded backyard of the castle, a fully inflated hydrogen balloon was placed. Its air sac was in the shape of a water droplet, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, with a diameter of 5 meters at the top. It was completely made according to the size of the experimental product, and could carry an adult man into the air. The air sac and the rope were painted with sky camouflage, and when paired with the observer's camouflage clothes, it could minimize recognition. It seems to be different from the balloon we rode last time? Marjorie carefully looked at the new product. That's because it doesn't require a witch to use it. Roland cleared his throat and began to explain to everyone how to use the balloon. The end of the balloon has a movable valve, which can be filled with and released gas. It's precisely because of this alchemy gas that it can fly. The method of inflating is very simple. Just connect the matching hose to the gas tank, and then unscrew the valves at both ends. After that, he demonstrated the operation process of deflating and inflating in front of everyone. How many bottles of gas does it take to fill a reconnaissance balloon? Marjorie quickly caught the key point. 5 or 6 bottles. This question made Roland slightly embarrassed. At most, it will not exceed 7 bottles. The main reason was that the concentration of dilute sulfuric acid used to generate hydrogen in the bottle was difficult to control, and distilling the sulfuric acid to 98% and then diluting it with water was too much of a waste of valuable laboratory manpower, so they had to make do with it. This kind of alchemy gas is very expensive, right? Indeed. It is difficult to store, and full of danger. I mean, in the case of careless operation, Roland coughed twice, so the gas tank can only be stored for 1 year, and it cannot be knocked, disassembled or burned, otherwise it may lead to unpredictable serious consequences. He paused, although the price is a little expensive, but rest assured, when you first buy the reconnaissance balloon, the first batch of gas tanks will be provided by Border Town for free, and you can also get an extra sky camouflage reconnaissance suit. After the caravan left, Roland breathed a long sigh of relief. Finally, the treasury was full again. A total of 8 steam engines were delivered to the 3 chambers of commerce, 3 of which were produced by the Crescent Moon Bay Chamber of Commerce's No. 2 factory. It had to be said that these craftsmen from the fjords, whether it was talent or learning ability, were far better than the miners and blacksmiths of Border Town. After mastering the operation of the machine, the quality of the finished products rose sharply. Maybe in another 2 months, the production capacity of the No. 2 factory could catch up with that of the No. 1 factory. Fortunately, according to the signed contract, the revenue from the sale of these machines belonged to Roland. In addition, he also received a purchase order for a new hydrogen balloon from the Crescent Moon Bay caravan. Marlene was very interested in this kind of thing that could greatly expand one's field of vision. In addition to a single reconnaissance balloon, he also specially ordered a giant balloon that could carry 3 or 4 people, intending to use it to explore the new islands in the fjords. In addition to the delivery of the first paddle steamer, the 3 of them brought Border Town nearly 7,000 golden dragons. After deducting the cost of purchasing metal ingots, washing stones, food and other commodities, the remaining 6,000 golden dragons were enough to support his population expansion plan. Roland called Barav and Iron Axe into his office. Now that we have extra money, it's time to go out and recruit more people. He looked at the 2 capable men. This operation will be carried out by the cooperation of City Hall and the First Army. You can decide the specific personnel, I will only explain the general content of the task. Please say it. The director nodded. The recruitment will be divided into 2 directions, the north and the south. Roland pulled out a map from the table and spread it in front of the 2 men, especially the line from Eagle City to the port of Clearwater. I suspect that Timothy has already regarded these people as part of Garcia's forces. They are useless people who can be used at will, so you have to be the first to win them over. The team sent by City Hall is responsible for recruiting nobles, craftsmen and other literate people, while the First Army's main task is to recruit civilians. Unlike the previous propaganda, this time we should be more proactive. Do you understand what I mean? Iron Axe hesitated. You mean, by force? Ahem, there's no need to go that far. Roland coughed twice. The Sand Nation style was indeed simple and crude. For example, distributing food, actively persuading, paying living expenses in advance, and so on. He glanced at Barav. You should be very clear about this. Of course, Your Highness. When I was in the capital, I helped the ministers and patrols many times to suppress and pacify refugee riots. The latter stroked his beard and said, their requirements are very simple. Sometimes, they just want to fill their stomachs. So, there's no need to use money to win them over. Don't even mention that the salary is too generous. The fallen nobles, on the other hand, are much more troublesome. Although they are short of money and no longer have their glory days, they are experienced and knowledgeable, and have high demands. They won't travel thousands of miles with us for a piece of steamed bun. That's why we need to lure them with money and promises. Roland clapped his hands twice in satisfaction. Unfortunately, there are many things to do in Border Town, so you can't go in person. Otherwise, this task would have been successfully completed. Please rest assured, Your Highness, I will send my best disciple. Bearov laughed. When the city is built next year, both sides of the Redwater River will be filled with people. There will be such a day. After the two left, Roland leaned against the back of his chair and rested for a moment. He decided to go to the North Slope's backyard to see Anna. As soon as he entered the door, the first thing he saw was a floor full of metal cubes. Roland picked one up and placed it in the palm of his hand. They were basically the same size, about 5 centimeters long and wide. The surface was not smooth, as if it had been squeezed by something. One side was also engraved with a number. For example, the one in his hand was engraved with the number 256. How is it, did you find anything good? Number 1057 and number 2284, one is particularly hard, and the other is very good in both hardness and toughness. Anna greeted him and said, her face brimming with a bright and beautiful smile. You've already reached more than 2,000? Roland said in surprise. He took the record book from Lucia, which was densely filled with data. After finding the number 2284, he found that the carbon content was 0.8%, and the fourth unknown element was 15.2%. Well, this is much more interesting than sharpening the gun barrel. Anna blinked her eyes. Adding other metals into the iron can unexpectedly make its properties change dramatically. I really want to know how these metal balls are combined together. The exploration that Anna and Lucia were currently doing was a far-reaching work. Roland first let the little girl decompose the ore into a variety of raw materials, and then let Anna mix them with pure iron according to different mass ratios and smelt them. After making them into a test block, their properties were tested. Through the squeezing and stretching of the black fire, Anna was able to distinguish the amount of magic consumed in each operation, thereby judging its strength and toughness. The first to add was obviously carbon. Although Roland knew that the essence of steel was a kind of iron-carbon alloy, with too much carbon it would be pig iron, without carbon it would be pure iron. Only when the carbon content was within a certain range could it be called steel, and even the slightest fluctuation could greatly change the properties of the metal, so the first thing to be measured was the size of this range. From the records, it could be seen that before 1500, it was simply iron and carbon smelting, but after 1500, it began to add new elements to the foundation of steel. Roland clearly knew that with every additional number in the permutation, the possible results would increase exponentially. This was an extremely long process, so he only let Anna explore this part of the content when the manufacturing task wasn't too heavy. He gave the two witches a few words of encouragement, then sat to the side, quietly admiring the busy figure of Anna. Although the autumn sun was still bright, it was no longer as vicious as it was in the middle of summer. He felt warm all over, and a long-lost sense of stability welled up in his heart. After an unknown amount of time, the courtyard gradually quieted down. He suddenly felt a soft hand placed in front of his forehead, and when he opened his half-closed eyes, Lucia had already disappeared, and Anna was sitting in front of him. You have something to say to me. Your eyes told me, she said, tilting her head, the ends of her hair hanging down naturally, like strands of translucent golden silk. Roland hesitated for a moment, and finally shook his head helplessly. I'm just a little confused, that's all. He roughly explained the population expansion plan to the other side, compared to the initial free choice. Now, in order to seize the time, we have already used some half-tempting, half-coercive means. Although this is to prevent them from being forcibly recruited by Timothy, and finally dying from the erosion of the pills, when I think about it seriously, what I'm doing isn't too far from what he's doing. The only difference is the purpose. The purpose still doesn't explain everything, she asked softly. But, I know what you want to say. Anna covered the prince's mouth. You're worried that they won't appreciate your kindness, and at the same time you can't guarantee that your purpose will always be correct in the future. Using the wrong means to achieve the right goal will be misunderstood, or using the right means to achieve the right goal will lead to an irreversible mistake. You don't know whether the right means are more important, or the right results are more important. Am I right? The environment of Sleeping Island was getting better day by day. As long as Tilly flew up, she could see the crowds and the lively market. Now, it was no longer a place where the original 300 witches lived in seclusion. Through negotiations, Crescent Moon Bay, Twin Dragon Island, Sunset Harbor, and Shallow Water Town among the Fjords Islands had established commercial relations with Sleeping Island. She also introduced a group of ordinary residents from some crowded villages and small islands. Although they were currently concentrated on the periphery of the island, far away from the witches, Tilly believed that one day, Sleeping Island would become an integrated city. The integration was a slow but hopeful process. Whether the awakened witches from other islands joined Sleeping Island or stayed in their birthplace and were accepted by the local people, it was good news for Sleeping Island. This meant that Tilly and the migrated witches would gain more supporters. "Come down, the wind is picking up," Ashes shouted from below, "be careful not to fall." "I'm fine." She waved her hand, and suddenly her body sank down. She fell for a distance before she could stabilize her body. "Well, it's still a little hard to control." "You know it's hard to control, but you still fly so high." Ashes stamped her feet. "You can practice at a lower place, or go to the sea. If you don't come down, I'll climb up to the roof to catch you." Okay, I got it." Tilly felt the wind was indeed getting stronger, so she didn't try to be brave anymore. She withdrew the magic power she released and slowly landed in the garden of her residence. "Next time when you do this kind of thing, call Molly first," Ashes said with her eyes wide open. "At least her magic servant can catch you. As long as I keep supplying magic power, it's impossible to fall. At most, I can't control the direction." She took off the blue magic stone gloves in her hand and handed them to Ashes. "You can also try it. The feeling of flying is amazing. Looking down at Sleeping Island from the sky, it feels like the whole world has become a new one." "I don't think so," Ashes waved her hand. "I couldn't even activate the lightning magic stone at the beginning, let alone this kind of stone that needs to be continuously injected with magic power. And there's only one of it. Even if I master the control skills, I can't fly with you." "That's true." Tilly took back the gloves with a little regret. "I often think it would be great if I could understand the principle and make my own magic stone." "Do you think it's man-made?" "Of course," she nodded without hesitation. "From the polished appearance and use, these stones are unlikely to be natural. The people who built the ruins must have a deeper understanding of magic power. Unfortunately, apart from a bunch of incomprehensible documents, they didn't leave any more clues." At this moment, a huge white figure fell from the sky. Due to the speed of its descent, it almost hit the ground with a plop, stirring up a circle of dust. "Maggie?" Ashes raised her eyebrows. "Ugh, it hurts so much, coo." It was the little girl. She got up from the ground and rubbed her head. "Did I see wrongly just now?" Maggie and bye, she is. If it wasn't for the hair color, I would have thought it was lightning." "You weren't mistaken. I did fly up just now." Tilly smiled and rubbed her cheeks. "So, are the witches of Sleeping Island living well in Border Town?" "Very good, coo. They all asked me to deliver letters to you." Maggie rummaged through the letters in her satchel. "This is Lotus's, this is Evelyn's, and this is His Royal Highness's." Tilly was slightly startled. She saw that His Royal Highness's letter was half a finger thick, and it was wrapped tightly, looking more like a parcel. It was a little heavy in his hand. Obviously, it contained more than a simple letter. "Thank you for your hard work." Ashes took out half a wheat cake, broke off a small piece and handed it to Maggie. Maggie shook her head, stuffed a handful of dried fish into her mouth, and said vaguely, "I'm going to play with Molly." Then she transformed back into a giant white pigeon, flapped her wings and flew out of the garden. "Why do I feel that after not seeing her for a month, she has become even bigger?" "I have the same feeling," Tilly laughed, "probably because life in Border Town is really good." Back in the house, she tore open the letter sent by Roland Wimbledon. She found that in addition to the letter full of content, the rest of the dozen or so pages were unexpectedly filled with lifelike drawings. "What is this?" Ash's question was also the doubt in Tilly's heart. She shook her head and spread out the drawings one by one. The content was somewhat unbelievable. The background was like an evening in the wilderness. Under the blood-red sunset, two terrifying monsters were fighting with a group of witches. The witches were obviously at a disadvantage. Their abilities seemed to have lost their effect. Whether it was a poisonous snake or a fireball, they were unable to stop the enemy. When she saw the last picture, several witches had already fallen into a pool of blood. Tilly frowned. The scene in front of her was undoubtedly drawn by the witches. Only magic could create such a lifelike image. But, were these just simple paintings, or had they really happened before? She grabbed the letter uneasily and quickly skimmed through it. Soon, Tilly felt her heart tighten. The repeated word in the letter made her hands tremble slightly. Devil. What's wrong? Ashes held her wrist. What's written in the letter? The past of the Witch Cooperation Association. She patted the back of her hand, indicating that she was fine. They once searched for the Holy Mountain in the barbarian land. You should still remember the Holy Mountain, right? Yes, according to the legend, the Holy Mountain is the final resting place of witches. You can find true peace and tranquility in the Holy Mountain, but this is just an illusory rumor, Ashes said disapprovingly. We can also live peacefully on Sleeping Island. The demonic bite is a lie made by the church. But Haraka believes that the Holy Mountain really exists, and she once found an ancient book in the ruins of the eastern forest. She believed that the gate to the Holy Mountain is in that forbidden area where no one has ever set foot. So she led the Witch Cooperation Association to cross the impassable mountain range and went to the barbarian land. However, the witches didn't find the Holy Mountain, but instead encountered a terrible monster. Tilly whispered. The kind in the painting? Ashes sucked in a breath of cold air. Yes. Her expression was somewhat heavy. The letter said that they had amazing strength, agility, and could command demonic beasts. One of them could also release lightning from her hands. Just like the witch's ability. In the end, more than 40 witches, only 6 of them survived. Later, they were driven into a corner and decided to rely on the Lord of Border Town. So it was actually like this. Also, what I don't understand is that at the end of the ancient book, there was a scribbled essay written in the language of the 4 kingdoms. Tilly turned to the back of the letter. It mentioned the Holy City, the war with the devil, and Alice's God's punishment army experiment. It should be something that happened more than 400 years ago. But since they know the language of the 4 kingdoms, why did they use a completely different language to record documents and books? After thinking for a long time without any results, the 5th princess simply put all these things aside and took out Sylvain's letter, intending to first understand the results of the investigation of the Lord of Border Town. As a result, the first sentence of the letter made her stunned, even more shocked than when she saw the word devil. Her real brother. Her real brother? How could this be possible? Tilly held the letter in a daze, but her mind was completely unable to concentrate. The thoughts in her mind were like a tide rolling over and over. Among the 5 children of her father, Wimbledon III, Gerald, Timothy, and Garcia were born earlier, so they belonged to the same circle. By the time Roland was born, the youngest, Garcia, was already 6 years old, so naturally, she didn't play with him anymore. It was reasonable to say that she should have formed another circle with Roland, but, in fact, this was not the case. Her brother yearned for her 2 brothers and tried to integrate into their circle, but the result was that he was often the one being bullied. This led to Roland's character becoming distorted and irritable. Of course, he didn't dare to vent his anger on Gerald and the others, so he could only vent it on himself. For example, he instigated her to steal her father's crown. After being rejected, he would inevitably become angry and humiliate her, and sometimes he would even fight with her. Later, when her father found out, he taught her a lesson and restrained himself a lot, but he still did all kinds of small tricks to intimidate her. These things may not have been understandable at that time, but now in retrospect, Tilly only felt that it was quite ridiculous and childish. Until the age of 10, she found an earthworm broken into several pieces in her beloved shoe. Unable to bear it, she finally decided to fight back. She called Roland, and when he opened his mouth to threaten her, she directly stuffed the earthworm into his mouth. Since then, he had never taken the initiative to provoke her, and she was also unwilling to pay attention to her brother. After reaching adulthood, Roland still didn't change, and even became worse. She often heard about his debauchery. In the rumors of the nobles, he was irritable, mean, ignorant and incompetent, and could be regarded as the most unlike a noble. Apart from his royal status, he had nothing. Regarding this evaluation, Tilly deeply agreed. She also knew that his irritable behavior was just a facade, in order to cover up his biggest weakness, timidity, and cowardice. However, such a person would actually stand on the side of witches, shelter a group of people known as the devil's minions, and even become enemies with the church. Tilly didn't know what to say. Tilly? It was not until Ashes shook her twice that she came back to her senses. I'm fine, it's just a little unbelievable. She shook her head. Sylvie said that the Lord of Border Town is most likely the real Roland Wimbledon, and not someone controlled or replaced by a witch. That stupid, cough, guy who tried to touch me. Ashes coughed twice. He has indeed changed a lot. We haven't seen each other for a year, but apart from his appearance, I feel like I'm looking at a different person. Can you be more specific? Ashes tilted her head and thought for a long time. I think the biggest difference should be the cleanliness. Clean? Whether it's the way you dress up, or the feeling you give off. He doesn't like jewelry like the other nobles. He doesn't have any gold, silver, or precious stones on him. Ashes recalled, even his clothes are very common. They look relatively loose, without lace, ornaments, or gold. If it weren't for his hair color being too conspicuous, he would almost be no different from an ordinary person. But, he doesn't look like an ordinary person at all. Does he look like a noble? Tilly asked. No, he doesn't look like a noble at all. Ashes curled her lips. There is no noble who is clean. If it's not a pool of stagnant water, then it's covered with mud. As for him, I don't know the specifics, but in short, he gives people a good feeling. It's hard to believe that you're speaking for him. I just want to answer your question seriously. Tilly exhaled. It seemed that her brother had changed a lot, but in the end, what had led to his transformation? Or was it because of some reason that she couldn't detect that he had unknowingly changed into another person? The fifth princess suddenly remembered Roland's first letter. For this reason, I must destroy the entire church, turn the saying that witches are evil into dust, and save all the people from their foolishness and ignorance. This is a long process, and I need more of your assistance. As for what made me make this decision, and what made me no longer as indifferent to everything as I was in the past, I can slowly talk about these trivial matters in detail when I have the opportunity. Perhaps only when I see him in person will I know the real reason. Withdrawing her thoughts, Tilly shifted her gaze back to the letter. The second half of the letter was about what Sylvie had seen and heard in Border Town. The original reason why Roland had chosen her was to explore the mineral resources, but in the North Slope mine, she had found a large number of god stones of retaliation. It turned out that this kind of stone that could suppress the witch's ability was the same as other ores, growing from the ground. So, the holy city of Hermes must also control such a vein, which could produce a steady stream of god stones of retaliation. Further down, another message caught her attention. It was a weapon that could shoot iron balls and bolts from an iron tube. It was extremely powerful and was accompanied by a deafening roar. Although Maggie and Ashes had both mentioned such a thing, it was the first time that she had seen such a detailed description of it. There was even a hand-drawn diagram at the bottom of this paragraph. Oh? So this is what the thing that shot me looks like. Ashes moved her head closer to Roland's. Since he's an ally, you can ask him to send a batch of weapons to Sleeping Island in his reply, saying that it's to defend against the church. If he is not willing, this ally is probably not as reliable as you think. Allies don't mean that they are defenseless, Tilly said with a smile. This kind of weapon is obviously his foundation, how can he easily give it to others? This kind of test will only destroy the trust that was built up with great difficulty, and I didn't write Molly and Wind Whisper in the list of witches' abilities that I gave him. Moreover, this winter we will go to Border Town anyway. When the time comes it will be easier to talk face to face, won't it? Well, Ashes spread out her hands and said, whatever you say. Tilly smiled and continued to read the letter. When her line of sight swept to the end of the letter, she could not help but be stunned. Roland actually invented a kind of underwear for women's breasts, and gave it as a gift to every adult woman in the witch union? This was simply too preposterous. One must know that giving intimate clothes is something that only lovers do. How can he wait? Tilly suddenly remembered that when he was in King's City, it seemed that he had also given corsets to some noble ladies, and some of them had even been directly thrown in his face, becoming a laughingstock among the nobles. This is indeed something that he would do. Tilly suddenly felt conflicted. On the one hand, he was more in line with the image in her memory, but on the other hand, she felt that it would be better if he didn't. Western Region, Border Town. The washing stones purchased from Silver City filled 4 ships, and it took several days just to unload them. Now that there were enough raw materials, the soap production plan should be officially put on the agenda. The supporting factory and warehouse had already been set up, and the soap factory was located next to the industrial park, next to the No. 2 steam assembly plant, with the same shape. The roof, beams, and wallboards were all made of wood, and the size was a circle smaller. Moreover, the cutting and hoisting of the wood were all handled by the witches, so the construction period only took a short week. Using washing stones, that is, natural alkali, to make soap was essentially a series of chemical reactions. The raw materials needed were also very common. In addition to soda ash, a large amount of lime milk and grease were also needed. Lime milk was the suspension at the bottom of the container after lime was immersed in water. It was used to react with soda ash to produce caustic soda, and then the caustic soda reacted with grease to produce high-grade fatty acid salts and glycerol. The former was even soap, while the latter was an extremely important raw material for explosives. Before, when making soap, Roland had already tested the whole reaction process in the castle backyard. The principle was basically the same, but in order to expand a small amount of trial production to mass production, he still needed to develop reasonable processes and specifications, and more importantly, he needed professional chemists to guide the production. For this reason, he called the chief alchemist into his office. "Your Royal Highness, you asked for a large-scale production of sulfuric acid. I have already thought of a possible plan." As soon as he entered the door, Xianxia shouted loudly, "However, this requires a large amount of lead, as well as a blacksmith who can turn the lead into containers. I heard that one of your witches can accurately cut metal, and those rumbling iron lumps were made by her. Can I, of course, report to me the shape and size of the container you require? I'll have the witch union do it." Roland beckoned him to sit down. "I didn't ask you to come here today to make acid, but for another task." "Your Royal Highness, recently I really can't find time to do anything else." Ka repeatedly shook his head. "Large-scale acid production is a difficult challenge. I must go all out." He paused, and then added, "Even my disciples can't do it. They are all helping me prepare for this. No one can leave. Rest assured, it won't take too much of your time." Roland took a sip of tea. "You also don't need to transfer your proud disciples, just a few apprentices will be enough." "Then, what's the mission?" "Manufactured soap is a cheaper version of the soap sold in the convenience market. Other than the smell, it has the same function as soap. It can be used for bathing, washing clothes, and cleaning tableware." "Is it the saponification reaction mentioned in elementary chemistry?" Kyle asked while stroking his beard. "The reaction that uses sodium hydroxide and oil to produce alcohols and salts." It had to be said that hearing standard chemical terms from an alchemist's mouth was a very strange feeling, especially when the term was coined by him. Roland held back his laughter and nodded seriously. "That's right. It's the saponification reaction recorded in the ancient books. I also used it to figure out how to make soap." "Then what do you need me to do?" "If it's not very important, I suggest you put it off until later. After all, it's fine even if your subjects don't bathe for a few days. They can just soak their clothes and plates in the river." "It is very important," said the prince emphatically. "Or rather, the manufacture of soap is not important, but the byproduct of its production is something I need at present." "You mean, mellow?" Kyle didn't think much of it. "Yes, alcohol, you can also call it glycerin," said Roland. "It is a very important raw material, and its significance is no less than the 2 acids." "Well," Xianxia shrugged. "But I have to say, I don't have the time to implement it myself." He gently exhaled, dealing with the chief alchemist was really tiring. You only need to pick out a few clever apprentices and demonstrate it in front of him. I will recruit some of my subjects to carry out the production, but after all, they know nothing about chemistry, so there must be someone to check every step. The prince paused for a moment. You can also think of it as a chemical experiment that has never been put into practice. If it was in an alchemy workshop, this process could mean the discovery of several alchemy formulas, enough to make an apprentice obtain the title of alchemist. It was probably the last sentence that convinced Kyle. In that case, I will take the afternoon to teach the apprentices what you have arranged. Very good, Roland smiled. You should also know that the most important part of the production process is to produce a sufficient amount of sodium hydroxide. He wrote down the reaction formula on a piece of paper. Before the invention of the synthetic alkali process, natural alkali was the most important raw material for making alkali. The latter's main component was sodium bicarbonate, which could be decomposed into sodium carbonate, carbon dioxide and water when heated. Because of the abundance of raw materials and the simplicity of the process, it was still in use until modern times. Heat and decompose the washing stone, dissolve it in water, and filter it, and you can get a relatively pure sodium carbonate solution. Next, heat it with the lime milk, and you can get a sodium hydroxide solution. The purification method should be easy for you to think of, he explained while writing. Clarify, distill, mix, and repeat this step until the concentration of the solution is high enough that after cooling a large number of crystals can be precipitated. These were all the contents of the elementary chemistry. Because of the many nicknames of the two alkali, it was extremely easy to confuse them, such as caustic soda, soda ash, sodium bicarbonate, and so on. It was also an important knowledge point for the exam, and he had memorized the relevant contents of the textbook, so he could still remember it clearly. I understand, the chief alchemist looked at the reaction formula from beginning to end, but Your Highness, what about the oil? I will arrange for these materials to be sent to you. Animal oil was still an expensive thing in this era, but the last time the personal guard went on a trip to purchase seeds from the olive trees in Fallen Dragon Ridge, Border Town now had a reliable source of vegetable oil. Although they were currently only growing them on a small scale in the castle's backyard, with Leaf's ability to accelerate the ripening process, it wouldn't be a problem to harvest a bunch of fruits in a day. The extraction of olive oil was also very simple. After the fruit was ripe, the oil could be squeezed out using a physical method, and then through a filter to remove the debris and dregs, they would be able to obtain a clear oil. Finally, after briefly explaining the production of the soap and the requirements for the glycerin extraction, Roland let Xianxia leave the office. In this way, when the soap factory started operating, he would have a stable source of glycerin. Xianxia passed through the town and walked in the direction of the Redwater River. Today, Border Town was already a bustling place. It was hard to imagine that it used to be an outpost to detect demonic beasts' movements. Under his feet was a dark gray hard ground, and on both sides of the street were neat rows of bungalows. Unlike the residential buildings, these houses were not used for living, and the space was much more spacious than that of a residential building. It was like a small warehouse. According to His Highness, these houses would be sold in the future. In front of the bungalows was a deep drainage ditch, which was covered with stone slabs, which seemed to draw two boundaries on the black street. In addition, a large tree would be planted on the side of the road at regular intervals, sandwiched between two bungalows. The branches were close to the center of the road. Not only could they keep out the sun and rain, but they were also pleasing to the eye. He had to say, the biggest feeling he got from this place was the regularity. Whether it was the houses, roads, ditches or trees, they were all located in a planned location, and the degree of care was even no less than that of a noble's garden. The feeling of walking in Border Town was comparable to the feeling in the main city of Redwater City. Although the scale of the buildings in Border Town was denser and larger, the extremely coordinated arrangement made these ordinary houses exude a unique sense of beauty. This feeling overshadowed the size of the individual, and showed a higher level of grandeur as a whole. Just like those neat and uniform chemical formulas, he thought, this is the beauty brought by order. Nowadays, Ka was quite famous in Border Town, and passers-by would nod to him and respectfully call him Sir Sage. However, compared to Sage, he preferred the title of Master of Chemistry, but unfortunately, His Highness Roland said that he had to comprehend intermediate chemistry before he could get this honor. Walking out of the central area, he could see the Redwater River, which ran across the western region. The number of laboratories on the river had increased to 4, but the last 2 were temporarily idle because they didn't have enough manpower. Kyle was about to call a few apprentices to complete the task given by His Highness, when a soldier wearing the uniform of the First Army came over. Sir Xianxia, a sailboat came to the dock area, carrying more than 50 civilians, he said after saluting. Because there were too many of them, and they didn't look like merchants, the garrison stopped them. One of them said he wanted to see you, and he claimed to be an alchemist from Redwater City. His name is Chavez. Kyle excitedly grabbed the soldier's shoulder. Take me to see him. Pulling the soldier to the dock area, he saw a familiar figure. It was indeed Chavez. Master Mentor. The other party also noticed Kyle at the first moment and immediately waved his hands at him. These are the alchemists and alchemy apprentices I invited. He walked to the captain of the garrison. Let them in. I'll take them to the city hall to register. Yes, sir. But please allow me to send a squad to escort them. It's fine. Although it was said to be an escort, it was actually surveillance and control to prevent anyone from leaving the team and sneaking into the town center. However, these were the rules set by His Royal Highness, so Kyle had no intention of interfering. Sir Mentor, what's going on with them? Why would there be someone guarding the dock in such a remote town? Chavez, who was allowed to pass, quickly walked to his side and complained with some dissatisfaction. Moreover, the checks are even stricter than the city guards of big cities, even their names and origins must be asked. I used silver royals to make them change their minds. Silver wolves? Kyle asked with great interest, how many? Of course, only one. Chavez was slightly startled. Ha ha ha, he stroked his beard and laughed, of course it won't work. You must know that their monthly salary is around 15 silver royals. 10, 15? Well, compared to the city patrols who rely on extortion of merchants and travelers to survive, the First Army is much more comfortable. But because of this, extortion, looting, or accepting private property are strictly prohibited. Once discovered, they will immediately be expelled from the army, and at the same time be sent to the dungeon for trial. Although Kyle wasn't an official of the city hall, but after attending several meetings on behalf of the Minister of Chemical Industry, he had a certain understanding of the policies of the upper class. Can they really control their own hands? Chavez asked with a little doubt. There are also some who can't control their own hands, but they are all sent to the mines. He curled his lips and said, when you came here, didn't you notice the uniqueness of this town? Well, there are a lot of them. The young alchemist scratched his head. For example, along the river there seems to be a lot of people cutting down trees to build roads, which are already so far away from border town. In the end, where do they want to build? Also, what are these iron towers on the riverbank used for? To store drinking water? He paused. That's right. Before arriving at the pier, I actually saw an iron bridge under construction. It's neither wood nor stone, I'm sure it's made of iron. And it's much longer than the bridges I've seen before, isn't it? The chief alchemist smiled. So don't bring your experience of living in Redwater City here. This is a completely different city. Of course, right now it's only a town, but it's enough to make people feel surprised. Just like the contents of the elementary chemistry, before you see it with your own eyes, you will never think that there is such a possibility in the world. He didn't know why, but when he said these words to his former apprentice, his heart felt inexplicably carefree and happy. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that he had already regarded himself as a member of Border Town, just like how he would show off his new home to his guests. After completing the registration, the apprentices were handed over to the city hall officials to arrange their accommodation, while Xianxia directly pulled Chavez back to his own residence. Although I knew that you would definitely accept my invitation in the end, I didn't expect you to come so soon. Chavez somewhat embarrassedly bowed his head. I should have promised you before. The chief alchemist smiled. He was completely obsessed with alchemy, but he wasn't completely ignorant of the affairs of the world. At first, Chavez didn't choose to leave, most likely because he had high hopes for the Lord, hoping to obtain the position of chief with the two-acid method. Until Capora became the new chief, he still had a lot of prejudice against him, which led him to make up his mind to leave Redwater City. However, Cul didn't care about this little thing. Yearning for the position of chief of the workshop was the ultimate pursuit of every alchemist. You don't have to worry about what happened before. Alchemy is meaningless here. The glory of an alchemist is also not worth mentioning. In this place, there is only one thing worth pursuing: chemistry. I understand. Chavez took a deep breath. Although you will definitely be allocated a separate residence, but tonight you will sleep here, just like before. We haven't had a good talk for a long time. When he was teaching Chavez alchemy skills, he had pulled this young apprentice to talk all night long. If they were sleepy, they would squeeze into the same bed and sleep together. The other party obviously understood what he meant, excitedly said, "Yes, mentor." After dinner, the two went to the study. Xianxia cautiously took out the book Elementary Chemistry. "Is this the ancient book that you hold in such high esteem?" Chavez solemnly opened the first page and began to read it carefully. Kyle stood at the side, pointing out the parts that he didn't understand. This scene seemed to have returned to several years ago, when the other party once again became his apprentice. Lightning took out the adventure supplies that she carried with her and checked them again. Fire sickles, tinder, bandages, daggers, maps, and a bag of dry food stuffed with beef floss. "What about you?" She looked at Maggie. "Check them too." "Coo." Maggie put her hand into her satchel. This cloth bag was usually hidden under her fluffy hair, so it was difficult to see how many things could be stuffed inside. Moreover, after turning into a bird, her clothes and satchel seemed to disappear into thin air. Compared to her own strict flying weight limit, Maggie seemed to be less affected. The best proof was that she took out far more things than herself. Jerky, meat floss, chicken thighs, fish fillets, eggs, piles of food were placed in front of Lightning. "Oh my God," she said while holding her forehead, "we are going on an adventure, not going to a barbecue in the wild. At least you have to bring a weapon." "Coo." Maggie touched her mouth. "Do you want to say that your beak is a weapon?" Lightning sighed. "If you meet a Judgment Army soldier dressed like a can, it would be a wonder if you can peck open his armor." "Well, forget it. Anyway, it's only one day, we shouldn't encounter any danger. Let's go." "Oh. Coo." She suddenly turned into a pigeon, ran 2 steps, and flew close to the ground for a long time before slowly rising. Well, maybe the weight still had an effect on her. Lightning pulled down her windproof glasses, and with a light leap, she flew in front of her. She remembered the first time she met Maggie. She was still in the southern woodland and launched an aerial pursuit. Although at that time the fat pigeon couldn't escape from her palm, at least it took her a lot of effort to get her down. Now, it seemed that she could catch her in the blink of an eye. She couldn't go on like this. It was rare to have a flying partner, and in the future she would have to rely on her to help her carry the exploration equipment. The little girl thought that it seemed that she had to train her. "Coo." Lightning slowed down and flew side by side with Maggie. "Speak properly." "I want to ask, where are we going to explore, Coo?" The pigeon opened and closed its mouth. "The concealing forest is the westernmost part. I want to see how big this forest is." Lightning took out the map and spread it out, pointing to a blank area on the west side. "While I'm at it, I might be able to see where the Redwater River comes from." After Maggie returned from the fjords, she immediately began to prepare for this adventure. Anyway, during the free practice, His Royal Highness wouldn't care where they flew. Moreover, there was a secret in the little girl's heart that she had not told him. She no longer dared to explore the forest alone. This was a great humiliation for an explorer. But she couldn't deceive herself. The trip to the stone tower had made her fear this deep forest. The thought of those horrible monsters hiding somewhere in the forest made her want to run away as soon as possible. Fortunately, she was still the daughter of the greatest explorer. Thunder had once mentioned to her the way to overcome fear, which was to approach it bit by bit, then observe and understand it. In the end, she would find that fear was not that scary. Because it came from the obstacles in her heart. This adventure was Lightning's first attempt. With Maggie's company, her heart at least had a little more confidence. The chosen route was also very safe. It would follow the Redwater River to the west, not going deep into the forest, so it would be less likely to encounter the devil. After flying through this route, the next time she would try it alone. She believed that one day, she would be able to draw a map of the entire Western Territory, and once again step into the stone tower to uncover the truth about the holy city of Tequila. Along the way, Lightning controlled her speed to be around 60 kilometers per hour. Now she could accurately adjust the speed by how much magic she released. According to her current consumption, she could continue to fly for a whole day. Flying along the river and the edge of the forest made her feel a lot more relaxed. Compared to the last time when she searched for the stone tower, the whole field of view was dark green, and she couldn't tell the direction and height, which seemed gloomy and depressing. Now with the sparkling silver belt, coupled with the constant chatter of Maggie, Lightning felt that her fear was gradually fading. Look, there's a mountain in front of us, Goo. Lightning also saw this unparalleled mountain. Although it was far away, its gray figure was enough to explain its loftiness. At the same time, the hilly area on the side of the river rapidly decreased, and the mountain that was near the sea seemed to be moving inland, getting closer and closer to the Redwater River, and finally completely touching the silver belt. This mountain is a little too big, she couldn't help but sigh. As the distance continued to shorten, the outline of the mountain became more and more clear. Its top was snow-white, as if it pierced the clouds. Although it wasn't like the impassable mountain range, which continued to rise and fall for thousands of miles, but in terms of height, it was higher than 3 or 4 impassable mountains combined. The southern hilly area was an extension of this mountain, and the source of the Redwater River also came from this magnificent mountain. The concealing forest has come to an end, Goo. Maggie excitedly called out. She saw that the dark green color under her feet had finally ended, and the earth had returned to a light green color, which should have been a grassland. But as she looked further ahead, her field of sight unexpectedly turned into a smear of darkness, and it even covered the foot of the mountain. Let's go down and take a look, Lightning made a gesture, and then swooped down towards the dark earth. She soon discovered that it was a ground made of black stones. What is this? Maggie landed and pecked at it twice. It seems that we can't eat it, Goo. Of course we can't eat it. Lightning picked up a black stone and carefully looked at it. It looked angular, and although it looked dark, when it rotated under the sun, it could see a metallic luster. And such stones were everywhere, mixed with the sparse soil. At first glance it looked like the earth had been soaked in ink. This may be some kind of ore, let's take 2 pieces back to His Highness. The next step was to draw, so she returned to the air and began to record the nearby terrain in detail. It took almost half the morning to reach the foot of the towering mountain from Border Town, which meant that they were about 240 kilometers away from Border Town, which was much farther than Longsong's stronghold. And this mountain? Lightning's mind suddenly came up with an idea. What kind of scene would be behind such a huge mountain? Would it be a vast jungle, or rolling hills and mountains? After the fear subsided, this idea was difficult to suppress once it appeared. It was obviously difficult to cross the mountain, and just the white snow at the peak was enough to make people flinch. Then there was another route, and that was to go around the sea, or even to the back of the mountain. As long as they kept flying diagonally towards the center of the sea, they could cast their line of sight behind the mountain. Lightning called Maggie, and told her not to move, then put on the wind goggles, and in a flash increased her speed to the limit. Her magic quickly poured out, and the oncoming wind blew all her short hair to the back of her head. The land continued to recede, and the blue sea filled her entire field of vision. After flying like this for about half an hour, she could faintly see the scene behind the mountain. Behind her, there seemed to be a continuous mountain range that separated the sea and the land, but then Lightning saw a scene that made her blood freeze. Roland was sitting at his desk, thinking about how to air raid the Imperial Palace, when he suddenly heard a knocking sound coming from the French window behind him. Looking back, he saw Lightning leaning against the window, her face full of panic, while Maggie was squatting on top of her head, quickly pecking at the window. Looking back, he saw Lightning leaning against the window, her face full of panic, while Maggie was squatting on top of her head, quickly pecking at the window. As soon as Nightingale opened the window, the little girl flew into Roland's arms. "What's wrong?" Roland was startled. What happened? Blackstone's coup, a huge snowy mountain coup. Maggie landed on the table, flapping her wings and reporting. "Ah. None of them," Lightning said in a muffled voice. "It's the devil, I saw the devil." "What?" Roland's expression became serious. He touched her head to calm her down. Don't panic, tell me slowly. After a while, Lightning raised her head from the prince's arms. Her short golden hair looked messy, and there were 2 circles of light red marks around her eyes. It was obvious that she had been squeezed by the windproof goggles during the high-speed flight. I intended to draw the border of the concealing forest, so I followed the Redwater River to the west, and then I found a mountain. After listening to her detailed description of what she had seen and heard, Roland couldn't help but stare. The red mist that the devils relied on to survive was behind the snowy mountain, and it was only 200 kilometers away from the western region. He looked at Nightingale, who nodded. I'll call the other sisters. An emergency meeting was immediately held in the castle office. After Roland repeated Lightning's discovery to the others, the group of witches who had experienced the night of killing all showed uneasy expressions, especially Leaf, as a witch who had personally killed 2 devils, couldn't help but cover her mouth and let out a low cry. Your Highness, I suggest further exploration of the area covered by the red mist. Scroll was the first to speak. After all, Lightning only looked at it from a very long distance. She can't be sure that the devils are definitely entrenched under the red mist. In addition, even if we can confirm this, we still have to investigate whether they will cross the mountains near the sea and follow the coastline to the mainland of the kingdom. I agree with Scroll's point of view. Vendi nodded. Although they are very powerful, a well-prepared defense is always better than being captured without a fight. As the 2 oldest witches in the Witch Cooperation Association, Scroll and Vendi had always been the backbone of many sisters' hearts. Although the others were still somewhat afraid, no one wanted to sit still and wait for death. Roland was also inclined to this response. Seeing that no one had any objections, the matter was basically settled. The key was how to implement it. Let's use the hot air balloon to scout, Anna suggested. Cover the cloud gazer with sky camouflage and use the clouds as cover to fly over the sea. We can also bring Sylvie along, Nightingale said. Her ability is perfect for this kind of situation. Yes, Roland nodded. In addition, I also want to go. Your Highness. As soon as the words left his mouth, Vendi, Scroll and Nightingale all stopped him at the same time. You can't take this risk yourself. It's not a risk, Roland waved his hand. If they had the ability to fly over the sea or mountains, they would have already spread all over the 4 kingdoms. The reason why they are still gathered in the far west is because the devils aren't as terrible as imagined. There was also another reason he didn't say. When it came to judging the development of a different civilization, he was more experienced than anyone else. If he could see the devils and their city with his own eyes, it would be of great help in developing a strategy for future development. But Vendi showed hesitation. Don't worry, it's just a look from a distance, the prince smiled. If it was dangerous to stay and scout from a distance, I wouldn't have agreed to let you go. That's fine, but you have to take me with you. Seeing that her dissuasion was useless, Nightingale was the first to change her mind. Looking at the serious look in the other's eyes, Roland knew that he couldn't refuse her. After thinking for a while, he announced, then, in addition to me, the members of this trip will be Anna, Vendi, Soroya, Sylvie, Nightingale, Lightning and Maggie. The departure time will be a week later. In addition to the necessary food preparation, I will give each of you a revolver. Practice it well for a week, so that even if you are a non-combat witch, you will still have the ability to fight back against any enemy. The flying speed of the hot air balloon was far inferior to that of Lightning, so it would probably take them a whole day to cover a distance of more than 200 kilometers. Therefore, they still needed to camp in the wilderness for 1 night in order to complete their reconnaissance. Taking this into account, dry food, tents, and weapons were all necessities. Yes, Your Highness, the witches answered in unison. After everyone had left, Roland finally had the time to check the black ore that Lightning had brought back. You said that this kind of stone is everywhere at the edge of the forest? Yes, Lightning had now regained her calm. She was sitting at the mahogany table, swinging her feet, her cheeks still somewhat flushed. Moreover, the closer we get to the foot of the mountain, the more they appear. If you look down from the air, the black stone covering the ground is about 10 times larger than Border Town. Roland weighed it in his hand, his heart jumping slightly. In terms of weight, it was much lighter than ordinary stones, so it was unlikely to be a metal ore. The surface was hard and light, it could reflect a metallic luster, and it was exposed to the surface. Could it be that this was a coal mine? Thinking of this, he hurriedly called Anna back. Under the burning of the black fire, the stone quickly became bright red. It looked like iron ore in a smelting furnace, but it didn't dissolve. Even after withdrawing the black fire, the orange light it emitted didn't weaken in the slightest, and on the surface he could still see a slightly rising blue flame. Roland confirmed his guess. This was indeed a piece of high-quality anthracite. So this is what a coal mine looks like, Lightning said in surprise. I thought they were as fragile as charcoal, and there was a lot of powder, so touching them would dirty your hands. That's coal briquettes and coal cakes that have been crushed and mixed with water, Roland said with a smile. Most coal mines are like stones when they are mined. Of course, the higher the quality of the raw coal, the harder it is. In the end, just like these stones, the surface can even reflect a luster. This unexpected discovery made him extremely happy. Coal was not rare in Grey Castle. Fallen Dragon Ridge and Silver City both produced coal, mostly used for kilns and heating. But in fact, it had a wide range of uses. Before the popularization of internal combustion engines, it was burning coal that propped up half of the sky of steam power. After coking coal could replace charcoal for smelting iron and steel, it was much more environmentally friendly than wantonly cutting down trees. Even after entering the electrical age, coal could still be refined into gas, hydrogen, and asphalt, and could also be used to generate electricity, so it could be regarded as an excellent and inexpensive fuel. It was obviously much better to hold an open-pit coal mine in his hands than to rely on imports. The only problem was, how to develop it. Roland shifted his gaze to Lightning's newly drawn map. It seemed that it was imperative to build more inland river steam cement boats. To be continued. Your support is my greatest motivation. Genius in 1 second. Remember net, providing you with wonderful novels to read. In the palace of the Kingdom of Grey Castle, Timothy held his scepter and looked down at the complacent chief alchemist Rayleigh Cheney's. Do you have a clue about the alchemy formula taken away by the defector boar? Yes, Your Majesty, this is the latest snow powder developed by the Alchemist Association. Please allow me to demonstrate it to you. Rayleigh bowed and said. After getting the approval of the new king, he waved his hand behind him and immediately 2 disciples came forward, each holding a leather bag. He spread 2 pieces of white paper on the ground and poured the snow powder from the leather bag onto them, evenly forming 2 thin lines. One of them was grayish-white, while the other was much darker, close to grayish-black. Your Majesty, please take a look. This light-colored one is the snow powder originally used for celebrations, while the dark one is the latest developed fast-burning snow powder. Rayleigh took out a flint and ignited the powder on the paper. The light-colored snow powder slowly burned and emitted thick smoke, while the dark-colored powder was completely burned in a few breaths. At the same time, it also ignited the white paper that was laid on the ground. What does this mean? Timothy frowned. The thing that my dear sister has obtained is not something that can be solved by burning a piece of paper. Of course not, Your Majesty. Rayleigh touched his beard and smiled. I don't know if you have noticed the smoke it emits when it burns. The faster the snow powder burns, the more smoke it emits in a short period of time. This is the reason why it is so powerful. I will use another experiment to prove this point. This time, it was 2 fist-sized parchment bags, tightly wrapped outside. The disciples ignited the slender ropes drawn out from the paper bags, and then covered the 2 copper bowls with the paper bags. The sparks followed the ropes and gradually climbed towards the copper bowls. Your Majesty, please pay attention, this time the sound will be louder, please cover your ears. Just as the chief alchemist's voice fell, a loud bang was heard. One of the copper bowls was turned upside down, while the other was thrown directly to the roof. When it landed, it bounced a few times on the granite slabs, making a crisp sound. Damn! Timothy, who had almost let go of his scepter, unconsciously swallowed his saliva. Why didn't this old thing say so earlier? The 2 apprentices brought the copper bowl back to the new king. He suppressed his anger and focused his attention on the bowl. After all, the king was the pillar of the alchemy workshop of the king's city. If he wanted to study alchemy weapons, he needed his help for the time being. The appearance of the copper bowl had changed, as if it had been hammered from the inside. The rim of the bowl had swelled up. I've tested it repeatedly. The power of the snow powder doesn't lie in the combustion, but in the gas. This is also the reason why Boral took the formula away. Rayleigh stood in the middle of the hall and said, "If you increase the amount of snow powder and compress it into a ball, its power is enough to tear armor and tear the human body apart. I believe that this new type of snow powder will inevitably replace swords, spears, bows and arrows. Even a well-trained knight won't be able to defeat a civilian covered in snow powder." This sentence caused a ripple in the hall. Timothy saw that the faces of several knights in the hall were obviously gloomy. Among them, Steelheart Knight Weimer seemed to want to step forward and argue with the other side. He hurriedly knocked the floor with his scepter and said, "Quiet." When everyone lowered their heads, he looked at Rayleigh Cheney's and asked, "Is the formula that the defector took away exactly the same as yours?" "No, Your Majesty," Rayleigh shook his head and said with a trace of disdain, "although saltpeter is a common item in the alchemy workshop, the stock is not too much. When he was grinding and preparing the snow powder, he just happened to find this formula. Even if he wanted to experiment further, the amount he had was not enough for him to use it a few times. My quick-burning snow powder is the best formula obtained after a large number of tests. Its power is far greater than the product of coincidence." "That's good." Timothy felt relieved. Although he knew that there were many people in King City who had been arranged by Garcia, he didn't expect that she also had confidants in the alchemy workshop. This defection was planned by one of her confidants, who took away the alchemist Frank and more than 10 apprentices. Originally, it wasn't a big deal. Alchemists were very rare in other cities, but in King City, there were at least 20 of them. It wouldn't be a big deal if one of them left. However, before this person left, he discovered a kind of extremely lethal snow powder. Before he could contribute the alchemy formula to the alchemy workshop, he disappeared without a trace the next day. Timothy's secret agents only had enough time to catch the confidants who had been left behind to confuse the enemy, but they were unable to intercept Frank and his team. After learning the news, he immediately ordered the Imperial Prime Minister to purchase all the saltpeter in the city and asked the alchemy workshop to reproduce Frank's snow powder formula as soon as possible. Now, after only 2 months, there was a clear result, which made him quite satisfied. Even this old man, who was a little lacking in respect for him, was a lot more pleasing to the eye. Timothy cleared his throat and said, "Well done, I will reward you with 25 golden dragons. In addition, I will open a snow powder workshop in the inner city of King City, which will mass-produce this fast-burning snow powder. You can't slack off, you should further study its usage. If you can really make the commoners defeat the knight as you said, there is no harm in rewarding you with a title and territory." "Thank you, Your Majesty." After the chief alchemist left, Sir Weimer couldn't help but stand up and say, "Your Highness, although this thing looks scary, it is absolutely impossible to use it to defeat the knight. As you can see, it needs to be ignited, and its killing range is only about half a step. Before the commoners come close to me, I have dozens of ways to make them fall to the ground and die. Even if they come close, they can take advantage of the gap between the ignition to kill the opponent, and then calmly leave." What Rayleigh said is nothing more than the imagination of someone who has never been on the battlefield. "We also think so, Your Majesty." The other knight opened their mouths one after another. "That's why I let him continue to explore better ways to use it," Timothy comforted. "For example, shortening the ignition time or being able to throw it and so on. Of course, no matter what kind of weapon it is, I believe that the knight can do it better than the farmer." Although he said so, in his heart, there was also a trace of disapproval. The commoners were indeed useless, they were cowardly and ignorant, and they were greedy for life and afraid of death. But with the control of the pill, the snow powder could become a powerful weapon. At least, when attacking the city gate and the defensive line of shields, as long as a few crazed militia wearing snow powder approached the target, it would be enough to tear a hole in the solid defensive line. At this moment, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. A guard anxiously walked into the palace hall, knelt down on one knee and said, "Your Majesty, the militia you sent to the Western Territory seems to have suffered heavy losses. Now the defeated soldiers have returned to King City. I heard that they also brought a letter of reprimand from Roland Wimbledon. Now many people know about this matter." "What?" Timothy was stunned. "Quickly make them shut their mouths, and bring all those who are still alive to the castle." In the castle courtyard, a group of disheveled militia knelt on the ground like mud and begged, "Your Majesty is merciful, please give us some pills, I really can't stand it anymore. You are a group of trash, in addition to exhausting the enemy, you are basically useless. Living is also a waste of food, and you still dare to ask me for pills? Timothy coldly looked at this group of people and asked in a deep voice, in the end, how did you lose to the enemy? Whoever can explain the process of the battle, I will reward that person with the antidote. The crowd suddenly shouted, we were attacked while we were on the ship, and the fleet was soon in chaos. Sir Knight ordered us to disembark and assemble, but when we came ashore, there were people who kept shooting at us with crossbows, and it was so dense that we couldn't fight back. Sir Knight took the lead to surrender, and we also followed suit. What about the knight who led the team? No, I don't know, they took us back to the camp, but we didn't see Sir Knight. Timothy frowned, and his voice became even colder. Then how did you come back? It was Prince Roland who let us go, one of them hurriedly said. He also gave us a letter, and asked us to deliver it to you. You guys. Yes, I also have one here. Your Majesty, I also have a letter. The group of people quickly shouted, and one after another took out Roland's letter from their bosoms. Damn it, he really sent this thing to everyone. Timothy motioned for the guards to take the letter, and found that all the papers had the same paragraph written on them. I am sorry for your foolishness, Timothy Wimbledon. Repeatedly invading the Western Territory is a serious mistake, and you will pay for it. I will attack King City at the beginning of the second month of autumn, and you will also find that your position is far from as safe as you think. At that time, all the people of King City will see that your throne is already on the verge of collapse. Roland Wimbledon. To be continued. Your support is my greatest motivation. The training place for pistol shooting was arranged in the castle, and all the witches selected for the investigation team, including Sylvie, were given a revolver. Roland spent 2 days to familiarize everyone with and master the posture of holding a gun, and then the training began with live shooting. The main content was divided into 10-meter aiming shooting and 5-meter rapid shooting, in order to cope with the two situations of being prepared and being attacked. During the gun training, the witches' performance was decent, but when it came to shooting, they were exposed. Especially when the deafening sound of gunfire sounded, the first thing most people did was to cover their ears, which made Nightingale raise her eyebrows. Except for Anna. She held the gun motionlessly with both hands, continuously pulling the trigger, completely ignoring the sound of gunfire and the smoke. Not to mention the accuracy, just this action was done very cleanly. In addition to learning knowledge, Anna was also very talented in other aspects. Roland was secretly surprised, but as a large-caliber revolver, even with the use of black powder bullets, there would be a strong recoil, so how could her arms remain motionless during the continuous shooting? He curiously walked behind her, only to see 2 balls of black fire clinging to the handle, firmly clamping it in the air, while Anna was only holding the gun, not touching it at all. Patting her on the shoulder, she took out the black fire from her ears, using it as an earplug, with an expression on her face. How is it, I hit all the targets? Roland didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he had to loudly announce, no one is allowed to use their ability to assist in the training. Hey, why? If we encounter an enemy with a godstone of retaliation, wouldn't we be in a panic? Roland sighed, reaching out to plug Anna's ears. This way, we won't be afraid. Yes. Her bright eyes were full of smiles. After changing the bullets, she once again raised the gun to aim. Maggie, come quickly, I also need to plug my ears, Lightning said enviously. Coo. The latter pointed to the gun in her hand. You can't shoot after you turn into a bird, the little girl winked. You help me first, I'll help you later. Goo. The other witches in the castle were also attracted by the continuous gunshots and gradually gathered in the castle's front yard. Many of them even showed an eager expression. In the end, almost everyone came up to experience how to operate a firearm. Seeing a group of colorful women fiddling with the weapons in their hands in high spirits, Roland was deeply moved. Until now, he could still remember the first time he met each witch. In the past, Anna's limbs were as thin and weak as bamboo poles. Her eyes were lifeless, and her face was always expressionless. There was always a hint of gloom between Nightingale's eyebrows. Her smile had nothing to do with her emotions, or rather, it was to hide her emotions that she always wore a playful smile on her lips. There was also Vendi's exhaustion that could not be concealed after her soft voice, Leaf's resignation and confusion when she bet everything on the future, and Lily, who was as alert as a cat. Lightning, Mystery Moon, Hummingbird, Scroll, and so on. After experiencing oppression, being framed, and being hunted down, being able to survive was already a form of luck. As for where he should go, he had no time to think at all. But now, they were completely different from the past. The witches all exuded a unique charm, their eyes sparkling with a lively light. For them, the future was no longer uncertain. In addition to being able to survive, they now had the spare energy to pursue something else, something that was as beautiful as life itself. And every time he saw the gratitude and trust in the witches' eyes when they looked at each other, Roland's heart was filled with strength. After lunch, it was his turn to practice high-altitude throwing in the afternoon. The number of witches participating in the practice was reduced by more than half, leaving only Anna, Vendi, and Lightning. This was also the minimum number of people needed to complete the air raid. Setting the time of the attack at the beginning of the second month of autumn was the result of Roland's careful consideration. If the time was too short, he would not be able to fully prepare. If it was too late, he was afraid that he would not be able to stop Timothy from sending troops. As long as he insisted on launching a large-scale attack on the western region and fed the forcibly conscripted civilians with the drugs, this air raid would not achieve the desired effect. Therefore, the autumn offensive had to be launched before he had completely completed his conscription. In order to achieve his goal, Roland planned to drop a 250-kilogram bomb directly over the Grey Castle Palace. This bomb, which was equivalent to the weight of 5 Nightingale, would be dropped from a height of 2,000 meters, directly penetrating the palace dome and detonating inside the palace. As the hot air balloon slowly rose, a huge basket carrying a solid imitation bomb rose into the sky. Because Roland was also riding in the basket, this solid iron bomb was a size smaller, probably only the weight of 4 Nightingale. However, its shape was exactly the same as the aerial bombs that would be put into actual combat in the future. It had a streamlined shell with a thick front and a thin back, and at the end was a stabilizing tail and a decelerating parachute, which could ensure that it would always fall perpendicular to the ground and control its maximum falling speed. The throwing basket had also been specially modified with an iron bracket, so that the bomb would stand vertically in the middle of the basket, with half of it sticking out of the bottom of the basket. As long as the valve was pulled, the claw mechanism would be released, and the bomb would leave the basket and fall straight down. As the altitude continued to rise, Border Town soon became only the size of a fingernail, while the Redwater River turned into a sparkling silver ribbon. "This is the first time I have stood at such a high place," Vendi looked out through the observation window. "I feel that the entire Western Territory has become narrow." "Because this place itself is very narrow," Roland said with a chuckle. "Look at the barbarian land in the north, that is the place we should go later." "Do we still have to go up? I can't see the target point," Lightning shouted from outside the basket. "That's more or less enough," he nodded towards Anna, and then gestured to the little girl that he was ready. Although it was impossible to judge how far away they were from the ground, it should be more than 1,000 meters away. Launching an attack at this height could be said to be absolutely safe. Moreover, the enemy would also be unable to observe the hot air balloon's movements. However, the drop distance of more than 1,000 meters meant that hitting the target depended entirely on fate. In order to accurately hit the target, this bomb must have a guidance system. And the little girl Lightning would be responsible for this task. "Drop the bomb," Roland ordered. Vendi pulled the valve and dropped the bomb, causing the air to suddenly flow into the basket. Anna had already prepared a cover to seal the throwing hole and tighten the fixing bracket. These processes had been repeatedly practiced on land, so the two of them seemed to have a very good understanding of each other. "Can she hit the target?" Vendi asked while leaning against the window. "We'll have to wait until we get down to know the answer," Roland said with a shrug. During the process of the bomb's fall, Lightning would fall at the same speed as it and exert a horizontal thrust, so that the bomb could freely change its trajectory, thus turning it into a guided bomb. When it was close to the target, Lightning would pull the tail mechanism, separating the parachute from the bomb. The bomb would then obtain sufficient kinetic energy in the last few hundred meters until it penetrated the roof of the palace. In this way, a sufficiently high falling distance would instead become a guarantee of accurate control of the falling point. A week passed by quickly, and it was time for the scouting team to set out. Roland called Berev, Carter and Iron Axe to the castle, informing them that he would be leaving Border Town for 2 days, and that the affairs of Border Town would continue to be carried out according to the usual plans and regulations. Of course, this proposal was unanimously opposed by the 3 people. Carter hoped that he could fulfill his duty as the chief knight and stay by the prince's side. Iron Axe requested to separate a team of 100 people to protect him. Berev persuaded him to stay in the castle on the grounds that the decree issued by the city hall had to be reviewed and stamped by the lord before it could take effect. In the end, he had to put on the airs of a lord, demanding that everyone follow his orders. "Your Royal Highness, I don't understand, in the end, what is so important that you have to go in person?" Berev asked doubtfully. "This matter concerns the survival of the Western Territory and even the Greycastle Kingdom." Roland was silent for a moment before he said, "And only I can make the best judgment." "Can't you tell us the specific reason?" "For the time being, I can't, but you will know one day." He shook his head. "In addition, this trip is a secret operation, you must not leak the information to anyone. More than 200 kilometers away from the Western Territory, there might be a base camp of the devils, and these devils had also destroyed the holy city of Tequila, driving the resistance to the edge of the continent, and turning the barbarian land into a forbidden land that no one dared to set foot in." These words were really too shocking. Roland himself was still okay. He had seen all kinds of apocalyptic movies, so he was numb to it, but for them, he was afraid that they would be unable to accept such a fact. Once the news was leaked, it would be even more troublesome. If it caused panic among the subjects, it might lead to a large number of people fleeing the Western Territory. Therefore, now was not the right time to announce the truth. After explaining the state affairs, Roland and the witches boarded a hot air balloon, rising from the castle vestibule and flying in the direction of the snow-capped mountain. "Your Highness, if it is said that the church was really fighting against the devil more than 400 years ago, then are they good or bad?" Ever since she knew about the existence of the devil, Sylvie seemed to be preoccupied. "Of course it's bad." Before Roland could open his mouth, Nightingale had already rushed to answer. "Have you ever seen a good person hunting a witch for no reason? If we really were the devil's minions, then that would be fine, but sisters all know that witches have nothing to do with the devil, and the demonic bite is even more nonsense." The other party continued to stare at Roland, as if waiting for his answer. The latter thought for a while and said, "First of all, we still have to confirm whether the church is fighting against the demons or not. If they really made such a huge sacrifice, why would they hide the news and destroy all the past records? Publicizing this matter is the best way to increase the number of believers." This was a question that could only be answered after finding more clues. In addition, good and bad cannot be so easily distinguished, it depends on which side you stand on. Speaking until here, Roland smiled. "You actually want to ask me, in order to fight against the devil, will I stand on the side of the church, right?" Sylvie opened her mouth, but did not make a denial. "The church and the king are incompatible. Even if there were no witches, I would not stand on the side of the church." He spread out his hands and said, "Not to mention, now I also have you by my side." "I said it," Nightingale said with a proud smile. "Even if the church had fought against the devil before, they still lost, and it was a crushing defeat. If it was your Highness, who would have won and who would have lost, why would you side with the loser?" "I understand," she gently nodded. The gloomy expression between her eyebrows seemed to have lightened a bit. In this way, when dusk fell, the group could already vaguely see the outline of the snow-capped mountain. "It is really huge," Roland thought. "Even I have rarely seen such a towering mountain." There were no mountains around it. It was as if the earth had suddenly jumped up here without warning, leaving a road to the sky. The dusky mountain wall occupied more than half of their field of vision. If they wanted to go around the foot of the mountain by land, they would probably have to spend several months. The camping site was chosen at the top of a mountain close to the sea, so that it would be easy to observe the surrounding movements, and also far away from the concealing forest, to ensure that the wild beasts would not be able to easily approach the camp. After eating the dry food, everyone began to set up the tents. Due to the limited carrying capacity of the hot air balloon, only one large tent could be carried. Therefore, Roland, in the spirit of noble character and unquestionable integrity, let the witches collectively sleep in the tents. He slept in the basket, and Maggie slept in the tree. Anyway, after turning into a bird, she could even sleep standing up. He found that his face was still a bit thin. He could not openly squeeze the witches together to sleep, even though Vendi and Soroya offered to let them sleep in the basket. In exchange for His Highness sleeping in the tent, he refused them one by one. Only Sylvie, in the process of arranging the accommodation, looked at Roland with a vigilant expression, making the latter not know whether to laugh or cry. After arranging the night watchman, everyone went into the tents. Because the bottom of the basket was uneven, Roland found it difficult to sleep, so he simply sat on a rock facing the sea, staring at the bright moonlight on the sea in a daze. At this moment, he heard the sound of subtle footsteps behind him. The prince turned his head, and unexpectedly discovered that the person who came was Anna. When he was still in school, whenever he encountered a group outing, he would always have expectations in his heart that maybe something will happen. Although most of the endings ended in delusion, this still did not prevent him from looking forward to the next activity. However, when this scene really came, Roland felt his heart beat faster. Pretending that nothing had happened, he raised his eyebrows. "What's wrong? Can't sleep?" "No," Anna said bluntly, "I just want to accompany you." "Is that so?" He coughed twice. "Thank you." "I'm the one who should say thank you," Anna said with a smile. The silver moonlight shone on her face, emitting a faint light. Her blue eyes seemed to be deeper than the sea. "Although Sylvie didn't thank you for what you said, I can see that her mood is a lot more relaxed." "Are you happy for her?" "No," she shook her head, "I'm happy for my choice." Roland was startled. "What choice?" Anna didn't answer, but closed her eyes and kissed his face. After a long time, she whispered, "Good night, Your Highness." This also counted as something happened, right? Watching her return to the tent, Roland stretched with satisfaction, and was about to go back to the basket to sleep, when a pair of invisible hands held his face. There was clearly nothing in front of him, but his face. Once again felt a soft touch, but this time it was on the other side. "Me too, Your Highness. Thank you for doing so much for the witches." Early in the morning, everyone packed up their camping things and set off once again. Roland also discovered another detail: even if they slept in the wilderness, the witch's appearance wouldn't change in the slightest, but he obviously couldn't do this. He didn't even need to look in the mirror to guess that his hair was certainly a mess, his face lacked color due to insomnia, and his skin was covered with half-dried sweat, which was slightly sticky to the touch. In everyone's eyes, he most likely had a listless appearance. Only after washing himself with the drinking water in his leather bag was he able to alleviate this feeling of discomfort. Roland began to miss the castle's running water system and spacious showers. Half an hour later, according to Lightning's instructions, Cloud Gazer arrived at the predetermined location, the site of the snow-capped mountain. Hovering above the vast sea, the group could already see the scene behind the mountain. Just as Lightning had said, the back of the snow-capped mountain was shrouded in a red mist. The mist was very low, and the closer they got to the ground, the thicker the color became. In order to see further, Roland let the hot air balloon continue to rise, until the end of his field of vision, the land also spread out little by little. "Did you find anything?" He looked at Sylvie. The latter shook her head. "No, the distance is too far, it has already exceeded the range of the Eye of Truth." "Wait until Soroya has drawn the scene here, then we can go a little closer," Roland said. While Soroya was drawing the picture, he also used the telescope to observe the coastal line. Along the coast, there were only cliffs and rocky beaches. There were no docks, or any other man-made buildings. It seemed that even if there were devils, they had never thought of building ships to attack Greycastle from the sea. This observation made him heave a sigh of relief. As the hot air balloon slowly approached the land, Sylvie finally began to report what she saw. About 10 miles away from the sea, she found a pile of black stone buildings, triangular in shape, resembling a steeple. "It's just like the mirage we saw in the barbarian land," Bendy couldn't help but exclaim. "This really is the devil's territory." "But the height is obviously wrong," Soroya frowned. "The steeples in the mirage are hundreds of feet high, it's impossible for them to be covered by the red mist, they should be higher than the rolling hills." "Perhaps what you saw was the devil's city, and this is only the devil's village?" Anna guessed. "So the devils have a complete and unique urban system, they belong to a higher evolved group, and at the same time, they are keen on expansion and killing? Please don't be like this. What's in those steeples?" Most of the spires are empty, and some seem to be filled with liquid." Wait, Sylvie was startled, and then said in disbelief, let's go, the demons have found us. Found something? Roland raised the telescope and glanced at it. It was still dark red, and nothing could be seen. They're moving, Sylvie shouted nervously. They were buried in the ground before, with only the tubes on their backs exposed. Over there are demons flying. Vendi, retreat at full speed. Roland ordered. The wind blew quickly, and the sudden movement of the hot air balloon caused the basket to tilt, and the taut rope made a creaking sound. However, Sylvie's warning made everyone's heart go cold. 2 devils are rushing towards us, and their mounts can fly. Hell, these guys actually have flying mounts? Roland's eyes widened. This was simply illogical. To be able to carry a burly man, how big would their mounts have to be? But it didn't take long for him to catch 2 black spots in his field of vision. Looking through the telescope, he saw that the mounts under their crotch had sharp mouths and sharp teeth, and their whole body was hairless. They didn't look like birds at all. If he wasn't mistaken, they were actually 2 demonic hybrids. Descend and land as soon as possible, Roland squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. They were too careless. They didn't expect the devils to have the ability to pursue them in the air, and the only one on their side who could fight in the sky was lightning. But looking at her pale complexion, they knew that they had no chance of winning this battle. Once they were overtaken, even if the other side only used a collision to attack the balloon, it would still be enough to take the witches' lives. Even if the coating could resist the impact and bite of the demonic beasts, under the violent shaking, everyone would likely be thrown out of the basket and smashed into the sea like a stone. And falling from this height, there was no difference between the sea and the land. At this time, the devils were getting closer and closer to the hot air balloon, and without the help of the telescope, Roland could already see the huge wings of the demonic hybrids and the burly enemy on their backs. Be careful, Sylvie screamed again, they are preparing to throw their spears. Hearing this warning, his mind suddenly remembered the scene of the battle described by Leaf. The enemy had used this method to take away Scarlet's life in an instant. He didn't see the devil's arm expand in an instant, and he didn't even see the incoming spear. At the same time that Sylvie gave the warning, Anna had already stretched out her hands and controlled the black fire to spread out into a thin sheet, blocking the front of the basket. Then there were 2 loud bang-bang sounds. Anna let out a muffled groan and took 2 steps back. The black fire shattered like glass, and the spear was only left with half of the burning iron shaft, tumbling down towards the sea. She had used a dense curtain of black fire to block this attack. The witches all breathed a sigh of relief. Only Roland was burning with anxiety. This way of operating her ability would greatly consume Anna's magic power. When they were smelting steel together, Roland had already noticed that if it was just heating or cutting, the huge amount of magic power in her body would almost never dry up, but once it was expanded to a macroscopic level, as a dense whole to exert influence on an object, the consumption of magic power would increase exponentially. For example, if the black fire was used as a furnace, the outer wall that prevented the molten steel from flowing would accelerate the consumption of magic power, and if she wanted to lift the entire black fire furnace, even Anna wouldn't be able to hold on for more than a few minutes. Obviously, blocking the black fire a moment ago had consumed a lot of her energy, and if she had to do it 2 more times, perhaps she wouldn't even be able to maintain the heating. The devil seemed to be intimidated by this scene, and didn't immediately launch a follow-up attack. Instead, it swept past the hot air balloon from both sides, as if waiting for the next attack. For the first time, Roland saw the enemy's ferocious appearance at such a close distance. They were exactly the same as in the photo, wearing the demonic beast's head, their eyes were covered by a scarlet crystal, and their chin was connected to a leather tube, bypassing their neck and leading to the carapace on their back. During this time, the witches took out their pistols to return fire, but with the constant shaking of the basket, it was almost impossible to hit an enemy moving at high speed. After firing 2 rounds of bullets, not a single shot hit the target. At this time, the devil's arm swelled up again, and this time, they chose to attack from the front and back. Anna didn't even have enough time to observe the enemy behind her, and the black fire she had summoned could only cover one side. Roland could clearly see the devil's right arm swing towards her, but he couldn't see the trajectory of the spear. Almost subconsciously, he pushed away Anna, who had her back to him. Then, as if his shoulder had been ruthlessly smashed by a hammer, his whole body flew backwards and hit the wall of the basket. An unbearable pain almost tore him apart, followed by a strong sense of dizziness, and his consciousness seemed to be drifting away. Roland clenched his teeth and looked sideways, only to see a huge gash on his shoulder. The hole in the basket behind him was enough to prove the power of this blow. And the half of his arm, which had been completely torn off by this round of attack, fell into the corner of the basket, and the blood that flowed out from it quickly dyed his clothes red. No. Nightingale's heart-wrenching cry was the last sound he heard before he lost consciousness. To be continued, your support is my greatest motivation. Looking at the moment when Roland was hit, Nightingale felt her heart suddenly tighten. The surrounding noise instantly became incomparably distant. She wanted to go over and help him up, but she found that her whole body was cold and stiff, her hands were trembling slightly. Apart from the initial subconscious cry of surprise, even taking a step forward was extremely difficult. She was afraid that Roland would gradually lose his warmth in her arms. She was afraid that he would never wake up again. Just thinking about this made it difficult for Nightingale to breathe. Since she could remember, she had never been at a loss like this. Anna was the first to react. She squatted down and covered the whole wound with a black flame. Under the dark flame, white smoke suddenly rose, and at the same time, a sizzling sound could be heard. When the black fire dissipated, Roland's broken arm had been burnt black. The trickling blood had stopped. That's right, this was the emergency measure he had taught me in the first aid class. What should I do next? After wrapping up the wound, I quickly went to the hospital to look for Nana. Nightingale swallowed her saliva and glanced at the basket. No, it's not possible, Nana isn't in the hot air balloon, but in Border Town. I have to go back. I have to hurry back as soon as possible. She slowly turned her head to the southeast where the town was. At this moment, the devil's ferocious appearance once again reflected in Nightingale's eyes, pulling all of her thoughts back to the basket. The witch's panicked shouts, the sound of gunfire, and the enemy's low roar once again echoed in her ears. After the coldness subsided, the chaotic thoughts in her mind finally converged into a single sentence. If I don't defeat the devil, I won't be able to rush back to Border Town. Lightning! Anna anxiously shouted, protect the hot air balloon as it descends. Although the little girl's face was pale, she looked at the unconscious Roland, gritted her teeth, nodded, and flew out of the basket. No, Nightingale thought, just by looking at her appearance, I know that she can't deal with the devil. Like most witches, Lightning had no experience fighting against a real enemy. Here, the only one who could defeat the devil was herself. Nightingale took a deep breath and forced herself to temporarily put the scene of His Royal Highness being injured at the back of her mind. The two demons were still in a pincer attack. Their spear-throwing arms were as thin as firewood, and it would probably take a long time for them to fully recover. The other party was about 50 meters away from the hot air balloon. At such a distance, it was impossible for him to reach it. It was very easy to lose one's footing and fall when using the fog at high altitudes. The higher he was from the ground, the fewer the lines that flashed past. If he stayed on one line for a long time, when the direction and the line changed from up to down, it was very likely that he would be torn into several pieces. Perhaps the enemy also realized that once the hot air balloon landed, things might become tricky. A demon waved its left hand that only had 3 fingers and shouted something loudly. Then, it pulled its mount and charged straight towards the hot air balloon. The other one pounced on Lightning. The demonic beast flapped its huge wings like a falcon catching a fledgling, causing her to be too tired to dodge. Just as Nightingale had predicted, Lightning could only rely on her nimble movements to protect herself. It was difficult for her to aim and fire at the enemy. The other witches were even afraid of accidentally injuring the little girl, so they stopped shooting. The demon that was rushing towards the hot air balloon ordered its mount to aim at the air balloon and claw at it. Fortunately, Soroya's coating was strong enough, so it was very difficult for the demonic beast's claws and teeth to penetrate it. Seeing that this trick was ineffective, it roared and flew into the distance. It seemed that it wanted to hit the hot air balloon and make it lose its balance. Nightingale had already seen the best opportunity. Using the fog, when a faintly glowing line appeared above her head, she didn't hesitate to step on it. Taking advantage of the moment when the hot air balloon's outline changed, she directly stood on top of the air balloon. Although her body was parallel to the ground, it was as if she was walking on flat ground, and she quickly climbed to the top of the hot air balloon. At this time, the demon also rushed over. In the world of black and white, Nightingale was surprised to find that there was a sparse magic cyclone slowly rotating inside the demon's body. Moreover, there was also a sparkling stone embedded in its skinny arm. They actually have magic power, but now was not the time to pay attention to this. The more than 10 meters of distance was only a short moment for her. When the demon was about to hit the hot air balloon, Nightingale jumped out of the fog and appeared behind the demon. Because of the sudden increase in the weight on the back of the giant-winged demonic beast, its body suddenly sank down. The demon seemed to realize something and fiercely turned its head, only to be greeted by the roar of a 12mm pistol. Go to hell. The bullet rushed out of the flames and smoke, penetrating the demon's head with the force of 1,000 caddies, and blasting a bull-sized hole in the back of its head. Viscous blood splattered everywhere, and a pungent smell spread in all directions. The demon twitched and fell, and the demonic beast changed its direction, passing by the side of the hot air balloon. Just when Nightingale wanted to turn back to the top of the air balloon, an accident happened. The tilted corpse moved the reins, and the mount suddenly rolled sideways, throwing her off. Before she could react, she had already left the safe distance from where she could return on her own. Although the hot air balloon had been descending, it was still hundreds of meters away from the sea. Falling into the fog was no different from suicide, and in a situation where she couldn't control her posture, she would be cut in half if she hit any thin line. Nightingale! She heard her sisters shouting in panic, but it didn't help. Lightning was fighting with the demon, and even if Maggie turned into a sea eagle, she still wouldn't be able to pull her up. She was very clear about what was going to happen next. The falling speed was getting faster and faster, and when Nightingale looked down, the originally blurry sea had already revealed its true appearance. The rolling splashes and waves became more and more clear, as if it wasn't her falling, but the sea was accelerating towards her. The closer it was to this moment, the clearer her mind became. Nightingale closed her eyes, and the scene of her meeting with Roland seemed to reappear in front of her eyes. She sat on the edge of the bed, playing with the dagger in her hand, waiting for the gray-haired fourth prince to push open the door and enter. The flickering fire, the door, and the bedroom gradually disappeared, and finally, only his smiling face could be seen. The only regret was that she probably couldn't accompany him to the end. Coo, coo, coo. Suddenly, a series of high-pitched chirps came into her ears. Nightingale opened her eyes and saw a white figure rushing straight down and pouncing on her chest. It was Maggie. She was just about to open her mouth to say something, when the pigeon's body burst into a dazzling white light. Its body instantly swelled up, and a pair of huge wings spread out from its back. The feathers fell off, and the bird's head became hideous, looking exactly like a flying demonic beast. Ow! Maggie let out a deafening roar, grabbed Nightingale with both claws, and threw her up. The latter rolled half a circle in the air, and fell straight on the broad back of the bird. What the hell is going on? Nightingale was completely stunned. Ow ow! Maggie turned her head and shouted again, as if to remind her of something. This time, even without the translation, she understood the meaning of the other party's words. Although she didn't know why Maggie could become like this, but defeating the demon was the most important thing at the moment. Go! She shouted. To be continued. Your support is my greatest motivation. When Maggie joined the battle with Nightingale, the situation instantly reversed. The demon let out an angry roar and was forced to give up chasing the flexible lightning. It died down and went straight to Maggie. The arm that hadn't fully recovered raised the spear again and quickly swelled up. Cracks appeared on the skin and blood sprayed out. This time, the attack was still powerful, but the spear was no longer as powerful as before. At least Nightingale could see the trajectory of the spear. Maggie! She patted the giant beast under her, then spread out the fog and took a step forward. Awoo! At the same time, Maggie's body shrank sharply and turned into a pigeon again. The huge target suddenly disappeared, and the spear flew past the two of them with a whistling sound, falling into the sea. The next moment, Nightingale appeared from the fog and returned to the back of the demonic beast Maggie. The whole process of dodging was as smooth as flowing water. The demon let out a painful howl. Its arm began to shrink inwards and finally broke, like a branch without water. But its left hand was still holding the reins, controlling the mount to hit the two people. It seemed that it wanted to die together. Maggie obviously wouldn't let it do as it wished. When they were about to collide, she suddenly sank and passed by the enemy. When it regained its balance, Nightingale on its back had disappeared. The latter appeared behind the demon like a ghost. The enemy tried to untie the rope that fixed its body in a hurry. Nightingale naturally wouldn't give it the opportunity. She pulled the trigger to vent her anger, and the gunshots rang out continuously. This round of shooting not only pierced the carapace on the back of the demon, but also penetrated its chest. The enemy let out a series of hoarse gasps and soon fell into the blood fog. Finally, the demonic beast that lost its master was killed by lightning. It fell into the sea and soon disappeared. Cloudgazer slowly landed on the coast. What should we do next? Nightingale anxiously looked at Anna. At this time, she was the only one who could keep calm. We've been delayed for so long. Even if we fly at night, the hot air balloon will need to reach the town at midnight. Anna said word by word. His Highness Roland must be carried by lightning and Maggie. No problem. The huge head of the strange beast opened its mouth and said. I have no problem. Leave it to us. The little girl looked a little depressed. She probably felt that as an explorer, she was afraid of fighting with the enemy and caused everyone to fall into a predicament. Nightingale touched her head. No one is born good at these things, it's not your fault. The witches tied the unconscious prince to Maggie's back, and the severed hand was carried by lightning. The two of them quickly soared into the sky, flying along the Redwater River towards the town. What about us? Bendy asked. I don't have much magic left. Continue to fly. Fly as far as you can. The enemy may send a second team to search for us. This place is too close to the snowy mountain. We have to leave as soon as possible. Anna said. Once we reach a safe area, we'll find a hidden place to land and camp. Her decision was unanimously approved by the rest of the witches. Cloudgazer rose again. At this time, there were only 5 people left in the basket. How did the devil find us? Soroya was puzzled. The hot air balloon and basket are painted with sky camouflage. At an altitude of more than 2,000 meters, it's difficult to distinguish them even with a telescope. A huge devil, Sylvie frowned. It's crouching at the top of a black spire. It has a head that's even bigger than its body. It's covered with countless eyes. I just glanced at it, and all of its eyes looked at me. Then hundreds of devils came out from underground. The whole area seemed to be boiling. There's actually such a monster? Soroya sucked in a breath of cold air. Not only that, but the 2 flying mounts are also very strange, Anna thought. After they were shot, the blood that flowed out wasn't black like ink, but dark blue. This is completely different from the hybrid demonic beasts we met during the months of the demons. On the contrary, it's similar to the devil, Soroya added. I saw that the first devil that Nightingale shot and killed had blue blood. Aren't they demonic beasts? Sylvie asked. I don't know, but it's great that Maggie can change into their appearance, Bendy sighed. If she hadn't saved Nightingale, I'm afraid we would have been in danger. Her ability has evolved. Nightingale, who had been silent all this time, suddenly opened her mouth. When I was in the fog, I saw that the magic in her body was no longer a rotating cyclone. Instead, it had become a fixed shape, a pair of white wings spread out. Lightning held His Royal Highness's arm, her heart filled with guilt. The devil only had a ferocious appearance, but it wasn't so strong that she couldn't deal with it in the air. If she could have left the basket at the beginning and blocked the enemy, His Royal Highness wouldn't have been so seriously injured. It was an explorer's duty to stand up and protect his companions. When exploring the fjords, no matter what danger there was, Thunder would take the lead and lead everyone to break through one difficulty after another. Whether it was fighting against the pirates or the monsters of the deep sea, he never retreated a single step. For the first time, Lightning realized that she was still very far away from being an outstanding explorer. However, her father had also mentioned that fear could be dispelled through cognition and familiarity, and skills could be mastered through repeated training. She made up her mind that when His Royal Highness recovered, she would beg him to give her a special pistol, and ask Sister Nightingale to teach her shooting and fighting skills. "How is His Royal Highness?" Maggie muttered. Compared to the pigeon's voice, her voice was hoarse and muddy, like the wind blowing out of a stone cave. "I feel that his body is getting colder." The little girl clenched her fists, turned around and flew to Maggie's back. She saw that Roland's eyes were closed, his lips were pale, and with his messy gray hair, he looked even more lifeless. The blood on his clothes had already coagulated, and the burnt wounds looked terrible. She gently put her hand on his neck. The weak beating proved that the prince was still alive, but the touch of her fingertips was frighteningly cold. "How much magic do you have left?" Lightning estimated the distance. "We have to go at full speed." "Okay." When the two arrived at Border Town, the little girl felt dizzy. Too high a speed would not only quickly exhaust her magic, but it would also put a great burden on her body. She clenched her teeth and used the last of her strength to fall directly into the castle's vestibule. She shouted at the guards who had heard the noise and rushed over with guns. "Quickly call Miss Nana, His Royal Highness is wounded." "Your support is my greatest motivation." Roland opened his eyes and found himself lying on a soft bed. Above his head was the familiar ceiling, and even every crack was the same as the one in his memory. "This is my bedroom?" He tilted his head and looked at both sides of his shoulders. Both his left and right sides seemed to be intact. He tried to move his hands, but there was no problem either. Everything was like a dream. But he knew that this was not a dream. The investigation of the devil and the attack had already happened. He was lying safe and sound in his bedroom, which meant that they had escaped the devil's pursuit and returned to the castle smoothly. But, did all the witches come back safely? Thinking of this, Roland's heart could not help but sink. He tried to prop himself up, but his arms felt weak. Just as he was about to open his mouth to call someone, he saw a row of witches leaning against the wall at the end of the bed. There was Anna, Nightingale, Lightning, Maggie, and Nana. They were leaning on each other's shoulders, breathing steadily, eyes slightly closed, as if they were asleep. Roland quietly opened a corner of the curtain and found the first rays of the morning sun rising from the Redwater River, like a dazzling golden thread sprinkling on the earth. "You woke up?" Turning his head, Anna did not know when she had opened her eyes, but with sleepy eyes, she walked step by step to Roland's side. "Yes, I woke up." "The other witches?" "They all arrived safely in Border Town. In fact, you were the only one injured." "Really?" Roland breathed a sigh of relief. "That's really good, fool." Before he could refute, Anna had already tightly hugged him. Her hands clasped behind his back were so strong that they almost embedded into his flesh. Anna's action woke up the other witches. "Your Highness." They stood up in surprise and surrounded him. Lightning was the second to hug Roland, followed by Nana and Maggie. Nightingale hesitated for a moment, then hugged everyone from behind. In this way, everyone hugged each other, unwilling to let go for a long time. Time seemed to freeze at this moment. After breakfast, Roland listened to the details of the incident in the office and finally figured out what happened afterward. The witches worked together to defeat the demon pursuers and allowed Lightning and Maggie to take them back in advance. After he was brought back to the castle to receive treatment from Nana Pine, his broken arm quickly recovered. But because of the severe blood loss, he slept for a whole day, so today was already the 4th day since the departure. All in all, this operation was somewhat careless. He did not expect that the demons would actually be able to discover the sky camouflage hot air balloon more than 10 miles away. According to Sylvie, the giant multi-eyed demon didn't seem to be acting strangely. Its eyeballs were also looking in all directions. However, when she shifted her gaze to the multi-eyed demon, it immediately reacted and turned all its eyeballs towards her. This kind of investigation method was unheard of. At this distance, apart from Sylvie's eye of truth, even the telescope was a blur. In addition, the top of the minaret was covered by the red mist, so it was even more difficult to see the specific situation of the demons. Correspondingly, it should also be very difficult for the other party to discover him. Having said that, although this trip encountered a major danger, the harvest of information was also extremely rich. The demons were no longer the mysterious and unknown emissaries of hell. They had their own towns and organizations, and like humans, belonged to a higher evolved civilization. Moreover, the other party's air power was not strong, at least in the area behind the snow-capped mountain. Hundreds of demons drilled out from the ground, but in the end only 2 of them rode their mounts to pursue them. This showed that flying was still a rare ability for them. As for whether the mounts were rare or the riders were rare, it was still unknown. But in general, this was good news for Border Town. At least he didn't have to worry about a group of demons bypassing the southern hills and mountains and directly entering the hinterland of the Western Territory to burn, kill, and loot. In addition, the fact that the demons had magic was also an important discovery. According to Nightingale's report, although the pursuing enemies had very little magic, they did indeed form a cyclone, which was very eye-catching in the state of the mist. However, the way they stimulated their magic seemed to be completely different from that of witches. They didn't use their own magic, but relied on some kind of mechanism, such as the glowing stone, to release their power. Therefore, they didn't have the ever-changing ability of witches, but were more like mass-produced standard weapons. Of course, these were only speculations. Unfortunately, the demons' corpses had all fallen into the sea, so Roland couldn't further verify them. The last point was the buildings. Those short and slender black stone spires weren't the demons' dwellings. The material was also very strange, and the surface didn't have any traces of corrosion from the red mist. Some of the stone spires were empty, while others were filled with red liquid, similar to storage tanks. Was the red mist in the sky formed by the vaporization of these liquids, and the reason the demons didn't further expand to the barbarian land or even the 4 kingdoms was also because of the limited coverage of the gas? In any case, the comprehensive information showed that for the time being, they wouldn't threaten the safety of Border Town. However, Roland also knew that since they had driven humans out of the barbarian land more than 400 years ago, maybe one day they would come again, so he had to prepare for this day. Because he had lost a lot of blood, after nightfall, Roland only dealt with the few remaining government decrees and went to bed early. He sat on the bed and flipped through half a history book. Just as he was about to blow out the candle and go to sleep, there was a knock on the door. He was slightly startled, climbed out of bed and opened the door. Standing in front of the door was Anna. Unlike in the past, she wasn't holding a thick book, intermediate physics or natural science theoretical foundation. Instead, she was empty-handed, wearing a white nightgown, and walked into the room. She didn't even wear shoes, and her delicate feet lightly touched the floor, so quiet that there wasn't a trace of sound. Roland swallowed his saliva. Anna closed the door with a backhand and pulled the bolt. Then she took Roland's hand and walked to the bedside. The girl's hair had just been washed, and under the candlelight, it reflected a faint golden light. When he came closer, he could smell a faint fragrance. The intoxicating fragrance didn't come from the rose soap, but from her body. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her cheeks were flushed. Her blue eyes were like limpid autumn waters. Although he could see that she was a little nervous, there wasn't the slightest trace of hesitation. She looked straight at Roland, and her eyes were full of determination. Even though he had never experienced a big battle, at this moment, he understood the meaning of the other party's expression. I don't want to wait any longer, Anna whispered, especially after experiencing such an encounter. She paused. I don't want to regret it. I understand. Roland picked her up by the waist and gently put her on the bed. Just this simple action made him gasp for breath. Removing the thin blanket, he turned over and got on the bed. Anna leaned over and rested her head on his arm. Next should be foreplay. He found himself nervous. This couldn't go on. As an experienced person, he couldn't show his timidity in front of the little girl. Perhaps he should use a relaxed chat to ease the atmosphere, and then take action, such as, first tell a dirty joke. While he was thinking hard, Anna's soft voice sounded in his ear. When you pushed me away on the hot air balloon, didn't you think that you might die? Roland was startled. He didn't expect the other to ask this. I just did it subconsciously. You are the future ruler of Grey Castle, and also the hope of the witches, she whispered. I am not worth it. It's not a question of whether it's worth it or not, Roland said with a chuckle. I can't just watch you be attacked and do nothing. In fact, after I woke up, I thought about it carefully. If it hadn't happened so suddenly, giving me time to think it over before making a decision, I would still have done it. I couldn't stop you, could I? Well, no. Roland used his other hand to pinch her nose. Anna's eyelashes drooped down, and after a moment of silence, she said, "Can you tell me your story from before? I want to know more." Well, before, Roland exhaled, he searched the memories of the fourth prince, and was about to tell her two interesting stories from the palace, but he swallowed the words back. His past didn't belong here, but to another completely different world. "I used to live in a big city, very big. Well, the capital of Grey Castle. It was many times bigger than Border Town. After I was born, I was no different from an ordinary person. I was a little smart, but not that smart. I studied hard, so I was often praised by the teacher, but he didn't know that the hard-to-erase graffiti on the classroom walls were all drawn by me." "Of course he wouldn't dare to blame you," Anna murmured softly. "Haha, that won't happen. He doesn't need to do anything to me. He just needs to tell my parents." Roland smiled and shook his head. "When that time comes, they won't be merciful to me." Then, as I grew older, my teachers kept changing, from junior teachers to tutors. In the end, I completed all my studies with average grades. Of course, compared to other people's children, they are still lacking. With his eyes half closed, he slowly narrated his experiences. It had been a long time since he had experienced this kind of unrestrained and unrestrained communication. Ever since he came here, he had been playing the role of a prince. At this moment, he felt like he had returned to the past. It was as if he was lying in a hotel full of classical charm, chatting with the girl he liked. His nervous mood gradually relaxed. Perhaps it was time for the next step. Roland turned his head slightly, only to find that Anna had already closed her eyes. Her chest that was pressed against his side rose and fell slightly, like a cat falling asleep. He was slightly surprised, and then couldn't help but chuckle. "So that's how it is. She is also tired." Thinking about it, in order to hide their whereabouts, the witches had found a cramped mountain ridge to hide in the night before. They also had to be on guard against the attacks of beasts and devils. They almost didn't sleep for the whole night. When the sky had just brightened, they continued to fly cloud gazer to Border Town. After returning to the castle, Anna spent the night in her bedroom. She hadn't rested for 2 days and 2 nights. Under the tension and relaxation, it was easy to let all the previously suppressed exhaustion break out. It would be strange if she wasn't tired. Probably, this decision was made while waiting anxiously. Although it was a pity, Roland didn't care about this time. There was still a long way to go. He leaned forward, kissed Anna's long eyelashes, and whispered, "Good night." When the early morning light entered the room through the gap in the curtains, Sylvie got up from the big bed and couldn't help but yawn a few times. These days' experience was incredible, like a dream. From discovering the devils to fighting in the air, and finally escaping all the way back to Border Town, she felt that even if she was chased by the church's army of judges, she wouldn't be so nervous and tired. "Good morning." Vendi had already changed her clothes and was preparing to wash with a basin of water. "Good morning." She nodded. "You got up early." "I'm getting older." Vendi smiled. "The amount of time I sleep is getting less and less." Is it dawn?" Nightingale rubbed her eyes. "It seems that I have to take a nap at noon." "Didn't you sleep well last night?" "Yes, I had a lot of dreams." Sylvie disapprovingly curled her lips. Last night, she clearly saw that Nightingale had gone to the 3rd floor of the castle and had even lingered in front of the Lord's door for a while. But because of Nightingale's special ability, she didn't know what she wanted to do. In short, she came back very late. "Last night, didn't you?" Just as she opened her mouth, Nightingale suddenly turned her head and looked straight at Sylvie. Her slightly narrowed eyes were self-evident, and Sylvie immediately closed her mouth. The strength of the Witch Cooperation Association's #1 combat, which was obvious to all. The scene of her drifting in the air like a ghost and intercepting the devils was still vivid in her mind. If she were on Sleeping Island, I'm afraid that even Lady Ashes wouldn't be her opponent. Regarding her silent warning, Sylvie felt that it was better not to be too curious. "What happened last night?" Vendi asked curiously. Ahem, she opened her mouth and said, "I heard her snoring last night." It should be because she consumed too much energy these days. I think so too. Nightingale shrugged and took off her nightgown, revealing her well-proportioned and coordinated body. She then began to wear the underwear that His Highness had given her. Come to think of it, now even Vendi had completely accepted this piece of clothing, and even recommended it to her. She had to admit that His Highness Roland was really a terrible person. But at this time, thinking of him, Sylvie's heart was filled with a warm feeling. It turned out that there really was a noble who would be willing to be injured for a witch. Seeing Roland's posture when he pushed Anna away without a care for his own safety, she felt that something in the bottom of her heart had been touched. All the witches in the Witch Cooperation Association weren't tools under his control, but were his important subordinates, and even companions. His reaction at that moment couldn't be deceived. He was sincerely standing on the side of the witches, just like Tilly Wimbledon. If Roland and Tilly could stand hand in hand and gather the strength of the two places, maybe they could really create a new country where there was no distinction between witches and ordinary people. She decided to write a letter to Lady Tilly. It's great that His Highness Roland is your brother. To be continued. Your support is my greatest motivation. Greycastle Kings City, Garden Mansion in the inner city. Today was the scheduled information exchange day. Theo was sitting on a soft chair in the living room, waiting for the arrival of the pigeon and the top hat acrobatic troupe. After the beginning of autumn, the inner city gate was closed earlier than usual, so the secret meeting had to be changed to the afternoon. Hill Fox was always the first to arrive at the mansion. He was wearing a blue velvet open-collared coat, light gray tights, and moccasins. He even had a white bow tie around his neck, which made him look like an aristocrat. After saluting, he returned the book History of the Kingdom's Customs to Theo. The latter took the book and glanced at him with great interest. Have you finished reading? Yes, Hill nodded, then hesitated. Won't you teach me some fighting and swordsmanship, or assassination skills? Why? When the demonic disease broke out, you said that you would train me to be a qualified intelligence officer. He scratched his head. But so far, you have only given me some strange books to read. You mean History of the Kingdom? Theo poured himself a glass of wine and threw 2 ice cubes into it. This is not some strange book. It records the origins, traditions, family emblems, as well as famous local products of the kingdom's aristocracy. As an intelligence collector, you first have to be well informed, so that you can roughly judge whether the information coming from different places has any value. As for swordsmanship and assassination? He smiled. I don't intend to let you infiltrate an organization or go deep into the enemy's territory to investigate information. That would be dangerous and time-consuming. If you have the time, you might as well spend the golden dragon to directly bribe the informants. But not everyone can be bribed, Hill insisted. As for those organizations that are watertight, it is also very difficult to plant eyes. Without 10 or 20 years of effort, it is impossible to infiltrate them. Theo shook the glass and took a sip of the ice wine. A qualified intelligence officer only needs to do 2 things, distinguish information and hide themselves. The books I gave you are the basis for distinguishing information. As for the second point, as a member of the acrobatic troupe, you should have more experience than me. For example, your outfit today is very good. Just as Hill Fox bowed his head and pondered the meaning of these words, the clown and the others also arrived at the remote residence. Sir, everyone is here. In that case, let's get started. Theo put down his glass and opened his notepad. Who's first? I'll go first, my lord. Rocky Mountain, who was the most muscular among them, was the first to speak. There's a new group of people living in the camp on the outskirts of the eastern district of the kingdom. This news made the guard's eyebrows twitch slightly. He didn't expect that the first piece of information he heard would be bad news. Ever since the kingdom's night regiment had lost more than half of its members, the barracks set up in the outskirts had become the militia's base. All the rats, fugitives, and criminals recruited by Timothy would be stuffed into the East Camp before the expedition. More than a month ago, a group of more than 1,000 militia was sent to the western region, and now there were new people to replenish it? How many? Currently, there are only 200 or 300 people. Most of them seem to be from the northern region. In addition, there are some rats from the Blood Sale Association. However, compared to the first 2 times, there aren't many rats willing to go. Closely monitor their movements. Every time the camp increases by more than 200 people, report to me. Theo ordered. Yes, my lord. There was only one use for these people, and that was to use them as consumables after taking the pills. Now that the Queen of Clearwater had gone to the north, there was no longer any resistance in the southern region. Timothy would undoubtedly continue to attack His Highness Roland's territory, so he had to send this news back to Border Town as soon as possible. Next, this clown will bring you confidential information, or should I say, a drunken chat, the clown said in an exaggerated tone. I can't verify the authenticity of this news, but since the group of merchants said it with a nose and a face, I'll take it as true. They said that Garcia Wimbledon's Black Sail fleet appeared in the Kingdom of Eternal Winter and launched an attack on the church. As a result, the siege of Wolfshart City collapsed. They are also preparing to take advantage of the time before the beginning of winter to bring some scarce goods to sell. The Queen of Clearwater actually went to the Kingdom of Eternal Winter? Theo was a little surprised, but it didn't matter whether this news was true or not. She had chosen to leave Grey Castle in the north, which was tantamount to giving up the right to fight for the throne. Is that all? Well, I know that this matter is a bit far from Grey Castle. He stuck out his tongue. Next time, I'll ask for more useful information. Ahem, Hill coughed twice. My lord, I have a new clue about the task you entrusted me with. Timothy has built a new workshop in the inner city, and has also recruited a lot of clay craftsmen. He has recently purchased a large amount of saltpeter and transported it there. However, the workshop is heavily guarded, so my people are unable to further find out the purpose of the saltpeter. Oh? Theo's spirit was shaken. They really transported the saltpeter to the workshop? Indeed, Hill nodded. I personally followed a carriage that transported the goods. This was extremely valuable information. After staying by His Highness Roland's side for a long time, he naturally knew that the all-conquering gunpowder was an alchemical item, and its main component was saltpeter. Since the saltpeter around King City had been wantonly purchased, he had noticed this and had arranged for Hill Fox to inquire about the whereabouts and purpose of the goods. Now that the other side had transferred the saltpeter from the alchemist workshop to the workshop, their intention was very obvious. From alchemical experiments to workshop production, it showed that they had already grasped the formula of gunpowder. This piece of information was even more important than the new soldiers in the eastern suburbs camp. Good job, Theo praised. After the secret meeting, everyone left the mansion in batches. Before leaving, Hill suddenly asked, My lord, with what we have done, can we really push Timothy off the throne? Of course, the guard smiled. Didn't you see the letter that His Highness Roland sent through the defeated soldiers? His throne is already on the verge of collapse. In the evening, after returning to the underground trumpeter tavern, Theo saw an unexpected acquaintance, Xian. Like himself, he was also a guard of His Royal Highness the Fourth Prince. After entering the guest room on the second floor, the two exchanged greetings for a moment. Theo closed the curtains and asked in a low voice, How did you know I was here? His Highness gave me a token and told me to find Ms. Marjorie. She knows where you are. Xian took out a sparkling red gem and shook it. Does he have a new task? It's not a task, it's a gift. Xian smiled and walked to the window, opened the curtain a crack, and whistled. He saw 3 grayish-brown birds fly into the room, land on the table and chirp at him. After feeding each bird some wheat, they calmed down. It was the first time that Theo had seen such a spiritual bird. This is a messenger trained by a witch. Xian stroked the bird's neck and explained, unlike a carrier pigeon, they can travel back and forth between 2 places on their own, and don't need to be taken away and then released to return to their nest. You only need to say a specific password to the birds, and they will send the message to His Highness. If everything goes well, you only need to wait for a day, and you will receive a reply from His Highness. To be continued. Your support is my greatest motivation. Ow, ow. Maggie was fiddling with her wings and tail in the backyard of the newly repaired castle, spinning in circles for everyone to admire. Although he had already learned about the whole story from the witches, when Roland saw Maggie for the first time, he was still shocked from the bottom of his heart. This giant brown-skinned bird was 10 meters long, including its tail, with a wingspan of nearly 15 meters. It was similar to the wings of a bat, and under the sunlight, he could clearly see the blood vessels and skeleton under its thin skin. Probably because of its long body, the giant bird had 4 limbs, the thickness of an adult's arm, with claws at the end for support. The most eye-catching thing was its head, with 3 triangular eyes on both sides of its head. In addition, the whole face was a bloody mouth, not a common beak of a bird. When Maggie opened her mouth to speak, her mouth opened and closed, revealing a circle of sharp teeth and a long tongue, causing the other witches to let out a burst of exclamations. "This is the devil's mount?" Leaf sighed. "Fortunately, we didn't encounter such a monster in the barbarian land, otherwise none of us would have been able to escape. If it hadn't evolved a new ability, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to come back." Nightingale touched Maggie's smooth neck and said, "I'll prepare a bag of charcoal grilled fish slices for you every day." "Ow. I know, you need to pour more honey on it." The giant bird's tail swung more cheerfully. "Those fish slices were obviously mine," Roland sighed inwardly, taking the food from the kitchen to reward others without permission. "Don't make it sound so dignified." "Then according to the old rules, let's test your new ability." "Okay, ow." After a whole morning of tossing and turning, Roland obtained the detailed abilities of Maggie's version of the strange beast. Following the previous practice of enlarging, the giant brown-skinned bird she had transformed into was a size larger than the original version of the Devil's Mount, and its carrying capacity had also increased a little, so it could carry 2 witches at the same time. However, when fully loaded, it could only maintain a flight speed of about 80 kilometers per hour, which was much slower than lightning. However, the advantage of Maggie was that it could last longer. When lightning flew with heavy objects, she would not only decrease her altitude, but also consume more magic power. As for the giant bird, as long as the transformation was completed, whether it was flying high or low, or carrying 1 or 2 people on its back, the consumption of magic power would be extremely slow. The only thing to consider was its own physical strength. Now, the amount of magic power Maggie could hold in her body had greatly increased. She had jumped from the bottom of the Witch Union to the middle of the pack. She could change her body 7 or 8 times a day. In addition, Roland also confirmed his previous speculation through Maggie. The evolution of a witch depended on the understanding of their own abilities. Whether this understanding was mastered through learning or a sudden epiphany, it could lead to changes in their abilities. This also meant that there was a possibility for witches to evolve naturally. As long as they had enough time, there would always be 1 or 2 lucky witches among them. Compared to the original ability, the evolved ability was like the difference between heaven and earth, and even had the effect of turning something rotten into something magical. Was this the reason why the church suppressed the wild witches? After lunch, the Lord's Castle district ushered in a big event. After nearly 4 months of construction and renovation, the witches' building was finally ready for use. Looking at the 3-story residential building with less than 50 suites, Roland could not help but sigh. In his previous life, such a building would at most be considered a self-built building in the countryside, but here, it was already the highest level of construction in the mainland kingdom, not because of its size, but because of its technology. It was the first brick and concrete building to use bamboo-reinforced concrete beams and columns. He remembered that when Carr had poured the first concrete column, he had said to Roland with mixed feelings, "Cement can also be used in this way. When mixed with pebbles, it can be molded into any shape and form any part of the house." "Your Highness, I think it won't be long before stonemasonry completely disappears from masonry." In addition to the beams and columns, the floors of the witches' building were all made of prefabricated cement slabs. Looking at the cement slabs with round holes in the middle, Roland felt as if he had returned to his childhood. This kind of ancient building material had only been seen in the 80s. By the time he was 10, it had been completely replaced by cast-in-place concrete slabs, completely abandoned by the times. But in Border Town, this backward prefabricated board had once again been reborn. The witches' building was located on the left side of the castle, forming an L shape with the castle. The open space between the 2 buildings was the expanded garden, which was 3 or 4 times larger than before. It was enough for Leaf to improve a variety of crops and fruits. Evelyn, who had moved into her new house, felt a little uneasy. She had been in Border Town for a month, but besides tasting wine for His Highness, she hadn't done anything else. In the last exam, she was also at the bottom of the witches, only getting 5 points. Although Teacher Scroll didn't publicly announce the results, but this kind of thing could be guessed as long as one inquired about it in private. Even Honey, who talked to the birds all day long, got 7 points. She suddenly felt that she was no different from a fool. Even so, His Highness didn't treat her any differently. From time to time, he would find her to talk about the local specialties of the wine, and also taste the new hot white wine. At the end of last month, she had received a golden dragon as a salary. This made her even more uneasy. Compared to the other 4 witches, she felt as if she was a freeloader. Next to the living room, there is a special kitchen for cooking, and there is also a strange little room painted white. "Come and see," Candle opened the bedroom door and said excitedly. Evelyn answered weakly. "What's wrong? Are you uncomfortable?" Candle was startled, squatting down to cover her forehead. "It's not hot." Then she laughed. "Are you unwilling to sleep in the same bed as the Sisters of the Witch Cooperation Association?" Evelyn was silent for a moment, then whispered, "We have been here for more than a month, right?" "Almost. Lotus is responsible for the construction of the new city wall, which will soon be completed. Honey has trained a lot of flying messengers for His Highness, and Sylvie has accompanied His Highness to investigate those terrible monsters." She said in frustration, "Only I still have nothing to do. I haven't even arranged the usual training content, and my assessment results are the worst. I really don't know why His Highness chose me here." "Well," Candle thought for a moment, "why don't you ask him yourself?" "Ah? His Royal Highness Roland is Lady Tilly's brother, and as you can see, he really treats the witches with sincerity." Even Sylvie, who usually keeps her distance from Roland and beware of the prince, has changed her tone. Yesterday, she couldn't help but praise him. Candle shrugged. "If you ask His Highness face to face, he can't possibly eat you, right?" "Really?" What she said seemed to be reasonable. Evelyn thought for a moment, and in order to not be bothered by this torment, she decided to do as Candle said. "To be continued, your support is my greatest motivation." The day after the witches of Sleeping Island moved, Roland called the city hall manager, Berev, to the office. "I need you to issue a recruitment notice." He pushed the draft in front of the other party, a week of short-term work for about 10 people, preferably women. Berev picked up the paper and carefully looked it over. "Your Highness, what is starch?" "You know wheat flour, right?" The manager hesitated. "Do you mean coarse flour or fine flour?" "After grinding the wheat grains, they can be baked into bread or baked into wheat cakes, but what you eat is fine flour that is further sifted to remove the bran. The output of the latter is only 60% of the former, and the baked bread is softer, but the price is very high, only the great nobles can afford it." The most satisfactory thing about this former assistant finance minister was that he had a full understanding of all kinds of low-level goods. Because of the backwardness of agriculture and the scarcity of food, the same thing was eaten in different ways at different levels. For example, the most common wheat, the commoners ate it directly by peeling the wheat grains and cooking them into porridge, which maximized the use of food. However, some residual wheat husks and gravel would also be cooked into the pot, which often caused a crunching sound. The lesser nobles were more particular. They would order people to sift the wheat grains and remove the gravel, grind them into coarse flour, and bake them into bread and pancakes before enjoying them. Further up the hierarchy were the wealthy nobles, and for these people, food was no longer simply a tool to fill their stomachs, but a means to pursue delicious enjoyment. The kitchen would further sift the wheat flour, remove the bran, and obtain a snow-white fine flour. The baked bread would be cream-colored, and not only would it have a delicate texture, it would also taste much sweeter. Starch is made from the fine wheat flour, which is further purified and processed. Roland spread out his hands. "When you recruit people, I will send someone to tell them the specific process." Continue to process." Berev could not help but stare. "How much wheat will be used?" "I don't need too much, 300 or 400 kilograms, Roland paused, then changed his words. "A basket as big as my table will be enough." He nodded and asked, "Why do you want as many women as possible?" "Because they are more meticulous in their work. Moreover, I want to see more women go to work, rather than idle at home." Roland suddenly thought of something. At present, the universal education carried out in border towns seems to be progressing faster in the girls' class. Although the main person in charge of the Ministry of Education is Lady Scroll, the situation is indeed like this. Apart from taking care of the children and housework, There isn't much they can do, so most of their time is spent on learning how to read. If that's the case, I request that after the next round of assessment, the city hall you're in charge of must recruit a batch of female apprentices and gradually increase the proportion of female positions, Roland ordered. Your Royal Highness, there is no precedent for this, Bearer frowned. If we only talk about meticulousness, my apprentice is not worse than any woman. If there is no precedent, then create one, Roland said bluntly. This is also the simplest and fastest way to increase the labor force without increasing the total population. If all the women can take up the task of building the town, my available manpower will double. What you have to do is to guide people to change their minds. As long as the pay is attractive, I think they will come forward one by one. After Berev left, Nightingale laughed in the prince's ear and said, "What delicious things are you going to make?" Starch, no, it's not for eating. Roland took a sip of tea, although in the process of processing, you can indeed get a good ingredient. He soaked the fine wheat flour in water, then kneaded and scrubbed it until the water completely turned white, then changed the basin of water and continued. The last remaining sticky substance was the gluten, which could be used to fry or stir-fry. It had a soft and elastic texture. After it was out of the pot, it would be smeared with honey or sprinkled with spices, and it would be delicious. But Roland's focus wasn't on the food. After the milky white water was sifted and left to rest, the precipitated starch was also the main material for making explosives. Under the conditions that nitroglycerin had not yet been tested, and there was no way to talk about TNT, nitrostarch became the easiest high explosive to make, and the manufacturing process was exactly the same as nitrocotton. The finished product had low sensitivity, and could not be ignited by open fire, so it needed to be detonated by a detonator. Its power was higher than TNT, and it was widely used as a substitute for the former during the two world wars. With high-purity starch, those alchemy apprentices who were familiar with the nitrocotton manufacturing process would surely be able to quickly produce a batch of nitrostarch. After lunch, Roland was planning to go back to his room to take a nap, when suddenly there was a knock on the office door. Usually at this time, it was Anna who came to find him. His heart thumped twice. Was it because he was too tired last time and fell asleep directly, so this time he decided to pick noon? Come in. The door was pushed open with a squeak, and Roland was startled. It turned out to be Evelyn standing outside. This is a little different from what I thought." He coughed twice, and showed a kind smile. "What's the matter?" She went to the table and bowed her head, looking a little nervous. "Your Highness, I want to ask you a question." Is it a cliché again? But in the spirit of treating comrades as warm as the spring breeze, he smiled and said, "What question, you can ask." "Why did you choose me to come to Border Town?" Roland was slightly stunned. Could it be that she thought the wine was bad? "My ability is neither as good as Sylvie's, nor as practical as Lotus and Honey's," she whispered. "If it's just wine tasting, the monthly salary of one golden dragon is enough to hire a professional winemaker from the King's City." "What do you think of the wine?" "At first, I think it's too hot, but as I slowly drink it, I can accept it. As for those mixed with ice, juice, and sugar water, the taste is richer." "But this is just my personal opinion," Evelyn replied cautiously. "My family's tavern only sells cheap wine and watered ale, so I don't know the inclination of the nobles." It turns out that she's not suspecting that there's a problem with the wine. The prince quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He got up and opened the bookcase, took out a jar of ale from the top and placed it in front of Evelyn. "Can you turn this jar of ale into the white wine I brewed?" "I think it should be no problem." She held out her hands and held the jar, and soon the dim yellow wine inside began to change. With the emergence of bubbles, the ale became more and more clear, and finally became as transparent as plain water, but Roland could already smell the rich aroma of the wine. He couldn't wait to dip his finger into the wine and put it in his mouth. It was bitter and hot at the same time. This was the taste of high alcohol. Roland couldn't help but laugh. "This is why I chose you. Genius in 1 second, remember net, providing you with wonderful novels to read." In the palace hall of the Kingdom of Everwinter, the fire in the fireplace was already burning. Compared to Grey Castle, where the 4 seasons were distinct, the summer here was particularly short, and the autumn was more like a warning of the coming winter. Even before changing into light clothes, the cold wind would quietly come again. Garcia Wimbledon, wearing a fox fur coat, sat on the throne, listening to the complaints and demands of the nobles. She did not like this palace. The pillars, walls, and floor were all made of snow-white stone, each piece polished smooth and translucent, looking like solid ice. Although 2 layers of velvet cushions were added to the seat, she could still feel the biting cold of the cold iron chair. The damned house looks like it's made of ice, she thought crossly. When the situation stabilized, the first thing to do was to smash all the walls, and then relay them with dark brown granite slabs. "Your Majesty, I hope you can seek justice for me," a noble said with a sad face. This guy had talked a lot before, but in fact, it could be clearly explained in a few words. It was nothing more than a public trial of some evil nobles after the church occupied the kingdom, presided over by Bishop Heather. Most of the nobles were hanged, but this guy was lucky. He was only sentenced to confiscation of his property and equally distributed to the victims. "I can understand your request. Private property cannot be plundered," Garcia pondered for a moment, then slowly said, "but the specific amount is difficult to define. How about this? If you can provide financial statements for the past 5 years, I can take a part of the seized property as compensation. But, the mob looted my house, I'm afraid these records, then I can only according to the published notice, according to the standard of the title of nobility." Garcia interrupted, "Look around you, they are all nobles who have been looted. If I give you more, the others will get less. What do you think?" "That's right, who knows if the number you reported is true or not. Why are you still so long-winded, Sir Halon? Those golden dragon don't belong to you. It's good enough that you have a share. Look at your accomplices. They can only go to the divine kingdom to ask for compensation." Seeing that the surrounding nobles were glaring at him, he had no choice but to bow and salute timidly. "Then we'll distribute them according to your standard." "Thank you for your kindness, Your Majesty." "Very good." Garcia smiled. "Next." "Greetings, Your Majesty." A white-haired old man walked out of the crowd and put his hand on his chest respectfully. The silver heron emblem on his chest was shining brightly. "Marquis Board, I remember that your territory was not attacked by the church's thugs." "Yes," he nodded. "It's not that they don't want to, but they can't. The snow ridge is easy to defend and hard to attack. My knight blocked the thugs' invasion. However, my son wasn't so lucky. On the day of the riot, he was on duty in the palace. In order to protect the former queen, not only was he killed by the believers, but his corpse was also hung on the city gate. It was only when you arrived at the kingdom of Everwinter that he was freed from his humiliation." "What a tragic story." Garcia pretended to be sad and sighed. "So, what do you need me to do?" "The person who killed him is called the Butcher. Now, he has become the leader of the remaining rebels. They are hiding in the impassable mountain range in the north. I want to avenge my son," the Marquis calmly stated. "But I don't have many troops under me. Apart from patrolling, guarding the city wall and the granary, it's difficult for me to spare manpower to search for hundreds of exiled thugs in the wilderness." She shook her head and expressed her regret. "Once winter comes, the mountains will be blocked by snow. They won't get any supplies and will freeze to death sooner or later. Why are you in such a hurry?" "Only by killing the murderers can I find peace, Your Majesty. I don't need to trouble you to send warriors to search for the rebels. There are many natural caves at the foot of the mountain. They must be hiding there. However, most of the entrances to the caves are very narrow. If they are blocked with stones, even a knight would find it difficult to break in. I hope you can provide me with the kind of alchemy item that can blow up the city gate. I will do the rest myself." He wanted snow powder. Garcia frowned. Snow powder was very powerful, and it was a trump card that could change the situation of a battle. She could never let it spread out. She was just about to refuse when the Marquis continued, "If you can agree to my request, I am willing to return to the palace and serve you. The Silver Heron family will also fully support you in taking over the kingdom of Everwinter." This sentence made Garcia slightly stunned. When the church executed the queen, they also killed a group of important ministers. Marquis Bod was quite famous here. If he could become the prime minister and gather the rest of the nobles, to a certain extent, it could make up for the difficult administrative situation. This request is not too much, she thought for a moment and finally made a decision. But I can't give you the alchemy powder directly. When you need it, I will send a special alchemist to help you blow up the cave. After the end of the court meeting, Garcia returned to the back room. Ryan came to greet her and handed her a cup of hot fruit wine. You have worked hard, Your Majesty. Those nobles have really turned to you. In this way, even if you don't rely on the Wolf King, you can still slowly swallow the whole kingdom of Everwinter. If there is no church, the queen shrugged. The church's action of depriving the nobles of their inheritance had pushed them all to her side. With the support of this group of people, coupled with a substantial weakening of the real power in the past, it would not be difficult for her to gain a foothold in King's City. However, there was still a long way to go before she wanted to control the kingdom of Everwinter. The people here were greatly influenced by the church. The Black Sail warriors she had sent to sweep the churches in several other big cities were attacked by civilians and believers. Therefore, forming an alliance with the Kingdom of Wolfheart was extremely important. Not only could they resist the church together, but they could also weaken the influence of the church by sending people. As for those stubborn commoners, he would just kill them all. That's right, the Wolf King just sent a messenger to deliver a letter to you. Ryan took out an envelope from his bosom. Because you were dealing with government affairs at the time, I did not want to disturb you. Garcia opened the envelope, took out the letter and opened it. Her expression became dignified. Is it bad news? The church has once again sent troops, she said in a low voice. They are setting off by land towards the Wolfheart city, and have already broken through several temporary lines of defense. What? Ryan couldn't believe it. The months of the demons is coming. Do they intend to ignore the new holy city? Garcia sat back at her desk, frowning in thought. The church would never let this matter go, but she didn't expect that the other side would come so soon. If she had waited until next spring to start the war, she would have been much more prepared. The enemy clearly didn't want to give her a chance to breathe. If she just sat back and ignored the Wolf King's request for help, once the kingdom of Wolfheart was destroyed, she wouldn't be able to hold on for long. However, this was also an opportunity. If she could exhaust the church's army to death in the Wolfheart city, when the demonic beasts invaded Hermes, the enemy would face a disaster of destruction. Perhaps they would send more God's punishment army, but she also had a powerful weapon like snow powder, coupled with the difficult-to-extinguish Styx River black water, the demonic fire powder, as well as the towering walls of the Wolfheart city. She would certainly be able to consume a lot of the enemy's strength. Thinking until here, Garcia opened her mouth. Pass my order, let the Black Sail warriors prepare for battle. This year we will spend the winter in the Wolfheart city. Yes, your support is my greatest motivation. After nearly a week of assembly and testing, Roland and Anna together completed the development of the contact fuse for the bomb. Compared to the fuse for artillery shells, it did not need to withstand high temperature and pressure, nor did it have the high G overload when it left the chamber, so its structure was exceptionally simple. But even with such a thing made of a firing pin and a spring, the two of them still tested it many times before they succeeded. The main problem was that no one knew how much elasticity the spring needed in order to not misfire when it was accidentally dropped, and when it was thrown normally, they also had to ensure that the firing pin could steadily trigger the primer. He and Anna could only test it little by changing the thickness and hardness of the spring. Fortunately, the latter and Lucia had done a lot of work in advance, so Roland could use more and more high-quality materials. The last to pass the test was alloy 1365, which had high hardness and low toughness, so even if the bomb fell from a height of 1 meter, it would not be compressed to the bottom. After choosing a suitable spring, the rest came naturally. Even if Roland had never seen a real fuse, he could still design one based on its working principle. It was definitely backward, but for a stupid, black, and thick bomb, it was enough. The finished version of the contact fuse was like a cylinder, 12 centimeters long and about 5 centimeters in diameter, with a screw thread at the bottom, which could be screwed into the hole at the top of the bomb. Its interior was a convex groove, and the firing pin was similar, so it could be inserted into the groove. Under normal conditions, its upper part was pushed against the groove by the spring, and the firing pin fell into the groove, exactly 1 finger's distance from the primer. To be safe, Roland also made a hole in the head of the firing pin, and used a bolt to fix it on the cartridge case. Before throwing the bomb, the iron rod had to be pulled out first, so that the firing pin could move up and down. The simulation test was carried out on a sunny afternoon. Because this bomb, after being filled with gravel and black gunpowder, was already close to the weight of 5 Nightingale, Roland did not board the hot air balloon, but instead watched it from a telescope 300 meters away from the dropping site. In addition to him, the First Army's commander Iron Axe and Chief Knight Carter Lannis were also watching the test. "Are you planning to use a hot air balloon to throw a giant bag of explosives into the palace?" After listening to Roland's battle plan, Carter could not believe his ears. Launching an attack from an altitude of 2,000 meters, ignoring the city wall and the garrison forces, this completely subverted his previous combat philosophy. Of course, during this year in Border Town, he had already been subverted many times. "As long as it's properly controlled, it's not impossible to achieve," Roland nodded. "Timothy is currently recruiting new militias. If we can't stop him, the Western Territory will inevitably be attacked by Yao army. Even if we win, it won't bring us the slightest benefit." The secret letter sent by Theo showed that Timothy still wanted to use the same old trick to consume his own strength. It was unknown whether the team of emissaries sent by Berev would be able to catch up with the other side and draw more people to Border Town. "If you can really cast the wrath of heaven's thunder on Timothy's head, he will definitely be scared out of his wits," Iron Axe said excitedly. "This is simply an irresistible heaven's punishment." "I hope so," Roland smiled. Although Theo had mentioned in the letter that Timothy was likely to have already figured out the formula for the black gunpowder and opened a workshop in the inner city in an attempt to mass-produce this dangerous substance, but after thinking it over, he still chose the top of the palace as the target. The reason was very simple, because the palace was sufficiently eye-catching. Looking down from an altitude of 2,000 meters, even the most magnificent city of Greycastle was only the size of half a palm, so when throwing the bomb, it was necessary to find a good landing point in advance. The palace was in the center of the inner city, surrounded by a red-tiled wall, and the roof of the palace was paved with pure white slabs. During the fall, it looked particularly eye-catching, and it was almost impossible to mistake the target. But the workshop was different. He didn't have the layout of King's City, and there was no one on the ground to guide him, so it was difficult to clearly describe the target's location with words. In addition, the workshop itself was not large. Once the bomb fell into the residential area, the gains of this plan would not make up for the losses. Suddenly, a white shadow fell straight to the ground, causing a column of smoke to rise in the test field, followed by a dull thud. "It seems that the bomb has fallen." Roland put away the telescope. "Let's go and see the result." After a week of training, Lightning's bomb-throwing technique had made great progress. This bomb fell less than 5 meters away from the center of the target. The whole body of the bomb had sunk into the soil, and the outer shell had been greatly deformed under the impact. When Cloud Gazer landed, Anna used her black flame to cut open the bomb, and everyone saw that the soil near the fuse had already become a mass of charred black, which proved that the high temperature of the primer had ignited the black gunpowder scattered on the surface of the soil, and the fuse itself was working normally. If the inside of the bomb was filled with nitrostarch, it could easily create a 4 to 6 meter deep pit, and kill and injure the people within a range of 50 meters who had no shelter. Since the development of the bomb had been completed, the next step was to arrange the battle plan. Roland's gaze swept over everyone, and slowly said, "The surprise attack on King's City will be carried out next Monday. First of all, Iron Axe, you will lead a team of 50 people with flintlocks, and escort the witches to the outskirts of Silver City. There is a mountainous area there, which can block the view, so whether it is to set up a camp or to release a balloon, it will be very suitable." "As you bid, Your Highness," Iron Axe replied. "Are we not going to fly directly from Border Town?" Bendy asked. "No, that is too far." Roland shook his head. "From the western region to King's City it would take at least a week. If they were to use Cloud Gazer to fly directly, it would still take about 3 days, including the return journey. It would take 6 days. After the basket was installed with a throwing frame, it could only carry 2 people, so Nightingale couldn't go with them. Among the 4 witches, except for Anna, none of them had the ability to fight, so spending 6 nights in the wilderness was too risky. He really couldn't rest assured. If you set off from Silver City, you will only need 1 day to complete the bombing and return before the sun sets. Next is the witches. This time the mission members are Anna, Vendi, Lightning, Maggie, Nightingale and Sylvie. The latter 2 are responsible for monitoring the situation around the camp. the attack process will be carried out by the first 4 according to the training methods, especially lightning. He looked at the little girl. Whether we can succeed or not depends on you. Leave it to me, the latter said, patting her chest. Then the last thing I want to say is, pay attention to your safety, Roland said word by word. I will wait for your return in Border Town. May did not expect that her heart would be full of expectations when she once again embarked on the return journey to Border Town. The woods along the Redwater River had begun to turn yellow, and the breeze blowing in her face brought a trace of coolness. The shimmering river water rolled under her feet, and from time to time, she could see fallen leaves sliding over the side of the boat. Without the anxiety and uneasiness from last time, the surrounding autumn scenery became poetic and picturesque. Miss May, a reverent voice came from behind her. Your performance of The Witch's Diary, was it really written by His Royal Highness himself for you? May turned around and saw a group of actresses gathering around her. The one in the lead was nervously looking at her. She remembered that her name seemed to be Swallow. Sorry, Irene waved at her from the bow of the boat and said loudly with a smile, I can't answer their question, so I had to let them ask you. This idiot. May secretly rolled her eyes. If it was before, she would have just sneered at them. Probably because she had been with Irene for a long time, her patience had unexpectedly grown. It wasn't written by His Royal Highness for me, but by the Minister of Education of City Hall, Lady Scroll, for the witches. Is that so? Swallow blinked her eyes. When you argued with Bella, we all thought it was true. Written by His Royal Highness himself and written by His Royal Highness himself for me, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. In the end, how did these people hear the first half of the sentence as the second half? But the writing of the script and the performance of the play have been approved by His Royal Highness, so Bella laughing at the script is indeed equivalent to laughing at His Royal Highness himself. I didn't lie to her about this. Have you seen His Royal Highness? I heard that he has the signature long gray hair of the royal family, and that he is extraordinarily handsome. Is that true? I also heard that he has a romantic nature and has many lovers. Hey, it's true. Looking at this group of lively little girls, May could not help but frown. Damn it, I shouldn't have responded to their curiosity. Alright, don't bother Miss May. Rosea stepped forward and shooed them away, showing an apologetic look towards May. It doesn't matter. She shrugged and continued to enjoy the scenery along the coast. After all, I brought this trouble upon myself. I don't understand, Rosea said, scratching her head. Why did you take them with you when you left? Out of 35 of them, only 2 of them have ever gone on stage, while the other 26 haven't even finished all of their drama classes. According to what you said before, they can't even be considered as fledglings, they are still in their eggshells and haven't hatched yet. Even if the Lord doesn't have high requirements for drama, I'm afraid it will still be difficult for His Royal Highness to accept them. If you want to take revenge on Bella, you should also rope in the experienced supporting actors. I don't plan on having all of them act. Ah? The other party was stunned. They can all understand the script, right? May smiled. Although they are still a long way from performing on stage, they can at least read and write. Haven't you noticed that His Royal Highness is currently in need of such talents? She paused for a moment. Do you think that His Royal Highness Roland Wimbledon really wants us to perform because of his love for drama? If it's Lord Perot, then the answer must be yes. Before he took over Longsong Stronghold, he already had the habit of visiting the theater once a week. But for His Royal Highness Roland, except for the first performance of the new play, he won't appear in the town square. Therefore, his promotion of drama is not because of his own preferences, but because he intends to use drama to promote his views to the public. May continued, compared to the initial emphasis on resistance to oppression and that witches are not evil, the new script, Dawn, and the new city have moved closer to the goal of recruiting people and making a fortune through hard work. I'm just following his wishes and doing my best. So that's how it is. I never thought about this, Rosea said, speechless. Pondering over a script, in addition to thinking about the role, you also have to try your best to understand the meaning of the whole story. This is also the quality that an excellent actor must have. Yes, thank you for your guidance, she bowed and said. Don't worry, May raised the corner of her mouth. If you don't want to act, you can also find a good job in Border Town. Maybe you can even enter the city hall and become an administrative officer. After all, His Royal Highness doesn't care about identity, nor does he care about family background. This road is much easier than being an actor. After the ship arrived in border town, May saw Phil and Eltek standing at the dock to welcome them. Of course, he came for Irene. Seeing the girl rushing into his arms, she sighed softly. Isn't that man the light of dawn? So he wasn't sentenced to exile by His Royal Highness. The first knight of the Western region, that's great, Swallow said enviously. I thought he would be with the star of the theater. What nonsense are you talking about? May's cold voice made everyone immediately shut up. Quickly take your luggage and get off the ship. Gate and Rosia will take you to the city hall to register your identity. As for the rest, just listen to their arrangements. Yes, everyone replied respectfully. Walking down the dock, Philin came over with his wife and greeted her with a hand on his chest. Miss May, Irene just told me about the conflict in the theater. Thank you for taking care of her. You don't have to thank me, May said disapprovingly. They seem to be looking for trouble with her, but in fact, they came for me. Even so, I still want to thank you, the knight laughed heartily. If it weren't for you, she would have cried on the spot. After the two left, May curled her lips, carried her luggage alone, and walked to the residential area. Although she had let go of this feeling, seeing this scene still made her feel a little emotional. Moreover, the familiar figure did not appear, but in the letter he vowed to give her a surprise. Well, after all, he is an important person around His Royal Highness, and it is impossible for him to act as he pleased like the light of dawn. Back home, May put down her luggage, and a long-lost sense of relaxation came over her. She took a long breath, took out the white wine from the cupboard, and was about to drink a cup, when someone knocked on the door. Opening the door, she saw Carter Lana standing outside. I didn't expect you to arrive half an hour early, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. I heard that the ship from Longsong Stronghold had arrived, so I rushed over from the barracks. She did not know why, although she did not see him at the dock, and obviously did not receive her. Seeing his appearance made May's mood instantly happy. Do you want to have a drink? No, I have a task in the afternoon, Carter waved his hand. Well, she nodded, His Royal Highness's task is more important. I came to give you a gift. The chief knight took out a small white wooden box from his pocket and handed it to her. Is this the latest product from the convenience market? May curiously took the wooden box, opened the lid, and saw a yellow ring quietly standing at the bottom of the box. The top of the ring was inlaid with a bright transparent gem, reflecting the autumn sunlight through the window with a colorful light. There was no doubt that this ring was very expensive, and was unlikely to be sold in the convenience market. Moreover, a noble giving a ring meant that she could not help but cover her mouth. It had been 4 days since the witches and the first army set out. According to the plan, they should arrive at the outskirts of Silver City tomorrow afternoon. After being equipped with Honey's flying messenger, Roland received letters from the team every day, from Iron X, Anna, and Nightingale. Although it wasn't as fast as a mobile phone, it was basically similar to a wireless telegraph. If there were several times more flying messengers on this route, and there were birds flying back and forth between the two places at all times, they might be able to simulate the effect of a text message chat. In the absence of Nightingale, the chief knight took over the important task of guarding the castle. But what puzzled Roland was that these days, Carter always had a cheerful appearance, as if he had encountered something particularly happy. Was it really so happy to be back to his job and be responsible for the personal guard? He shook his head and focused his attention on the report of the Minister of Construction, Car Van Bate. With the help of the Sleeping Island witches, the construction project in Border Town had progressed at a rapid pace in the past month. First of all, the steel bridge over the Redwater River was successfully completed. Compared to the traditional stone bridge and wooden bridge, the steel bridge body could be made in advance, and then hoisted as a whole. In addition, Lotus had raised 2 floating islands in the river, which further simplified the difficulty of its construction, so that the main bridge construction period was shortened to an astonishing 1 month. Although in the eyes of future generations, it was short and narrow, the structure was too simple, the load was extremely low, and it was a pure waste of materials, but in this era, it could already be regarded as a magnificent super bridge, with a total length of more than 100 meters, and the bridge deck was flat enough for 2 carriages to pass side by side, and the lower part could also accommodate the passage of inland river sailboats, no matter which point it was not possible for. the heavy stone bridge to achieve. Secondly, Lotus's new city wall had also been completed. This wall made of pure mud had increased the area of the town by more than 2 times. If the city was to be built in the future, the original town would become a veritable inner city. However, Roland was more inclined to the idea of 1 or 2 rings. Perhaps one day in the future, this place could also be expanded into a giant city with 7 rings, officially crowned as the imperial capital. Finally, there was the construction of the Kingdom Main Road. Some of the mountain feet that extended down the impassable mountain range were leveled by the Lotus, allowing the road to go straight through, greatly reducing the total construction period. Your Highness, what's the next step of the construction plan that you've arranged for Lotus? Carr asked after reporting the progress of the various projects. It could be seen that he was full of envy for her ability to transform the terrain. He almost asked her to be included in the Ministry of Construction and appointed as the deputy minister. Roland was also thinking about this problem. He still had 3 major renovation projects waiting to be implemented. The first was the estuary project, to find a low gap in the mountain area at the southern end, and then settle it into a road that could go in and out of the shoal. This could only be achieved by relying on Lotus's ability. Once the transformation was completed, the western region would have a harbor facing the sea. The second was residential expansion. Although the City Hall had invested a lot of manpower and financial resources to speed up the construction of residential areas, there might still be nearly 3,000 people who would not be able to live in warm brick houses during winter. The current wooden sheds and simple dwellings were simply unable to meet the needs of keeping out the cold. Therefore, he needed a batch of cave houses with thick walls and fireplaces to solve this problem. The last point was the construction of a dock. If he wanted to produce shallow water heavy gunboats, he must first lay out a spacious dock, and at the same time, it must not affect the passage of the Redwater River. Roland intended to lower the height of the river embankment on the west side of the town, forming a dry dock, and then install a lift gate on the side near the Redwater River to control the water retention and discharge. The scale of the project was huge, and he also had to rely on Lotus's ability to complete it. After considering for a moment, he finally decided to put the residential expansion as the first priority. Since he had brought the refugees from the eastern region to border town, he had to be responsible for their food, clothing, housing, and transportation. If they froze or starved to death, not only would it be a loss for the western region, but it would also reduce their sense of belonging. So where should this temporary residence be built? Carr then asked. It will be built in the current slum area. Roland glanced at the map and said, it will be far from the city wall's defensive line, and it will be sheltered from the wind by the impassable mountain range. After the Minister of Construction left, he was just about to lean back in his chair and take a nap, when Xianxia came to find him. Your Royal Highness, I have successfully developed the large-scale acid production method you requested. This sentence immediately dispelled Roland's tiredness. He was pleasantly surprised and stood up from the table. Really? Quickly take me to see it. The group arrived at the laboratory on the bank of the Redwater River, and saw that next to the 5th laboratory there were several grayish-white jars and a furnace. Each jar was about the height of 2 people, and the top was connected to a pipe. The neat and smooth shape was obviously cut by Anna. Salute to you, Your Royal Highness, a seemingly very young man bowed to Roland. You are Chavez, right? Although he had already known that Kyle had dug out a group of alchemy apprentices from Redwater City, and had even roped in an outstanding alchemist, today was the first time he had seen his appearance. You unexpectedly remember my name, Chavez said in surprise. Mr. Kyle has mentioned you many times. Roland patted his shoulder to show encouragement. Do a good job. Then he looked at the chief alchemist. How does this thing produce acid? Kyle stroked his beard and laughed. It can be successfully developed, completely according to the derivation of the reaction formula of elementary chemistry. You see that furnace? The purified sulfur will be burned in the furnace, the resulting gas will be further heated, and then sent into the lead jar. These devices are all made of lead. Yes, only lead can resist the corrosion of acid. Kyle nodded. The lead pipe at the top of the jar is constantly sprinkled with nitric acid. Under the hot sulfur dioxide gas, the nitric acid is heated and decomposed into nitrogen oxide, and finally mixed with water and sulfur dioxide to form a sulfuric acid solution, which flows out of the hole at the bottom. The ingenuity of this reaction lies in the fact that the nitrogen oxide only plays the role of transferring oxygen, and does not consume itself, so the amount of nitric acid used is not large. Once the reaction starts, it can be continuously carried out. What is its output? Roland excitedly asked while patting the lead jar. Large-scale production of acid was the prerequisite for the mass production of smokeless gunpowder. If this problem could be solved, there would be hope for a new generation of ammunition for flintlocks and cannons. This is the fourth device I have tried to make, and its output in one day is probably equal to that of the laboratory's dry distillation method in a week. The chief alchemist proudly said, because of the experimental factors, its volume is not large. If we can build a larger capacity of lead jar, the output can be further increased. This is really good news, Roland said with a smile. When Miss Anna returns, you can immediately start building a larger scale acid device. In addition, if the lead is not enough, you can use iron instead. Miss Soroya's coating can make the iron free from acid corrosion. Kyle nodded, but his next words made the prince's smile freeze on his face. Scroll stood behind His Highness Roland, quietly watching him write the manuscript. The autumn sun shone through the window behind her, making her feel as if her whole body was bathed in warmth. In addition to electronic gains and losses, what else is there? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. From time to time, the prince would write on the paper, and then he would hold his forehead in contemplation, and would also say some incomprehensible nonsense. At first, Scroll was still somewhat worried about his physical condition, but later she found out that this was just His Highness's normal state when he was recalling knowledge. But today's symptoms were more serious than ever. Unfortunately, she couldn't help him. Scroll sighed. Among the witches, perhaps only Anna could help him in this aspect. She had already memorized the contents of the previous few pages written by His Highness, but it was just memorization, nothing more. This knowledge was much more profound than the mathematics and natural principles of the past. Just reading it once was enough to make people dizzy. It was no wonder that His Highness would be so embarrassed. How about, we stop here for today, Scroll couldn't help but say. Roland gave up and put down the pen, leaned back on the chair and took a deep breath. I really envy your photographic memory. If I could be like you, why would I be afraid of exams? I would have long been admitted to a famous school and reached the peak of life. She automatically ignored the latter half of the other side's nonsense. Does His Highness also need to take an exam in the palace? Yes, otherwise how can we distinguish which prince is better, he muttered. In fact, sometimes it's not good to remember everything, Scroll said with a smile. For example, bad experiences, sad things, it's better to forget them. When she was in Xianxia, because of her poor identity, she had suffered countless insults and beatings. Until now, she still clearly remembered the place where she was hit, the perpetrator's twisted face to vent his anger, and the pain caused by every punch and kick. It wasn't until she was sheltered by the old captain with a broken leg that her life became slightly better. In fact, in a place like the slums, there were people who died every day because of internal robberies and fights, and it was no less than those who died of cold or hunger. For a long time, she had been extremely disgusted with herself. Why all the suffering was still vivid in her mind. Because the scene in the memory was too clear, every nightmare in the middle of the night was almost repeating the unbearable past. Later, on the day of her adulthood, she awakened the branch ability book of magic. Only then did she realize that her extraordinary memory came from her identity as a witch. Roland probably guessed what she was thinking and smiled apologetically. You're right. Scroll immediately felt a warm current flowing through her heart. Very few people would care about a witch's opinion, not to mention that she was a prominent member of the royal family. It doesn't matter. It's all in the past, Your Highness. Roland Wimbledon was different from the nobles she had met. In fact, he was completely different from the people she had met. He had vast knowledge, but he always wanted to pass it on to others. He had a noble status, but he didn't reject others. He enjoyed the adoration of others, so he could do whatever he wanted. However, not only did he not do so, but he also took care of others' feelings. In just 1 year, a desolate and impoverished town had undergone earth-shaking changes. The witches had also obtained the peace and freedom they had longed for a long time, all thanks to His Royal Highness Roland. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she wouldn't have believed that there was such a ruler in the world. Now, Scroll found that her own thoughts were changing little by little. Before, she didn't agree with His Royal Highness marrying a witch, but now she felt that no matter who His Royal Highness married, he would ascend to the throne of Grey Castle. He didn't rely on those conventional and greedy nobles, but on the people who supported him to bring a better life. She vaguely felt that this force would be stronger than any previous force. Ah, forget it, Roland suddenly rubbed his head. This is the last page of content. Should I record it tomorrow? No, just give it to him like this. Also, include a physics textbook, it should be enough for him to study for a while. His Royal Highness took out a new piece of paper and quickly wrote a few big words. After all, it's a book from the ancient times, it's normal to be missing more than half of it, right? Scroll took the paper and saw the name of the book written on it, Intermediate Chemistry. After finishing the memorization work, she left the office and was ready to go to the city hall. The beautiful scenery of the backyard attracted her attention. With the completion of the castle wall expansion, the backyard was now almost the size of a small town square. In less than a week, it was full of all kinds of plants. There was no doubt that this must be the masterpiece of Leaf. Scroll followed the olive tree path and walked step by step into the depths of the garden. After passing through a row of dense sugarcane fields, she saw Leaf sitting next to a small pond, resting. She did not wear her usual braids. Instead, her long green hair was casually draped over her shoulders. Her pure white feet gently splashed the water, and she was holding pieces of wheat in her hands. From time to time, she would throw them to the schools of fish that were swimming around. Every time a fish came up to rub against her toes, Leaf couldn't help but chuckle. Your foot is better, Scroll sat down beside her. Ah, Teacher Scroll, she blinked, then nodded and smiled. Yes, Miss Nana restored it to its original state, so that I don't have to endure the pain of my toes in winter. Are the plants in the garden all improved by you? Yes, Leaf pointed happily. Over there are the grape sheds, and over here are the fruit trees and crops. I also asked His Highness to send a batch of compost, just in time to test the absorption effect of the new crops. In addition, there are dozens of bird nests in the fruit tree area, and all the flying messengers raised by honey are sleeping on the trees. Scroll lovingly stroked her long hair. I thought you would be the first witch in the Witch Cooperation Association to evolve. After all, when you were in the impassable mountain range, your ability was no less than Kara's. His Highness said that evolution comes from the understanding of one's own ability. Plant cells are indeed incredible, but I have long felt that they should be a whole. You see, when a bundle of grass is condensed into a ball, it can change into a flexible vine. If they are different, how can they fuse together? Scroll opened her mouth, not knowing whether to comfort her or to agree with her words. Finally, she said, even if your ability doesn't evolve, you can still do a lot of things for His Highness, Reeks. The hot air balloon was flying at an altitude of more than 2,000 meters. This was the distance lightning measured by flying vertically. As long as she raised her head, she could see the clouds close at hand, like a ball of loose cotton. However, if she wanted to really touch it, she would have to fly several hundred meters higher. The whole hot air balloon was painted with alternating blue and white patches, and from a distance, it looked exactly the same as the sky. She had also put on camouflage clothes, and even the east wind number 1 was the same. According to His Highness's request, this surprise attack must be sudden and covert, so the First Army had not yet arrived at Silver City's pier when they disembarked, and walked to the back of the nearby mountain. Under the supervision of Sylvie, the team's route avoided all eyes, and from beginning to end did not attract anyone's attention. After the camp was set up, the cloud gazer slowly lifted off the next day, and began to carry out the dropping mission. Counting the time spent on the road for a week, today was the beginning of the autumn. The white shadow flying in front of the hot air balloon was Maggie. Because it was inconvenient to observe from the basket, she took on the task of guiding and scouting. After transforming into a white-tailed goshawk, even if she was high up in the sky, she could still quickly distinguish the road connecting the town and the carriages running on the road. In this regard, the eagle's eye was much more useful than the telescope. Fortunately, the other side can't correct the landing point of the bomb, Lightning thought, otherwise I really would have nothing to do. Are you tired? Anna asked while lying on the side of the basket. Come in and rest, there won't be any demons here anyway. The little girl shook her head. At this speed, I can fly for a whole day. Are you a little nervous? Dendi also came over. Not at all, she curled her lips. I have practiced many times, and besides, the palace is so big, it's impossible to miss. Is that so? Dendi smiled. In any case, don't try to be brave. His Highness said that safety is the first priority. Moreover, what happened when we went to investigate the Devil's Town was not your fault. What, the other party said in a gentle tone, anyone can see that you've been depressed these days. However, it's not that you're afraid of fighting, it's just that you're not good at it. If it were me, I might not be able to do better than you. Indeed, Nightingale has the reflexes and skills that most witches don't have. Anna also comforted him. You should come in and rest for a while, it will take a lot of magic power to adjust the falling point of the bomb. Seeing that both of them said so, Lightning answered softly through her nose and flew into the basket with her head down. Before he landed, he was pulled into Vendi's arms. No one will blame you, so you don't have to blame yourself, understand? N. After a morning's flight, Maggie flapped her wings and returned to Cloud Gazer, reporting to the three witches, Grey Castle King City is just ahead, we're almost there. Lightning flew out of the basket and raised the telescope. Just as His Highness Roland had said, King City's magnificent walls could be clearly seen even in the sky. It was like a thin cyan line, crookedly outlining the scope of the city. In the center of the gray color, the fingernail-sized white spots were particularly eye-catching. According to the plan, they should first drop leaflets, and then drop Easterly No. 1. However, after several tests, they discovered that it was impossible to control the direction of the falling paper at an altitude of 2 kilometers, even if a heavy object was added. If they dropped it at a lower altitude, it would be easy for them to find the target. After all, Cloud Gazer was huge, plus there were constantly papers falling from the sky. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, it would be very difficult to hide. Yu too, therefore, His Royal Highness finally cancelled the leaflet part, and instead handed it over to Theo to spread the news. They only needed to drop the bomb above the palace. Dendi manipulated the airflow, so that the basket was firmly suspended above King City. Are you ready? Pull up the valve, Lightning nodded. Then she only heard a buzzing sound, and the heavy bomb had already left the basket, falling straight down. Due to the sudden decrease in weight, the hot air balloon suddenly rose up a bit. Regarding the next steps, she was already familiar with them. Under the effect of the airflow, the parachute at the end of Easterly No. 1's tail was opened, and Lightning quickly caught up with the bomb, starting to correct its trajectory little by little. King City was no stranger to the witches of the Witch Cooperation Association. During their journey to the barbarian land in search of the Holy Mountain, they had hidden in the city's slums for several months. First, it was to collect food, and second, it was to attract new blood. During this period, Soroya and Echo had joined the Witch Cooperation Association. Although Lightning had never personally experienced this, she had often heard them mention it. Compared to other cities, King City was very strict with the arrest of witches. In the outer city square, witches were executed almost every month. Therefore, the time they stayed here was the shortest, because for every day they stayed, they had to bear the pain of their sister's death. Lightning didn't have any good impression of this bustling capital. If she could throw the bomb at Timothy's head and completely end his rule, she would be very happy to do so. If Roland had been the one to govern the Grey Castle Kingdom, these tragedies wouldn't have happened. She now had a chance to correct her mistakes. UU3, the wind whistled in her ears, and the scene on the ground continued to expand. Little by little, the details of the inner city palace appeared in front of Lightning's eyes. Compared to the low houses that the civilians lived in, the scale of the palace building was much larger. Its main body was composed of a dome, a banquet hall, and a high tower castle. The rest of the auxiliary buildings such as stables, barracks, warehouses, and so on were all available. Taking into account the castle's steep walls and complex roof structure, it wasn't easy to trigger the fuse, so His Royal Highness finally chose the palace hall as the target. With a sharp decline in altitude, the parachute quickly reached the point of release. Lightning pulled the mechanism, allowing the parachute to detach from the body of the bomb, and at the same time, quickly climbed up with it in her arms. Before leaving, His Royal Highness had repeatedly told her that she must rise to a high enough safe position before the bomb hit the ground, and that she must not look back at the explosion. But the little girl still couldn't restrain her curiosity, and couldn't help but lower her head. She saw a dazzling flash of light at the top of the palace hall, and then it rapidly expanded. The incandescent light quickly turned into a bright orange-red, and then disappeared into the rolling smoke. This process lasted less than a breath, and then a deafening explosion suddenly exploded in her ears, almost making her lose her balance. It wasn't that lightning hadn't seen the roar of gunfire on the battlefield, but compared to those terrible weapons that shot iron balls, the sound of Dongfeng No. 1 was 10 times louder than all of them combined. Smoke violently spewed out from the pillars and windows of the palace hall, engulfing the outer courtyard and corridors. Soon, the dome, with the bomb as the center, showed several cracks. Lightning couldn't help but stop, holding her breath as she stared at the last moment of the palace hall. These black lines were like wanton flowing ink, and in an instant, they covered the entire roof, and then the roof was no longer able to support itself, and collapsed with a loud bang, raising an even stronger smoke. Under the amazing power of Dongfeng No. 1, the palace hall collapsed. To be continued. Your support is my greatest motivation. Theo had been in contact with His Royal Highness once a day for the past few days. Although he had seen many incredible things during his year as His Highness' personal guard, the new order still made him feel inconceivable and confused. The attack on the palace in King's City was portrayed as Roland Wimbledon's punishment for Timothy Wimbledon, when the militia that had attacked the Western Territory had been defeated and returned to King's City. It wasn't as if he hadn't heard about the warning that they had carried with them. Theo had thought that this was just a bluff by His Highness, or perhaps a strategy to create a diversion, taking advantage of Timothy's vigilance and defense to send troops to attack other cities, just like what Garcia had done, to loot their opponents before the coming of winter. However, the subsequent orders from Border Town made him feel that something was wrong. It seemed that His Highness really intended to attack King's City, and had asked him to prepare for propaganda. The latest order clearly stated that the attack would be launched on the first day of mid-autumn, which was exactly the same time as the warning. Look at this sentence: exaggerate the attack on King City Palace as punishment. In other words, His Highness will directly attack the inner city of King's City, but how is that possible? King City had the strongest walls of Grey Castle, which were thick enough to accommodate 2 houses side by side. Even His Highness' cannons would find it difficult to destroy them. With the addition of the King's City Knight Regiment, his personal guards, and the conscripted militia, it would be difficult to break into the city without an army of more than 10,000 people. Using witches to launch a surprise attack was also a fantasy. The god stone of retaliation in the palace was as numerous as the hairs on an ox. Moreover, in the main hall, bedroom and other places, there were giant god stone of retaliation. As long as a witch stepped into a room, all of her abilities would be taken away. This was also the reason why no one retaliated when Timothy hunted and killed witches. It was simply impossible to assassinate a member of the royal family in the palace. Moreover, there was a hidden danger in this method. If Timothy Wimbledon really died in the hands of a witch, the church would benefit the most. As long as the church was guided a little, the fourth prince's futile attempt to unite with the devil's minions to seize the throne would become a reality. At the same time, the nobles would unite to resist his power. However, with His Highness Roland's wisdom, Theo believed that he would definitely be able to see this point. Then how is His Highness going to break into the inner city? Sir, what orders do you have for me? Hillfox pushed open the half-closed door and walked into the living room. Waiting for a new order, Theo said, spreading out his hands. You can sit down first. Yes. Seeing the astonished expression on the former acrobatic troupe member's face, Roland could only smile helplessly. Usually, he would only inform these people when he received specific orders, but this time, it was not convenient for him to inform them of the task given by Her Highness in advance. If the palace in King's City had not been attacked, this seemingly absurd order could easily reduce the trust of the other party. But on the contrary, if His Highness really did it, it would be an unprecedented shock to them, and it would also greatly boost the confidence of this group of people, especially when they witnessed with their own eyes that His Highness was able to pose a real threat to Timothy's throne from thousands of miles away. Such a propaganda effect would be more effective than him wasting his breath. So Theo chose a compromise, first calling Hill to the inner city, and then waiting for His Highness to realize his warning. If he succeeded, everyone would naturally be happy, but if he failed, he only needed to lie and say that the messenger might have been delayed on the road. "Drink some tea," Theo said with a smile. "Don't always wear doubts on your face. As an intelligence officer, the most important thing is, hide yourself, sir." He took the teacup. "That's right, recently there have been a lot of patrols on the streets, and even the number of guards on the city wall has doubled. Could it be that these transfers are related to His Highness's orders?" "That's right, Timothy." Theo had just finished speaking when a sudden clap of thunder suddenly rolled over the top of the mansion. The sound was so loud that even the window glass trembled. At the same time, the ground slightly shook, and the tremor was brief but clear. Hill was caught off guard, and the teacup in his hand fell straight to the ground, breaking into several pieces. "I'm sorry, sir, but..." Hill was dumbfounded. What's going on?" "Come with me," Theo said with a serious look. The two of them rushed out of the garden residence, and were immediately attracted by a column of black smoke in the direction of the palace. Obviously, the sound of thunder had come from there. He had seen His Highness's cannons and flintlocks, so he naturally knew that only alchemy powder could produce a sound like the wrath of heaven. Moreover, such a violent tremor didn't seem to be caused by the bombardment, but more like the bag used to deal with the thick-armored demonic beasts. Hill's mouth opened wide, and he could hardly believe his eyes. Could it be that His Highness's declaration in the warning was true? Yes, Theo finally felt relieved. He turned around and pretended to be profound. "This is also the new order that His Highness wants to give you." Timothy's face was livid, and he looked at the falling chandelier in front of him, unable to speak for a long time. "Your Majesty," cough cough. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" The Prime Minister coughed amidst the flying dust. "Damn it, what the hell happened outside?" Timothy didn't answer, he only felt that his throat was very dry. Under the chandelier was a silver-armored knight, who had been reporting to him about the recruitment of refugees, but now his neck had been broken by the falling chandelier. If he had taken another step forward, I'm afraid he would also. At the thought of this, he felt his hair stand on end. "Is this an earthquake?" The Minister of Finance was still in shock. "We have to quickly leave the castle and go to an open place." "That's right, Your Majesty, it's not safe here." "All of you, shut up!" Timothy shouted. Only when he opened his mouth did he realize that his voice was very hoarse, as if someone had squeezed his throat to speak. "Sir Weimer, immediately take me to the basement." "Yes, Your Majesty." Although the Knight Steelheart also looked a little nervous, compared to the other ministers, he was very calm. He came over to help Timothy up and walked downstairs. Along the way, the new king saw that the corridor was full of broken glass, and through the broken window, he saw that the Hall of Heaven on one side of the castle no longer existed. Amidst the rising smoke and dust, this magnificent building now only had a few lonely stone pillars left. This was not caused by an earthquake, but by a large amount of snow powder explosion. Leaving the castle now was undoubtedly suicide. Only God knew whether Roland Wimbledon had buried snow powder in other places. Only the basement with thick stone walls was safe enough. Damn it, Timothy thought bitterly, why does my fourth brother also have this kind of alchemy weapon? Could it be that when Garcia had left the port of Clearwater, she had also given him the recipe, so that he could use the snow powder to fight with her? But even if that was the case, how did he bury the snow powder in the palace? Even a witch with extraordinary abilities would not be able to do this. Take the Knight Regiment and thoroughly search the entire palace area, especially the sewers, gardens, and warehouses, where snow powder can easily be hidden. As soon as he stepped into the basement, Timothy immediately ordered the Knight Steelheart, if you find any suspicious people, whether they are nobles or not, arrest them first. All attendants and servants entering and leaving the palace must be thoroughly searched, no one can escape. Yes, Your Majesty. After Sir Weimer left, the new king found that his back was wet with cold sweat. Roland actually did this, regardless of how he did it, this time he was able to hide snow powder in the palace. Next time, wouldn't it be as easy as turning over his hand to hide it in the castle? Your position is far from as safe as you think. When the time comes, everyone will see that your throne is already on the verge of collapse. Thinking of this warning, Timothy could not help but shiver. When his anger gradually subsided, he felt fear rising from the soles of his feet, bit by bit gripping his heart. On the second day of mid-autumn, Roland received a secret letter from King's City. 9 out of 10 letters were sent by his personal guard, Theo, through a flying courier. Unfolding the note wrapped around the bird's claw, Roland walked to the window and carefully read it under the bright sunshine. Your Highness, your plan has achieved an amazing success. Because the palace was quickly sealed and no one was allowed to enter or leave, I was unable to find out the effect of the explosion. However, by the evening, almost all the residents knew about the attack on the palace. Whether it was in pubs, inns, or squares, wherever people gathered, there was only one topic of discussion. Even the death of the late king did not have such a sensational impact. In addition to the warning you issued before, many people now even think that Timothy has been killed in this attack, and that you will soon come to King's City and become the new ruler of Grey Castle. This content made Roland completely relieved. The bombing mission had been successfully completed, and the witches had safely returned. There was no better news than this. After making himself a cup of tea, he returned to the mahogany table and continued to read. However, according to the information collected so far, there has been no movement in the territories of the great nobles outside King's City, and the reaction of the palace was also very fast. Therefore, I speculate that Timothy Wimbledon is likely still alive. In addition, there are people who swear that the attack came from the sky. Some residents saw a pale white object falling from the sky and falling into the palace at a very fast speed. Therefore, I already have a preliminary plan for the task you gave me. If we can exaggerate this matter as a punishment from heaven for the atrocities of the fake king, I think many people will believe it. The people I recruited are full of enthusiasm. Usually, they have collected a lot of information about Timothy's tyrannical behavior. Now that they are mixed together, I think it will be more effective. I believe that in less than a month, this news will spread to the ears of every citizen through the Blackstreet Rats. In addition, I will continue to closely monitor the movements of the eastern suburbs barracks. However, according to the current situation, Timothy should have no time to care about other things before he can come up with a countermeasure to resist the attack. There was no signature at the end of the letter. After reading it, Roland folded the letter and put it in a drawer, then he let out a long sigh. It would be great if Easterly Wind No. 1 could really prevent Timothy from dispatching troops. After all, it was too much of a waste to waste a large number of people on potions in battle. The later the enemy started a war of attrition, the more opportunities he would have to win over people. Roland picked up the cup and took a sip of the fragrant black tea. What he needed to do next was to wait for the witches to return. He hadn't seen Anna for a few days, and no one had stolen the dried fish from his drawer. He felt a little uncomfortable. Just then, Carter pushed open the office door. Your Highness, 2 fleets have arrived at the pier. Has the Marjorie Chamber of Commerce arrived? Considering the time spent on the road, she missed a good show. Wait. Roland was slightly stunned. There's another fleet? Yes, Carter said with a smile, the emissary delegation you sent to the Southern Territory to recruit people has returned. The refugees they brought with them have almost filled up the docks. City Hall is following your plan and carrying out that quarantine work. Yes, it's to eliminate the possible existence of demonic plague. The chief knight coughed twice. This batch has about 400 or 500 people. Is that so? Roland couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. He had just been talking about this matter, and now it was effective. It seemed that the temporary housing that Lotus was responsible for would have to be increased. Let's go and see. Kalsichi put down the thin remnant of the book and kept repeating the same sentence, so that's how it is. Mentor? Chavez asked with some concern. Since he had received this intermediate chemistry, Kyle hadn't slept for 2 days. He almost spent the whole night reading the entire ancient book. He had also glanced at it a few times, but the content was too profound and difficult to understand. I'm fine, the chief alchemist's voice didn't sound tired at all. Instead, he was full of energy. Although the corners of his eyes had dirt, his eyes were bright and full of expression. He didn't look like someone who had stayed up all night. When a mentor was studying alchemy, he couldn't easily disturb him. This was a rule that a disciple should abide by. Until now, Chavez dared to open his mouth and ask, this book. I don't understand. What is an atom, and what is an electron? You are already a qualified alchemist, so you don't need to call yourself a disciple. According to His Highness, we are now colleagues. Kyle paused. As for your question, I don't know how to answer it. In fact, when His Highness Roland gave me the intermediate chemistry, he also included this book. Chavez looked at the other book on the table. On the cover was written the words Theoretical Basis of Natural Science. Sichi. Sir, he was not used to this title. It seems to have nothing to do with alchemy, no, chemistry. I originally thought so, Kyle said while stroking his beard. But after flipping through a few pages, I realized that I actually know nothing about this world. What? Chavez stared blankly. Know nothing? Alchemists study the composition of objects and the nature of elements. If even they know nothing about it, then what difference is there between other people and monkeys? I mean the concept. The voice of the chief alchemist was full of excitement and satisfaction. We think that alchemy is alchemy, that it is the study of material knowledge. The rising and setting of the sun, the blooming and withering of flowers, none of this has anything to do with us. Isn't that the case? The observation of the sun and the stars is what astrologers are good at. As for plants, Chavez said with slight disdain, only farmers and herb gatherers would study them. That's why we know nothing, Kyle said while shaking his head. From the very beginning, this book tries to link all things together. Whether it's stones, flowers, thunder, or flames, they are all made up of unified things and operate under unified rules. Not only does chemistry react according to the rules, even the rising and falling of the sun, the blooming and withering of flowers are the same. This rule is so precise that as long as the starting conditions are the same, the results will be exactly the same. Chemistry is only a small part of it. How is this possible? I also think it's hard to imagine. He spread out the periodic table of elements. In intermediate chemistry, it defines the shape of the elements as a big ball surrounded by many small balls. The big ball determines what kind of element it is, and the number of layers and numbers of the small balls determine the characteristics of the element. And this list is arranged according to this rule. They are as neat as a line of soldiers. I also completely understand His Highness's meaning, why we have never seen or come into contact with this element, but we can also infer its nature and reaction mechanism. Because even the fundamental reaction is also the gain and loss of the small balls, it simply doesn't involve the change of the big ball. This is also the reason why the elements in the reaction won't disappear, only transfer. Chavez pondered for a moment. Do you believe it? These theories are too vague, and can't be verified with the naked eye, so, how did the people who wrote the books know about them? I don't know, so I can't answer your previous question, Kyle smiled, but it's not important whether I believe it or not. The key is that it provides a perspective that I have never imagined. It allows me to see another door, and the door is not only engraved with chemistry. Speaking until here, his tone slightly paused. Unfortunately, His Highness wasn't able to record it all. He may not be able to understand what he missed. Chavez didn't understand what Kyle had said. Just like when he first became an apprentice, the alchemist's terminology was like another language to him. Now, he once again had this feeling. But he wasn't worried. As long as he stayed by his mentor's side, he would certainly be able to learn these so-called inner connections of all things. Compared to the chief alchemist, the one thing he didn't lack the most was time. After a moment of silence, Chavez opened his mouth to ask, but, why did His Highness distribute these books, with different colors of names? The chief alchemist let out an huff sound. I actually overlooked it. Could it be a random act? But he quickly shook his head. No, if it was black and red it would be fine, but these colors are particularly difficult to match, so it's unlikely that it was unintentional. In other words, His Highness deliberately made it like this? Elementary chemistry was blue, natural science theoretical foundation was blue, elementary mathematics was green, and intermediate chemistry, remnant volume, was written in purple paint. Looking at them individually, they didn't stand out, but if they were placed together, they would be particularly eye-catching. Probably in order to look good? Chavez guessed. To be continued. Your support is my greatest motivation. End of chapter 310. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.